Let me show you one of the boldest characters I've ever seen. This guy single-handedly storms the royal palace to take down the king. And anyone who gets in his way? A simple flick of his finger sends their heads flying. This silver-haired guy with the face of a street punk is actually the Demiurgos. Demiurgos. He commands hundreds of thousands of elite demons and can turn emperors to ash on a whim. But here's the crazy part. Despite being the Demiurgos, all he really wants is a normal, peaceful life. However, his attendant Alex wants him to succeed his father and rule the demon realm. So, since he was a kid, Alex, one of Hell's 7 dukes, put him through absolutely brutal training. Every time he failed, he'd get a harsh lesson in physical mechanics. That's why, to this day, he still holds a major grudge against the guy. But Alex is also his most loyal subordinate, so he can only rough him up, never kill him. Frustrated, Alex says if he won't be the Demiurgos, then his future son will have to do it instead. The princess is still in the castle, so just have a kid, leave him here, and go do whatever you want. In 20 years, Alex will personally train him into the next Demiurgos. To be honest, seeing the beautiful princess in front of him, Demiurgos is actually tempted, but then he remembers he just vaporized her dad a few minutes ago. Things would get messy in 20 years when his son tries to kill him for revenge. Luckily, our main character is smart enough to dodge that whole tragic father-son showdown plot. Since he's done with being the Demiurgos, Demiurgos has a new plan, and trust me, it's a wild one. He's going to become the hero's sidekick. I mean, who would ever suspect the hero's support is the Demiurgos himself? The hero can fight monsters up front, while Demiurgos just follows behind, collecting credit. No work and all the rewards, what an easy game. He's thrilled with this new vision, much to Alex's despair. After that, the two get a carriage to set off and find the chosen hero. Alex is handling the horses while Demiurgos is just casually lounging in the back, living his best life. Suddenly, Alex asks why they're taking a carriage when they can just fly, which seriously annoys Demiurgos. He has to remind him they're supposed to be hiding. Does he want the whole world to know they're demons? Alex just gestures back towards the smoldering castle ruins. And what about that battlefield back there? You call that laying low? Demiurgos just plays dumb and goes back to sleep. Alex then reveals some more information to Demiurgos. Even heroes are divided by rank. Their strength is determined entirely by the blood that flows through their veins. The first 2 heroes saved the world over 60,000 years ago, and their descendants have continued to inherit that pure bloodline ever since. Those with the purest bloodline have the greatest power, and they receive massive funding from nobles and wealthy merchants. But if your blood is diluted, you're considered a defect, forgotten and discarded like rotten fruit. Hearing this, Demiurgos realizes being a hero isn't easy at all. It's much worse than being a Demiurgos like him, who's free to do whatever he wants. Alex scoffs, completely unimpressed. Dumping all your duties on subordinates like me and running off to have fun alone isn't freedom. A little later, the carriage stops. Alex turns to the still sleepy Demiurgos and says, "My lord, we've arrived." From a high vantage point, they look down on a simple village, a small trading town outside the military zone called Jorik. Demiurgos, still not fully awake, asks, "So, what's the deal with the heroes here?" Alex replies that there are only 2 families, one near S rank and one defective. Demiurgos sighs, disappointed there are no D-rank families around. Just then, the noisy chatter of the townspeople grabs their attention. Apparently, dragons have been frequently attacking human territories lately, burning many towns to ash. Demiurgos is confused. He thought dragons were neutral between demons and humanity, so why attack humans for no reason? But Alex doesn't know either, since the last time he was on the surface was 80 years ago. He figures something must have happened during that time. The 2 of them then stop at a hotel in town, where the owner warmly greets them. "Welcome, sirs, to our hotel." Alex politely bows. "We'll take the penthouse suite. My young master is very picky." The owner smiles on the outside but inwardly scoffs, thinking they're just ignorant outsiders. What are they wearing? Country bumpkins? But you and I are about to watch him eat those words. Alex simply opens a treasure chest from the demon castle, shocking the owner into silence. The owner's attitude completely flips. "Holy smokes, escort these esteemed guests to their room, now." A young man rushes out from the back so quickly that he stumbles and falls. "Ah, sorry. I'll shut up and escort our valued guests right away." The flustered boy picks up his hat and bows, then stands up as straight as possible to introduce himself. "My name is Zeke, but please, just call me Zeke. I'll carry your luggage if you'll follow me, sirs," he says, quickly hoisting their bags. It's a bit noisy because of news about the trial castle. "I can't believe the legendary dragon actually appeared," he says worriedly, but Alex just laughs and says, "But there's no need to worry. We have a famous near S-rank hero family in this town. Ah, that's good. When they arrive, Zeke slowly opens the door, smiling brightly as he ushers them into a fully furnished room. Please come in. This is the highlight of the Golden Pavilion, our penthouse suite, he says, grinning with excitement as he brings in the luggage. To be honest, this is my first time taking care of such prestigious guests. I'm not sure if it suits you, but I will do my absolute best to serve you. Please call if you need anything. Suddenly, Demiurgos speaks up. Hey. Yes, sir? A sinister smile forms on his lips as he looks right at Zeke. You have the bloodline, don't you? Yes I do. No wonder you seem different. His plan to find a hero just happened to fall right into his lap. Demiurgos asks in a slow, soft voice. For someone with the blood, your physique is quite weak. Since you work here, you must be from the failed hero family in Jorik. Your family line must be full of nothing but impure descendants. He then asks a question that confuses Zeke. What is your blood's purity? Zeke shyly scratches his head and answers, I am, unfortunately, an F rank. A defective product. Suddenly, the entire hotel is hit by a mysterious blast of fire. The three of them look up in absolute shock. A giant fire dragon has appeared from nowhere, breathing fire and incinerating a huge part of the town. The people below begin to panic, screaming for help. The dragon is coming this way. Mother! Zeke musters his courage. You two need to run, quickly. But Demiurgos just points at the raging fire. You said the dragons were peaceful. I'm not so sure anymore. Zeke grows even more confused by his calm words. Don't worry, Zeke. His eyes glow red with that same smile. I will become your supporter, so you must become a hero. This turn of events is completely unexpected. Besides, I was looking for a hero anyway. This must be fate. Zeke listens to his words, surprisingly without fear. Accept my offer. I will grant you the wealth and fame that you have always dreamed of. I will erase your title as a failure. He looks straight into the boy's eyes. You can live the rest of your life as a nobody, or you can accept my proposal and change your destiny. Zeke's kind eyes reveal the fierce internal battle he's fighting. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He remembers his struggling younger siblings, abandoned by everyone. What will he choose? You and I will have to wait to find out. In the end, they were nothing but failures. A waste of space like him was lucky not to have starved. Brother, where are Mom and Dad? I'm so hungry. A chance? He thought. Just that one thought was enough. Zeke forced himself to his knees. He prostrated himself before Demiurgos, begging, Please, take me under your wing. I'm just an ordinary guy, but I'll give it my all. I swear I won't disappoint you. His conviction was absolute. If you wish, I will offer you my very soul. Demiurgos was extremely pleased. I was just about to ask you that. He glanced toward the savage dragon spewing fire outside. Today will be your debut. Go hunt that dragon. Wait, shouldn't we start with collecting some souls first? Seeing Zeke's bowed head, he raised a hand, conjuring magic. Then let's make a contract. And just like that, a pact was formed, complete with 5 blatantly unfair conditions. A sliver of doubt entered Zeke's mind. This felt like an absurdly one-sided deal. Demiurgos narrowed his eyes. Sign if you accept, and the contract will be sealed. Zeke's mind was a battlefield of hesitation, but in the end, his eyes locked onto 2 words. Fame and fortune. Tears streamed down his face as he chose to play the game, shouting his name loud and clear. Zeke Barn Holybeak. Instantly, his name burned itself onto the contract. The deal was done. Demiurgos flashed a satisfied smile. He pointed at the colossal dragon that made Zeke's heart plummet. This will be your debut performance. Go kill that dragon. Wait, Alex finally interjected, trying to explain. Master, a human can't possibly destroy a dragon. Demiurgos just raised a finger with a sly look. I know that. He only has to pretend to kill it. I'll be the one who actually does the deed. He laid out a deceptively simple plan. First, Alex would go and check on the dragon, then drop it right in front of their defective product. And at that exact moment, the so-called failure would swing his sword at the falling beast. Finally, the crowd would erupt in cheers as Zeke stood with one foot on the dragon's corpse. After the plan was laid out, both of them were just stunned. The story would be that he, this defective product, came and slayed the attacking dragon. Alex calmly pointed out the massive flaw in the plan. But people will get suspicious if an F rank like Zeke suddenly kills a dragon. Besides, won't having a D rank hero as a partner make him stand out too much to live a quiet life? Demiurgos said nothing, simply turning to Zeke with eyes full of contempt. Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Zeke asked, completely confused. Without a moment's hesitation, Demiurgos ripped off Zeke's outer shirt. He then conveniently grabbed a large pot nearby, slammed it on Zeke's head, and zapped 2 eye holes in it, creating an instant mask. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yes, the final look was absolutely ridiculous: underwear on the outside, a pot for a mask, and his uniform jacket worn as a cape. Ta-da! The masked hero has appeared, Demiurgos proudly declared. A true hero needs a cape and a hidden identity, right? Now no one will notice the hero hiding in plain sight. Isn't it brilliant? Following the plan, Alex placed a hand on the wall to climb up. All right then, I'm off to get the dragon. Okay, Demiurgos said, turning back excitedly to a still mortified Zeke. Let's go. Zeke, bright red, stood frozen and asked again, Are we really going out like this? To fight a dragon? Demiurgos looked around, feeling like something was still missing. That's when his eyes landed on a broom handle nearby. He didn't hesitate, tossing it straight to Zeke. Here, a sword, Demiurgos said. Zeke caught it, his whole body shaking as he took in his own absurd appearance. Demiurgos' expression turned dead serious. Just stand still and hold that broom, even when the dragon is right in front of your face. Do that, and I'll give you more fame and money than you could ever use. Sweat was pouring down Zeke's face, but his eyes held a steely resolve. He had a strange feeling, as if everything was spiraling beyond his comprehension. A second later, an invisible wave of power surged through his mind, causing his hand to clench as if he could destroy anything in his path. Every cell in Zeke's body seemed to burn with a fierce primal desire. A light ignited in his eyes, as if a long-dormant hero's instinct was awakening. The creature before him was a demon lord with a wicked smile, yet for some reason, Zeke felt no fear. For some unknown reason, Zeke's eyes suddenly lit up and he let out a loud, sudden laugh. Looking into your eyes, I'm starting to feel brave, like I can actually do this. Fame and fortune, Zeke muttered to himself. No less decisive, Demiurgos pointed like a war god giving a command. Go, my servant! Meanwhile, outside, the fire dragon continued its rampage, leaving the suffering people to pray for any saint to come and save them. Help me! Desperate screams echoed everywhere. The giant dragon didn't stop, continuing to spew fire and burn the village to the ground. Soon, the entire town was swallowed by a sea of flames. The sky itself was stained crimson as the fire spread. The dragon soared through the air, raining fire from all directions. Alex stepped out from a barrier, standing firm on a rooftop as he watched the dragon rain destruction upon the village. He didn't want to get involved in this mess, but he had no choice but to act. Without hesitation, Alex threw off his cloak. With a terrifying calmness, he held his hat tightly and launched himself straight at the dragon. In the blink of an eye, he had landed and was sitting firmly on its back. His gentle expression vanished, replaced by pure ferocity. Alex's thorny arms shot high into the air before plunging straight down, piercing the dragon's hard scales and digging deep inside, getting closer and closer. His magical arms wrapped tightly around the dragon's heart, but the beast showed no signs of panic. I have your heart. You will not resist my command. I'll ask you this first. Why have you appeared here? Is there not a pact between dragons and humans? Suddenly, Alex's calm expression turned to one of complete bewilderment. On the dragon's body, strange purple markings began to appear, confusing even Alex. What is this? He muttered. This dragon is not normal at all. The dragon began to make strange sounds, speaking a language Alex had never heard before. His face became more serious than ever. How does a dragon like you know that filthy tongue? What are you, really? Something isn't right here. In the sky, the flames churned violently as the dragon began to struggle, flying erratically. Down on the ground, Zeke stood patiently, just watching. He clutched the broomstick, his face flushed as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, he heard whispers from behind him. What is that? 2 children peeked their heads out of a house to look at Zeke. Who is that? Why isn't he running away? More and more eyes turned toward Zeke, causing him to break out in a nervous sweat. Is he going to fight the dragon alone? Is he a hero? The whispers made Zeke flustered, and he covered his ears, trying not to listen. Isn't his getup a little perverted? Or is he just some kind of freak? Shame and fear swirled inside Zeke's heart. Demiurgos, sitting on a large barrel, began to cheer loudly. Masked hero, go for it. Save our Jurek. Demiurgos' shouts made everyone around start to cheer along. Masked hero, a hero has come. Zeke heard those words, and his hands tightened their grip on the broomstick. And trust me, despite the shame and the fear, he stood his ground. This was a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity, a chance he couldn't pass up. fame and fortune, right there for the taking. High above, the dragon thrashed wildly, its tail whipping through the air before it plummeted straight down. Its roar echoed through the sky, a sound of pure chaos as it lost control within a raging sea of its own fire. Alex was starting to feel his strength drain away. Controlling this beast was becoming impossible. All of his remaining arms shot up once more, this time hundreds of thorny limbs sinking into the dragon's flesh, piercing it deep. He decides to finish this with a high-level technique. 100 Demon Hand. The thorny arms rip and tear, locking onto the dragon's body, even hooking into its eyes like a living prison. But the dragon keeps struggling, spitting fire. Alex looks down, his expression grim. This had to be the final blow. His thorny limbs plunge deeper, aiming straight for its heart. The dragon lets out a final, agonizing scream in its own flames. But suddenly, Alex freezes. He realizes something is terribly wrong. A purple fungus is spreading from the dragon's body onto his hand, and more eyes are suddenly appearing on the creature. Alex is stunned as the dragon begins to speak. Through its agony, it utters a cryptic message. "You must have seen the one you thought was dead. He has returned." And just like that, its eyes turn a lifeless, empty gray. Now, pay attention here, because this is where things get really weird. The purple fungus suddenly shoots out, latching onto Alex's face. He can feel something, even with his vision almost completely covered. "So that's what this is," Alex murmurs. Down below, Demiurgos watches Alex struggle, letting out a bored sigh. "What are you doing, Alex? Hurry it up, the audience is waiting." He yawns and picks his nose, mocking him. "Are you trying to sculpt a dragon or something? Why is it taking you so long to kill one?" The dragon's roars change as the purple fungus completely takes over its body. Its eyes are now a cold, soulless gray. Alex's thorny arms desperately hold on as the creature falls from a sky that has turned into an ocean of fire. He points a finger towards the dragon, and Zeke follows his gaze. "Get ready, it's coming." Zeke tightens his grip on the broom, trying to stand firm, preparing to swing. The dragon is still spitting fire from its mouth as it hurtles downwards. Zeke is terrified, but he forces himself to calm down. "I don't want to die," he thinks, sweating but resolute. Hearing this, Demiurgos just smirks, confusing Zeke. But his face is more confident than ever as he says, "I give you my word of honor. No matter what happens, I will not let you die." Power flares in Zeke's eyes, the blood in his veins glowing with a fierce light. He grips the broom with absolute resolve. "I can do this." Zeke gets into his attack stance, swinging the broom in a move he calls the first form, Crescent Moon. High above them, Alex is still struggling with the fungus clinging to his face. Furious that he can't control it, he roars, using the power of his eyes to blast away the parasitic cells. But Alex's arms are no longer his own. From his palms, eyes begin to form before morphing into more of that purple fungus. The tendrils take over his arms, turning them against their own master. Alex grinds his teeth in pain as his remaining limbs fight back, but his mind is still sharp. Well, this is a little annoying, he thinks, his eyes glowing with the determination to deal with this monster. As both Alex and the parasitic fungus fall toward the village, he unleashes his blood demon art once again. 100 Demon Hand. His arms stretch out, now with even more ferocious power, smashing away the eye-covered purple fungus. Alex's main hand grabs the mass on his face, pulling with all his might, but it refuses to let go. Demiurgos still hasn't realized how bad the situation is. He's just sitting there waiting. Alex screams in agony but refuses to submit to this damn parasite. The dragon continues its descent, getting closer and closer to the ground. The people inside the houses start yelling at Zeke. "The dragon is attacking! Everyone, run!" Zeke's hands are trembling as he faces the beast. The screams get louder. "Get to the hallway, Mom! Hurry!" It's only then that Demiurgos realizes something is wrong, looking at Alex with worry. "Hey, Alex, what are you doing? Just slow down," he yells, seeing that something is seriously off with Alex up there. Alex, meanwhile, is still fighting off the damned fungus. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. How is this kid going to stop a dragon? Just watch. Zeke is ready. Power fills his arms, and his mind is flooded with unbreakable will. "No matter what, I will stand my ground," Zeke tells himself. He remembers a sunset from long ago when his father taught him with an old sword. "Quang," his father had said with a kind smile, "this swordsmanship is our family's secret tradition. Learn it, just in case the Demiurgos' army invades the world." Zeke had turned to his father sadly. "The kids in the village say I can't become a demon slayer. They say our clan can't either." "But that's not true, is it, Dad?" His father replied gently, "People can say whatever they want, but our Holai bitch clan carries the sacred blood of the hero. I am certain you will become a demon-slaying hero. Even while gravely ill, his father passed on his belief to his son. Keep practicing hard, son. Zeke smiled brightly under the sun. Yes, father. Now, in the present, Zeke faces a terrifying threat. With renewed determination, he swings the broom, which emits a strange and powerful light. First form, crescent moon. At that exact moment, Alex finally rips the parasitic cells from his face. Demiurgos is also ready to act. Alex uses his eyes, pulsing with destructive power, to lock onto his target. From the village below, a beam of light shoots straight towards the dragon. Seizing the opportunity, Zeke unleashes a fierce slash, filled with iron-willed resolve. His broom slams into the dragon's body, causing a massive chunk of its flesh to explode. As the creature comes crashing down, everything around it is obliterated. Walls collapse under the immense weight. Zeke, who had shut his eyes for the final blow, slowly opens them. He looks around, shocked to still be alive, and a wave of shame washes over him. He turns around in utter disbelief. The corpse of a colossal dragon lies behind him, and he's standing right in the middle of its remains. Suddenly, the villagers start cheering. It's a hero! People who had been hiding in their homes run out, shouting, "Our savior, a true hero! The gods must have sent him! All hail the hero!" Zeke is completely overwhelmed, his head shaking non-stop. Behind him, Demiurgos clears his throat to get his attention. He whispers, "Aren't you going to change your clothes and get out of here, oh masked hero?" Zeke becomes flustered, embarrassed, and then sprints away like a madman. Alex, who saw it all, watches from a nearby cross. His face, nearly half destroyed, is slowly regenerating. He looks down at the scene below, his mind troubled. The dragon's head is still there, but it's definitely dead. The thing that truly worries Alex is that purple fungus. Why was the dragon being consumed by its own flames? And those words, "The one thought dead has returned." The next morning, the sky is clear and cool. So what do you and I take away from all this? A new hero was born, but Alex knows the real war might just be starting. Demiurgos wakes up, stretching and enjoying the fresh air. Slept like a rock, he thinks. Alex places a cup of coffee on the table, asking gently, "Are you awake? Here, have some coffee." Demiurgos just freezes on the spot, making Alex chuckle. They say humans start their mornings with a cup of coffee, Alex explains. Demiurgos lets out a surprised "oh." Just then, a man runs in frantically, yelling, "Lord Patia, we have a problem." At the name Lord Patia, Demiurgos whips his head around in complete shock. The entire village is buzzing, hunting for an unsung savior. And you and I are about to see this story get wild. They're dead set on making him the official hero of the village. Demiurgos looks at Zek's filthy state and can't help but ask what happened to his clothes. Zeke just scratches his head, explaining with a weak smile that he was helping villagers clean up after yesterday's disaster. The pay for manual labor is pretty good. Demiurgos calmly brings the coffee cup to his lips, nonchalantly saying, "It's fine. Everything is still going according to my plan." The sunlight streams in, making him squint. Looking towards the sun, he can't help but sigh, waking up to the sun, drinking aromatic coffee. Mornings in the human world are pretty great, aren't they? The room he's in is a complete wreck, destroyed during last night's rampage. Alex maintains his respectful attitude, reporting, "The coffee is made from the tongue of the dragon's left head. I'm glad it suits your taste." Outside, the townspeople are hauling debris, urging each other to hurry up. "Can someone help over here?" "Oh no, my house. Mom, where are you?" Some try to recover from the incident. "Why is this so heavy?" "Stop complaining. Move faster unless you want to be here all night." "Just a little more." A woman brings over some bread, telling the workers to eat before they continue. "Thank you." Another person carries a basket of rocks, shouting, "Make way! Coming through!" An old man helps load the stones, cheering on Zeke. "Zeke, Zeke, hurry up! There's still a huge pile left." Zeke, with heavy rocks on his shoulders, still manages a cheerful reply, "Yes, sir." Demiurgos watches the bustling scene below, observing how they're trying to rebuild this shabby village. He says to Alex with a smirk, "Even that failure is working hard." Alex, standing beside him, doesn't object. "Yes." He then tells Demiurgos what he knows. "I spoke with him yesterday. Zeke has been doing all sorts of jobs since he was a child due to poverty. Mowing, cleaning, plumbing, digging graves, there isn't much he hasn't done. He even worked at a tavern at one point." This piece of information sends Demiurgos deep into thought. After a moment of silence, Demiurgos suddenly speaks up. Then it's decided. Alex, not understanding, turns to look at him. Demiurgos casually announces, "We have found our hero. Traveling is a pain, so let's just start in this village." And yeah, I know what you're thinking. This tiny, chaotic place, he actually loves it. He cheerfully confirms, "This will be my, Demiurgos' starting point." Alex suddenly freezes, his face filled with surprise at the unexpected sight. It turns out Demiurgos has stood up and is now walking around, singing happily. "Shall we get going then?" Demiurgos says. "Let's leave the rest to Zeke." Alex, utterly bewildered, quickly asks, "Go where?" Demiurgos' face is glowing with joy and excitement. "To sell dragon scales, of course. Aren't dragon scales extremely expensive since they're used to craft equipment? Our goal is to be in the top 2%. Alex points to the sky and explains, "Last night, the Hero Association took everything. This makes Demiurgos roar in fury." "What?" Alex quickly explains that because the dragon corpses were too heavy, normal people couldn't possibly move them. Then what was the point of us killing it? Demiurgos fumes, pointing forward. "Let's go." Alex follows nervously. "Where are we going now?" Demiurgos' eyes are filled with murderous intent, his voice echoing from the depths of hell, to tear down the Hero Association. Alex rushes to stop him. "Wait, Master," he begs, his heart pounding. He thinks, "Oh no, the Hero Association is the headquarters for all heroes. No matter how strong the Lord is, taking them all on alone. And if they find out the Demiurgos isn't in the demon realm, we're done for." Alex forces a smile. "Master, you said you would fight alongside the heroes, right? So?" Alex hastily explains, "In the human world, you have to register with the Hero Association to become a hero. If the Hero Association disappears, who will recognize Zeke as a hero?" Hearing this, Demiurgos freezes, momentarily speechless. He turns around, hand on his chin. "Is that true?" Behind him, Alex wipes away sweat, thinking, "Did I just prevent the genocide of the demon race?" After some thought, Demiurgos gets an idea. "Then let's go to that place." Alex exclaims in surprise. "Again?" Demiurgos unleashes his demonic face and that long tongue. "We'll make up for our losses with the neighboring village." And yup, he's dead serious about it. Alex can't believe his ears. "I thought you were trying to be a Demiurgos?" "We'll leave tomorrow." Or, "Can we just go back underground?" At that moment, in a field of flowers, Alex's voice echoes, "Lord Demiurgos." Getting no response, Alex continues to call out, "Lord Demiurgos." Still no answer. Annoyed, Alex yells, "Lord Demiurgos." Not to be outdone, Demiurgos just grunts back. Alex asks, frustrated, "Haven't you had enough fun in the human world? Why don't we go back to the demon realm? Everyone is waiting for your return. Destiny will arrive in 20 years. We don't have time to waste. You must quickly learn the Demiurgos arts to become the ruler of the world." Demiurgos lies down on a haystack, looking incredibly annoyed. "That's none of your business. Do you think I have to do whatever you people want?" Alex retorts. "It's inevitable. The 665 Demiurgos before you, both the demon realm and humanity, accepted it as common sense." He enjoys the breeze, thinking that if everyone got their way, what would be the point of gods? "I'm just letting you know. Think it over and accept it. There is no more Demiurgos." Hearing this, Alex quickly turns around and suggests, "In that case, please get married. At the very least, you must produce the 666th Demiurgos. Anyone will do." Demiurgos immediately snaps back. "Huh? Anyone will do? How dare you speak to me like that? You truly are a demon. Get lost." Alex, not backing down, retorts, "Until you give us a successor, I'm not going anywhere." Demiurgos doesn't argue, simply closing his eyes in comfort. "Fine, you can stay here and be my attendant forever then." Alex doesn't give up, bringing up the old topic again. "How about I find a wife for you? A woman who would be a good match?" Demiurgos shouts, "If you mention marriage one more time, I will personally destroy the demon realm." Knowing he can't be persuaded, Alex falls silent and focuses on the cart. Suddenly, Demiurgos speaks up, asking, "By the way, is that possible?" This leaves Alex completely confused. "What are you talking about?" Demiurgos' face turns red as he shyly mentions the princess from before. Alex doesn't remember and asks, "Which princess?" Demiurgos' face gets even redder. He deliberately looks away, struggling to find the words. "You know, her." Alex is visibly bewildered. "Her? Who?" Seeing Alex is still lost, Demiurgos loses his patience, slamming his hands down and roaring, "I'm asking if humans and demons can have children." And trust me, Alex's simple answer changes absolutely everything. Hearing this, Demiurgos' eyes light up with excitement. Alex cheerfully explains, The way humans and demons reproduce is exactly the same. Normally, a man's testicles produce semen. When sperm meets a woman's egg, it forms an embryo, and a child is born after 37 to 42 weeks. Demiurgos tunes out the biology lesson, impatiently waving his hand to silence Alex's sex ed lecture. Alex's expression suddenly changes. If you wish, you could also transfer the demon lineage into another person's body. So, mating leads to pregnancy simple enough. But a deep kiss? That's a 50% chance. And get this, even a light peck is 25%. Demiurgos is completely floored by this info. What? A light kiss can get you pregnant? Alex just holds up a finger, laughing his ass off, saying even just holding hands could knock someone up. The shock is so real that Demiurgos just collapses, wondering what the hell is wrong with this body. As a demon, he thinks, this is going to be a huge problem. It feels like this body was designed for one thing and one thing only: procreation. Damn it, the purpose is so painfully obvious, just to create offspring. The more I learn, the more I hate it. Alex looks at his master with dead seriousness, insisting this body is a blessing. You are the hope and savior of the demon world. This perfect vessel is a gift from the gods. But Demiurgos isn't buying it, shooting back, a blessing my ass. I'm just another demon born once every 100 years, that's it. He looks up at the sky, frustrated. I hate this feeling of being saddled with expectations. What about what I want? Suddenly, a scream cuts through the air, making both Alex and Demiurgos whip their heads around. A girl is sprinting towards them, a whole group of men chasing her down. The pursuers look absolutely vicious, riding on horseback with sinister grins. Hurry up! Grab her! The girl is exhausted, tears streaming down her face as she desperately cries for help. Save me! I'm being chased by bandits! Seeing this, Alex suggests to Demiurgos, a beautiful young lady is in danger. We have to help. But Demiurgos is skeptical, shooting back. Why should we? You never know. Okay, you might think it's a simple rescue, but our main character is way too sharp for that. He tells Alex, doesn't this whole thing feel a little suspicious to you? A classic damsel in distress scenario is the oldest trick in the fantasy playbook. What's the problem? Demiurgos keeps laying out his observations. No, there's nowhere to live around here. So where did they come from? Even if they were in the forest, it would be miles away from here. The mood gets serious as Demiurgos hits the main point. More importantly, do you really think they wouldn't have noticed us while chasing her? Neither you nor I saw them coming. Demiurgos squints at Alex, full of suspicion. You set this up, didn't you? Using that girl to force me into producing an heir. Alex turns, scoffing. What kind of person do you take me for? I am Alex, the greatest strategist in the demon world. I would never resort to such a cheap trick. Just then, the girl finally reaches their carriage, making Demiurgos jump. She grabs the side of the carriage, staring at Demiurgos with a tear-streaked, pitiful face. Sir Knight, I'm being chased by bandits. Please save me. Demiurgos replies coldly, I'm not a knight. I'm the hero's assistant. The girl looks stunned, but immediately starts sobbing again. Hero's assistant, please, save me. The bandits want to capture me. Demiurgos shifts his position, resting his chin on his hand, showing no interest in helping. But we're a high-level legion. We only hunt dragons. We don't do these little odd jobs. The girl bows her head low, muttering, Why are you so arrogant? Demiurgos' sharp ears catch it. He leaps up, pointing right in her face. Did you just curse at me? Huh? The girl feigns innocence. What? No, of course not. I was just begging you to save me. Suddenly, an axe comes flying out of nowhere, slamming right into the wooden crate next to Demiurgos. Demiurgos snaps his head around at the sound, his eyes locked on the axe that just pierced his carriage, a look of pure shock on his face. At that moment, a strange voice rings out, Hey kid, a group of fierce-looking bandits on horseback charges toward them. They sneer and taunt him. Look at his pale face. If you don't want to die, what's with that getup? You from the future or something? Demiurgos glares at the bandits, his lips barely moving. My precious luggage is ruined. His voice drops to a chilling whisper. You will burn for eternity. And just like that, you and I get to see what real power looks like. The bandit leader is instantly engulfed in purple hellfire. The horrifying scene makes the girl freeze in terror, too scared to move. The once arrogant bandits are now completely stunned. They watch their leader writhe on the ground, screaming in agony. It's so hot! Put out the fire! As the others try to rush in to help, Demiurgos' voice rings out, stopping them in their tracks, sending cold sweat down their spines. You can't put it out. No matter who you are, no matter what magic you use, This flame will never be extinguished. You can't die either. You will simply burn like this, forever, until the end of days. Anyone else? Who wants to be cremated with him? The bandits immediately panic, 3 or 4 of them scrambling onto their horses to flee. I'm sorry. Please spare me. He's a demon. Run! Seeing the bandits disappear, the girl can't hide her amused smile. Demiurgos glances at her, annoyed. All right, that's enough. You can go now. The girl quickly stops him. Wait, assistant! The bandits have also taken over our temple. All the priestesses have been enslaved, and our sacred relic is gone. Please, destroy them and save our holy temple. In response to her plea, Demiurgos flatly refuses without a second thought. No, I don't do chores. The girl gets so angry she crushes the carriage's wooden frame in her hand. Demiurgos loses his patience and turns to Alex. Let's go, Alex. Yes, master. Seeing them about to leave, the girl quickly stops them again. Wait, she's sweating trying to keep them there. You mentioned dragons, didn't you? Could it be that you're a companion of the hero Marco? The temple taken by the bandits is the temple of the dragon god, the ultimate golden dragon. If you defeat them, we will reward you with the helm of the golden dragon god. Hearing that, Demiurgos stops, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Well, what are you waiting for? Why are you still standing here? Elsewhere, heavy footsteps echo up a long flight of stairs, accompanied by ragged breathing. Master, Alex pants, while Demiurgos stands casually on his back, asking, What? Alex is exhausted, completely out of breath. Can't we just fly there? Come on, how can we fly? I'm not the Demiurgos. Alex screams in despair. At least let me carry you normally. My legs are about to break. The bickering between master and servant echoes through the mountain forest. Hey, I am the dignity of the demon world, Alex reminds him. I thought you said you weren't the Demiurgos. Sweat pours off Alex like a waterfall, his eyes filled with doubt. But that suspicion isn't entirely baseless. Okay, Alex is asking the real questions now, and I know you're thinking it too. He looks up at the girl, still running like the wind, not even tired, and he can't help but wonder. How can a normal human run nonstop for 30 minutes up a mountain this steep while humming a song? But before Alex can finish his thought, Demiurgos speaks calmly from his perch, hands in his pockets. It doesn't matter who she is. I don't know what she wants, but if she's lying about even one thing, I'll flay her alive. Demiurgos pauses for a moment, his gaze fixed on the girl. But the dragon god, the golden dragon god, is that like the breath god? Alex furrows his brow, still catching his breath. No, but it's similar. Just as you are revered in the demon world, the golden dragon is the dragon god above all other dragons. We, the dragonoids and the humans, all living beings in this world, have only one true god, and that is the creator god who gave birth to this world. Hearing this, Demiurgos just looked up, silent. The sun blazed overhead. After a moment, he mused, then the gods must truly favor humans, huh? Demons and dragons are just side characters. Alex immediately shot that down. Don't you dare doubt the gods. They are the only truth, the perfect love. If we take this holy land, bathed in the light of the gods, we too will be favored. Demiurgos said nothing more, his eyes lost in thought for a moment before concluding, what a strange way to show love. But Alex, undeterred, pressed on with his mission. Reaching the mountain's peak, Alex gasped, We're here! And then promptly collapsed from exhaustion. Demiurgos casually stepped right on his head, sneering, so weak. Poor Alex, pinned under that boot, could only let out a pained whimper. Then, Demiurgos' gaze shifted forward, where a grand ancient temple stood waiting for them. He walked in calmly, tossing a final remark to Alex, still on the ground. You still have to carry me on the way down. The two pushed open the heavy stone doors, calling out, Hey, you spirit! Demiurgos' eyes scanned the interior mockingly. You mountain bandits with your true gold dragon helmets, get out here now. Master, be careful, something feels off. And just as Alex predicted, the stone doors behind them slammed shut. Everything went black. Then, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared as a powerful, blonde-haired woman stared them down. You've had a long journey, she said. It seems your subordinate is more perceptive than you are. Demiurgos just kept that bright, easygoing smile plastered on his face. You look no different than the mountain thieves occupying this temple. Where is your helmet? The woman hovered in the air, her gaze fixed on the 2 men below. How dare you be so insolent? Have you not realized your situation? Kneel. Before you stands the dragon god, ruler of the dragon clan, the mother of all dragons, the one and only true gold dragon. And here's where it gets interesting. Watch this reaction. Demiurgos' calm expression shattered into pure shock, his eyes wide, his jaw on the floor. Behind him, Alex was just as stunned, managing to choke out the words. The dragon god? The true gold dragon? The overlord? We are in serious trouble. The dragon god laughed, her voice filled with delight. Surprised that things went beyond your pathetic little calculations, aren't you? You foolish mortal. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. Beg me for your life. I'm not a petty person, you know. Demiurgos touched his chin, his expression thoughtful. A dragon god, huh? How interesting. Seeing his expression, she grew even more smug. So, you finally understand your place. To atone for your sins, I command you. Before she could finish, Demiurgos cut her off with a look of utter disdain. What was that? Dragon ruler? Dragon mother? I mean, I'd like some cool titles like that too. He turned to Alex with a grin. Every time I introduce myself, I feel like something's missing. The Overlord of Darkness, one of the top 205 non-human entities. What do you think, Alex? Alex nodded, his eyes full of admiration. As expected of my master, the dragon god, completely ignored, began trembling with rage. She pointed a finger at them, her voice shaking with fury. Hey, stop your nonsense and beg for your lives. Don't you want to apologize? Demiurgos looked completely innocent, thought for a moment, and said, But I haven't done anything to you, the dragon god roared, bringing up the past. Yesterday you killed a dragon. I am the mother of all dragons. You killed my child. At that, Demiurgos just laughed it off. You're making a big deal out of just that? Suddenly, the true gold dragon stepped on the air itself, flying forward. She shot towards Demiurgos, getting right in his face, but he didn't even flinch, his smile confident as ever. She stared him down, snarling. Just that? It seems you've chosen death. Instantly, a wall of fire erupted, surrounding them completely. This, she declared, is my golden jade realm. Even if you are Demiurgos, you have zero chance of defeating me in here. Alex stared at the flames, shouting in terror, The Golden Jade Realm? My god, this is the true gold dragon's personal territory. We're on her home turf. Fighting her here is beyond dangerous. The true gold dragon smirked. Your subordinate knows a lot. Now, get on your knees. You, number 666 punk. And I know what you're thinking. Game over, right? Well, think again. A single sentence from Demiurgos left the dragon god utterly stunned. You know who I am? And you're still doing this? If you're the true gold dragon, then I guess I could just peel off your face and wear it. Get ready, because I'm about to skin you alive. Hearing this, the true gold dragon's eyes flashed with a defiant light. You dare, Demiurgos raised a finger, placing it over her lips. But first, he said softly, don't you want to apologize for disappointing me? The true gold dragon was covered in question marks, sputtering with rage. What the hell are you talking about? Demiurgos immediately refuted her accusations. No, really, I didn't come to the surface to cause trouble. I just wanted to quietly visit a village and befriend the hero, but your child showed up, breathing fire and destroying everything. What was I supposed to do? It was just self-defense. But when your child was causing chaos, you were nowhere to be seen. And now you lure us here for revenge? You deceived us by pretending to be a witch, only to suddenly declare you're the dragon god. Apologize first. Did you think I would kneel and say, please forgive us just this once? Did you think that just because you're the dragon god, you can do whatever you want? Are all dragons like this? Standing beside him, Alex chimed in. He's right. It's arrogant to think you're always right just because you have power. When people fight back, you claim they're wrong. What is that? Besides, it was the dragons who forgot the peace treaty with humanity and violated it first. This is the moment where you should be begging for forgiveness, Demiurgos sighed, looking her straight in the eye. All right, as the dragon god, are you going to apologize to the people of Rossi Village for the crimes your child committed? Her attitude was already starting to bore him. Look at this. Bad kids really do come from bad parents. Alex pressed the attack. You aren't their biological mother, but is this how you evade responsibility? You refuse to take any, and instead, you just blame us? The true gold dragon, backed into a corner, screamed in frustration. Hey, have you no shame? Just because some kids are bad doesn't mean their parents are the problem, don't you know that? You'd say that, Demiurgos countered. People who know nothing about their own children, who don't care about them, but when their kid causes trouble, they say, but he's such a good boy at home. It's because of people like you that all parents get a bad name. This isn't an issue we can just ignore. As the representative of the dragons, you, the dragon god, must apologize for violating the peace treaty because of one rotten dragon. You have to take responsibility and step down, don't you? Demiurgos and Alex's tag team argument made the true gold dragon's fists clench in fury. She scratched her head, stammering, "It's not that serious, is it? Why do I feel like I did something wrong?" Demiurgos seized the opening and turned to leave. "That's right. You are wrong. So, are you going to let us out of here or not?" "Wait," the true gold dragon called out, making an offer. "Since you came all this way, could you at least listen to one request of mine?" Demiurgos gave her a flat look. "A request? Apologize first." Hearing that, the true gold dragon was so furious she was rendered completely speechless. Demiurgos immediately turns away, his voice like ice. "If you don't like it, forget it. An apology costs you nothing." Seeing him leave, she desperately calls out, "Wait, please!" And that brings a look of pure satisfaction to his eyes. Tran Kim Long hesitates for a moment, then forces the words out. I'm sorry." Suddenly, Demiurgos reaches out and pats her head, leaving her completely baffled by what's happening. He lets out a smug little laugh, playing the part of the good guy. "Sigh, I don't enjoy this either. But since you apologized, I guess I'll accept." Tran Kim Long's face twitches, sweat dripping down her face as she mutters, "A little weird, but I'll let it slide. I'm a generous person after all." Getting his answer, Demiurgos smiles, satisfied, and asks, "So, Divine Dragon, what do you want?" Tran Kim Long's brow furrows, her tone turning dead serious as she tells Demiurgos to stop calling her Divine Dragon. After a moment of silence, Demiurgos pouts at her with pure contempt. The Golden Dragon, a literal divine dragon, the law itself, is asking me, the Demiurgos, to hunt her own kind? Do you think I'm stupid enough to fall for that nonsense? This is obviously a trap. "You've lost your mind, you dumb dragon." Alex, standing beside him, speaks up. "Is it because of those purple parasites?" Alex remembers the fight with that other dragon. Something like a parasite was clinging to its body. Maybe that's what's driving the dragons mad. Tran Kim Long doesn't deny it, admitting, "That's right, something is wrong. The headliners are refusing peace. The dragon from yesterday was one of their victims." As she speaks, her gaze drifts off, lost in thought. After a moment, she continues, explaining that the headliners are a group who were wronged by humans losing wives and children to them. While this was an inevitable part of conflict, they've been completely blinded by their rage. They attack villages by infecting the children living in peace. They use a strange and powerful magic I've never seen before, trying to ignite another war between humans and dragons. Now here's where it gets interesting. She looks them dead in the eye. "You must catch them, so that innocent children no longer have to die as tools of war." Hearing this, Demiurgos flashes a sinister smile. "I understand you perfectly. So it's a hunt. But the problem is that the headliners are manipulating peace-loving dragons, making them go berserk and attack humans. And you want me to catch them before they're all killed by humans? Is that it?" Tran Kim Long doesn't deny it, and Demiurgos bluntly asks, "So what are you going to give me?" A cold glint flashes in his eyes, though the smile never leaves his face. "What's my service fee? There has to be one." Tran Kim Long's voice is weak, full of suspicion. "What? What do you want?" Instantly, Demiurgos holds up 5 fingers, laying out his terms, 5 dragon scales. Since ancient times, the strongest weapons have always been forged from dragons. For everyone I catch, I take 5 scales from them. Deal? On top of that, I'll need some weapons and armor worth over 100 gold, refined by the Dragon Clan. Well, the Dragon Queen falls silent, thinking for a moment, then breaks out in a sweat and yells, "What? Are you some kind of scam artist?" Demiurgos snaps his fingers, his voice cold. "Think what you want." In a flash, a contract appears with the terms laid out in black and white. Demiurgos will accept the job of capturing and punishing the dragons causing chaos, then deliver them to the Golden Dragon. The agreed price is 5 dragon scales and 100 gold worth of weapons per dragon captured, to be paid the morning after the job is done. If the contract is broken, the violator becomes Demiurgos' slave. Demiurgos gives a wicked grin, his eyes full of challenge. "Just say your name. The contract will be sealed." Now, I know what you're thinking. A deal with a demon? You better not take this lightly, you're betting your very soul. Tran Kim Long practically growls, each word ringing with determination. "I know." Then she speaks her name aloud. "Divine Dragon, Golden Dragon." The words barely leave her lips before the contract glows with a smoky purple light, showing the pact is sealed. Seeing his success, Demiurgos grins, looking right at her and declaring, "The contract is signed." He and Alex turn to leave. "Open the gate. I'll have this sorted out in a few days." But suddenly, Tran Kim Long calls out again, "Demiurgos." Demiurgos stops, turning back to let her speak. Tran Kim Long looks at him, her eyes pleading. Please, capture them alive. Don't cause any more death. Demiurgos looks at her, a fresh smile spreading across his lips as he replies with mock formality, Yes, esteemed client. A moment later, he's outside. Alex follows behind, looking puzzled. Things didn't go quite as planned, did they? That's right, Demiurgos replies. Then, he freezes, remembering something. Ah, that's right. He rushes back towards the temple, shouting, Divine Dragon! But by now, the temple doors have slammed shut, leaving Demiurgos stunned in his tracks. Damn it. Demiurgos screams in frustration. She still hasn't given me the golden dragon's hat. Alex, sweating, reminds him, We're not dragons, so we can't return to the golden jade realm. That dragon tricked me again. Demiurgos' roar echoes through the mountains. One day, I will definitely rip that face of yours right off. Inside an abandoned castle, a loud shout echoes. An arms dealer? Demiurgos laughs sheepishly, clasping his hands together and admitting, That's right. Alex looks at him, bewildered. Why? Rach, standing nearby, has no idea what they're talking about. Alex can't hold back anymore, grabbing Demiurgos and yelling, Why are you selling weapons again? You abandoned all of us, came to the human world just to sell us a few weapons. Demiurgos fires right back, not missing a beat. Hey, when humans hunt dragons and make weapons, do you feel anything? This is business, you idiot. The exclusive rights to dragon scales are the weapon Tran Kim Long gave me. Oh man, how much can I make from this? I knew it all along. Well, actually, I was only 2% sure at first. She said if I just catch dragons, she'll give me a pile of weapons. Isn't that basically free stuff? The more he talks, the more excited Demiurgos gets, practically drooling. Every 100 years, a war breaks out. Selling weapons is the most profitable business. It never fails, right? Hearing this, Rach just scratches his head, thinking to himself, Catching dragons is free? Demiurgos turns back to Alex. Besides, you blockhead, you still don't know who I am? A calculating glint flashes in his eyes as a wicked smile forms. Arms dealing is just funding for the real plan. Trust me on this one, he has no intention of being a merchant forever. Have you forgotten? One person watches from the shadows, while the other controls all the weapons in the world. Hearing this, Alex's spirits lift. He looks at Demiurgos with admiration. Just as I thought. So that's how it is. You haven't forgotten about hell after all. Demiurgos immediately gives an order. Then hurry up and take that waste of space to find us a useful shop. Get going! Hearing the command, Alex doesn't hesitate. He quickly grabs Rach and cheerfully departs, leaping down and vanishing from the castle. Demiurgos stands there watching them go, finally revealing his true inner thoughts. Why do I have to keep dealing arms, you ask? The ultimate goal, of course, is to build a building. To be the master of the best building in this fantasy world, I'm glad you're an idiot, Alex. A moment later, Demiurgos is lounging on a bench, swinging his legs with a silent, calculating smile. Outside, the midday sun beats down with scorching rays. Demiurgos lies there peacefully, staring up at the sky with a faint smirk. He remembers the first time he met Zeke. I'm sorry, my rank is only F. I'm just a failure. Then, the image of them fighting that dragon flashes in his mind. It all plays back like a slow-motion movie in his memory. Next, he pictures the golden dragon pleading with him to capture them alive, to avoid more bloodshed. Thinking back on it all, Demiurgos just smiles quietly, his eyes half closed. The glaring sun shines down on the ruined building, and Demiurgos sighs. Well, I've created a stable source of income and saved that goofy hero. So, that's done. I can just sit still and get rich. But what is this empty feeling? Blood and slaughter? If I killed everyone in this town, would I feel better? In his mind, the image of the townspeople starts to twist. Suddenly, a deep, poisonous voice whispers in his ear, Annihilate them all. A cold energy floods the area, making Demiurgos look around in confusion. The voice speaks again, Destroy this world. Now, pay close attention here. Because this is a dark turn. The voice whispers, Turn humanity into your slaves. Turn their world into a living hell. Only then can you end this cycle of death and rebirth. Deep underground, where the sun hasn't shone for 100 years, an image surfaces. Demiurgos stands there, staring blankly into the void. He closes his eyes and coldly utters, Be silent and disappear. Back on the surface, a red sunset paints the sky. A footstep stops, and a voice rings out. Here it is, a new weapon shop. The previous owner died during the dragon invasion, so this place was bought for cheap. Demiurgos stretches and yawns. Not too bad. You found it fast, he says. I haven't even had a chance to nap yet. Alex covers his face, saying sheepishly, once I hear a solid plan, I get too excited to sleep, right? Let's work hard together for that plan. Alex sizes up the storefront. If we get Zeke to help out, this place could become a pretty decent shop. Can Zeke even repair houses? Demiurgos nods. Yeah, he used to be a carpenter. Alex continues. Really? So skilled for his age, he's incredible. But isn't bloodline rank something passed down through generations? I mean, even if a pureblood mother has a child, that kid could still be F rank, right? That's right, Alex admits. And conversely, there are cases where the child of an F rank hero and a saint becomes the ultimate champion. It's all random, he adds. Demiurgos presses on. So is there any hope for those seen as failures? Just because your family is F rank, does the child also get branded F rank? Alex shakes his head. It's a bit vague. While skills aren't inherited, wealth is. A family that consistently produces high-ranking warriors or saints will have riches like kings. With that money, they can raise their children's hero or bloodline rank in various ways. Demiurgos looks up. So, in other words, even if a child is F rank, they still have a chance to succeed, right? Correct, Alex says. But Zeke calls himself F rank, so he's probably already been officially ranked as a hero. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and yeah, Demiurgos absolutely snaps. Those pathetic humans use money to decide their own hero level? He roars. Why do we demons have to hire people like that? Why? You bastards! He mutters an apology and lets Alex go, but his whole body is still burning with rage. Whatever, he says, calming down. The demon world doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, where is our hero? Alex hesitates. He's around. Somewhere. Meanwhile, a steaming bowl of noodles is placed on a table. Zeke, with a bright smile, stands behind his noodle stall. Seeing the two, he stops chopping vegetables, his face a little dirty but his eyes crinkling with a grin. Master, you're awake. Demiurgos is confused, wondering why Zeke is suddenly selling noodles. Zeke explains shyly, I had some free time at night and wanted to give it a try. Besides, the income is pretty good. Demiurgos immediately sits down at the counter and orders a bowl. Yes, master. Zeke moves with practiced speed, chopping onions, slicing meat, ladling broth, and in no time, a delicious bowl is placed before him. Here you go, sir. Looking at the steaming bowl and its amazing aroma, Demiurgos can't help but drool. This is ramen? He picks up a bite and brings it to his mouth. The flavor that hits his throat leaves him stunned, his face overflowing with happiness. So good. This is amazing. Super delicious. Hearing that, Alex can't resist. Really? Then I'll have one too. The moment the flavor hits his mouth, Alex freezes, his eyes wide. Instantly, he shouts, This is insanely good, Zeke. Quit being a hero, do this for a living. Zeke just smiles. I'll take that as a compliment from you both. Seeing them eat so happily, Zeke feels his heart warm, a blissful expression on his face. Demiurgos is devouring his noodles when he pauses as Zeke speaks up. Master, thank you. Thank you so much. Because of you, I was able to buy uniforms for my younger brothers at the warrior school. They were the only two who didn't have one. I always felt bad about it. They acted indifferent, but they were so happy when you gave me the money. Demiurgos asks between bites, A warrior school? Zeke explains, Yes. It might sound pretentious, but I'm sending them both to a private elementary school for warriors. I'm not strong, but I believe those two can become real warriors, so I'll pour all my money into their future. As they're talking, a loud shout erupts. What is this? There's a fly in my noodles. A man violently throws his bowl to the ground. I didn't even want to eat at this dump, he sneers. But I was starving, so I settled. And look what I get. What is this? The woman with him adds, I told you I didn't want to eat at such a filthy place. Seeing this, Zeke quickly tries to explain, his voice filled with anxiety. I'm sorry, sir, but there really aren't any flies around here. Before he can finish, another bowl flies right at him, and Zeke barely has time to cover his face. Demiurgos just sits there, watching the scene unfold with a cold, silent gaze. The man, emboldened, steps forward with a furious voice. What? Are you calling me a liar? Do you have any idea who my father is? One word from me and this stall gets shut down for good. Suddenly, the man stops, staring intently at Zeke before shouting, Wait a minute, isn't this guy from the Holy Beach family? The woman beside him scoffs. You mean that prestigious clan? Oh, I know. There are still people from the Holy Beach family left? The surrounding crowd starts whispering, Oh my God! The Holy Beach family? What's going on? Since when does a hero work as a cook? Hearing the whispers, Zeke's eyes drop as he quietly corrects them. It's not beach, it's bleach. And on that cryptic note, you and I are left hanging. The man's sneer widens. Oh, I know you. From that pathetic bitch family, your father came to my house begging for a job, and now his worthless son is selling this garbage on the street? Like father, like son. Some hero, you are a ramen-selling hero. That was the last straw. Demiurgos slams his chopsticks down on the table, making the two men jolt back in shock. Demiurgos turns, his voice ice cold. I think I hear a fly buzzing around here somewhere. The man shouts back. Huh? Did you just call me a fly? You want to get your head bashed in? Demiurgos says nothing more, simply raising his hand. The two thugs are still clueless. But as Demiurgos' hand clenches into a fist and his eyes turn deadly, he thinks, time to squash a few flies. The words barely leave his mind before the man is instantly slammed into the ground, not even having time to scream. A crater of pure horror is all that's left. The woman next to him screams in terror, scrambling to run away with tears and snot streaming down her face. But Demiurgos has no intention of letting her go. He raises his hand again, a mysterious black circle appearing in his palm. The woman is slowly sucked into the void. Demiurgos gently closes his fist, and the few strands of hair left behind simply vanish. Those who disrespect the heroes who risk their lives for them, Demiurgos says coldly, do not deserve to live in this world. Alex remains silent at his side, watching Demiurgos' every move. Ignoring the stunned gasps of everyone around them, Demiurgos turns back to his noodles and starts eating again. But just as he takes a bite, a piece of paper flies into his bowl. The note reads, a dragon has appeared at Lian Castle. You must depart immediately. And just like that, the real mission begins. Demiurgos leaps up, slams his chopsticks down, and yells cheerfully, hey, useless thing, close up the shop. Our first super important client has arrived. Time to make some money. Zeke stammers back. Ah, yes, sir. Under the bright moonlight, the sound of a speeding vehicle echoes through the night. Inside, Demiurgos, Zeke, and Alex are flying forward. Alex's gaze lands on Zeke's trembling hands. Zeke looks back at the relaxed Demiurgos behind them, unsure of what to say. Alex's eyes are still fixed on him. Unable to hold back, he asks, are you nervous, Zeke? The boy scratches his head, admitting hesitantly. Yeah, I guess so. I never thought I'd have to face an orc or a goblin, let alone a dragon. Before meeting you and Master Demiurgos, I wouldn't have dared to even dream of it. After a moment of silence, Zeke continues. You might not believe this, but every time I look at Master Demiurgos, I feel this insane confidence coming from him, like he's thinking, it's just a dragon, what's the big deal? But me? If I saw one, I'd probably be too scared to even move. Hearing this, Alex smiles, saying something that confuses Zeke. It's good to be scared, Zeke. No matter how you feel, Lord Demiurgos chose you to be the hero. You may not always feel worthy, but you are definitely the one leading this adventure. So, have some confidence. Zeke blushes, stammering. Yes, Alex encourages him. You're the leader. You can't be talking so weakly. Toughen up. The group continues to race down the road. A moment later, Alex shouts, all right, this turn here. We're almost at the castle. He yanks the wheel and the vehicle takes a sharp turn without slowing down, making Zeke squeeze his eyes shut and hold on for dear life. Okay, you and I are seeing this for the first time, and yeah, it's absolutely massive. When he slowly opens his eyes, a colossal castle stands before them, encircled by a giant white dragon. The beast is covered in what looks like head lice, roaring in agony. Zeke looks up, completely stunned by the sight. The dragon already destroyed the castle? What about the people inside? Lying in the back, Demiurgos points in one direction, his voice utterly bored. Calm down, they've all gathered over there. Alex chimes in. A castle this big must have a few G-rank heroes. They probably helped everyone escape safely. So don't worry, Demiurgos lets out a long yawn and says, the stage is set, and the audience is here. It's showtime. Get ready, useless thing. Zeke breaks into a cold sweat but doesn't dare to argue. Before the castle, shouts and curses fill the air. Damn it, where did that dragon come from? Is this the end of the world? The townspeople huddle on cliffs, their faces red and numb from the biting cold. Get warm blankets for the injured. It's so cold, I feel like I'm going to die. In the chaos, an overweight man prays endlessly. Oh Lord, please make this storm stop. Have you forsaken us? From the distance, another voice calls out. Even the king left us to fend for ourselves, so why wouldn't the gods abandon us too? In another corner, someone else complains, it's so hot. It feels like a sauna in here. On his throne, the king sits while members of the Holy See use magic to fight off the cold. The king scratches his face, annoyed. Hey, you heroes, go find the creator. It's too hot. We need to go back to the castle now. An old priest steps forward to report. They were probably killed by the dragon, Your Majesty. I can't contact any of them. The king snaps. What? Then you'll have to handle it yourself. If this keeps up, I'll die from the heat. Suddenly, a shout rings out. Move, get out of the way. The king stops, startled. Zeke appears heroically on the chariot driven by Alex. The people cheer. The hero is here. The king leans back, staring at Zeke in surprise. Zeke's eyes gleam as the chariot flies over the king's head. The shocked monarch can only mutter, A hero? Really? You're just some pervert in his underwear holding a mop. The king screams in fury. They're running away. Get them. The protective barrier breaks, letting in a blast of cold wind. Freezing, the king yells, Hey, it's freezing. Put the spell back up, now. The old priest kneels on the ground, too weak to disobey. The king's face turns red as he rages. How dare you jump over my head? I hope the dragon eats you alive. Outside, a young boy is held tightly by his mother in the blizzard. He points, Mom, look. She follows his finger, asking, What is it, honey? Before them, the chariot speeds towards the dragon and the castle. The boy asks, Is that guy really fighting a dragon in just his underwear, Mom? The people around them watch, mouths agape in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Don't tell me he's the hero who's going to defeat the dragon and save us all. On the chariot, Zeke is trembling, his legs knocking together. He looks back at the two behind him and sighs. This is so embarrassing, and it's freezing on top of being humiliating. Zeke grits his teeth, looking at the frozen people around them, thinking, So many of them. They couldn't escape, they're all gone. Zeke suddenly looks up, noticing something important. They're almost there, just a short distance from the dragon. Right then, Demiurgos speaks up. Alex, useless thing, get ready. Lying comfortably on the chariot, he calmly states, The plan is the same. Useless thing, you'll stand where everyone can see you. And trust me, you're not going to want to miss how this absolutely insane plan plays out. Alex, you'll catch that so-called champion and drop it right in front of the loser. Then the loser finishes it with one spear thrust. Understood? Zeke, his nose running from the cold, thinks to himself, I knew it, this plan is way too familiar. Demiurgos, still lazing on the cart, turns to remind Alex, especially you, Alex. Don't mess around like last time and make me step in. Alex replies with total reverence, Don't worry, my lord. Then, he waves his hand, tearing open a purple rift in space and slowly rises. He reveals his full demon form, standing on the cart and declaring, Last time, this humble servant struggled a bit because I wasn't paying attention to their condition, but I won't make the same mistake twice. Suddenly, Demiurgos' voice rings out, stopping Alex. Don't kill it, Demiurgos commands coldly. Capture it alive for me. Alex's face twists into a menacing expression as he replies, Yes, my lord. In that case, I'll just beat it half to death. He then turns to Zeke, who's shivering and hugging himself in a corner. Alex takes off his helmet, warning him, That dragon is huge, so things are about to get a little messy. Make sure you stand firm and stay put, okay? Immediately after, Alex steps into the spatial rift he created, leaving one last sentence. Well then, see you later. Zeke frantically calls after him. A little messy? Stand firm? Sir Alex? Demiurgos then orders Zeke, Stop the cart, you loser. He lazily waves a hand. I'm going to take a nap here. Go deal with that dragon quickly. Zeke hesitates, but he's terrified of Demiurgos. The dragon's roar in the distance terrifies Zeke. He hugs himself tightly and timidly asks, Could you please come with me? In his heart, he's thinking, I knew it. I'm going to be scared to death when I have to face that thing. On the castle tower, the headliners are clinging to the dragon's body. Hearing the call, they all turn their eyes toward the source. Alex appears from the rift, hovering in midair. His gaze is locked on, slowly approaching the dragon. The headliners seem to sense the incoming danger. They instantly harden, forming sharp spikes and launching themselves at Alex. But here's where we see his skill. With effortless agility, Alex weaves from one spot to another, dodging everything. Even if they touch his face or any part of his body, they're obliterated by his power. After a few exchanges, the dragon lets go of the castle and crashes to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of snow. Zeke stands nearby. Watching the dragon fall, his hands are shaking. In the biting wind, he clutches his spear, teeth gritted, unable to speak, but inside, his heart is pounding with excitement. Incredible. but the thick smoke cloud blocks Zeg's view, and he wonders, has it started yet? He quickly turns, calculating. I need to find a spot where Sir Alex can easily see me. Suddenly, Demiurgos calls out, loser. At the same time, Zeg grabs his wooden shield. Before he can figure out what's happening, Demiurgos, still lying on the cart, explains, don't you always carry this shield with you? A hero should at least have a shield. Isn't this your father's? Demiurgos points at the shield, and a purple energy envelops it. Zeg stares at the shield, now wrapped in Demiurgos' magic, completely confused. Demiurgos explains, it's a protective magic barrier. It can even block a dragon's breath. Hearing this, Zeg is so moved he's about to cry, ready to speak his heart. Oh my lo, but before he can finish, he realizes Demiurgos is already fast asleep. Zeg quickly jumps off the cart, not forgetting to wish. Sleep well, Lord Demiurgos. I will definitely do a good job this time. He has to get to the right spot quickly so Sir Alex won't have to wait. He looks around, searching for a place that's easy to spot, high up and centrally located. Very quickly, he finds the perfect spot. Zeg rushes toward his chosen location. Running so fast, he carelessly trips and tumbles like a ball the rest of the way. At the same time, the dragon slowly gets back up, roaring in agony. The annoyed headliners let out a few growls, but Alex shows no mercy, stomping hard on them. His hands are like blades, relentlessly slashing at the creatures. His expression is cold, his attacks absolutely ruthless. Suddenly, one of the headliners' eyes changes, glowing a fiery red, and right after, it launches a surprise attack on Alex, catching him off guard and forcing him back a few steps. Now, on the dragon's body, the other headliners have completely vanished. It roars, flying straight into the sky, kicking up a blizzard of snow. Just then, a massive hand appears from the thick smoke. It immediately clamps down on the flying dragon's mouth as Alex appears, leaping into the air. He flies straight for the dragon, his eyes filled with grim determination, a murderous aura radiating from him as he stares it down. As he gets closer, he uses his magic, and countless purple arms appear behind his back. His demonic eyes become even more pronounced. Alex unleashes his technique without hesitation, and the dragon, unable to resist, plummets from the sky, causing a series of shockwaves. Hit by such a powerful force, it groans in pain. Alex, one of his arms now monstrously transformed, slowly approaches the fallen dragon. You recover quickly, he mutters. Is it because of your size? The dragon just keeps roaring as if trying to answer. Without hesitation, Alex raises his hand. Time to end this, he decides. From a distance, Zeg witnesses Alex defeat the dragon and is completely stunned. Absolutely incredible, Zeg whispers, watching from his perch on a rock. It's terrifying up here. Sir Alex is handling that dragon all by himself. Suddenly, Zeg's eyes go wide. Is that the A-rank hunter? He looks behind him where the townspeople are cheering. A hero! The hero saved us! Zeg is confused. He's winning? We're saved? Go, hero! The gods have heard our prayers. All the townspeople are shouting, moved to tears. Hearing them chant hero, Zeg is completely shocked. They're cheering for me, he realizes. The cheers grow louder and louder. You can do it, go. But to Zeg, Alex is the only real hero here. Unlike me, who's just standing here shaking, Zeg thinks to himself, I'm pathetic. I want to be a hero like him, saving people and bringing them hope. Lost in thought, Zeg suddenly hears a cry for help. Please, save me! He quickly looks toward the sound. A person is about to be frozen solid, with only half their face visible, pleading, Please save me, Sir Hero. Elsewhere, the dragon's tail whips violently, forcing Alex to fly back to dodge. The tail smashes into an ice shard, shattering it to pieces. Zeg hears the noise and quickly turns his head back to the fight. Ice shards rain down on Alex's position, forcing him to keep dodging. Alex, looking displeased, mutters something under his breath. The dragon's foot slams down, kicking up more snow. It lets out a reality-shaking roar, then speaks in an untranslatable language. Alex stares intently at the dragon. So, you can recover infinitely as long as the host isn't dead. A parasite, then? Alex assesses coldly. You're basically a zombie dragon. The dragon's massive foot hits the ground. It changes direction, roaring in agony. Headliners begin popping up all over its body, and Alex realizes something. You and I just figured it out with him. They can clone themselves endlessly once they're off the host. A true zombie dragon, still standing strong after all of Alex's attacks. A cold glint appears in Alex's eyes. If killing it isn't an option, there's only one thing left to do, dismember it. The dragon digs its claws into the earth, then explodes into the sky with a roar that shakes the entire region. Its jaws gape open, rocketing straight for the cliff where Alex is standing. Without a moment's hesitation, Alex unleashes his 100 hands technique. Now watch this. From behind Alex, countless arms sprout from his back, coiling together into a massive fist just as the beast closes in. The punch carries terrifying power, smashing the dragon straight into the ground. But he's not done. Alex immediately follows up with his 100 demon hands technique. Gigantic fists relentlessly pummel the dragon, then merge into one, wrapping tight around its neck and slowly hoisting it into the air. Through it all, Alex remains completely focused on his magic. The dragon spews a powerful blast of Arctic frost that shakes the very heavens. Zeke, watching from a distance, gets caught in the shockwave and is thrown back, crashing hard into the snow. He gasps in pain, struggling for air. Meanwhile, the countless arms envelop Alex completely. His eyes flash with cold resolve as he declares, "It ends here." The massive hand constricts, crushing the dragon's throat and forcing a scream of pure agony. Alex's eyes snap open as he uses the 100 demon hands. 3 forms technique. The single hand instantly splits into 3, shooting off in different directions. 2 of them immediately pin the dragon's massive wings. It's a spectacular sight. The dragon is completely immobilized. It shrieks in pain, but Alex shows no mercy, slamming it to the ground and yelling, "Reverse flow, Danji!" The giant fist rears back one last time, then slams down without mercy the great demon's sunset fist. From a distance, the villagers watch the dragon fall, absolutely stunned. Zeke is frozen in place, just watching it all unfold. And this right here is where a hero has to make a choice. He scrambles towards the cries for help, thinking, "I have to save them." When he gets there, he finds someone shivering violently from the cold. He tries to calm them. "Don't worry, I'll get you both out of here right now." The moment Zeke touches the ice, a piercing cold shoots through him. So cold, he gasps, and then he sees him a young man, lifeless. He died trying to save the woman. The woman's voice is faint as she holds out a child, its face red and covered in tears, pleading, "Please, save the child." Hearing the baby cry, Zeke grabs a broom handle and starts smashing it against the ice. His desperate strikes shatter the block as he urges them. "Just hold on a little longer. I'll get you out now," he says, but thinks, "Damn it, I have to leave the father behind to save the mother and child." Meanwhile, the battle between Alex and the dragon rages on. Zeke makes a quick calculation. "Lord Alex will be here soon. I have to hurry." Just then, a white light begins to glow from the dragon, and the villagers scream in terror, "That light! Get away, Lord Hero! That's the same light that destroyed our castle." The light intensifies, pulsing outwards like a shockwave right for Zeke. He quickly raises the enchanted shield from Demiurgos to block it, but it doesn't hold for long. The shield shatters into a million pieces, launching him several meters back. The distant villagers can only watch in horror as the wave of light rushes toward them, letting out helpless screams. Even the Dark King feels the chilling air, crying out, "It's so cold!" Shards of ice begin forming all over the dragon, causing it to roar in agony. But Alex stands firm, completely unfazed, and you have to ask, how is he so calm? "It's tough maintaining this skin I've saved for a battle 20,000 years from now," he sighs. So annoying. Zeke, now buried in a snowdrift, lets out a weak groan. He slowly opens his eyes, realizing he's still alive, likely thanks to Lord Demiurgos' barrier magic. So cold, he shivers. Suddenly, his eyes shoot wide open as he remembers the child. He struggles to sit up, frantically scanning the snow-covered ground. He sees the baby, still crying, and relief floods him. The child's alive. Then he sees the mother, broken but still clutching her baby tight. "Damn it," he curses. "Hang on, I'm coming." But as he tries to get up, something feels terribly wrong. He looks down and discovers the horrifying truth: both his legs are shattered by the frost, and one arm is just as broken. The ice encasing the dragon begins to crack and shift. The villagers see it and stumble back in fear. "It's getting back up!" Someone screams, "Lord Hero, run!" But Zeke just clenches his fist, his knuckles white. He thinks, "I have to save that child. I'm a hero. I might be a failure, but I will save you." The villagers' desperate cries echo around him. "Lord Hero, look out, this way!" But Zeke only pushes forward, crawling toward the child, his heart set. "Maybe I can't save everyone like other heroes," he tells himself, "but I swear I am going to save you." Meanwhile, Alex watches the dragon, preparing for another attack, then scoffs. "Don't you realize that power is useless against me? This is why humans always exploit you. "You foolish dragon god." The white light from the dragon explodes again, even more violently than before. Zeke shields the child with his body, but the immense force blasts him high into the air. Zeke's eyes are squeezed shut as his body is buried deep in the freezing snow. Suddenly, a fur cloak drapes over him. Surprised, Zeke slowly forces his eyes open. He looks up at the figure standing before him, who muses aloud, "I truly don't understand it. Why do they think they can possibly defeat me? They're as fragile as candles in the wind. And yet, they still sacrifice themselves to save others. Did we really lose to them 6,500 years ago? This human race. I'll never understand them," Demiurgos mutters. Zeke looks up at him and manages a weak smile. "Lord Demiurgos, I'm sorry I wasn't on time. I'll do better next time," Zeke says, before finally succumbing to his injuries and collapsing. Later, he opens his eyes in a daze, letting out small, pained noises. A moment later, his eyes flutter shut again, but then he bolts upright, his body wrapped tightly in bandages. That dragon! What happened to the dragon? He frantically scans the partially destroyed room. Is this Lord Demiurgos' chamber? He scratches his head, confused. Wait, why am I here? Did I pass out? Then his eyes go wide, fixating on his heavily bandaged arm. Zeke's jaw drops in shock. He quickly throws the blanket aside, revealing his legs completely stitched back together. I thought I was crippled for good. How is this possible? Zeke mutters. And just as we're all wondering the same thing, a voice cuts in. Oh, so these dragon gods aren't so bad after all. Guess these things aren't as useless as I thought, huh? Yes, I suppose so, Zeke replies, instantly recognizing the voice of Demiurgos. He quickly sits up and looks down, calling out, Lord Demiurgos? Zeke's eyes go wide at the sight before him. Hearing his name, Demiurgos looks up from a massive pile of weapons and gives him a nod. Yo, you're finally awake. Zeke raises a bandaged arm, completely baffled. Yeah, but my body, how? Oh, wait, before that, the dragon. No, the child. How is the child? So many questions, Zeke thought out loud. Demiurgos just smiled faintly. The dragon and the child are dealt with, so you don't need to worry. If you're rested up, get down here and clean this mess up. We still have a store to open, don't we? Useless thing? Hearing those words, Zeke's face went completely blank for a second. Then, he broke into a happy grin, thinking to himself, just seeing his face makes all my worries disappear. And so, they continued taking quests from the dragon god. Zeke stands firm on their familiar cart, ready to battle the ferocious dragons. All around them, terrified townspeople scream, Run! Somebody save me! Demiurgos, standing right beside him, points towards Zeke and gives a calm order. Useless thing. Attack. Immediately, Zeke yells towards Alex. Sir Alex, I'm ready. Alex, flying down from a purple magic circle, dives to attack the dragon before him. With lightning speed, he takes the beast down in one clean, decisive strike. Every time they kill a dragon, someone appears out of nowhere to carry the corpse away, though nobody knows how they do it. From the ground, Zeke looks up and calls out, Master! Demiurgos, just waking up, rubs his eyes and looks down, confused. While he's busy picking his nose, a sword falls from the sky right in front of him, followed by a whole arsenal of weapons that makes him look up. He realizes Zeke is happily hauling the new equipment. The morning after slaying the dragon, a mountain of weapons appears. Seeing Zeke's hard work, Demiurgos gives him a satisfied thumbs up. And just like that, they continued their journey. A brilliantly colored dragon appears right in front of Zeke. Completely used to this by now, Zeke calmly scans for the perfect spot and yells, Sir Alex! Hearing the call, Alex launches into the air, and with a single blow, sends the dragon crashing back to Earth. Meanwhile, Demiurgos is still passed out, completely oblivious to the world. And again, more weapons appear as the horse-drawn cart keeps rolling down the road. During a snow dragon hunt, Demiurgos casually tosses a light bomb, finishing the creature with ease. Everything just kept repeating, a dragon gets killed, and weapons appear. As the cart speeds along, a lazy Demiurgos keeps on sleeping, not a care in the world, and sure enough, more weapons appear in front of their home the next day. One evening, under a blazing red sunset, Zeke is busy selling noodles to the local townsfolk. At his stall, Demiurgos and Alex are hunched over, wolfing down their bowls. Stick with me, because this is where a small piece of paper changes everything. Just as Demiurgos is focused on his food, a note flutters right into his bowl. It reads, Sandcastle has appeared. With his mouth still full of noodles, Demiurgos stands up and shouts one word, Go! They immediately jump onto the cart and head towards the new dragon. Just like always, Demiurgos is lounging around, half asleep and ignoring his surroundings. But then, suddenly, his eyes snap wide open as he commands, "Attack!" In a chaotic battle, Zeke faces a vicious dragon swarmed by headliners, its mouth wide open as if to swallow him whole. And as if that wasn't enough, he also has to deal with a terrifying fire dragon. With incredible speed and skill, Zeke leaps high into the air, unleashes his Demiurgos technique, and lands a critical blow so fast the dragon can't react. It can only let out a pathetic scream before collapsing. One by one, the dragons fall at Zeke's hand, unable to fight back against his relentless barrage of attacks. After the fierce battle, Zeke collects a massive haul of priceless weapons. His legs still wrapped in bandages, he limps off the battlefield, his entire body drenched in blood. Behind him lies the still corpse of a freshly slain dragon. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd shouts, "It's the Dragon Hunter! The gods must have sent him! He saved Doria Castle, and now he's here to save our village! He's so cool!" Meanwhile, Demiurgos stands off to the side, watching Zeke slowly approach. "You did well, useless thing," he says with a hint of praise. Zeke high-fives Demiurgos, a huge, happy smile on his face. The reputation of Zeke and his team spreads like wildfire, making them the most famous crew in the region. The three of them, Alex, Demiurgos, and Zeke, all look toward the horizon. Alex speaks up. "So, is it finally done? You and I are about to witness the grand opening of the very first branch of the Demon's weapon shop." And just like that, the store is officially open for business. Inside the magnificent space, thousands of weapons glitter on display racks. Zeke can't help but gasp in awe. "Oh my God, this place is so luxurious, Sir Demiurgos." Demiurgos, hands in his pockets, turns to Alex with a compliment. "I never expected the interior to be this beautiful. You two must have worked really hard. There's no doubt no weapon shop in this region can compare, not even the big guilds." Demiurgos flashes a wicked grin. "Oh, is that so? In any case, you two will be the ones managing this store." Alex and Zeke are stunned. "Us? But what about you, sir?" Demiurgos clasps his hands behind his head and smirks. "Hey, have you ever seen a boss do the actual work? I just want to sit back and count the money, and if you're still hesitant, I'll just say that you two were the ones eager to manage the store, not me. Am I wrong?" After hearing their agreement, Demiurgos relaxes and lets out a cheerful laugh. "Well, that settles it then," he says. "Work hard and make this shop grow." Just then, a voice calls out, "Sir Demiurgos." Demiurgos stops laughing and turns to see Zeke, who's scratching his head shyly. Can I continue working at the stall after I'm done here? I still need to earn money for my twin siblings' tuition fees." Demiurgos answers immediately, "Whatever, do what you want." Then he turns to Alex and gives an order. "Alex, go get the item I requested." That evening at the weapon shop, under a sky stained red by the sunset, the three of them gather to inspect the item that was just brought in. Zeke can't hold back his astonishment, letting out a whoa. The item in the case ceaselessly radiates a dark, purple aura. "It's incredible," Zeke whispers. Demiurgos steps forward and lifts the shield. As his hand touches it, flashes of purple light flare up. He holds up the shield and turns to Alex. "Read it." Alex begins to recite in a steady voice, "Doom's Lagoon. Forged from dragon scales obtained as a hunt reward, combined with emeralds, rubies, and exquisite craftsmanship. This is an SS rank shield, worthy of being used only by true heroes. It was forged by 2M, the #1 blacksmith of the underworld." Alex continues, "This item can withstand 3 to 4 attacks from a demon king, and can even block their ultimate moves. As rumored, the dwarves truly are master artisans." In reality, the underworld Alex mentioned referred to the demon realm, but Zeke misunderstood it as the dwarf race. Zeke struggles to catch the shield as Demiurgos tosses it to him. "Hey, useless thing, hold on tight," Demiurgos says. Suddenly, a blinding purple light flashes before Zeke, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. When his vision returns, he's horrified to find himself in a dark space with no beginning and no end. Where am I?" Zeke breaks out in a cold sweat, spinning around searching and calling out, "Sir Demiurgos." A grim voice echoes around him. "A human? Are you the one who called me?" Zeke whips his head around toward the source of the voice. A colossal, blood-red eye appears behind him, identical to the one on the shield. And that's where we leave it, because what happens next is a game changer. The eye slowly introduces itself. "My name is Doom's Lagoon. I shall accept you as my master, until the flames of my life turn to ash." Zeg's jaw hits the floor as he stares at his own hands, stammering, Master, you and I are about to see this is no ordinary shield, as it suddenly unleashes a blinding light, forcing Zeg to cover his face. When he opens his eyes, he's back in the weapon shop, completely bewildered. Lord Doom, where are you? He calls out, but only Demiurgos' cold voice replies, It's coming. Block it, Zeg. Zeg just stands there, his face a mask of confusion, with no idea what's happening. Without warning, Demiurgos casually flicks his wrist, sending a massive blast of power hurtling toward Zeg. Face pale with terror, Zeg frantically throws the shield up to defend himself. The eye on the shield instantly glows, blocking the attack, but the force is just too much. Zeg is sent flying backwards, shattering a brick wall as he crashes right through it. Watching from the sidelines, Alex screams, My God, what kind of boss destroys his own brand new shop? But Demiurgos just shrugs calmly. Relax. It was just a little test. From the pile of rubble, Zeg's hand emerges. He crawls out, holding the shield with a massive grin, shouting, Lord Demiurgos, this shield is absolutely incredible. It's so amazing, even an A-class, maybe even a G-class hero would kill for it. Demiurgos nods, looking pleased. Even at 1/100th its true size, I bet it could stop my spear of ruin. He then coldly calls out, You worthless thing, to which Zeg cheerfully replies, Yes, sir. Demiurgos then drops a bombshell that leaves Zeg speechless. From now on, it's yours. We need you to use better equipment because you're just too damn weak. I'll be adding things one by one, and we're starting with this. Zeg is moved to his core. Really? He asks. At that moment, a single tear falls onto the shield, leaving Demiurgos and Alex completely stunned. Zeg clutches the shield, tears streaming down his face. Giving an amazing shield like this to a useless, low-level nobody, is that really okay? Demiurgos watches him, silent for a moment, before gently affirming, It is. Those two words send Zeg right over the edge, the tears now flowing uncontrollably. He hugs the shield like a treasure, a snotty, teary mess, caressing it. Even in a million years, I couldn't dream of this. It's the greatest shield in the world. Demiurgos just deadpans, you moron. I wasn't even hitting you, so stop crying. And now, let's jump to the Akoma Fortress. It lies in ruins, but inside, a band of thugs is feasting, drinking, and laughing like madmen. The leader raises a hand dripping with gold rings. Man, all this bling is heavy, he sneers. You guys gathered a nice haul. Who knew the old fool was hoarding so much? Can't take it with you when you're dead. That geezer had no soul. He then glances down at Princess Apro, kneeling motionlessly on the ground, his voice dripping with scorn. Am I right, Princess Apro? With that, he slumps onto the throne, laughing victoriously. But amidst the chaos, a strange pair of boots appears. The crowd freezes, all eyes turning toward the entrance. A shadowed figure emerges from the doorway. Silently, he walks straight toward the stairs. His presence instantly quiets the hall, as every single eye locks onto him. He moves with an unnatural speed, scanning every corner of the room before heading to the second floor, muttering to himself, Not this place. He returns to the main hall, his fluid movements causing even the drunkest bandits to stop and stare. He weaves through bodies on the floor, stops in the center, and kneels, placing one hand on the ground as if sensing something. From the main gate to this spot, there are absolutely no signs of a fight. The leader on the throne looks down, his face finally revealed. He smirks and says, Hey, don't mind us. Please, continue with what you were doing. In response, the man crouches, then explodes upwards, landing right in the leader's face and scaring him speechless. He touches the ground, his eyes glowing green. It was just a single explosion, right here. Then he springs to his feet, staring directly at the bandit leader. And trust me, you can feel the absolute pressure building in this room. He muses aloud. The mountains look like they were sliced in half under the full moon. Can a human even do that? Terrified, the leader grits his teeth and screams, Get this bastard out of here. His soldiers roar in unison. Yes, sir. The mysterious man simply raises a hand in warning. Don't move. It's dangerous. Your lives are still valuable, aren't they? But the soldiers charge anyway. He just points a finger to the sky, wagging it side to side. Creations of the Lord shouldn't act like this. Instantly, a flash of light severs their legs, too fast for them to even react. He points at the remaining soldiers. Stay still, unless you want to end up just like them. The leader points a trembling finger. Magic. What is going on? Who are you? The mysterious man keeps smiling brightly. The higher-ups are quite concerned about the recent events here. A terrible incident occurred, so I was sent to investigate. I expect your full cooperation on their behalf. The leader nods as the glistening demon fortress appears in frame. I am a representative of the Lord, a savior. The bandit leader, a man once hailed as a holy savior himself, is now scared into complete silence. The man steps closer, his smile turning menacing. If you already know who I am, I won't waste words. Why don't you just confess? What happened that day? Who did it? And what did they use? And why? The rapid-fire questions fill the leader's eyes with pure terror. He's frozen, unable to utter a single word. He doesn't wait for an answer. To destroy a Coma fortress, one of the largest, in a flash and leave no trace. Quite a feat. The leader grits his teeth, shaking as he forces out the words, I don't know anything. I only heard rumors from merchants that he had white hair. They said they saw a suspicious white-haired man entering and leaving the city gate that morning. Shortly after, they heard screaming, and then the entire fortress just exploded. At these words, the mysterious man's eyes flash with a green light, terrifying the leader even more. That's all I know. Only the Lord knows what happened after that, because everyone inside the fortress was killed. Suddenly, the man breaks into a knowing smile, as if he's put it all together. He turns to leave, saying, "Thank you for the information." But the leader screams, "He was this place's savior. You don't get it. Akoma may be the greatest fortress in the world, but it was built on the blood and tears of common folk. So that white-haired man, he was the savior sent by the Lord to kill that tyrant and help us reclaim what is ours. He's the true savior." The investigator turns back, eyes glinting. A very moving speech. However, we will have to determine whether he was truly sent by the Lord, or is merely a part of some demonic fallen force. He raises his ring-covered hand. One more thing. Without hesitating, he snaps his fingers, instantly slicing the bandit in two. How dare you insult his grace? Die. The scene shifts. A familiar pair of feet stomps on some defeated hotliners. There you are, you damn germ. A voice chimes in. It's a parasite, not a germ. Same thing. Anyway, report the location and let the Golden Divine Dragon handle the rest. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. With everything settled, the two of them walk off across the green grass. Demiurgos crosses his arms behind his head, sighing to Alex. At first this was fun, but with this much going on, isn't it becoming a serious problem for the dragons? At this point, the gold dragon should have just put her foot down and ended it all. She claims to be a mechanical dragon, after all. Alex begins to explain that her inability to care for herself likely comes from being in a mortal human body. I'm not entirely certain, but I think she's connected to the records in the space-time library. That's where the world's history, recognized by the gods, has been stored for ages. While normal memories and texts can be easily manipulated by magic, once a record is locked in the space-time library, it can never be changed. It becomes irrefutable, ironclad proof. Hearing this, Demiurgos finally starts to understand the gold dragon's actions. She's terrified of those records. Maybe her appearance here is a secret that should never have been revealed. But why? Demiurgos wonders. How could a normal person like me understand the personal issues of dragons? As they approach the carriage, Demiurgos sees Zeke leaning against it with his eyes closed and mutters, "Is this good-for-nothing sleeping again?" Alex just smiles gently. He's probably just tired. But Demiurgos looks at Alex, confused, seeing all the blood on Zeka's clothes. Alex explains, he's acting like it was nothing, but he just faced a dragon that even an S-rank hero would struggle to defeat. To pull that off, maybe only he could have done it. Now, pay attention here. Zeke actually learned how to defend against and fight that thing. Suddenly, Demiurgos spots something and exclaims, "Look at the shield next to him. Why is it wrapped in cloth?" The wind blows softly as Alex's calm voice explains, he says he always treasures that shield because it's important. He's going to give it to his younger brother when he becomes a hero. That idiot keeps telling him to just use it and buy his brother a new one. Demiurgos just walks ahead and says, "Let's get going. Just toss him in the carriage and let him sleep." As the moon rises, they continue their journey. Suddenly, Demiurgos breaks the silence. He's still not letting go, is he? Demiurgos looks back at Zeke sleeping soundly, bandages still wrapped around his limbs as he clutches the shield. Alex says, "I thought those doctors did a half-assed job, but it seems they were serious. If you're going to chop something off, you better know how to reattach it. I bet they've had plenty of practice." Demiurgos smiles, full of curiosity. Do you think if he had a better start in life, he would have become a great hero? His sense of responsibility is off the charts. With a real chance, he definitely could. Alex bursts out laughing, retorting, "Don't say such ridiculous things. If that were true, in 20 years, the two of you would become enemies." Demiurgos points to himself, shocked. "Why would I do that to that fool?" Because I'm supposed to walk the path of the Demon Lord? What are you talking about? Just one look and it's obvious I'm more like a hero's trusty companion than a Demon Lord's, right? But then Demiurgos wonders, if things were different, could Zeke truly become a hero for humanity? Alex immediately shuts him down. That's impossible. He's not from the O generation. His gaze turns sharp. That is the natural law of this world. The final hero must be born in the 5th generation. A normal person has a child at 20, then their child has one at 20, and so on. By the time the 5th generation child turns 20, exactly 1 century will have passed, which is also when a demon lord descends. That child will be the one to challenge us, and then the O generation cycle repeats. In each cycle, only one person can become the hero. A 4th generation kid like Zeke could never be one, only his child might have a chance. After hearing all this, Demiurgos bursts out laughing, leaving Alex completely baffled. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and you're right, this is absolutely insane. Demiurgos looks up at the darkening sky, thinking, every century, when the Demon Lord tries to invade, a hero is born. That's just the rule of this world. The moon is high, and Demiurgos' laughter gets louder, full of mockery. How ridiculous. Alex is speechless, sitting in silence. After a moment, he speaks up. Sir, can you now tell me why you left and refused to become the Demon Lord? Demiurgos avoids Alex's gaze, playing innocent. Did I not tell you? I haven't? He brings a hand to his mouth, pretending to think. Really? I wonder why I haven't told you. How would I know? Then Demiurgos glances away and says, well, it's nothing really. I just didn't want to be the Demon Lord because… Before he can finish, something explodes in the sky, flying right over their heads and lighting up the entire area. Demiurgos looks toward the light and realizes, isn't that an airship? It looks like one belonging to the royal nobles. Alex spots a red dragon circling the ship and quickly reports, it's being attacked by a dragon. Demiurgos is surprised. A dragon again? Are they that common in this world? Suddenly, Alex's face turns pale as he whispers, how can this be? Flames are burning away the emblem on the ship, but not before Alex's sharp eyes catch it. That symbol is the Holy Yggdrasil, the crest of a pure-blooded lineage. That's a legendary family, one that has produced hundreds of heroes with the noblest of pure bloodlines. I don't understand why 2 species that have been allies for thousands of years are now trying to kill each other. Nothing makes sense lately. Abruptly, Demiurgos calls out, Hey, Alex! He startles and turns back. What is it? Trust me, you're gonna want to see where this goes. Demiurgos points to the mountain where the airship just crashed and says with excitement, Let's go check out the drama. The airship, dangling from a cliff, explodes from below. A squad of dozens of men is trying to pull a massive cart. Hey, be careful not to catch fire. Move faster. Damn it, why is this thing so heavy? One man shouts, 1, 2, and the soldiers heave their shields onto their shoulders, pulling the rope with all their might. Suddenly, a loud snap echoes as the ropes break, sending rocks flying everywhere. The bandit leader turns around, his face beet red. You idiots! I told you to be careful and not to damage it. The soldiers fall to the ground, not daring to talk back. Yes, sir! The leader doesn't stop, his rage boiling over. His face contorts, teeth grinding. You absolute fools! The squad scrambles back to their feet and immediately lifts the cargo. The leader mutters. Do they have any idea how much this is worth? Lift it. If there's a single scratch, I'll have all your heads. Before he can finish, a deafening explosion erupts from behind him. His face goes white as he whips around to look. A red-eyed dragon is now hovering in the sky, fire blazing furiously, painting the whole area red. The leader panics. We've been spotted. The dragon gets closer and closer, fire spewing from its mouth and nostrils. It's coming this way. The leader's face darkens as he yells out orders to his troops. That beast is after this cargo. Stop it at all costs. Archers, mages, get ready. After a unified yes, sir, the entire squad gets into position. Archers draw their bows, arrows at the ready. Mages gather their power, their eyes as sharp as the arrowheads. All right, let's dive right into the action. As a dragon closes in, fire blazing, prompting the bandit leader to scream, Fire! The archers let loose, sending a volley of arrows flying straight towards the beast. The mages join in, unleashing their dark energy as bolts of lightning shoot through the air, but it's all completely useless against the creature. The dragon just opens its massive jaw and unleashes a torrent of flames. The fierce inferno blasts the bandits, sending the leader scrambling for cover as he desperately shields his head from falling debris. After its fiery display, the dragon spreads its wings and flies off, leaving the furious bandit leader cursing into the air. Damn it! After fuming for a moment, he snaps back to his senses, turning to his men. Is the package still safe? An archer quickly replies, Yes, sir, no problems here. Ignoring the groans of his injured men, the leader peeks at the cargo and breathes a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But suddenly, he looks up, his face twisting in horror. That fire-breathing dragon from before, it's circling back around. The fat leader screams in a panic. It's coming back! The moment of peace is shattered as he breaks into a cold sweat. That thing's still a juvenile. Make sure you hit it this time. The archers quickly get into position alongside the mages, aiming their weapons skyward. But the dragon shows no fear, just opening its mouth even wider as it dives straight for them. The leader nearly bursts a lung, screaming a countdown. 3! But before he can continue, a voice cuts him off, making him whip his head around. Hey, get out of the way. Before the bandit can even react, the owner of that voice uses his head as a springboard and leaps into the air. He's so stunned and furious, his blood starts to boil. Wiping his face, he looks up to see a young, blonde-haired man standing before him, ready to face the dragon head-on. Like he's seeing a savior, the bandit's eyes light up as he shouts his name, Lord Vias. And here is where things get absolutely insane. Vias lands, and in a single move, the massive dragon is sliced in two, falling to the ground with a thud. He stands there, leaning on his gleaming sword. In a cold voice, he scoffs. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You would have died if you didn't dodge that, you idiot. The fat leader just scurries over, fawning over him. Ah, Lord Vias, we were about to handle it. No problem. Even if that dragon was just a juvenile, you are truly magnificent. Vias looks up with a slight frown. A dragon is a dragon. Why add that it was a juvenile? Forget it. Just clean my sword already, he says dismissively. Vias then gives another order, and get this area cleaned up. Call for more support. The bandit leader nods frantically while holding the sword, but before his smile can even form, Vias glares at him. If that item gets exposed, for any reason at all, your head will no longer be on your shoulders. A trembling, yes sir, echoes out as the leader bows deeply. You can be 100% assured. Suddenly, Vias freezes, his deep voice rumbling. What was that you just said? Down below, Demiurgos and Alex have already made their dramatic entrance. A fierce fire erupts behind them, stunning the archers as one of them yells out, Who are you people? Demiurgos strides forward and with one powerful kick, sends the tarp covering the cargo flying, his crimson eyes locking onto what's inside. Wait, what's this? You and I both know they called it an item, but it turns out to be another dragon. The beast's roar startles Demiurgos, but he stares right back into its eyes. So, there are normal dragons not infected by parasites? He glances back at Alex, who's standing right behind him. Ah, so that's why the small dragon was attacking. It was trying to save its mother. Alex nods. I believe so. Demiurgos lets out a sigh, his own eyes glowing red. Weren't you people planning to fight dragons, and you're part of a hero's family? Am I smelling a conspiracy here? Vias looks down at Demiurgos with pure disgust. Looks like I'll have to clean up a few more corpses. His blatant contempt just seems to amuse Demiurgos. Alex asks curiously, My lord, why are you provoking him? Demiurgos just chuckles softly. Aren't you curious about the skills of a hero's direct descendant? Vias turns to leave, tossing one last command over his shoulder. Take care of them. His words make the fat leader grin, but he quickly regains his composure and becomes arrogant. I don't know who you are, but you've seen something you shouldn't have. Men, get them. At his command, his entire army readies their weapons. With a single order, they charge. Demiurgos watches Vias walk away, utterly disappointed. He's just leaving like that? I had high hopes for a direct descendant of a hero. How boring. Alex, kill them all. When nothing happens, Alex says something that leaves Demiurgos both confused and pitied. Lord Demiurgos, aren't we supposed to be playing the role of the hero's allies? Demiurgos pouts. What does that have to do with anything? Alex asks, surprised. Isn't it bad for us to fight with a direct descendant while we're allies of the hero? Demiurgos nods. Now that you mention it, I see your point. Come to think of it, is he a holy just like Jax? Alex observes Vias. Yes, the hero's family are always holies, plus their names are a type of plant, showing they've been blessed. Demiurgos is even more curious. Was the first hero a tree or something? Why are they so obsessed with plant names? Alex patiently explains. They use the names of plants commonly grown in their territory, but Demiurgos is still lost. So what? It's not like they're a tree planting festival or something. How weird. Seeing the two of them just chatting, the fat leader explodes with rage. Those bastards are looking down on us. What are you doing? Kill them now! The mages immediately cast their spells as archers draw their bows. 3 colossal streams of power merge into one. The attack hasn't even landed, but the soldiers and mages are already staring back in absolute terror. Demiurge, however, is casually chatting. Oh, are they attacking us? They're pretty fast. Careful now, they might just wake someone up. The Fat Lord and the others scream in unison. What? When did they get there? Meanwhile, Alex is still trying to reason with Demiurgos. Killing them isn't hard. But are you sure this is okay? Demiurgos scowls. Why do you keep asking that? Alex shakes his head, glancing at the soldiers. Didn't I already tell you? Aren't you an ally of the hero? Demiurgos' eyes glow a furious, ghoulish red. So you want us to bow our heads, beg for forgiveness, and let them release us? Alex calmly points to the dragon. It's probably too late to beg for forgiveness now. We've already seen a secret this big. Demiurgos' jaw drops, unable to contain his rage as he yells right in Alex's face. So what do you want me to do? You're so annoying. Alex still insists they should both just run, but Demiurgos just scoffs back. Are you afraid of them? Hearing them still joking around, the fat leader's face turns beet red, veins popping on his forehead. That giant fuming tomato screams from his perch. You damn bastards! How long are you going to mess around? He points down, roaring, Kill them immediately! Below, the entire army roars back in unison. Yes, sir. Alex just calmly watches a mage charge straight for him. I didn't want to get involved with the hero's family, but it seems unavoidable. And trust me, as this thought crosses his mind, a colossal beam of light erupts from Alex's sharp gaze. On the other side of the mountain, the scenery is still beautiful, with a crimson sky filled with earth-shattering explosions that don't even seem to bother the horses. In fact, Jax is still fast asleep. Alex and Demiurgos stand fearlessly, completely surrounded by the aggressive army. Unfazed, they hear the clatter of footsteps as a mage performs a spectacular leap into the air, points at Demiurgos, and yells, Fire Fist! All right, let's jump right in. Alex unleashes a blood-red glare, and one soldier instantly shatters into black fragments. The next guy doesn't even know what hits him as Alex's sharp gaze finishes the job. To Alex, these soldiers are nothing more than annoying flies. He turns his back, and another head goes flying. The rest of the army stares in horror, taking a step back. But Alex gives them no time for regret. One after another, they charge him, and one after another, they are decapitated. But amidst the chaos, an archer has been aiming from behind. Seeing Alex motionless, he pours all his strength into one shot, the raging tiger strike. Alex dodges it easily, then grabs the archer's throat with one hand. As another enemy rushes him with a lightning attack, Alex decides he's done playing around. He frames his hands like a camera, whispers something, and 2 dark circles materialize. The mage's lightning strike is sucked into the void and fired right back, forcing the mage to take his own medicine. A massive explosion erupts, followed by blinding flashes of light. Alex coolly licks the blood from his hand as he notices Demiurgos approaching, still looking half asleep. Alex smirks, his red eyes radiating a cold aura as his dark voice echoes, Killing is still the most fun. The fat commander, still clutching Vyas's sword, watches in pure terror as his army is annihilated. Just who are these guys? He wonders. But before he can ask, a foot smashes down on his head, launched by Vyas himself. Vyas then leaps toward Alex, immediately unleashing his shadow-splitting kick without a word. After the attack, he soars high into the air, leaving a crater of shattered earth below. The expensive leather boots on his feet are a clear symbol of Vyas's authority. Vyas stands within the smoke, his silhouette backlit by the bright sky. A voice cuts through the dust as his sharp eyes scan the area, finally locking onto Alex and Demiurgos standing on a cliff. "Who are you?" he demands. "To so easily slaughter my clan's soldiers and even dodge my blade. Are you from the Blood Clan, or perhaps the Dark Star?" Vyas asks. Demiurgos just scoffs in response. "Wrong. So anyone who's strong must be from the Blood Clan? Try using your brain for once." Vyas's eyes narrow. "A dragon, then?" He shifts his weight back, preparing to strike while saying, "Whatever, it doesn't matter." A shining jade sword materializes in his hand. "All I have to do is eliminate the witnesses," Vyas declares. Demiurgos just grins. "Another one eager to meet his ancestors, I see." Demiurgos' expression shifts as his power begins to surge, his eyes glowing red. In a hoarse voice, he growls, "That's not going to happen, you absolute fool." The moment Vyas sees that smirk on Demiurgos' face, something inside him just explodes. Now pay attention, because this is where a brilliant power awakens deep within Vyas' body. Vyas's entire body erupts in a blazing light. So, it's awakened, Alex notes with some caution. Vyas lets out a roar, creating a massive shockwave that blows all the rubble away. The fat man scrambles forward in terror, peering through the dust and shouting, "Lord Vyas!" Vyas just grinds his teeth as rocks begin to float around him. He is fully awakened, his face twisted into a savage expression and his eyes glowing like car headlights. His brilliant aura almost makes him look like the main character. But the actual main character seems a bit bored right now. "What are you trying to prove?" No response. Vyas stomps the ground and launches himself forward. His speed is so incredible that it even startles Alex and Demiurgos. His eyes are glowing pits, his face is covered in strange markings, and he lets out a primal roar. "Looks like you've changed a bit," Demiurgos remarks. Vyas just grits his teeth harder, his face distorting from the sheer velocity. He zips straight between the two, but Alex is faster. He had already vanished. Vyas's blade only cuts through lifeless stone. High on a ledge, a single foot lands softly. Demiurgos is looking down at the fire below. "Hey, you moron, you're still too slow. Hurry it up, your witness is about to fall asleep." Suddenly, a voice right next to him makes Demiurgos jump. Lord Demiurgos." "Alex, when did you get over here?" Alex just grins. "Shouldn't we get going?" Demiurgos sighs, his face full of disappointment. "But it was just getting fun. Why won't you let me play anymore? Don't tell me you're afraid of those heroes." "Yes, I am. And let this sink in." Alex holds up his completely severed arm, a smile still on his face. "I am a little afraid of him." Demiurgos' brows furrow in anger, watching the sparks from the attack cauterize Alex's wound. How disgusting. While the two are talking, Vyas seizes the opportunity to charge. But before he can even reach them, Demiurgos' sharp gaze locks onto his face. "That trick won't work on me, Alex," he says seriously. "You could easily kill this bastard, so why are you hesitating?" A shadow-splitting kick is unleashed, and two colossal forces collide, creating a massive explosion. Vyas's sword thrusts out from behind him, only to be met with Demiurgos' casual voice. "I already told you." That nonchalant smile makes his opponent freeze in fear. "It's impossible." Demiurgos' blazing red eyes narrow. "You can't even touch a single strand of my hair." He stands calmly, hands in his pockets, as Vyas draws his sword back for another attack. He leaps up, slashing wildly while asking, "Are you from the Blood Clan?" Demiurgos simply sways side to side, dodging every single blow. Demiurgos doesn't even counterattack, just evading with light, graceful steps. The distance between them constantly closes and then widens again. "Do I look like I'm from the Blood Clan?" Demiurgos taunts. One side attacks relentlessly, the other dodges continuously. The entire mountain range echoes with the sound of clashing swords and brilliant explosions as Demiurgos casually looks around, starting to get a stiff neck. He pauses slightly and lets out a yawn, looking at Vyas grinding his teeth in fury. He's destroyed half the mountain range and still hasn't landed a single hit. Demiurgos sighs. "This is so boring. I had high hopes since you carry the blood of the former hero, but you're nothing more than a slightly faster fly." Demiurgos continues to mock Vyas, twisting the knife. "I'm honestly too lazy to even kill you. Compared to me, all the people you've killed were nothing but a bunch of useless nobodies." Demiurgos' foot finally plants itself on the ground as he prepares to strike. He says each word with heavy impact, like the giant boulders being kicked into the air. Cycle of penitence. Just then, Alex decides he wants to join the fun. He rushes right between them just as Demiurgos is about to finish Vyas off. Demiurgos freezes, stunned at the scene before him. Alex has suddenly jumped in the way, taking the fatal blow. The sword impales him through the chest, and he spits out a mouthful of blood. "What are you doing?" Demiurgos growls furiously. Alex doesn't answer. He turns, violently throwing Vyas off balance before spitting a glob of pitch-black blood all over him. The darkness covers Vyas's glowing eyes, and the light slowly fades. Just a few seconds later, his eyes return to normal, but the black substance is still corroding his body. And with that, you and I just witnessed Vyas get completely taken down, as the sword impaling Alex vanishes into thin air. Demiurgos sees Vyas on the ground and asks Alex a simple question. "Why didn't you kill him?" "Trust me, the answer is anything but simple. So what gives?" Ignoring the blood dripping from his wound, Alex mocks Demiurgos' question. "You saved me, then avoided me, claimed to fear me, and now you block my path to save him?" Demiurgos locks eyes with Alex, his voice a low command. "Explain yourself. Explain it to me, right now." Alex coughs once, and his answer catches Demiurgos completely off guard. "My apologies, sir." My concern isn't with this young hero. His eyes turn sharp as steel. It's the will of the people in this world. Demiurgos is confused. The will isn't causing chaos, destruction, and slaughter your entire specialty? Alex replies, that only works on a small scale. Rumor has it, if the demon lord merely stands on this soil, the entire world itself will rise up. They'll swarm like an endless plague of snakes. Even a toddler will crawl at you with a dagger. But Demiurgos is unimpressed. Let them come. I'll just burn them all at once. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I still can't quite figure it out. Looking down at Vias, Demiurgos scoffs. How could these weaklings possibly defeat me? It's absurd. And then, his expression freezes in pure shock. Alex is just standing there with a bright, unnerving smile. Something clicks in Demiurgos' mind as he stares, his face paling. And you can see it right here the moment he realizes he's been played. Alex just smiles with his eyes closed, saying nothing. Standing on the cliff, Demiurgos' anger cools. And I'll only find out the truth in 20 years. Alex finally gives his answer. Yes. Demiurgos sighs, lowering his eyelids. You're not going to tell me even if I ask, are you? You'll just feed me some nonsense about the will of the world or something, right? Alex's smile never fades. You've guessed correctly. Demiurgos nods. Fine, let's go back then. But then a low growl rumbles from his chest as his form begins to warp, dark claws slowly emerging. What if I kill this bastard right here, right now? What happens then? His eyes flash, a menacing red, a cross-shaped sigil glowing deep within a symbol of terrifying resolve. You piqued my interest when you defeated him. So will a god appear, or something else? I don't know either. But I do know one thing for sure. The dream of being a member of the hero's party, of living that top 2% life, becomes completely meaningless, because you will have to destroy every last hero and annihilate the world to end it. Forget being a demon lord, you'd become the greatest demon lord in history. Attacking humanity before the heroes can even rise. Perhaps that's not such a bad idea. Demiurgos' face flushes red, looking like he wants to throttle Alex. But Alex just raises his foot to stomp Vias, saying, Right, I'll handle him myself. The Lord can go rest. No! Demiurgos shouts, rushing over to grab Alex's shoulders. My brother, Alex, don't say that. I was just joking. All that demon lord and war stuff has nothing to do with me anymore. Alex keeps his foot raised. So we just leave him like this? I just need to deal with him and it's over. Ah, that's right. Quickly, open the gate. A dark portal materializes. Demiurgos steps to the edge, then looks back. You're not coming? Alex replies, I'll follow right after I've cleaned up all traces of us. You should go on ahead and rest. Demiurgos tries to check Alex's hand, but Alex waves him away. These wounds will heal the moment I return to the underworld. Don't worry, just go on ahead. Hearing that, Demiurgos relaxes. After all, Alex is incredibly strong. He leaps through the portal, yelling back, Fine, but hurry it up, you hear? Alex gives a low bow. Have a safe journey. The portal closes, and the world falls so silent you can hear the wind itself. Alex's form shifts into something demonic, the calm demeanor vanishing, replaced by grinding teeth. He leans into Vias's face, whispering, You wretched little brat. You dare strike me, one of the 7 demon earls, with that filthy light? Strange tentacles snake out from his eyes. With my own hands, 20 years from now, I will take the lives of your descendants, and I will end the Goliathia bloodline for good. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him, blocking out the light. Demiurgos is back. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. The timing on that is way too perfect. He looks at Alex sleeping soundly, a hint of concern in his eyes. He must have been exhausted. The cold moonlight makes the green field sparkle around him. Smoke still rises in the distance. Demiurgos smirks. He wonders what could possibly happen in 20 years. These rules are so annoying. Just you wait. That day will never come. His eyes drift to a new commotion. But why are those dragons making such a mess? That stupid dragon. Does she even know what's happening to her own children? Demiurgos doesn't notice the dragon god hovering above him. The stupid dragon you just mentioned. That wouldn't be me, would it? He turns to see a 2-meter-tall beauty, looking absolutely stunning in the moonlight. Yes, you're the one. Demiurgos stares back, his curiosity fully piqued. Have you been following me this entire time? The dragon god doesn't deny it. I attached one of my feathers to you. Demiurgos gives her a blank look. You mean a scale? He points off to the side. About that. If you want to press charges, I can act as your witness, she says with total contempt. You? She lets out a bright laugh. You crack me up. A demon lord as a witness? Hello. I am the demon lord. I stopped a hero who was breaking the peace treaty by attacking dragons. As if humanity would ever believe a word you say. Demiurgos leans against a carriage and sighs. Why does everyone think so badly of our kind? The dragon god just shakes her head. Then why do you people try to destroy the world every 100 years? Demiurgos strokes his chin, thinking, you're right. Why do we keep trying to destroy the world? Why not just live peacefully in the demon realm? The dragon god clenches her fists, furious. What? What kind of idiotic question is that? And you're a demon lord asking it? Demiurgos lets out a long, ah, and quickly turns away, embarrassed, picking his nose. You know, you really shouldn't talk so much. You simpleton. You're just standing here, chatting with me while your descendants are being slaughtered. As he speaks, Demiurgos' expression gets brighter, showing off his top-tier looks. They're even calling them merchandise. This is definitely not the first time. Why do you think they hunt dragons? To forge equipment, what else? Your bodies are incredibly valuable. They even slaughter innocent young dragons without a thought. His lips curl into a smirk. Perhaps. That is a blatant act of contempt for the treaty, wouldn't you say? The dragon god hesitates for a long moment. Then, could you do something for me? Demiurgos looks intrigued. What would that be? A hint of cunning enters the beautiful woman's voice. Can you help me get revenge on the filthy race that is slaughtering my children? Demiurgos looks up, thinks, then lets out a long sigh. Why should I do that for you? You can handle it yourself. The dragon god hesitates. I can't. And that's where we leave it with a demon lord being asked to save the dragons. Right now, she's in a weak position, forced to rely on him. If a dragon leaves its territory for the human world, humans have the right to kill it. It's like your century-long wars, a fundamental rule of this world. So, no matter how many of my children die, as long as humanity exists, I can do nothing. Demiurgos cuts in. What kind of twisted rule is that? What god made it up? And just like that, a flash of light throws them both off balance. Rocks and debris slam into Demiurgos, knocking him to the ground. He sees the blood dripping from his nose, stunned. I'm bleeding? What is this insane pressure? His eyes glow red, a cross-shaped pupil burning within. The divine dragon warns him, that is the law of the underworld. Demiurgos kneels in her moonlit shadow. It's the binding force of the very plane we exist on, she continues. But Demiurgos slowly rises. First, you make these ridiculous rules, then you punish me when I call you out on them? The dragon's eyes gleam as Demiurgos shoots to his feet, fighting back against the overwhelming pressure. Enough, you bastard. If you think you're so righteous and superior, make rules in your own world and stay there. Why force your laws on us and demand we follow them unconditionally? Witnessing this, the divine dragon roars with laughter. Ha ha, brilliant. To endure that punishment in a mortal body. You're a bit dense, but you are the Demiurgos after all. Demiurgos just smirks. Watch your mouth, you small-brained lizard. Suddenly, the dragon gets curious. Ah, but tell me, why don't you want to be the Demiurgos? Her huge, round eyes are locked on him. You know, I'm getting really excited. Trust me, you're going to want to hear this. You're the first person to refuse the title of Demiurgos in the last 666 centuries. I bet that Heavenly Will is having a massive headache over you right now. Demiurgos is confused. Why is she so happy about this? He regains his cool, standing tall with hands in his pockets. Deep down, you've wanted to abolish this law for a long time too, haven't you? The dragon flinches. What are you talking about, you fool? I'm just curious because you're the first one to ever cause this kind of chaos. Right. Well, be wary of the Heavenly Will. You might be safe for now, but in about 20 years, the day will come. They will want to eliminate you. Demiurgos just scoffs. Eliminate me? You think I'm afraid of their petty games? If they want to fight, I'll welcome it any time. The dragon cuts him off. Anyway, my answer? Why don't you want to be the Demiurgos? Her face is lit up like she's hit the jackpot. What reason could you have to break a 665-century cycle? I'm just so curious about your motive. Demiurgos shoves his hands in his pockets, coolly looking away. Well, why? It's really nothing major. Just then, a familiar portal opens and Alex steps through. Let's go, he says. Master, I've finished cleaning up that mess. Alex finally looks up and realizes who his master is with. Sir, have you been with the golden divine dragon this whole time? The dragon is furious. Why couldn't you come earlier or later? Why show up at the most critical moment? Alex stammers, avoiding her gaze. Are you well, esteemed divine dragon? Demiurgos snaps, enough talk. Open a gate home, now. Alex immediately obeys, but the dragon yells out, Demiurgos, wait, just tell me before you go. Tell me the reason. Demiurgos leans back in the carriage, waving her off. I'll get stoned if I continue this story by talking to you. Maybe next time. The dragon fumes. What the hell are you even talking about? Demiurgos closes his eyes and waves again. Just go home, hurry. But as soon as he shuts his eyes, the dragon is right there beside him. Hey, Demiurgos, she says, staring right into his face. If you can't get revenge for me, at least expose them. Let the world know how many heroes were involved, how many innocent children were brutally murdered. Even in the human world, if they keep this up, they're violating the treaty. Other races who hate humans will step in and handle them. Demiurgos simply holds up 3 fingers. Triple. The dragon is confused. What? Demiurgos smirks. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, this guy's got nerve. Since your case is a difficult one, I'll have to charge 3 times my usual fee. She's stunned. What? You are a truly treacherous bastard. Demiurgos closes his eyes and turns away. Well, I am a demon. You could always choose not to hire me, and just let your children live in fear every day, getting picked off or whatever. Backed into a corner, the dragon reluctantly agrees. Fine. I'll pay triple. Is that good enough for you? Demiurgos' attitude flips in an instant. Ah, thank you, my beloved client. The dragon's finger begins to glow. Take this. Demiurgos sits up with a jolt as his entire body lights up. What is this, aura? The dragon explains. It's a spell to help you hide your demonic energy. Heroes and their bloodlines are sensitive to it, but now you don't have to worry about that anymore. Demiurgos lies back down. Got it. You can disappear now. Alex, let's go. Alex quickly drives the carriage through the gate, leaving the dragon behind to silently curse him as a scoundrel. The portal vanishes, leaving the divine dragon floating alone. She glows under the moonlight and lets out a long, heavy sigh. She asks herself if she's doing the right thing. Time will tell. The scene shifts. The 3 of them, Zeke, Demiurgos, and Alex, are staring at something in absolute awe. And you've got to see this. It's a kingdom emblem, pure gold, on the castle walls. Airships with gold-plated details are docked at the gates. The scale is just immense. Demiurgos is floored. How do they have enough money to build a city like this? Alex answers, because they are a hero clan with a history stretching back 60,000 years. This is the Holy Asia family. Demiurgos starts running his mouth, pointing right at Zeke. He's a hero? Why does he look like that? Zeke can only turn away in embarrassment. My apologies for looking this way. Alex quickly steps in. Please don't say things like that in front of others, okay? Why? Alex patiently explains. Zeke might go on a rampage out of pure rage, but the other guy just asks again. Why? Exasperated. Alex forces a smile. Never mind, I've explained this before. Once a hero family gets famous, tons of kingdoms and nobles want to sponsor them. After all, sponsoring heroes is basically an indirect way of fighting for world peace. On top of that, dragon hunts like the one last night are another huge source of income. Honestly, everyone knows it, but nobody dares say it out loud. It's an ugly truth, but they still think they're in the right. Demiurgos is still asking, but why? As Zeke stands by like he's invisible, Alex patiently explains again, because humans are at war with the nobility. The dragons have no choice but to help them. If the humans fall, the dragons will be the next victims. Demiurgos nods thoughtfully. True. Dragon bodies are also a popular commodity in the demon world. Extremely popular, Alex agrees. So, the dragons are forced to do this to support the human race. The response sounds empty. So, you suspect the Holy Asia clan and others are hunting dragons illegally? That would definitely impact the treaty. Demiurgos turns to Zeke. Your family doesn't hunt them, right? Zeke just scratches his head. You have to be G-rank to even get close to a dragon's nest. Then Demiurgos says something so direct it leaves Zeke completely speechless. All right, let's dive into this next part where Alex questions everything, saying, if someone like you can be a companion, then maybe a stray cat or dog off the street could do it too. But Demiurgos just crosses his arms, completely confident. I have something we need to do here. His eyes glint with a scheming light, like he's planning a secret operation, an investigation into illegal poaching. A smug grin spreads across Demiurgos' face. Let's go. Alex scrambles to follow, calling out, Wait, Master! Zeke is fine, but weren't our identities exposed yesterday during that fight with the nobles? Shouldn't we, disguise ourselves a little? Demiurgos just stares back at Alex. A few hours later, 3 figures in the weirdest outfits imaginable appear, and everyone on the street just points at their clothes. Alex has a 2-toned wig that makes him look like a villain, while Demiurgos is as confident as ever. Alex, now sporting 2 horns, mutters, maybe I should just go home. But Demiurgos, happily wearing Alex's robe, just marches on. All right, let's go. Zeke has to run after them, calling out, Lord Demiurgos! When Demiurgos turns around, Zeke scratches his head nervously. Just a suggestion, but maybe it's better if we act normal? Not that you aren't worthy of being a hero or anything. Haha. Zek's words confuse Demiurgos a bit, but he just nods. Fine. That's not too difficult. Zek's face lights up. Really? But right in front of the guild, a deafening shout from Demiurgos makes both Alex and Zeke jump out of their skin. Now, pay close attention, this entrance is something else. Zeke Van Holybeek, the final hero candidate, considered the hero of heroes, has arrived. Open the gates at once, Demiurgos roars, then his attitude completely shifts as he looks back at his crew. I was going to use force, but I chose to resolve this with words instead. I did a good job, right? The gate creaks open, and the three of them step inside a magnificent hall, filled with dazzling gold-trimmed decorations. Demiurgos and Zeke are seated like honored guests, while Alex stands behind them like a guard. Suddenly, Zek's gaze freezes on a portrait on the wall. Isn't that the person from the history books? Hassan Panholistia, Zeke thinks to himself, the 52nd generation's final hero, who fought the Demiurgos for 13 days and won. He can't help but feel small compared to such a legendary figure. Demiurgos notices Zek's unease and reassures him. Don't worry so much. Aren't all heroes equal? Don't be afraid. Just then, a voice echoes from behind them. You're right, all heroes are equal. However, not everyone has the same skills. The gods only grant the supreme bloodline to those who can bear its weight. Welcome, hero of the Holybeek clan and your companions. Solus Van Holistia, the hero of the third generation, makes his appearance. I am retired and now manage this estate, he says. Demiurgos glances at Solus, thinking, so the 52nd generation's final hero represents the law of this world. That title is a great honor for their bloodline. Nuzik and Vias, children of the 4th generation heroes. Born from one of the holy maidens, they will be the final heroes of this transitional era. Zeke quickly stands up. Hello, I am Zeke Van Holybeek. It's an honor to meet you, sir. He then introduces Demiurgos and Alex. Solus nods. I know of you and your group. I'm a bit late because I had to confirm some things with the hero management department. It seems you finally gathered some companions. I heard you gave up the race to become a true hero. Zeke just laughs and scratches his head. I'm not surprised you'd think that, but I haven't given up yet. Solus's eyes shift, landing on Demiurgos, a wealthy merchant who paid to become the companion of a hero from a fallen clan. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and you're right. This Solus guy is about to make a huge mistake. That's a common, shallow story for the fame-hungry in this era, Solus says, his gaze hardening. So, what brings you to the Holistia clan? Demiurgos answers casually. Nothing special. We just heard a strange rumor around here and wanted to confirm it. Zeke flinches at his bluntness. Lord Demiurgos, please be careful with your words. Solus speaks up, his eyes turning wary. Your tone doesn't suit your station. Demiurgos cocks his head. I thought we were speaking as heroes, no? Or do you want to be treated like a high noble even though you no longer hold the title? Zeke lets out a quiet sigh, just wishing Demiurgos would stop. But from the other side, a hearty laugh rings out. You're quite direct, Solus says cheerfully. I was once like you, unaware of my place, acting as I pleased, thinking I could defeat the Demiurgos all by myself. But you should be careful. In any era, there's always a higher mountain. Zeke quickly tries to smooth things over. Haha, of course, sir. Everyone knows of your great reputation, Lord Solus. A D-rank hero, Solus continues, turning back to Demiurgos. So, what is this rumor you heard? Demiurgos casually props his feet up, answering. Well, the rumor I heard is that you have high-quality materials here, and some of them are exactly what we're looking for. Solus laughs loudly. You may have money, but I'm not sure you have enough for what you seek. We, the Holistia clan, only deal in the absolute highest quality materials. Solus's voice booms with the authority of a true leader, his eyes sharp and commanding. Things like blackstone, the hide of a red salamander, or the magic core of a lich from the Haoran War, or perhaps the heart of a white-headed giant from the Hoaga Mountains. In his mind, Solus smirks. How about that, little friend? Scared yet? Demiurgos calmly replies, I don't need those small things. The words land like a hammer blow, stunning Solus. I heard you have something even more high-grade than a giant's heart. A bead of sweat drips down Solus's face. There's only one thing superior to a giant's heart, a dragon. Before the shocked Solus can react, Demiurgos slaps a money pouch on the table. Our hero is still a novice, so he needs an item to solidify his power. The pouch is opened, revealing a dazzling pile of precious gems. We're looking to create a set of armor made from dragon parts. Solus is, once again, completely speechless. These are crimson lava stones from the demon world. How did he get his hands on something so rare, he thinks. Crimson lava stones are a common type of rock found in the volcanic regions of the demon realm. Solus asks, now with a hint of caution, do you know what you're asking? His question makes Demiurgos look up, his own eyes turning guarded. Currently, dragons and humans have a peace treaty. Hunting dragon parts isn't just illegal, it violates that agreement. The Holiathea clan does not engage in such illicit activities. Instead, we possess other rare items. Why don't you try making a suit of armor from one of those? And this is the moment we've all been waiting for, the checkmate. The second Solus finishes speaking, Demiurgos turns to Alex. Let's go. It seems this place doesn't have what we need. His voice is empty, but his eyes are filled with suspicion. I saw soldiers transporting a dragon on an airship, and I'm certain I saw the Holistia family crest on it. Solus freezes, staring at the three of them with a look of pure, dumbfounded shock. Solus's expression completely shifts. You saw something, didn't you? And trust me, this is where the mind games begin. Demiurgos doesn't deny it, coolly replying, we're just rushing to join the hero race, since we're rookies who started late. While searching for items, we stumbled upon things we weren't supposed to see. Solus's eyes narrow. Is that right? How unfortunate. You really should have been more careful. The tension between them is electric as they face off. Demiurgos stares right at Solus. It can take a long time to build a tower, but a single mistake can bring it all crashing down. We're newcomers, so we don't fully grasp how this kingdom operates. It's only natural that we'd make a few mistakes. Who knows, if I find myself in a bad mood, I might just spread some information about powerful families hoarding all the best items. Surely there's something to keep this mouth shut, right? Zeke, standing beside them, fearfully starts to apologize, but Solus just laughs, cutting the tension. Haha, in that case, I have a question for you. His voice turns icy. Have you ever heard of a masked hero who suddenly appeared and defeated countless dragons? Demiurgos remains perfectly calm, and what of it? Zeke's face goes pale, his jaw locked tight. Solus smirks. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but that SLR gun shield you're carrying? It's made from a blue dragon and a black dragon, the very ones that masked hero defeated. Demiurgos' interest is piqued. How did you recognize the SLR gun shield? Solus replies, I know every rare item, from its color to its shape. I've never seen a shield like that on any treasure list on this continent, so it must have been secretly forged very recently. Demiurgos is screaming internally but keeps a calm exterior. Not a bad observation. You're Demiurgos, correct? It seems you're the one in charge here, not that young hero. Now pay attention. This is where the threat becomes crystal clear, so I'll be blunt. I don't know your connection to the masked hero, but if you happen to find him, you report back to me. Because he's destroyed so many dragons, he started cutting into the main income of some very powerful people. Demiurgos stays silent, listening with absolute focus. Solus continues, certain high-ranking members of major guilds involved in this business will soon make their move against the masked hero, and anyone associated with him. Zeke forces a laugh, but his heart is pounding. Every word from Solus is more shocking than the last. A treasure like the SL Argon cannot fall into the hands of a declining family. He points at the table, stressing, legendary items must be strictly controlled. Whether we're talking about equipment or people, their value lies in their rarity. I have no idea where you heard such ridiculous rumors, but a prestigious family such as ours would never engage in illegal activities, like trafficking dragon parts. If you need low-grade materials for your heroes, feel free to return any time, rookie. Now, I have business to attend to. Goodbye. With that, Solus turns and walks away. Demiurgos watches him go, knowing it won't be that easy to leave. Demiurgos turns to Zeke, utterly bewildered. Are all heroes like that? He looks genuinely annoyed. This might sound strange coming from me, but is that man an idiot? Zeke pauses, thinking, then glances toward the massive castle. So, in short, they're all working together to hunt dragons and monopolize the materials. They crush any merchants not in their alliance to corner the market. Exactly. A hero's greatest asset is his gear. They control the supply chain, which means they control the heroes themselves. That's probably why most families rise and fall, while a select few with wealthy merchant ties remain powerful through the ages. Perhaps all the famous families are in on it. Zeke hangs his head in disappointment. Solus. I truly thought he was an honorable and just man. I can't believe all the heroes I looked up to are like this. And yeah, you're probably thinking it too. Demiurgos just scoffs. Humans are so rotten. Compared to them, we're practically saints. Alex just laughs, saying nothing. Demiurgos adds, it's no wonder they've beaten us 665 times. Alex looks so bewildered he starts breaking out in a cold sweat. He quickly throws on his coat, muttering, well, congratulations on achieving your goal, I guess. Alex repeats Solis's warning. He said the higher-ups of that organization are hunting for the masked hero. Zeke panics. That's right. They must all be from S-rank families. What am I going to do, Lord Demiurgos? If I'm captured, it's all over for me. Even if they bring an army, it's nothing to me, but it would be annoying. Just focus on the business. Our shop is about to be overflowing with weapons. Demiurgos lays out the rest of the plan, stunning Zeke. We'll let the masked hero lay low for a while, so they can't find him. Zeke is shocked. What? Demiurgos snaps his fingers. Tonight, we finish one last piece of business. Tonight? Zeke asks nervously. Demiurgos flashes a demonic grin that sends a shiver down Zeke's spine. There are a few loose ends to tie up. We're going to destroy the corrupt noble house Holistia Atia and their dragon hunting syndicate. We will tear them to pieces. The moon rises high as night finally falls. Demiurgos looks almost surprised by the scenery. He and Zeke are walking along a massive rampart. The Holistia Atia family has its own lake inside the castle grounds. I'm almost jealous. Suddenly, Zeke calls out, Lord Demiurgos, he's still decked out in his awesome hero costume. I have a tiny question. Demiurgos glances back. What is it? Zeke looks completely baffled. What exactly are we doing here? Are you planning to secretly infiltrate this place and drag out a dragon corpse as proof of their illegal poaching? Demiurgos replies proudly. Precisely. Very clever. Zeke raises his hand again. One more thing. And just like that, they're standing right in the middle of the family's grand courtyard. About this whole sneaking in plan. Aren't we just casually walking into the center of the castle? Zeke flinches as patrol guards head their way. Two guards in full armor are walking right towards them, but they haven't said a word yet. Zeke is terrified, his eyes darting wildly. Lord Demiurgos, guards, we have to hide before they spot us. The guards' expressions are dead serious. Sweat pours down Zeke's face. What do we do, Lord Demiurgos? But as they get closer, the guards don't even slow down. They walk right past them as Zeke cowers behind Demiurgos. Once they're gone, Zeke sighs in relief. Oh, you already cast an invisibility spell. Precisely. Zeke smiles to himself, feeling completely safe following Demiurgos. He then hurries to catch up. Hey, wait for me! The deeper they go, the more Zeke sees. Everything is gilded in gold, so much that it's actually making him dizzy. Even the exterior of the main building is dripping with extravagant, expensive decor. The very chairs on the lawn are made from the finest materials. Demiurgos moves silently, while a distracted Zeke rushes to keep up. Panting for breath, Zeke says, Lord Demiurgos, it seems they don't dare cross the river. What's our plan? Demiurgos just looks at him, his voice low. Is that so? The two of us will continue on our own. Now that I think about it, where is Lord Alex? I haven't seen him, and this is a question you and I will want the answer to. Zeke quickly answers, he's already gone ahead to do his part. Ah, I see. Demiurgos nods, his tone suddenly turning ice cold as he looks at the luxury around them. And stick with me, because his next question cuts deep. Tell me, has your worthless clan ever known a life like this? Dick just scratches his head sheepishly. That's an old story, almost a legend now. Definitely never like this. From what my grandfather told me, we've always been poor. As a light breeze blows, Demiurgos asks another pointed question. It seems your family lacks resolve. But Dick isn't offended, just honest. Probably. My grandpa and my dad were both low-rank heroes. The two continue their conversation under the night sky. Are your ranks decided by some kind of test? Demiurgos asks. Dick confirms, it is, but the first step is graduating from the Hero Academy. Demiurgos nods. So you're all Academy students? Yes, Dick says. I'm determined to get my siblings in there too. Sounds expensive, Demiurgos sighs. The people running the Hero Association are just shrewd businessmen, selling people's futures and making you dependent on them. Suddenly, Demiurgos stops walking, his voice low. What we're doing right now is far from what a real hero does. Sneaking into a hero clan's home to steal information and expose them. Are you really okay with this? You're a hero too, even if a different kind. Dick's expression turns serious as he looks down at the glittering reflection on the water. I know it's a crime, but after meeting Lord Solis, I've realized a few things. A smirk plays on Demiurgos' lips, such a righteous little ally. We might be thieves right now, but we're actually hunting criminals trying to monopolize crucial hero resources, right? I was shocked by your actions at first, but now I get it. You already knew Solus's true nature, so you acted that way on purpose to make him show his true colors, didn't you? Embarrassed, Demiurgos just scratches his face. I didn't think that far ahead, but you can believe what you want. Dick looks him straight in the eye. Lord Demiurgos, do you remember what you told me when we first met? This is an opportunity. Dick holds up his calloused hand. Honestly, even though I couldn't say it out loud, I had pretty much given up on becoming a hero. How could someone like me ever become a hero? His cheeks flush with happiness. This isn't the best situation I dreamed of, but I got the chance to meet a D-rank hero, something I never even imagined. He thinks back to the rotten reputation that always clung to his family. This shield of hope he now has? It's all thanks to Demiurgos. I know I haven't done anything to deserve this, but his determination rings loud and clear in his voice. Stealing? So what? His eyes show zero fear, only pure confidence. I just need my siblings to grow up well. Now listen to this vow. The fire in his eyes is unmistakable. I'll make sure none of them inherit this miserable poverty. Demiurgos listens silently to Dick's words. I will raise them to be heroes, even if they don't fight on the front lines in the 666th war against the Demiurgos in 20 years. Dick thinks back to the painting he saw earlier. At least they can join the war effort from the rear. Then I can watch over my siblings' portraits. That painting depicted a resilient warrior, just like the one they saw in Lord Solus's room. It will be passed down through generations as a family heirloom. Dick's hands clench as he describes his vision. The Holobich clan will join the 666th battle against the Demiurgos in a support role. He smiles, looking up at the sky. And so, the Holobich family helped defeat the Demiurgos for the 666th time and lived happily ever after. And what about you? Demiurgos suddenly asks, genuinely curious about his mindset. Since you were born, what did you want to do? What did you want to become? How did you want to live? Don't you have thoughts like that? If you sacrifice your one and only life for your family, are you really satisfied with just that? For a split second, Dick's hands relax, then clench again, resolve pumping through his veins. Without hesitation, he states, that is everything I want. I will end the poverty of the Holobich family with my own two hands. A wind blows as he delivers the final line. To do that, I would even make a deal with the devil. Hearing this, a proud smile spreads across Demiurgos' face. Looks like I chose the right person after all, and trust me, the conversation's over now, the real mission begins. Then, Demiurgos calls out. Instantly, a portal appears. Alex. From inside, Alex steps out and sits casually on a lamppost. Yes, master. Ah, Lord Alex, always straight to the point. I've found it. Alex's eyes blaze with a thirst for vengeance. Let's go to these bastards' secret room, master. Let's go. Demiurgos smiles, eyes glinting. You found it? Alex slowly pulls out a stack of papers and nods. Yes. He glances at the paper, earning a look of surprise and respect from Dick. And I also found a list of the organization's members. Alex reads off a few names while Demiurgos listens silently, a victorious smirk on his face. Alex just raises an eyebrow, displeased by their actions. These 76 clans are no joke. They're all families with long histories and high reputations. Hearing the names, Dick is utterly disappointed. I've seen so many of these clans in my hero textbooks. How can this be? Demiurgos' gaze shifts toward the lake. So where are they hiding the dragons? Understanding his look, Alex replies instantly. You guessed it, master. They're right under the water. Underwater? Without another moment of hesitation, Demiurgos gives the order. Then let's begin. Alex holds out a finger as magical light glows. Yes. Suddenly, a bubble of air forms around Dick and Demiurgos' heads, stunning Dick. Right after, Demiurgos leaps into the water and Alex follows without a second thought. The only one left hesitating is Dick, who just stares blankly as they disappear beneath the surface. Lord Demiurgos. Dick's cheeks flush as his heart fills with determination. He jumps from the ledge, pushing past his fear. Wait for me, Lord Demiurgos. Dick plunges into the deep, dark water. At first, he panics, flailing around. He's even foolish enough to think he'll suffocate. A few seconds later, he calms down and opens his mouth with a laugh. I can breathe. Is it because of the bubble? His eyes light up with childish wonder. The three of them swim deeper, and just as expected, Alex's intel was perfect. A dragon's eye snaps open as they approach, and its sudden appearance right in front of him makes Dick jump. Just then, Alex pulls out his report to review it. As Demiurgos stares at the dragon, Alex rereads the document. According to the report, they harvest their scales for healing, then heal them, only to harvest the scales again. Since someone is healing them, the cycle just repeats over and over. Alex can't hide his disgust looking at the cruelly treated sealed dragons. It's like a dragon scale factory. His eyes drift towards one dragon in particular, the oldest one. And you are not ready for what Alex says next. Model. All right, stick with me, because this story starts with a truth hidden for 235 years. This dragon's scales have been peeling off, its head a canvas of wounds that never healed. Everyone's face turns grim with disgust. Do you think the golden dragon knows about this? Demiurgos asks, his voice heavy with thought. He probably does, Alex replies. Even with things this terrible, the golden dragon has done nothing. His eyes look distant, but his mind is racing, piecing it all together. That would explain why those strange parasites are controlling the dragons, forcing them to fight humans. It's starting to make sense, Demiurgos says, his voice laced with pure rage. Those damned hero clans. They've gone too far. Alex sees the look on Demiurgos' face and knows instantly he is furious. Seeing Demiurgos lost in thought, Alex moves in, quickly grabbing a scale before they leave. He swings his arm back, grips the scale with all his might, and rips it free, tearing away flesh and blood. Alex and Rick immediately turn to swim away. Let's go, Alex urges. But Demiurgos doesn't move. He just stands there. Something's not right. He steps closer to the massive dragon, and Alex starts to get a very bad feeling. Alex is confused. Aren't we leaving? But Demiurgos is seething inside. This isn't my style at all, he mutters, then unleashes a powerful kick that completely shatters the thickest chains. And this, right here, is where everything goes completely off the rails. Rick and Alex are absolutely floored, their jaws on the ground, as Demiurgos silently activates his power. To his teammates' utter shock, he unleashes energy from his eyes, incinerating every single chain holding the dragons captive. No longer bound, the dragons rise up, breaking free from the binding spells. The alpha dragon, imprisoned for centuries, lets out a soul-shaking roar. One by one, the others follow, with the largest beast powerfully beating its wings, shattering the last of its shackles and seals. It roars again, and the very surface of the water trembles violently. Alex doesn't try to stop him. In fact, he approves of this chaos as the water churns. The freed dragons erupt from the water right in front of two patrol guards. The soldiers just stand there, completely stunned, unable to process what is happening. Giant dragons stare them down with blazing eyes. After a few seconds, the soldiers finally snap out of it and scream, "The dragons have escaped." And you can tell, these dragons are furious. Its mouth has been waiting to breathe fire, and now it unleashes a torrent that engulfs the entire castle in a blazing inferno. Another dragon joins in, spitting out a blast of pure magic that vaporizes massive structures and luxurious buildings in an instant. Even the main mansion cannot escape its fiery fate. Then, an ice dragon swoops down on the ice storage, shattering it to pieces. Rick crawls ashore, panting, completely stunned, as Demiurgos and Alex step onto dry land. Alex finally snaps. "Why in the world did you free those dragons?" Because Demiurgos replies casually, "That bastard Solus's idiotic face popped into my head and pissed me off." While those two argue, Rick turns to look at the destruction behind them. Weren't we supposed to just grab the scale and leave? Who cares? It's not like I touched anyone from the bloodline. You caused a huge mess. Now take responsibility. But suddenly, the scene in front of Rick freezes, as if time itself has stopped. He was so sure Lord Demiurgos promised to handle this investigation quietly. But now, they're so caught up they don't even notice someone watching from a cliffside far away. Word about the dragons is going to spread like wildfire, and Rick can only wonder what in the world Lord Demiurgos is planning to do now. Let them escape. Let them destroy this place. So what? Lord Demiurgos says coldly. Then why did we have to be so secretive in the first place? Watching this exchange, Solus's son clenches his jaw in pure rage. "You bastards," he growls. Then his eyes lock onto Demiurgos, zeroing in on his white hair. White hair? How is that possible? Solus himself emerges from the smoldering ruins, his face a mask of shock. He's here too? He stands amidst the rubble of his own property, so furious he can't even speak. His voice shakes with rage, his eyes burning with enough hatred to crush all three of them. Trust me, this is where it all kicks off. My castle! Solus screams when he spots Zeke, the masked hero, making him flinch. The other two? They remain terrifyingly calm as Solus stands atop the wreckage, two giant swords in hand. Lord Demiurgos just smirks, a terrifying light glinting in his hellish eyes. Oh, hello there, don't touch me this time, or I will kill you. Solus's son just glares and screams back, "You bastard!" Solus gets ready for battle, tightening his grip on his massive blade, masked hero. "I've been waiting for you, Zeke." Hearing this, Rick grabs the pot on his head and wails, "Spare me!" Solus's son leaps down from above, a blur of pure, unadulterated rage. He powerfully swings his family's legendary dragon-slaying blade, his eyes filled with absolute confidence in his own strength. Solus also swings his blade wildly, but out of nowhere a massive dragon dives down, its razor-sharp teeth crushing them both in an instant. Lord Demiurgos just casually waves them goodbye, then turns to Alex. "See? I didn't lay a single finger on them." Alex, ever the voice of reason, just sighs and says, "All right, let's use this chaos to our advantage and get out of here." The three of them agree and calmly walk away, while screams echo from the trapped soldiers. "Run! Somebody save me!" The dragons continue their rampage until the entire castle is nothing but rubble. Sunlight streams through the large window of a luxurious room. Rick groggily scratches his head and wakes up. It's morning already. Remember my orders. From today, focus on the shop. He scrambles to get everything ready for opening time. But when Rick opens the main door, he's shocked to see a massive line of people from all over, already waiting. Is this really the weapon shop? The one with items forged by a dragon's breath? Told you, the best places are always out in the country. Hey, no pushing, don't you dare cut. What's your hero rank? Then, a voice cries out, "Hey, the door's opening." Immediately, the impatient customers start complaining. "What took you so long? Let's go. I've been standing here since dawn." Seeing the massive crowd, Rick can't help but smile, his cheeks flushed with excitement. "Ah, hello. Welcome to Devu's weapon shop." As soon as he speaks, the crowd floods into the store. A customer holds up 2 blades. "How much for these?" "That'll be 7 gold and 87 silver." Rick replies. The payment is made, and the next customer steps up. "I'll take this warhammer. That one's 2 gold and 13 silver." People are pouring in, and Rick is working non-stop. "Whoa, look at this. The color's a little different, isn't it?" A customer marvels. "I've never seen a dagger with this kind of design before. Where'd you even get this?" "Hey kid, how much for this?" Another customer shouts. "That'll be 8 gold and 7 silver, thank you, sir." Meanwhile, Alex approaches 2 young women. "That magic wand, it perfectly complements your robe, my lady." He flashes them a dazzling smile that's impossible to refuse. "We're also running a buy 2 get 1 free promotion. Shall I go ahead and wrap that up for you?" To model. On the second floor, Demiurgos watches the bustling street below. He sighs, bored. Business seems good, but his face shows clear disinterest just sitting there. He watches the smiles and happiness below, muttering to himself. "You know, I thought watching humanity's greed would be thrilling, but this is even less interesting than I expected." Unable to stand the boredom, Demiurgos calls out to Zeke, who looks up at him. "I'm going up to sleep." "Oh, all right then." The door to Demiurgos' room is pure luxury. He opens it, stepping into a space smelling of wealth and rare red earth. With bored steps, he heads towards the plush bed. He sinks into the mattress. So soft. Demiurgos closes his eyes and sighs. Being rich is nothing special. Sleep is still the best. As he shuts his eyes, a voice suddenly whispers his name. Demiurgos. Hearing it so clearly, Demiurgos cracks open an eye. The dragon god? She appears by his bed, surrounded by a light just like twilight. "So you're here," she says with a slight smile. "You always sleep so much. It must be nice to be so carefree. The list of families involved is on the table. Take it." The dragon god speaks gently, matching her ethereal appearance. "I've seen everything from start to finish. They have clearly violated the peace treaty between our 2 races." Demiurgos' red eyes glance up. "So, we're starting a war with humanity?" The dragon god looks down. "For whose benefit?" He stubbornly closes his eyes and turns away. "I couldn't care less. As long as there's a price for this path, I'll pay it." He cracks open his eyes again, a hint of shock flashing in his gaze. "This won't be over in a year or 2, you know." The dragon god falls silent, her face serious, clearly worried by his response. "The peace treaty isn't easy to break. You get that, right?" As dawn breaks, the sun quickly rises. He looks at her. "You must be furious that a god like yourself can't directly intervene. So that's why you came to us to fix this, isn't it?" Her short reply surprises him. "Not exactly." Her face is now etched with worry. The hero clans have spread a poison fungus among the dragons, and here it is. This is the real reason the dragons are being hunted down. Demiurgos knits his brow. internally furious but outwardly calm. So what will the dragon's reaction be? We have our pride. We won't sink to their level. We'll attack until the very last one of them submits. But would we use their loved ones to avenge our own? Now, real anger flashes in her eyes. Thinking back, their actions don't make any sense. An image of the cell fungus with its hundreds of eyes appears in her mind. Demiurgos listens in silence as she explains. Her anger is obvious. Just as I thought, this fungus part is very strange. There is no way humans could create a curse this terrifying and bizarre. Who placed such a filthy weapon into the hands of the hero clans? A fire sparks in her eyes. Someone is using the anger of my children and the hero clans for their own personal gain. Demiurgos erupts, grabbing her by the collar and yelling, "Hey! Everyone knows your young dragons love causing chaos. Other than their mothers, who's going to believe they're innocent? You people are nothing but trouble for this entire continent." Demiurgos leans in close, leaving her sweating and helpless. "Hey, just call them back here and beat some sense into them. Problem solved. No one else gets bothered." The dragon god finally tries to speak, but he cuts her off. "Oh, forget it. I'm crawling back into my egg. What kind of law are you people operating under? Why do you complicate everything so much? Okay, I know what you're thinking. Do you all have a complexity disease or something?" Demiurgos turns back to his bed, exasperated, but still grumbling. "Don't you get a headache living under all those rules? Just break them and live in peace for once. Like me. I live freely, comfortably, and no one can do a single thing to me." The dragon god says nothing, then suddenly laughs, making Demiurgos turn back, confused. The dragon god closes her eyes slightly, a bright smile appearing behind her veil. "A demon king is advising me to live peacefully? You're terrible, you know that?" Seeing her teasing smile, Demiurgos suddenly blushes. He turns away awkwardly, raising a finger in a casual gesture. "Whatever." He yawns, adding, "Why don't you people use your brains a little? Just gather your forces and attack the humans. Then what?" The dragon god's voice cuts him off, making Demiurgos' eyes fly open in surprise. "We can't," the dragon god says slowly, her beauty radiating a shimmering light. "It's all because of humanity's bloodline. We can't defeat them." Demiurgos stares at her, bewildered and a little lost. "Why? Why do you and Alex both get so weird when you talk about their bloodline?" The dragon god sees his confusion and continues explaining. "You've never witnessed that day. The day humanity finally rises up to fight back. Right now, they're just cannon fodder. But when that day comes, the day you're destined to invade their world, you will see their true strength. The halo of the cross behind them will make them rise in defiance. No matter how much you suppress them, they will stand up again." Demiurgos stays silent, listening. At first, they fall with a smile, only to rise again and again. Just when you think you've succeeded, a new bloodline awakens, and the counterattack begins all over again. Moths appear one by one, flying around the blazing flame. They fly into the flame named the Demiurgos. Then tens, hundreds of others swarm in. The real problem is that those moths are absolutely countless. You will feel fear. Fear of their courage. Demiurgos lies on the bed, looking up in silence. The dragon god continues. "Humanity's belief in a final hero will be the great enemy you face in 20 years. Her eyes grow distant. 20 years from now, the day you officially confront that enemy, you will have to face humanity itself. You will wear armor of light and be astonished by their power. An endless, dragon-like courage has helped humanity win for over 66,000 years. Demiurgos tunes out her story completely, rolling over with a soft chuckle. He glances back, his sharp fangs showing. "Me? Fighting? That's hilarious." Then Demiurgos sits bolt upright, blurting out an idea that surprises her. "But wait, why don't I just kill the third and fourth generations right now? The final hero is born in the 100th year, right? If we attack now and wipe out the third generation, the final hero can't appear, and we'll win." Demiurgos is already scheming. Or, we just wait 30 years. Wait until the final hero dies of old age. Why does it have to be exactly 100 years? "You fool," the dragon god scowls, her furious gaze landing on a completely innocent-looking Demiurgos. "And trust me, you and I know he's anything but. Why ask me? You're the Demiurgos, you should be the one to decide." "I don't know anything," he says. "Since I was born, we've never done anything like that, so I figured there must be some special reason for it." Demiurgos looks at the golden dragon with pure curiosity. Every time he asks, the answer is always, "I don't know. It's always been this way," and he figures there must be a reason. Demiurgos mutters, confused, before suddenly shouting, "Why do we have to fight? What even is a demon? And what is a hero?" But trust me, this is where you need to start paying attention. The golden dragon frowns, her eyes filled with doubt. What a meaningless question. In Demiurgos' eyes, a calm returns. "Don't you find this world strange?" He continues, his tone thoughtful. "The demon race has lived peacefully in its own world for nearly 70,000 years. The demon realm is stable. Why are we wasting our strength invading the human world?" The rift between them widens. The golden dragon speaks up. "Because the human world is blessed and the demon world is cursed." But Demiurgos holds his ground. If God only blessed the human world, then why create the demon world in the first place? If he hadn't, we wouldn't have to be killing each other. The golden dragon gently touches her face and shakes her head, leaving Demiurgos a bit flustered. Now that you mention it. But I'm sure he had his reasons. What reasons? And what even is God? Suddenly, the golden dragon's eyes light up. A bright smile spreads across her face as if she just realized something. "What do you mean?" "God is the absolute being of power who created everything." Demiurgos' demeanor turns dead serious. "Then why does he let us slaughter each other?" The golden dragon snaps, grabbing his collar tightly. "I don't know the reason for that. Maybe he's having a midlife crisis at 80, or maybe he's just insane," Demiurgos yells, before quickly lying down on his pillow. My head hurts. Am I the only one who sees how weird this all is? Demiurgos turns and waves her away, making the golden dragon sigh in defeat. "It's because you're a dumbass demon king. I don't know. I just don't know. If you don't want to get beaten up by an idiot, then get out. I want to sleep." The golden dragon suddenly bursts out laughing, which only confuses Demiurgos more. "Haha," the golden dragon adds before leaving, ignoring Demiurgos' silent expression. "I was feeling pretty depressed, but hearing your meaningless words actually cheered me up a bit. Just looking at you makes me rethink the meaning of everything." Demiurgos remains still and lets out one last sentence. "Working hours are over. Please see yourself out." The golden dragon simply looks at Demiurgos with a gentle gaze. "I have one last request before I leave. Please, find who gave those drugs to my kids." Demiurgos keeps his eyes shut, but his mouth still works. "Hey, that's a top secret among the human higher-ups. If a golden dragon can't find them, how am I supposed to?" Noticing Demiurgos' lack of interest, she continues her story. "Perhaps you've heard of the demon duke who accompanied me. Years ago, in the 540th Great War, over 10,000 years ago, a demon duke wiped out hundreds of dragons, causing a genocide that nearly made the species extinct in this world. A cold gaze and a cunning smile emanate the power of the legendary tactician, Duke Alex. And now here's a name you and I are going to want to remember." Demiurgos remembers what Alex told him with a smirk. "What do you take me for? I am the greatest tactician in this demon world. So, was he telling the truth?" The golden dragon turns towards the portal ahead. "He can easily invade the minds of others. I'm leaving now." As her foot touches the portal, Demiurgos lies still. The golden dragon adds, "Perhaps you're right." The golden dragon turns her head to look back at Demiurgos. "This world is truly strange." And with that, her entire body vanishes along with the portal. Suddenly, Alex appears at the door looking frantic, making Demiurgos jump with a shout. "Master, we have a huge problem. Damn it, I was just about to go to sleep." Alex immediately takes out a small vial, holding it up in front of Demiurgos. "Look at this. Inside is a bizarrely shaped purple object. This is called the Hell Scarecrow mushroom. After researching the Myung and the dragon's bodies, I found this." Demiurgos can barely contain his fury, his eyes turning vicious. This thing's mind control effect has been amplified 100 times. As Alex finishes his sentence, Demiurgos realizes something critical. "That's a mushroom that only grows in our demon realm." Alex continues, his eyes serious, "and there is only one person who can manipulate this freely. According to my sources, that person is Daros, one of the 7 dukes, the incarnation of plague and poison, the Plague King Daros. With razor-sharp eyes, immense power, and superhuman intelligence, Daros is one of the 7 great dukes of the demon world. And yeah, it's exactly what you're thinking, a traitor at the highest level." Demiurgos, who had been sitting stunned on the bed, suddenly rushes in front of Alex, yelling, "Do you think you can handle him? That's the 100-year-old dragon who caused all that chaos?" Alex coldly replies, "More accurately, it's a dragon over 66,580 years old." Demiurgos quickly swallows his anger, scratching his head in frustration as Alex sighs helplessly. "Damn it, so in the end, the culprit was one of us." There's no evidence proving we're the good guys here. You need to understand, the curse is what led the dragons to discover Deros. He didn't spread it himself. Demiurgos nods. Of course it was the demons. Who else benefits from war? And a civil war between humans and dragons, no less. Just as he says it, Demiurgos freezes, repeating the words, civil war. He immediately changes his tune, pointing at the still confused Alex. Hey, do you realize you're the one who started this civil war? I heard you're an expert at causing internal conflict. Alex quickly regains his calm, professional demeanor. I have a high-class, elegant style. I use psychology, not some sticky, wet fungus like this. Besides, if it were me, wouldn't I have told you already? Demiurgos returns to the bed, sinking into thought, which makes Alex sigh in relief. Fair enough. Demiurgos calms down, looks at Alex and asks, but why did you do it? Alex jumps, a cold sweat breaking out as he stammers. Demiurgos realizes Alex didn't understand the question and clarifies, using the myung to make the humans attack. Why? Alex doesn't want to get into the details, so he answers vaguely. Isn't it what you already said? To make the humans and dragons fight each other. Demiurgos sits silently on the bed, listening as Alex continues. No. If you wanted them to attack each other, you should have used a poison or curse that humans typically use. All it takes is a little investigation to know this was definitely the work of demons. Demiurgos squints at Alex, intentionally probing further. You also recognized Deros, the golden dragon, the moment we first met, didn't you? Alex's gaze turns cold as he nods in agreement. Of course. He then recounted how for hundreds of years the demons fought against humanity, with Demiurgos listening in silence. Many times over 66.5 centuries, we have faced humans on the front lines. Alex stands before Demiurgos, who is still sitting on the bed, lost in thought. Something's not right. There's definitely a piece of the puzzle missing here. Demiurgos can't keep a straight face for long and immediately changes his attitude, cracking his knuckles in anger. Behind him, Alex can only sigh helplessly. Fine, just summon Deros. It's time to use the Demiurgos' torture techniques we learned as kids. But seeing things getting messy, Alex speaks up, slightly surprising Demiurgos. I've already been to Deros' workshop, and trust me, you and I both know an epic interrogation is about to go down. Alex reports back with a grim face, explaining I searched the entire demon underworld, but there's no trace of him. He's missing. The words hit Demiurgos like a bucket of ice water, and his brain just overloads. What the hell? I just want to live in peace, but all this chaos is pushing me over the edge. Demiurgos lets out a long, exhausted sigh, which makes Alex immediately try to smooth things over. Is he for real? You found that useless thing again? I'm ruined because of you. Alex quickly fires back. No, I just wanted to help you, my lord. But seeing Demiurgos fall silent, Alex's mind races. What about the Archduke of Gluttony? The only one who can move Deros, one of the 7 dukes, is you, my lord. Alex's eyes narrow, a shocking thought taking root. He looks at Demiurgos, who's moping about being ruined, and wonders, could it be that the Lord himself is behind all of this? A cold sweat breaks out on Alex's brow, his fangs peeking out. He remembers it all how Demiurgos shook up the dragon hunting guilds just yesterday, making even veteran heroes tremble. He also gave the guild's list to the golden dragon, a move designed to shatter the peace treaty. Alex can perfectly picture the dragon getting that evidence, followed by the complete annihilation of the dragon race. The logic is undeniable. By giving her proof that humans are hunting dragons, the hardliner faction would never stay quiet, peace treaty or not. Alex's shoulders slump as the full weight of the realization hits him. In the end, the relationship between demons, humans, and dragons is destined to collapse. A clear image flashes in Alex's mind. An empire torn apart by 3 warring factions. For the first time in history, a 3-way war between demons, humanity, and dragons is about to explode. And here's the moment Alex's brain just completely breaks. He jolts up, stunned by the sheer scale of this plan, his eyes wide with fear as he stares at the dazed-looking Demiurgos. A plan so grand, it was suffocating. Alex is so moved he can't even cry, thinking that even if they're caught now, they can never reveal that the Lord orchestrated everything. Alex imagines his name being immortalized in the history books, while his lord, Demiurgos, would be remembered as the one who stopped the war between mankind and dragons. A deep understanding dawns in Alex's eyes, as if he's finally seen the whole truth. His thoughtful expression completely baffles Demiurgos. Could it be? He's calculated everything? If not, why would he abandon the throne? Alex is lost in thought, remembering a time when Demiurgos looked up at the sky so innocently, content and happy. What are those floating petals? The previous Demiurgos would never have noticed something like that. It's so wonderful to live on the surface, but it's all just a dream. Demiurgos had to give up that innocence to become the Demiurgos, and yet, strangely, he craved the surface world more than any king before him. Alex recalls the moment Demiurgos decided to give it all up, losing the fierce aura of a demon king. Why did you abandon us? Didn't I already tell you? Haha, for no reason at all. Demiurgos was always so vague about why he quit, leaving Alex completely puzzled. He immediately drops to his knees before Demiurgos, his voice filled with reverence. My true lord, this Alex has been a fool. The sudden seriousness throws Demiurgos for a loop. My lord, what is it? Alex pushes his hat aside, revealing a sincere eye. I, Alex, was completely blind. Only now do I see the magnificent, complete picture that you have painted. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yep, Demiurgos is just as confused as we are. Having a fool like me under your command must be why you kept it a secret, Alex says, bowing his head as Demiurgos sits on the bed, his face a total blank. Did he take the wrong medicine or something? Why is he spouting nonsense? Alex continues, I know it's late, but if you still trust me, I will do my best to cover this all up. Demiurgos is still utterly stunned, but decides to just play along. I have no idea what you're talking about, but sure, let's go with that. Right, Blockhead. Glad you finally understand. I'm about to die of stress here. Demiurgos points, gesturing for Alex to go and atone. Now go, cover it up. Alex nods sharply. Yes, my lord, do not worry. But just as Alex turns to leave, Demiurgos calls out, Ah, Alex. Alex pauses, listening. By the way, do gods actually exist? The unexpected question surprises Alex, who hesitates for a moment before answering. Of course they do. Why do you suddenly ask? Demiurgos looks away, his voice dropping low. He sits on the bed as sunlight pours through the window, illuminating the entire room. They always talk about their rules and laws, but they never once care if a Demiurgos actually wants to be the Demiurgos. Hearing this, Alex lets out a small laugh. Haha, I'm certain they've been watching everything. Gods really do exist. But Alex's next words make Demiurgos jump. I've seen them before. Oh? Demiurgos' face is a mask of pure curiosity as he quickly asks, what do they look like? Alex just scratches his face, his gaze drifting away. Well, I'm not really sure. I only saw a glimpse from far away. Not getting a straight answer, Demiurgos snaps, raising a fist. Blockhead, you made me worry over nothing. Now go to sleep. Ah, yes, sir. Alex quickly turns, steps into a portal, and vanishes with a sleep well, my lord. Demiurgos immediately lies down, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, looking utterly exhausted and sad. His mind turns to the looming conflict between humans and dragons. The most logical theory, Demiurgos tells himself, is that the hardliners have teamed up with Deros to provoke a war with humanity. The golden dragon tried to prevent that, and that's why we sided with Dugam. He recalls the dragon's words, but in this scenario, the golden dragon would think Deros and the hardliners are using them, turning them into a target. Someone is taking advantage of the dragon's anger. Demiurgos considers another angle, either the palace where the human king rules, or conversely, humanity itself, has hidden Deros' plot to create a reason to hunt dragons. Hiding his plot so the dragons would attack humans on their own? Huh. Why do they live so well? Because they are incredibly valuable. The dragons would then be captured, shackled, and imprisoned. If that's the case, then the dragons are definitely the victims, and the peace treaty will be shattered by the hardliners' fury. Demiurgos lies there, lost in deep thought. He continues to imagine a third scenario, one involving the golden dragon. Finally, the third possibility is that this is all a theory created by the golden dragon herself. Demiurgos recalls his conversation with Alex. The golden dragon is in this world as a human, not in her true form. In other words, Dugam doesn't truly exist here. Demiurgos remembers the dragon's serious tone when she said dragon hunt. So, if you remove the golden dragon from the equation, you have a scenario where a Demiurgos and a demon duke attack both dragons and humans, causing bloody, chaotic battles. It's as if a demon and a demon duke just appeared out of nowhere and attacked both sides at once. An image of the Demiurgos and the duke standing proudly amidst the ruins they created flashes through Demiurgos' mind. And with only 20 years left before the regression, the alliance between dragons and humans is slowly crumbling, while the Demiurgos and his demon forces have been rampaging everywhere. All right, You and I are about to see how a great war gets manipulated from the shadows. To keep the civil war between dragons and humans raging, noble factions are doing everything to divide them. In the tense atmosphere, both Demiurgos and Alex wear the same cold, triumphant smirk. They know if they play this right, they can seize total control of the coming war. But after a moment, Demiurgos just stops. If we're gonna act, then let's just go kill them. Simple as that. A dark little chuckle escapes him. The next morning, at a weapon shop for warriors, a girl with chestnut hair and an air of total confidence walks in, decked out in luxury armor. This is Alexia, a woman who radiates power. "How have you been, Zeke?" she asks. Zeke is overjoyed to see her, but Demiurgos just looks confused by her arrival. Zeke quickly makes the introductions. "This is Alexia, the pride of Jorik and also my classmate from the Hero Academy." Alexia is from the Holyoke family, a prestigious A-rank clan. Demiurgos instantly recalls what Alex told him, that there are only two families here, an A rank on the verge of Gamma rank and a ruined F rank. "Everyone knows that," Alexia says, glancing at a gossiping crowd before her eyes settle on the weapons and trophies hanging on the walls. She quickly gets to the point with Zeke. "I heard you found a guardian. Not bad, huh?" Zeke simply replies with humility, "Thank you, senior." Alexia then turns to Demiurgos, who's just sitting casually with his legs crossed, and asks provocatively, "Why are you staring like that? First time seeing an A-rank hero." But Demiurgos' reply, "Trust me, this is where it gets good. If you're an A-rank, where the hell were you when the dragons attacked? Our family fought as G-rank heroes in the 665th Great War," she snaps back. "You must be new here. Dragons are for D-rank heroes only." Zeke quickly jumps in to diffuse the tension. "Of course, if everyone could handle dragons, we'd all be D-rank. But why did you come here today?" Alexia deliberately makes a loud noise to draw attention, but her question is meant only for Zeke. "I heard you can find dragon relics near White Tear Castle." "So it's you, Zeke," she scoffs. "I was wondering what kind of guardian would choose an F rank, instead of a powerful A-rank hero like myself." She never misses a chance to land a verbal jab. Demiurgos, however, remains completely unfazed. "You're just a spoiled brat who doesn't respect heroes." Zeke quickly tries to downplay everything. "I was just lucky. If my master had met you first, Senior Alexia, he would have chosen you." But Alexia isn't backing down. Before being chosen, one should learn some manners. Who'd want to protect a hero family that doesn't even show up when dragons attack? That hits a nerve. Humiliated, Alexia explodes, ready to fight Demiurgos right there. Luckily, Zeke manages to stop her by physically holding her back. Now, to the Demiurgos, they're probably just flies buzzing around. But you and I can feel something else brewing between these two. "Enough, stop bothering me and get lost." Alexia is so furious she storms out. "Good thing I didn't end up with a weird guardian like that," she mutters to Zeke. "Sorry, senior, goodbye," Zeke calls after her. "And next time, if you aren't buying anything, don't bother coming back." But things aren't over just yet. Before leaving, Alexia gives Zeke one last piece of advice. "Now that you have a guardian, you should at least take the bloodline ranking test. You're still unranked, you know." Hearing this, Demiurgos shoots to his feet, completely stunned. "Wait, didn't you say you were F rank? You haven't even taken the test?" "Because it's crazy expensive, and I'm obviously F rank anyway," Zeke explains with a weak smile. "You should still try," Alexia insists. Demiurgos nearly faints. "Even a test costs money? What kind of hellscape is this?" He's starting to realize that while basic hero classes are free, getting ahead in this world is anything but easy. "That's not enough to keep up," Alexia explains, "so everyone joins hero academies and gets private tutors." She then speaks of true geniuses with pride, as if describing herself. "Those people pass every course and succeed without any extra help. They become the top-tier heroes A rank and above." Demiurgos immediately understands the hidden meaning in her words. "You mean it's natural selection?" he says. Alexia continues laying out the harsh reality of the hero world. Giving everyone an equal chance just holds back true talent. Only the top 5% of heroes actually protect this world, while the lower-ranked ones have to give up. And right there, Demiurgos starts seeing the cracks in this entire system, just like we are. "So, you're saying family background decides a hero's rank. Even the bloodline test costs a fortune." Alexia, however, thinks he's completely missed the point. "Sir, there's no such thing as a great hero who can't make money. They're needed everywhere." Then a thought strikes him. "But what about the ones who can't earn anything? It seems this world isn't totally cruel to those without powerful families." "That never happens," Alexia asserts confidently. "The Hero Support Division helps them." Demiurgos uses Zeke as an example to question her about the ranking system. Zeke just scratches his head awkwardly, not daring to answer for himself. He doesn't even bother to try, she says dismissively. Even if he did, he'd just make his brothers do the work. If all three of them keep this up, they'll graduate dead last. He had no choice but to accept it. He finally understands the problem, but Zeke seems completely unworried, as if he'll just burn through money with these failures. So, will his talent be passed down from one generation to the next? Exactly. Like I've said, real talent always reveals itself. You can't hide a natural gift forever. He slumps over, realizing he also needs to get a rank. He turns to his companions, asking, "How old are you two? 17? 18? You must have had it rough." He waves his hand, ready to send them away, and gives an order. "That's enough. Go home. Announce that the shop is closed. Zeke, let's go." The boy has no idea what his guardian is planning. Go where? Demiurgos is dead set on getting a bloodline test and tells Alex to come along, which startles them both. Where else? We're getting a bloodline test. Let's move, Alex. Yes, master. And so, they finally arrive at the bloodline testing center. The appearance of our trio immediately catches the staff's attention, likely due to their standout outfits and confident air. We're here to register for a hero bloodline level test. The employee calmly replies, "Take a number and wait." But Demiurgos isn't having it. He wants this done now. The man says nothing, simply pointing to the left. A sign on the table reads, "We are always being watched. Don't be rude. Please follow the staff's instructions." After reading that, Demiurgos is ready to throw hands, but Zeke and Alex quickly hold him back. Their ticket number is 45, so it looks like they're in for a long wait. Now, stick with me, because this is where a new player enters the scene. Zeke seems excited, while the other two are anything but thrilled. Suddenly, someone else's arrival grabs Demiurgos' attention. This man is tall and well-built, with a weapon slung over his back, but the strangest part is the staff's completely different attitude. "Welcome. We'll begin immediately." Demiurgos is confused why someone who arrived later gets to cut the line, but Zeke seems to know who he is. Why does he get to go first? That's Manhwa, the strongest warrior near Joris. He's not just a hero. His power has reached grade G. He's famous for his incredible talent. Theoretically, since Alexia's father is a grade A hero, she should inherit that title upon graduation. But that means she isn't grade A yet. Everyone predicts Alexia will surpass her father, possibly even reaching grade A+. Although she lacks finesse, she possesses outstanding skills. Finally, the employee calls Zeke's number for his bloodline test, now serving number 45. The bloodline test administrator reads the name one more time, Zeke. He peers at Zeke's information sheet, carefully confirming every detail before starting. 17 years old, graduated from elementary school, correct. He continues reading the other details. Never had an ability test. Bloodline purity unknown. Zeke has kept a smile on his face the entire time, proud to be from the Holibic family. With just that little bit of information, the staffer makes a decision that forces Demiurgos to immediately step in. All right, that's an F rank. Go ahead and stamp it. Demiurgos is furious at the unfair judgment. Don't you determine ranks using a blood sample and an ability assessment? This ranking will decide the kid's entire life. What's the rush? The man claims he's just trying to help. His family has always been F rank and seems to be struggling, so I just wanted to save you two some money. But if you have the money, then go ahead and get the test. Demiurgos yells back at his disrespectful attitude. How much? 5 gold coins. He slides 5 coins across the table. Seeing the man's shifty eyes, Demiurgos demands, "Fine, do the test." The employee says nothing more, just shoots him a glare. Seeing this, he stops making things difficult for them. "Very well, I'll bring the equipment." Zeke doesn't want Demiurgos to make enemies or waste money on his behalf. "You don't have to do this, master." Demiurgos can't believe Zeke is so ready to give up on his own life. You'd throw away your only chance to change your future over 5 gold coins? The more I learn about this world, the more it pisses me off. The device they bring out is a glowing red orb, set on a strange pedestal. What is this thing? The employee explains calmly. This is a tool to check blood purity. It may not look like much, but it's the pinnacle of magic science. Demiurgos and Alex look on curiously, but Zeke seems terrified. It's simple. You just need to place your hand on this sphere. His tone towards Zeke holds zero respect. Are you ready? Zeke, put your hand on it. Zeke is terrified. His blood purity won't be high enough. All three of them watch anxiously as Zeke places his hand on the orb, red as human blood. The very instant his hand makes contact, the orb reacts violently, startling Zeke. The tongue on the base retracts, and the final result is displayed. And trust me, You are not ready for this number. Blood purity, 10.825%. Everyone's attention is now locked on Zeke's results. The bloodline examiner is completely stunned by this outcome. Zeke senses the suffocating tension and tries to lighten the mood with a laugh. What's this? 10.825? That's super low. Demiurgos quickly questions the employee about the result. It's only 10%, so what's his rank? E? F? Which one is it? Tell me the result, now. The employee doesn't answer right away, hesitating for a moment. Well, about that. What he says next isn't the result. It seems there's been a slight problem. The tool must be malfunctioning. So if you'd like to test again, you'll have to pay me another 5 gold coins. Zeke doesn't want to bother Demiurgos any further and decides to stop here. He feels spending 10 gold coins on this is worthless if the result is just going to be the same. Zeke suggests that Demiurgos should just give him an F rank, but Demiurgos refuses to accept the man's sudden, blatant scam. Demiurgos confronts him directly. Hey, old man, I already paid you, so you have to do your job properly. Why are you trying to dodge this? The result was 10.825. Now give me the rank I deserve. 5 gold coins is not a small amount of money. The assessment has to be fair. The man starts to look worried, even scared, realizing who he's dealing with. He tries to explain why he thinks the orb is broken, but his reasoning is just a flimsy excuse. Zeke is from the 4th generation of heroes, correct? He asks, but Zeke doesn't understand what he's implying. The man continues, it's precisely your generation that makes me doubt this result. Even for the 5th generation, the highest purity ever recorded was 9%. No one in history has ever reached 10%. That number only exists in dreams. But his real goal was simply to get Zeke to pay another 5 gold coins for a higher rank. D rank is often compared to dragons, and their index is at 6%. This tool is definitely broken. So, you can either pay another 5 gold coins, or we finalize the result as F rank, he declares. Demiurgos ignores his demand and focuses only on the rank. Give him a B rank or a D rank, Demiurgos orders. However, the man still tries to convince him that the tool is faulty. Even B rank is extremely high. You can't just get that on a whim. A 10% reading is absurd. This tool has to be broken. Hearing that, Demiurgos slams his hand on the table as a final warning. Fine, test it again. But if the result is still 10%, you have to pay us 5 gold coins. What do you say? You and I both know this fight is just getting started. All right, let's watch this official try to act like he knows it all. I see right through you two. You hunt for country bumpkin heroes, treating them like lottery tickets. If you don't get the winning numbers, you just toss them aside and find a new one, right? You'll just throw him away too, he sneers. He keeps pushing, absolutely certain he's figured them out. He claims to be helping poor heroes, but his manipulative tone is clearly making Zeke anxious. Forcing a rank he can't handle is basically fraud. Rank determines missions, after all, he says, the room falling silent as a new voice cuts through. Are you done? Demiurgos asks, his voice dripping with menace. Now it's your turn to be afraid of my words. I refuse to let Zeke be an F rank. How about a retest with a 5 gold coin wager? Demiurgos presses his advantage, his dissatisfaction obvious as he lays his demands on the table for Zeke's new rank. The official breaks into a cold sweat, trembling at the threat. He starts doubting his own faulty machines. What if Zeke actually hits a 10% score again? No, impossible. A 10% is way too rare, but what if he even hits 1%? He glances at Zeke's protector. 5 gold coins is nothing to them, but for him, that's 3 months' salary. In his eyes, Zeke is just some useless kid without his rich family's protection. He glares at the trio, then decides to give Zeke the C rank just to get them out of his office. He doesn't want the trouble or the financial risk. Fine, C rank it is. I know you want something higher, but this is no joke. I'm only doing this because I'm genuinely worried about Zeke. An F rank versus a B rank monster? That's a death sentence, he shouts, so agitated that he's scaring his own staff. It's C rank, before I change my mind. Stamp it now. Without another word, he slams the official stamp down on the decision. This time, it's real. He even holds the document up, reading it aloud. Zeke of House Holybix, officially recognized as a C-rank hero. Zeke can't believe his ears. By the time they leave, the sun is setting. As Demiurgos and Alex walk ahead, feeling great, you can see how this moment is everything. That old geezer tried to squeeze 10 gold out of me, Demiurgos laughs, but the second I demanded 5 back, he folded like a coward. Zeke trails behind them, feeling incredible for scaring the man so badly. He looks down at his official certificate, tears welling in his eyes. The decision is final. C rank hero. His mind flashes back to all the insults he endured. So your blood is F rank, huh? Instead of wasting time, why don't you just drop out? I'm saying this for your own good blood like yours is worthless. Is the whole Holybix family just commoners then? No different from peasant blood? Zeke squeezes his eyes shut, the harsh memories flooding back. Then, he opens them, his gaze fixed forward. To him, Demiurgos is radiating the aura of an angel. Sir Demiurgos. Do you know? Zeke asks, looking at him with pure admiration as he laughs with Alex. You're the very first person who ever reached out to help me. He looks up at the sky, now turning a warm orange at dusk. This is also the first time I've ever felt this kind of warmth. Zeke deeply respects him, and looking at the paper, his resolve hardens. I've made my decision. Since you've given me a new life, I will repay you properly. I will dedicate my entire life to serving you. Zeke is overjoyed, never having dreamed he'd be given a C rank. Now I understand. Our meeting wasn't a coincidence, Sir Demiurgos. You must be the angel that God destined for me. Clutching the decision tightly, Zeke sprints forward, racing towards the man who single-handedly saved his future. Let's go, Sir Demiurgos. Hurry up, you fool, he says playfully. Now, his mission is to protect him. We jump forward about 1 month after Zeke became a C-rank hero. The sky suddenly turns an ominous, unnatural shade of dark. High above, a strange column of light nothing like regular lightning slams down to the earth, indifferent to who might get hurt. It turns out, Demiurgos is there to witness this bizarre phenomenon, and it seems the light is radiating from Zeke himself. A vision hits him. He's facing a massive threat, a long, coiling monster surrounded by giant swords, and his attacks seem to be doing absolutely nothing. He stares down the glowing entity before him, one of the 4 guardian gods, the very being that destroyed the old world. The Red Phoenix. You're here to burn this world? Not the Demiurgos? Okay, let that sink in for a second. This kid is apparently destined to fight literal gods. Back in the present, the team stands before a mission board crowded with requests. Zeke is confused. Why are we looking at this mission board? Demiurgos just smiles gently. Because now that you're an official hero, you have to take on official missions. Oh, right. Zeke's eyes light up as the scariest-looking member of their group lets out a loud laugh. Deal with a lich and its cultists trying to revive it in the Southeast Black Cemetery? Now this is a proper A-rank mission. Aladdin will take this one. Demiurgos sighs. Honestly, what's there to brag about? We should choose a C-rank mission, let's see here. Probably for the best, Alex agrees, reading the requests. Bring back 3 bags of wild wolf spider eggs, extinguish the eternal flame on the western mountain, or find 7 child souls that appear nightly. Suddenly, Alex freezes at one particular mission. Defeat the mermen who have been haunting and harming the villagers. Demiurgos looks puzzled. Mermen? They're a tribe of half-human, half-fish creatures, over 2 meters tall. They usually appear when the sunlight isn't too strong, Alex explains, and they attack the nearby fishing villages. The second Alex finishes, Demiurgos snatches the mission paper, his eyes sparkling. All right, get ready to go for a swim. I'm going to play in the water. Soon after, Demiurgos' team arrives at the location. He's even wearing a super stylish swimsuit, while the other 2 look less than thrilled. Come on out, you fish. Let's play. But the entire small village before them is engulfed in a sea of flames. Huh. I thought this was a sea of water, but it's a sea of fire. If there are fish, there must be water. Inside the village, belongings are piled high and set ablaze. Panicked villagers clutch torches as the inferno rages. Children scream endlessly, and another torch is tossed onto the pile. The flames roar higher, and a man with veins bulging on his neck screams, "The mermen are afraid of fire. They can't get close. We need to light more fires." His wife rushes over to help. "Hurry! More fire! Move faster!" As she runs, a single foul-smelling drop of water lands on her cheek. She freezes as she sees a merman monster, trident in hand, crawling down from a roof. She lets out a blood-curdling scream, completely overcome by terror. In a flash, the monster disappears from her sight. It had jumped down to attack viciously, but her husband manages to tackle her out of the monster's path just in time. They crash to the ground, and standing over them is the hulking merman. And now, it's not just one, but 3 of them massive and snarling. And you and I are left to wonder how they'll get out of this one. Their appearance alone is terrifying enough to make a person faint, let alone their incredible strength. The man holds his wife tight, gritting his teeth as he stares them down. They're completely powerless, looking up at a sky ablaze as far as they can see, wondering when a hero will finally arrive. Elsewhere, Alex explains to the other two that contrary to popular belief, mermen aren't weak against fire at all. That's why most people who fight them end up dying in the flames. Demiurgos looks a little uncomfortable hearing this. Just how strong are they? Alex just gives a shrug. I'm not entirely sure. Why? I don't have enough data to calculate it. Demiurgos turns his gaze back to the village. Is this really a C-rank mission? It's not bad, he declares, surveying the scene. I guess Zeke can't handle this on his own, huh? Alex looks at him and asks, should we go down and take a look? Demiurgos answers flatly, no. Hearing that, Zeke freezes. You go, Zeke. Zeke stammers back, me? You want me to fight them all alone? Demiurgos squints his eyes, emphasizing every word. Of course, you're the only hero here. You must have forgotten, but I'm just a merchant, and Alex is just a butler. Zeke forces a bitter laugh, but can I really handle them? His eyes, however, are filled with determination. Didn't I apologize for telling you I was sorry you were an F rank the first day we met? Zeke's face is full of worry as Demiurgos continues, his voice dead serious. Weren't you the one who said you were F rank? Not someone else, right? In the evening light, Demiurgos' eyes seem even more red. You are the hero, the leader of this party. You're also the one who fought back then, even though Alex got all the praise. Zeke's cheeks flush red hearing those words. You haven't forgotten you're a hero, have you? Demiurgos points a finger right at him. As of today, you are officially a state-recognized C-rank hero. And those words hit Zeke's core, fueling his resolve. And now, look in front of you are ordinary, weak people about to die. They're waiting for a hero to show up. Demiurgos' gaze is incredibly intense. This is your mission. They're waiting for you. Go now. Go save them. Hero ban Holly Big. Zeke gets more and more fired up, and after a moment's pause, he finally speaks. Right. A gust of wind seems to ignite his spirit. You're right. I used to be an idiot, a failure, and a flawed product. I used to be a coward, but you reminded me. The will to fight is now blazing in his eyes, clear on his face. The Ban Holly Big from yesterday is dead. He was reborn as a C-rank hero. I swear on my family's honor, I will defeat them and save everyone. After that, Zeke shoots off like a rocket as Demiurgos cheers him on. All right, get in there, hero. Alex just stands behind them, completely speechless. Before, you were a fool, an idiot, but now it's different. Go and fight. The second Zeke is gone, a smug grin spreads across Demiurgos' face. He chuckles to himself while Alex is just stunned by his little scheme. I was expecting to see some fun underwater, but this sea of fire is quite a hassle. I wonder if this trick will even work. Luckily, Zeke's an idiot. Alex scoffs silently. A demon lord, through and through. The hurried footsteps in the village grow more and more chaotic. A young boy runs, anxiously glancing behind him, and unluckily, he trips over a rock. He falls right in front of the two people he was escaping with. They rush to shake him, but his leg is already injured. Are you okay? Get up, hurry! Suddenly, a trident flies through the air, piercing the man beside him. The other two are frozen in shock. The attack was so powerful it sent the man flying with the trident still lodged in his chest. The woman sits there, too terrified to even scream. The monster charges toward them, mouth wide open, a huge blade in its hand. It lets out a triumphant laugh, its blood-red eyes filled with rage. But just then, Zeke appears, dashing in to shield the two villagers. The lightning power from his shield sends the monster flying. The two villagers stare in shock, their eyes slowly regaining clarity. Zeke stands there, facing down an entire horde of ferocious merman monsters. The fire in his eyes brings a surge of joy to the two survivors. A hero, they exclaim. Zeke is a little scared, clenching his jaw to suppress the fear. I am Ban Holly Big, from the Hero Management Department, here to save you. Please rest assured, everyone present rejoices. A hero has come, thank God. But hold on, an old woman pushes through the crowd. Her face is riddled with worry. You're too young. Where are your teammates? Is there a higher-ranking hero? Or maybe a mage? An old man behind her chimes in. You don't even have a sword or armor. He's both scared and furious. We waited for a hero to save us, and all we get is a kid. As he's speaking, the old man suddenly stops. While Zeke awkwardly scratches his head, a merman monster has crept up right behind him. I'm sorry, I just got here, Zeke says. The old man screams in terror, behind you! Zeke turns around, confused. What? The monster swings its massive trident at him, but Zeke easily blocks it with his shield. However, the monster's strength is so immense it sends him flying into the air, and Zeke crashes painfully to the ground. The monsters continue to swarm forward, their blood-red eyes plunging the villagers back into a state of panic. Run! The man with the trident in his chest screams helplessly. Everyone grabs torches and flees in terror. Damn it, Zeke mutters, pushing himself back up, which shocks the injured man. Zeke leaps straight up, confronting the monster horde. What are you doing? Zeke shouts as he charges toward them. I'm buying time! Everyone! The man doesn't even get to finish his sentence as a powerful attack from the monsters is unleashed. Zeke continuously blocks their blows, but their power is just too overwhelming. He's thrown back, painfully coughing up blood from a severe chest injury. His eyes widen in panic as he looks up. The monsters are relentless, their powerful attacks smashing the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. Zeke has to dodge instantly. High above, another monster holds a sharp trident. He rolls to the side in pain, but immediately gets back up to keep fighting as the monster above hurls its trident down with immense water-based power. Zeke is used to moving nimbly to dodge attacks, and this time is no different. With a decisive move, he leaps forward, activating the lightning power from his shield. Energy blasts from the shield, hitting the monster's weak spot and causing it to collapse. A flicker of absolute determination shines in Zeke's eyes. He swings his shield back, preparing for another lightning strike as a different monster lunges at him. Suddenly, another one grabs his ankle and pulls. Zeke is so startled he screams. That monster swings him into the air, then slams him hard into the ground. Luckily, Zeke manages to block his face with the shield just in time. He grits his teeth, enduring the pain of being completely immobilized. Before he can even catch his breath, he's lifted and slammed down again like a toy. Seeing an opening, Zeke smashes his shield into its hand, breaking free. The monster is sent flying back by the shield's power and Zeke's fury. He jumps up, teeth clenched, and in a wide arc he unleashes hell. You and I both know his combat power is becoming more terrifying by the second. Even severely injured, he ignores the pain, determined to fight until the very end. Dick faces the entire horde of monsters alone, the light of the hero's bloodline flaring in his eyes. While the fishmen stand their ground, Dick lunges forward, ready to tear them all apart. Suddenly, a monster appears behind him, preparing a fatal blow. A second later, a brutal punch makes Dick roar in agony. It grabs his head and slams him into a pile of fiery rubble. The villagers watch from a distance, completely helpless, unable to believe what's happening. All they want is to survive. Meanwhile, Alex and Demiurgos sit leisurely under the shade of a tree. Demiurgos wears sunglasses, looking like a young man just relaxing, while Alex lets out a heavy sigh. Alex then brings up Dick, asking, "Don't you think he's not so bad after all? I mean, he seems to have matured a little, right?" Demiurgos thinks for a moment before replying, "Is that so?" Dick is sent flying into a wall by the fish monsters, creating a massive crater. You'd think he'd be finished. But no, from inside that hole, he stubbornly emerges, ready to rip them to shreds. I am the hero. The fish monsters surround him, but Dick still finds an opening to strike one down. His movements become sharper, blocking countless deadly attacks from the horde. But as he faces the monster's final, crushing punch, Dick's strength is fading fast. His legs strain to hold his ground as the monster brings down another fist like a sledgehammer. Its power is just too immense, forcing Dick to scream out in agony as he struggles against the vicious beast. But the unyielding will in his body has not been extinguished. He hurls one monster back and severs its arm with his Laguina shield. I am the hero. 4 more monsters behind him grab their tridents and charge straight for him. They leap into the air, tridents in hand, their eyes filled with madness. A fierce battle unfolds against the backdrop of a blood-red sunset. Wielding the Laguina shield, Dick faces a relentless barrage of attacks from the mob. Every strike is packed with savage brutality, but he shows no sign of backing down. Now watch this. He expertly evades and counters with precise slashes, pushing the enemy back step by step, and completely shatters his foe's trident. But another one appears from behind, its arms wide open, easily restraining Dick and putting him on the defensive. Its grip tightens around him, but suddenly, it begins to shake uncontrollably. Turns out, Dick is pouring all of his remaining power into the shield to break the hold. He grits his teeth, pushing with all his might. His hand clenches the shield's handle, and the monster's arm is instantly severed. However, there's still one more standing in front of him. It furiously punches the ground, sending rocks flying, but Dick manages to roll out of the way just in time. The moment he lands, he charges forward, channeling all his strength into the shield to push back 2 monsters at once. Then he unleashes a powerful blow that sends them flying in opposite directions. The fight was so intense and brutal that Dick is completely exhausted. He drops to one knee, hands on the ground, gasping for breath. The nearby villagers sense the change in atmosphere. His hair is soaked with sweat and dirt as he tries to look up and assess the situation. But to his shock, the monsters are moving again, even rising to their feet. They turn their attention towards the terrified villagers. Every single monster, though wounded, is not yet dead. They all rise in unison, their eyes filled with murderous intent fixed on Dick. He gasps, realizing with despair that he doesn't have the strength to finish them. As the sun sets, dyeing the land in crimson light, Demiurgos and Alex sit in silence from afar. Maybe we should quietly step in and help, Alex thinks. Demiurgos, on the other hand, appears completely unfazed by the situation. Just leave him. He's not dead yet, so don't worry, Demiurgos says coldly, his eyes betraying a hint of concern behind his sunglasses. Besides, he's so focused on the grunts that he's forgotten who's really gunning for his life. Alex doesn't know how to respond, only managing a short, "You've got a point." Suddenly, a trident flies from the distance, caught by one of the monsters. Dick quickly raises his shield to block, but the force is so great it knocks him flat on his back. Turning his head, he spots another monster charging, trident ready to strike. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Dick raises the shield high and brings it crashing down, completely destroying the weapon. He then spins around, landing a fatal blow to the monster's head. But they just keep coming in waves. Another one lunges, and Dick braces himself, slicing the trident in its hands. He swings around, shield gripped tight, and unleashes his full power on the monster. But he never expected this. A whole mob of monsters swarms him, raising their fists and feet, preparing to descend upon Dick's battered body. He cowers behind the Laguina shield, but their power is still overwhelming. The shield feels like it's screaming in protest. Dick is in agony but tries to hold on. "Please, save me," he silently begs. The mob of monsters pummels Dick relentlessly. The nearby villagers witness the scene, their hearts filled with despair and fear. The woman holding the little boy suddenly realizes something. The boy with the injured leg suddenly breaks free from her arms, running straight ahead. Seeing this, the others grow even more anxious. "Noah, where are you going? It's dangerous. Stop!" they scream. Noah runs toward the monsters and then stops, resolute. Though tears stream down his face from fear, his will doesn't waver. The hero is in danger too. He helped us when we were in trouble, so now we have to help him. And just like that, the entire dynamic of this fight is about to change. Noah runs again, leaving everyone stunned. The villagers' expressions shift from fear to fierce determination. Together, they all charge after him, crying out, "Hero, hero! We're coming! Just hold on a little longer," they shout. Demiurgos stands to the side, his gaze deep in thought as he watches the scene unfold. The villagers join forces, some grab an arm, some the head, others a leg of the beast. "Hero, get up! Get away from it! Hold on tight! Don't you dare let go!" they yell. Dick, lying on the ground, witnesses everything, his heart filled with astonishment. A villager shouts with all his might, "Hero, we're holding it! Now finish them!" Dick is stunned for a few seconds, then responds with a surge of excitement. "All right, I'm counting on all of you." He pushes himself up from the ground, gathering his strength to deliver a final, fatal blow. But unexpectedly, the monster powerfully throws the villagers off before landing a massive strike on Dick. The force of the blow shatters everything around them. Dick lets out a cry, then unleashes a strike that sends all the monsters flying. He turns to check behind him and sees a monster has grabbed an old man by the neck, lifting him up and squeezing tighter. Dick panics, thinking, "No, he's too far away." At that very moment, the eye on his shield suddenly glows, radiating a terrifying amount of power. Dick uses the shield to launch a powerful attack on the beast to save the man. His single strike shines brightly against the blood-red sky. The beasts are stunned, but a voice rings out, "Everyone, get 10 meters away." Dick immediately unleashes a shield bash that knocks them all down. But from behind, another beast with a trident prepares to stab down. But the shield is no longer in Dick's hands. He panics, raising his arms to block, crying out, "Oh no, the shield, and trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next." Model, but the beast doesn't give up, baring its fangs and lunging with its three-pronged spear. The shield splits into 3 pieces, perfectly blocking the assault. And you're about to witness one of the coolest weapons in this series in action. Zeke grimaces as the monster is reduced to nothing more than a puddle on the ground. A silent scream of joy echoes in his mind. He actually did it. The shield suddenly attaches itself to Zeke's arm, surprising him. The eye in its center still radiates a mysterious aura. Zeke happily hugs it, exclaiming, "Whoa, Laguina, you're so cool! I knew it from the first time I saw you." he says. Laguina really is the #1 shield in the world. The villagers rush over, overjoyed, and throw their arms around Zeke. Hero, you did it! You're the world's #1 hero. I thought I was dead. Thank you so much. Suddenly, their gazes shift to something behind them. A man yells, "There are still fishmen behind the village!" People are in danger, and without a second thought, Zeke sprints toward the back of the village. As he's running, he's surprised to see feet pounding the ground beside him. The villagers are all running with him, shouting, "We're coming with you! We'll hold them off! We'll use the same strategy as before. Don't go alone, let's go together." Zeke cracks a happy smile and gently replies, "Okay, then I'll be in your care." From high above, Demiurgos watches the village engulfed in flames. "The atmosphere has completely changed, hasn't it?" he remarks. "The same people who were running for their lives now want to hunt fishmen?" The people have rallied around Zeke, a creature who gave them hope that if they just fight, they can win. Looking at the scene, Demiurgos wonders to himself, "So this is what a hero is?" Beside him, Alex suddenly laughs. "It really is," he says, his face twisting into a scowl. "A sight I never wanted to see." Demiurgos calmly continues, "I agree, but I feel something strange. Zeke fought much better than I expected. He wonders when the kid grew up so much." Alex is stunned by this sudden shift. And this is where we see Demiurgos' true colors. He gets hyped, feeling a strange warmth building inside him. He wants the kid to get stronger, and even cooler. His eyes deepen as he says, "I want to see Zeke smile more." Alex quietly observes his master. The scene flashes back to the chaos, where the legendary shield, Laguina, had just pushed back the horde of monsters. Laguina soars through the air, strikes a monster, spins, and then returns to its master's arm. Zeke raises his hand in victory as everyone around him erupts in cheers. "Wow, he did it! Hero, we won!" The villagers joyfully embrace him. The fishmen have been defeated. "Hero, you did it! From now on, those fishmen won't be able to get in here anymore. Thank you so much. You're the hero who saved us all." Zeke is surrounded, pure happiness written all over his face. Then, a voice calls out from behind, "I'm sorry." It's the old man who was captured by the fishmen, now bowing his head to Zeke. "I'm sorry for not trusting you. We never imagined you would fight so bravely to save us. You are the savior of our village." As he finishes, everyone else rushes forward, echoing his apology. "I'm sorry too for not believing in you at first. Really, I'm sorry, hero. Please, forgive us." Zeke is stunned into a happy silence, then breaks into a brilliant, radiant smile. "It's all right." The sun begins to set, casting a warm red glow over the sea. With his legs covered in scars, Zeke appears before Demiurgos and Alex. Demiurgos smiles and asks, "A happy ending, was it?" Zeke looks at him gently. "I've returned." Demiurgos casually pats the back of his head. "So, you're back. How did it feel, fighting with everything you had?" Zeke sincerely begins his story. "At first, I just thought I had to save the villagers. But when they brought out the shield, I just wanted to go all out. You might not believe it, but I really sent them flying. You'd probably think, oh, that was easier than expected. But they just got back up, completely unharmed, while I was already exhausted." Alex listens silently as Zeke continues. "In the end, the fishmen were overwhelming me. Just as I was thinking, is this the end? The villagers suddenly rushed in to save me. They yelled, 'Hero, destroy them!' And at that moment you feel this, right? I was filled with power. Then Laguina appeared like a god, and I gained even more strength. From that point on, everything felt like a dream." Zeke is practically glowing with excitement. He goes on, "Laguina flew around me, blocking every single fishman. Anytime one attacked, it automatically intercepted for me. It was unbelievably fast." Demiurgos listens, then shouts with joy, "So damn cool." He stands up decisively, shoves his hands in his pockets, and walks off. "Good. A happy ending then. I'm hungry. Go make some noodles," he says. Zeke is taken aback, but quickly responds, "Yes, sir." But then he calls out, "Ah, Lord Demiurgos, wait a moment." Demiurgos stops and looks back. Zeke pulls a piece of paper from his pocket. "This is the commission certificate. They said if I turn this in to the guild, I'll get a 3 silver reward." Demiurgos is silent for a beat, then turns and walks away again, calling over his shoulder, "So why are you giving it to me?" Zeke quickly replies, "Because you're my master, of course." Before he can even finish, Demiurgos cuts him off. "I didn't lift a finger. You completed this mission on your own, so the commission fee is obviously yours. Stop being a blockhead and go make my noodles." Zeke and Alex are both stunned. Alex puts a hand on Zeke's shoulder. "Let's go, Zeke. As they walk, Alex asks, "Do you remember what you told the master yesterday on the way to the hero inspection?" Zeke is startled, trying to remember. Yesterday? What about it?" Alex explains, "You mentioned your younger siblings have a school trip coming up, but you didn't have the money for it and were struggling with how to tell them." Alex's eyes grow thoughtful. 3 silver is nothing to Lord Demiurgos, but he wants you to be the one to pay for your siblings' trip with money you earned yourself. He's trying to help you build your self-respect. Zek's eyes widen in stunned realization. Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Because you're our hero, after all." Zek and Alex both turn toward the sound. Zek thinks to himself, "My angel." He then shouts to Demiurgos in the distance, "Thank you, master." Demiurgos doesn't look back, just raises a hand in acknowledgement. The moon is now high in the night sky. The entire village is packed into Zek's noodle shop, eating with gusto. Demiurgos slurps his noodles loudly, broth dripping down his chin. His eyes go wide with delight as he exclaims, "This is the flavor." He points at Zek. "Kid, you should stick to this. Forget being a hero, switch to cooking." Zek can only scratch his head sheepishly. Are you actually complimenting me?" Suddenly, a voice from behind calls out, "Let me have a bowl too." And trust me, the glamorous woman who just walked in is about to change absolutely everything. "So, what's all the fuss?" she says, sizing him up. "Let's see what's so good it has all the heroes talking." The woman walks over and sits right next to Demiurgos, who looks up from his meal and asks what she wants. She snaps back, "Doesn't your side always have someone watching to see if our side is doing its job? But where's that long-haired guy who's always glued to you?" Demiurgos just flashes his fangs in a smirk. "Are you crazy? We have lives of our own, you know." That comment makes Demiurgos flash back to the moment Alex said, "Master, with your permission, I need to go finish some leftover work." Demiurgos, sitting on his throne, could only stare blankly as Alex prepared to step through a spatial rift. "Leftover work?" Demiurgos had asked. Alex's face turned serious as he explained, "I have to find Daros and learn about that matter before Golden Law finds out. It might be an event that affects the 666th Great War. Otherwise, I'd already be swamped, and you keep bringing back these ridiculous hero quests on top of it all." Smoke literally starts pouring off Demiurgos as he roars, "What did you just say?" But Alex is already stepping through the portal, laughing as he goes, "Nothing. I'm busy. Excuse me." Back in the present, Demiurgos studies the girl, wondering if she actually knows something, or if she's just completely clueless. A 66,580-year-old dragon, he thinks. Who knows what's going on in her head? Suddenly, Zeke speaks up. "That matter? Oh, hello. I'm the hero, Ban Holobich, from Lord Demiurgos' party." With a friendly smile, he adds, "It's a pleasure to meet you. This is my first time meeting an acquaintance of my master." The girl smiles back. "The pleasure's all mine. Zeke, I've heard about you," she says. "I'm the sorcerer, Golden Law." Then she grins mischievously. "It must be tough following this idiot around all the time. You're covered in injuries and he's still making you run a shop? He's completely insane." Hearing that, Demiurgos starts steaming again. Zeke quickly waves his hands, denying it. "Oh no, opening the shop was my idea. I wanted to earn some money. Lord Demiurgos didn't force me." Zeke smiles brightly. "You two really are friends, aren't you? You even act the same way." Hearing this, they both shoot each other a death glare and mutter, "He said we're friends." "Friends? Friends my ass." Just then, Zeke places a bowl of noodles in front of her. "Your order is ready. Please enjoy." The girl takes a few quick bites and her eyes go wide. "What is this? It's actually amazing. Zeke, you need to quit following this guy and go open your own restaurant." Zeke asks shyly, "You really think so?" Demiurgos chimes in while eating. "He's right, it's really good." "Hey, didn't you have your hero exam today, Zeke?" she asks between bites. "What rank did you get?" He answers earnestly, "I got C rank." Demiurgos adds, "And his purity of blood is 10.82%. She slams the table in excitement. "Over 10%? Zeke quickly denies it. No, Lord Demiurgos is just teasing you. The machine was broken at the time," Demiurgos says casually, "but who's to say if it was really broken or not?" Now, pay attention here, because she continues, "Still, 10% is an impossible number, but if it's true, Zeke could become the final hero, the one to end the war with the demon realm." Demiurgos just scoffs and shoots her down. "Are you an idiot? Even the first-generation hero couldn't end the war. What makes you think someone with only 10% hero blood can? You're the 4th generation, not the final hero, so what are you even talking about? Stop dreaming. You just want to use a 4th-generation hero to create a 5th generation." In the end, they're all just toys for the gods up there. She fires back, annoyed. I was just saying it's an incredible number. Why do you have to be so serious? Besides, it comes with wealth and fame. And just like that, they're at it again. But that stuff should be earned, not handed to you. It's not like my achievements came easy. I was imprisoned for 80 years, you know. Oh, boo-hoo. You heartless messenger of hell. All you do is sleep. What hardship is that? You think sleeping for 80 years is easy? Watching them, Zeke can't help but chuckle, thinking they really ought. Demiurgos finally explodes. Seriously, I was enjoying my meal until you showed up and ruined it. If you don't have any other business, then get lost. The girl starts pulling something out from her robes. Oh, right. Your rambling made me forget. I came to give you this. She reveals a long, sinister-looking sword. A gift to celebrate Zeke officially becoming a hero. The Doom Lion Sword. A hero needs a proper blade, after all. So I brought an item from the same Doom series as your shield. Staring at the sword's immense power, Zeke stammers. Hey, you're really giving this to me? Demiurgos, green with envy, snatches the sword. Let me see that. She immediately yells at him, hey, that's a gift for Zeke. But Demiurgos suddenly stops. This sour smell, it's a very familiar scent of darkness. She smiles smugly. That's because it's a sword made from Demonkin. When it comes to offensive weapons, the demon realms are the best. This sword was forged from the black horn of a Dorino and the tentacle oil of a beholder, a blade full of poison that can pierce through any shield. As Demiurgos stares at the sword, it seems to grimace, revealing a set of human-like teeth. Do you feel this way every time you see a dragon weapon? He asks. The girl just laughs. Who knows? But the two of them are already bickering again. And yeah, I'm with him. Why would you give a demon sword to my hero? I'll never understand you 60,000-year-old snakes. It's just an item from the Doom series. What's the big deal? Are you kidding me? Demiurgos gives up and tosses the sword to Zeke. Fine, whatever. Here, Zeke, it's yours. Zeke fumbles to catch the sword. Ah, yes. Thank you when a strange light suddenly flashes, blinding him. He finds himself pulled into a bizarre space, all red and black. A strange smell hits his nostrils and he quickly covers his nose. Ugh, sulfur. This is awful. He realizes everything as far as he can see is on fire. This place, it's the demon world. From below a river of red, a powerful roar echoes, grabbing his attention. The demonic sword appears and speaks with a wicked laugh. I am Doom Lion, the embodiment of accumulated hatred. In this chaotic world, if you accept me, I will protect you. I will help you destroy every enemy in your path. Just then, a powerful gust of wind hits Zeke, snapping him back to reality. He's standing there, clutching the sword, his face covered in sweat. So? How was it? Demiurgos asks, chin propped on his hand. Did you like it? Zeke looks at the sword. Yeah. I don't know if it's the Demonkin power inside, but this felt completely different from the Doom Laguina. For the first time, I heard a dark whisper. It's really powerful. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. Well then, shall we go test out the new sword? Zeke's face lights up. Really? But the girl points an angry finger at Demiurgos. Hey, your hero will die at this rate. Give the guy a break. Demiurgos fires right back. Shut up. An adventure just fell into our laps. And so, the three of them set off on horseback to test the sword. Demiurgos suddenly asks, Hey, why are you even following us? The girl, who's now knitting, simply replies, I was in the area, so I decided to tag along. Zeke just smiles and asks innocently, So, where are we going? And trust me, you and I both know this is where the real adventure begins. Alright, let's dive into a mission that's already gone horribly wrong. Demiurgos pulls out a quest scroll. Miners went to Mount CA 5 days ago, and not a single one has returned. Every hero sent to investigate has also lost contact. The mission: uncover the mountain's secret. Demiurgos casually adds that he picked this up after the mermaid incident, finding it interesting. Zeke figures it's just some bored monsters taking over, a perfect chance to give his new sword its first taste of blood. Zeke laughs nervously. Ah, yes, sir. He hesitates for a moment, then asks, Sir Demiurgos, what kind of monster is the Demiurgos exactly? What kind of creature is it that, even after centuries, still wants to destroy the world and plunge everything into suffering? I have to ask the Demiurgos this. He thinks. Does he even know the evil he's caused? Suddenly, another voice cuts in. That's what I'm saying. I don't get why that guy is in such a rush when he's clearly losing. But who knows? Maybe he has his own private struggles. Perhaps the Demiurgos doesn't even like to fight. The girl looks at Demiurgos with a surprised expression. Zeke scoffs at the idea. A Demiurgos who hates war? No way. He's the source of all this. Demiurgos chuckles along. That's what I think, too. Demiurgos' gaze turns thoughtful as he looks up at the sky. Under the bright moonlight, the sounds from the carriage echo until the wheels suddenly grind to a halt. Everyone follows Demiurgos' gaze. Over there, he says, Mount CA. He then turns to Zeke. All right, you get it, right? I'm gonna sleep here, so you go handle it and come back. Zeke dashes off, full of energy. Yes, sir. I'll be right back. The girl in the carriage calls after him. Hey, Rockhead. Zeke stops, clutching his two treasures, and suddenly lights up with excitement. Power! I'm overflowing with power! The girl watches him go, sighing in exasperation. What an idiot. Even with a slave contract, making him fight twice in one day is just cruel, you know? I gave you a little boost, so since you're a hero, you'd better protect yourself at all costs. Zeke grins happily. Thank you. His feet pound against the earth, running straight ahead before he stops, panting. Looking at the desolate ruins before him, he thinks, this is the place. But where are the monsters? Why isn't there anything here? It's too quiet. And you and I both know that's never a good sign in these stories. He pushes deeper inside, then freezes at the sight of a pile of something. He asks himself, is that armor and a sword? It looks like the equipment of the heroes who came here before, with no signs of ever being used. Zeke grows suspicious. He approaches a wooden crate and picks up a single feather. Suddenly, a noise from behind catches his attention, a song, echoing from deep within the forest. He stares into the darkness. Unable to control his curiosity, his legs carry him forward at a sprint, a woman's singing voice, not too far away. His face is a mask of urgency and worry. He fears the singing will lure the monsters. This is too dangerous. I have to hurry. The song continues to drift closer as he runs, and a question forms in his mind. But why would a woman be this deep in the forest at night? His feet suddenly stop. His eyes go wide at the scene before him. Dozens of men, kneeling in a heap, surrounding a girl who is softly humming a tune. The faces of these men aren't normal at all. Their minds have been completely taken over by her voice. The singing girl spots Zeke and immediately turns her enchanting song on him. Sharp fangs become visible inside her mouth as Zeke stares, completely transfixed. Its neck suddenly stretches out, sprouting countless feathers. It turns out the men were kneeling before a harpy, and Zeke's eyes are starting to look just like theirs, empty and blind. And just like that, he's caught. Behind him, a whole flock of these bird-like monsters swoops in. He's completely under their spell with a dazed look and a vacant smile. Above them, the dragon god speaks. That's a harpy. Demiurgos looks over. A what? I said, a harpy. They're demons that wear human masks and use their songs to lure mankind. Demiurgos' face is a blank slate. Lure them. And then do what? The dragon god replies, they eat them when they get bored. What else? The dragon god glances down at Zeke's drugged-out state. Aren't you going to help him? He looks pretty useless right now. Demiurgos rests his chin on his hand. Let's just watch for now. Down below, the men with blank eyes turn around, beckoning with creepy, cult-like voices. You should come over here. Come and stay with us forever. That's right, come here. It's so warm and so happy. The harpy song continues, and Zeke's hands go limp, his sword and shield clattering to the ground. He's so far gone he starts walking toward them like a zombie. Sir Demiurgos, Sir Golden Law, you have to come see this. The flock of harpies screeches, their song becoming more and more horrific. But Zeke is completely lost in bliss. There's something amazing here. Everyone, hurry up and see. He opens his arms, ready to embrace the massive, filthy bird monster. Sir Demiurgos, hurry! Just then, his sword begins to vibrate violently before unleashing a terrifying bolt of lightning. Bam! The largest harpy, the one controlling all the men, is instantly decapitated by the lightning strike from the sword. And just like that, the enchanting song vanishes. As Zeke's mind slowly returns to him, shaken by the horrific sight, he realizes the sword is practically seething with pure rage. Loin, glowing with terrifying power, flies straight back to him. While Zeke is still stunned, the sword is in his hand, its fury pressing down on him. A wielder of mine dares to lower me like this? Do not let these lowly demons enchant you. Kill them, slice off their heads. The ugly, filthy birds screech in anger and lunge forward, opening their fanged mouths to unleash a horrific melody. But the sword is not so easily beaten. It releases a wave of power that shatters their cursed song. Zeke struggles to hold the sword, trying to endure its incredible power. while the harpies are stunned by the force Loin has unleashed. Did you think a sword forged from Reno and Beholder could be controlled by such pathetic tricks? Allow me to show you the difference between a high-class and a low-class demon. Power converges on the tip of the blade, exploding outwards with a sound 1,000 times more terrifying than the harpy's screams. Loin's power sweeps through the flock like a storm, leaving them completely helpless and unable to do anything but take the hit. The shield flies toward Zeke, planting itself in front of him to protect him from Loin's destructive energy. It coordinates with the sword, creating a devastating attack that bathes the entire area in blood. A few minutes after the attack subsides, Zeke is left standing, panting heavily. He slowly opens his eyes and looks around. The disgusting birds have vanished without a trace. But the sword's power still hangs heavy in the air. Zeke can't believe his eyes as he stares down at Loin. As reality sets back in, his face is a perfect picture of absolute shock and horror. The other men, still kneeling from the long enchantment, slowly come to their senses a few seconds later, looking down at their own hands. Huh? What's this? I can move again. Then, they spot Zeke, holding his sword to the sky. It's a hero. Overjoyed and filled with gratitude, they rush over, grabbing Zeke's hands and showering him with praise. Thank you. I really thought I was going to die. And trust me, you and I just watched a true hero being born. Seriously, thank you. Seeing this, the divine dragon cracks a smile. Turns out the demon race's swords aren't half bad. Maybe I should swap out all my kids' weapons for demon gear. Her eyes then soften as she gazes at Zeke under the moonlight, a happy smile gracing her lips. But stick with me, because this is where the mind games begin. The divine dragon offers a warning. Be careful. She thinks Zeke has a gender issue, but then clarifies. I'm talking about his human blood. Demiurgos just scoffs. You're underestimating the Demiurgos. A guy like Zeke? No way he could be taken down easily. She glances at Zeke with concern, but her expression just seems to tire everyone out. The divine dragon frankly advises her, don't make that face in front of Zeke. Why? After a moment of silence, the dragon sighs, because you might catch feelings. Zeke turns away with an awkward laugh while the divine dragon looks helpless. Feelings, huh? Forget it. What's the point of talking to a madman? She seems annoyed. Fine, just handle that thing from before for me. Zeke plays dumb. The thing from before? You're the one who quit being the Demiurgos. Why'd you quit? Did the brats under you stop listening? Or did you just want a break? There has to be a reason, right? So what was it? Demiurgos replies coolly, I already told you back then. The girl looks annoyed enough to punch him. What did you say? You said you'd tell me next time and then just disappeared. Did I? Demiurgos knows she's furious and decides to poke the bear a little more. Well, this is annoying. I think I'll just keep it a secret. The divine dragon doesn't even bother arguing anymore. Fine, do whatever you want. Even if you told me, it'd probably be some ridiculous reason anyway. Thanks for understanding, he says. The divine dragon continues, her voice filled with amusement. Still, it's not so bad getting to talk to the Demiurgos like this. She looks up at the night sky. Why did the Demiurgos sit in that position? I've always been curious about the reason. Her eyes suddenly sparkle with deep thought. The night sky glitters with countless stars and a mystical full moon. We were on opposite sides, but our positions were basically the same. Your side must have had its own share of problems, right? I just wanted to ask. Then she turns to him. The Demiurgos before you, the 665th one. Was he anything like you? Demiurgos doesn't answer right away. After a moment, he says wistfully, I don't know. I rarely spoke with them. 80 years ago, I was just a child, and he was already a weakened spirit. But probably not. I remember him being pretty old-fashioned. The divine dragon bursts out laughing. That's fair. A personality like yours, one is more than enough. She lets out an unconscious sigh, which makes Demiurgos' gaze shift. If the previous Demiurgos had been like you, she says, her face full of hope, this war might have ended a long time ago. I'm so sick of all this. Demiurgos just smiles and claps. Congratulations, and trust me, what he says next is a game changer. He stands up on his seat, arms spread wide with a triumphant look. From now on, there is no Demiurgos. It's a relic of a bygone era, something that only exists in fairy tales now. His powerful voice brings a real smile to the divine dragon's face. So goodbye to all the boring battles. The era of peace that everyone has longed for has finally arrived. The divine dragon can feel the pure sincerity in Demiurgos' words. So let's embrace this new atmosphere, stand up, and move forward. A strong wind blows past, reinforcing the determination in his heart. Enjoy life by dancing and singing. Both the Demiurgos and the war have vanished from this world. Suddenly, the divine dragon can't hold it in anymore and bursts out laughing, asking a question that leaves Demiurgos completely baffled. Is this also within the allowed range? Allowed range? She's talking nonsense again. You really don't know? Why do you think you're even able to be here? This has to be part of a script or some kind of calculation. Demiurgos has absolutely no idea what she's talking about. Script? Calculation? What on earth are you saying? She looks him straight in the eye. I don't know. I think your stupid virus has infected my brain. I'm starting to get curious about the silliest things. The divine dragon is a master manipulator, advancing and retreating, driving Demiurgos crazy without giving him an opening. I'm leaving. Wait. Answer me first before you go. It's the same thing. You never tell me anything either, you know. She calls him by the most adorable nickname ever, Crazy Demi. She smiles. I don't know how far your allowed range goes, but I'll tell you this honestly. You probably don't remember, but for the last 660, 5,800 years, we've fought each other until we were sick of it. This is the first time we've ever just talked. And you know what? Talking with you is actually pretty fun. Her voice sinks into his soul. On the familiar carriage, the divine dragon speaks with a thoughtful tone. You'll be gone in 20 years, but I will surely continue to live in this world until it ends. But right now, I think today will definitely be a day I'll look back on from time to time. Demiurgos puts a foot on the seat, an action that catches her eye, and looks directly into her sparkling eyes. You fool, I already told you. Even if my body is engulfed in the fires of this world, I won't die. Just you wait. I won't become the Demiurgos, and I won't die either. I'll keep showing you this face until you're sick to death of it. The divine dragon's cheeks flush red as she replies, All right, you idiot. Remember those words. In that case, I'll endure both eternity and this boring script for just a little longer. As they're lost in conversation, a voice calls from the distance, Sir Demiurgos, Zeke here. Zeke waves eagerly. Mission complete. Your second thigh has returned. Demiurgos turns to the dragon. Open the barrier. I really have to go now. She hands him a red cloth. Here, wear this. Demiurgos is surprised. What is it? Her expression softens as she explains. A scarf. The thing on your neck looks very unlucky, so I was blocking it from my view this whole time. Demiurgos is startled, pointing to the tight collar on his neck. This? The divine dragon steps into the barrier without another word. Demiurgos mutters, How is this unlucky? The barrier vanishes, and Zeke runs up to him, looking exhausted but proud. Sir, look at this. This job got us a reward of 7 silver. That's like 5 months of selling noodles. Yeah. Where did the divine dragon go? Demiurgos stares blankly at the scarf in his hand before finally saying, She's been dealt with. What? It's late. We should get to sleep. Zeke nods. Ah, yes. Zeke drives the carriage back across the peaceful green plains. He's thrilled after completing his mission, while Demiurgos lies back in the carriage, his eyes fixed on the beautiful sky. The two head home in peace, the carriage rolling along the long road. A while later, Zeke drops Demiurgos off at the shop and bids him farewell. Demiurgos climbs the stairs, returning to his beloved room. He gently opens the door and steps inside. He lets his body go limp, falling onto his soft bed with a sigh. Ah, a bed truly is the best. His eyes pop open as he suddenly thinks of something. He takes out the red scarf the divine dragon gave him and examines it. And then, a portal rips open in his room. It's Alex, and he looks absolutely furious. Demiurgos just says coolly, I'm about to sleep. Come back tomorrow. He looks at the scarf and sighs. I said, come back tomorrow. Alex speaks with grim certainty. Daros is dead. The words even stop Demiurgos, who was staring at the scarf. Alex continues, his voice strained. He told me not to reveal this, but the pressure was too much. He took poison and died right in front of me. Now, we are only 7 dukes. His tone grows sharper, more accusing. We may have fought, but for 66,500 years, we have always fought together for the demon world. So tell me, what did you and Daros do behind my back? What secret was so terrible that it drove him to his death? Alex's eyes are wide with suppressed fury. If not that, then what on earth could possibly make one of the 7 dukes commit suicide? Besides our monarch, there's only one other person with that kind of power. Alex spits her name with pure hatred. The Golden Dragon God. But Demiurgos' eyes flash as he states firmly, it wasn't her. She was with me until just a moment ago. Alex refuses to back down. But rumor has it the Dragon God has 10,000 clones. It's how she's lived for 66,580 years, far longer than any other monarch. Are you absolutely certain the one by your side is her true, original self? Demiurgos' hand tightens on the scarf. He suddenly stands and walks straight towards the barrier. What about Daros's funeral? Is it prepared? Okay, pay close attention here. We're about to see just how the demon world honors its fallen. Prepare black robes, Demiurgos commands, his face grim, darker than the blackest night, and deeper than the abyss. Amidst a desolate land of fire and blood, the city of 10,000 black spires appears the end of the world, Mado Edos. From the distance, the thunderous steps of a mighty army echo. A deep, sorrowful voice rings out. Do not be afraid, warriors born from shadow. We are simply returning to the place of our birth, so do not fear. A massive army, their eyes glowing like fresh blood, marches forward. Death is our origin. Our friends are ourselves. A single lamp flickers, emitting a strange red smoke. Leading this imposing procession is Demiurgos' group, their faces cold and emotionless as they march toward towers built from the corpses of their enemies. Finally, we will conquer the surface, the land of blessings. The face of the man in the portrait radiates a chilling aura. Demiurgos' expression is just as grim, his eyes flashing. Witness our victory from the shadows. A procession thousands of meters long slowly approaches a bubbling pit of lava. When our time of endurance is over, we will lie in the embrace of death. The sun is a metal clenched in our hands. Weak arms strain to lift the coffin, raising it high before letting go. We will descend to where you live. Just as the prayer ends, the coffin plunges into the searing hot lava. In an instant, the coffin vanishes without a trace into the churning magma. The darkness will fade, and the light within us will last forever. As the funeral ends, a streak of red fire suddenly shoots across the sky. That flash of light catches the eye of someone in a room. Inside, a large figure leans back in a chair and speaks. My lord, he will leave right after this. A white-haired man by the window replies softly. Yes, to just leave without a word. How rude. The first speaker continues, Alex, how did he mess up so badly that our Lord had to go out like this, to hide things from his closest subordinate? This is too much. What are we supposed to do now? The one who just spoke is the king of flame and truth, the fire duke Ifri. Hearing his words, the king of monsters and demons, the sloth duke, Satan glances over coldly. Fire duke, it seems you have a lot of complaints about the 666th generation. You and I both know this is where the real drama starts. Complaints? In this chaotic demon world, who knows what that young Demiurgos is doing on the surface every day? One of the 7 dukes follows him around so much we can't even contact him. Another one suddenly loses all will to live. Ifri snaps, his irritation boiling over. The war is only 20 years away, and everything is already a complete mess. If this continues, not only will we fail, but the entire demon world will be in danger. As he finishes, a soft laugh from across the room draws Ifri's attention. It's the king of nightmares, the monster who feeds on human desire, the lust duke. Chathina gives a cold, mocking laugh. If that's the case, why don't you just become the Demiurgos yourself and lead the war? It seems that's what you want anyway. Ho ho ho. Enraged, Ifri slams his hand on the table, his eyes bloodshot as he glares at Chathina. Don't you dare say such things with that filthy mouth of yours, you coward who only leads a horde of disgusting nightmares. Chathina, completely unfazed by his fury, just keeps teasing him, taking a joke so seriously. You're truly no fun at all. Isn't there a saying about a candle on a path? What do you think if we tried blowing it out just once? Her words completely infuriate Ifri. He gets so angry that his entire body erupts in scorching flames. His face darkens as he gives a cold warning. Even so, it's annoying to see you two sitting there, babbling nonsense. But things are going well. Choose one. This time I will kill one of you two. Hearing the threat, Chathina just scoffs. A candle? Are we the same as you two? We are one person. Ho, ho, ho. This only enrages Ifri further. This is your last warning, he growls. Shut your mouth. Seeing Ifri completely engulfed in flames, Satan cuts in to stop the fight. Put out the fire, Ifri. My children are starting to go berserk. The chaos in the room escalates, causing the king of Nagas, snakes, and dragons. The envy duke, Bina, who was sitting to the side, sneers. Just kill each other quickly, please. Ha ha ha. Idiots. Candy, fur, tails. At that moment, another figure beside Bina slams his bowl on the table. A cold, sharp red glint flashes in his eyes. That ferocious man is the king of humanoid beasts and animal-headed tribes, the gluttony duke, Osiris. He leans back in his chair with satisfaction. Oa, This dragon reserve soup is delicious. Osiris's crude actions instantly grab everyone's attention, cutting the explosive confrontation short. In a quiet field, under a silent dark night, a small house is faintly visible. Dick is lying on a rough bed, deep in sleep. Suddenly, a shadow blocks the light, and as he forces his eyes open, he sees the fierce face of Demiurgos. Surprised by his sudden appearance, Dick can't help but smile gently. What brings you to such a remote place? As he tries to sit up, Demiurgos gently pushes him back down. Stay down, Demiurgos says with a smile. Dick is surprised but obediently listens, not resisting as Demiurgos carefully pulls the blanket over him. He blushes slightly and whispers, "Okay," and that's where we leave it. His eyes suddenly notice the bandage wrapped around Demiurgos' arm, and he asks the one question that could change everything. It seems someone just passed away, didn't they? Let's start with Demiurgos. He's the type to sit alone in a corner, playing strange games with mushrooms and grass. He rarely speaks, but you and I are about to learn he's reliable in his own unique way. The more Demiurgos talks, the more passionate he gets, his voice softening just a bit. He says millions of people have wanted to kill his friend, but not a single one ever could. He wasn't an easy man to deal with, but today he died a meaningless death. Seeing the pain on Demiurgos' face, Dick can't help but feel heartbroken, offering a quiet, "What a shame." Suddenly, Demiurgos' expression darkens, his eyes flashing ominously. His voice turns to ice. While someone might be able to kill him, cornering him and forcing him to take his own life no matter how you look at it, only one person could ever do that. As a certain face comes to mind, a cold, murderous intent fills Demiurgos' eyes, impossible to hide. His voice thickens with rage. All the clues point directly at that bastard. I should have realized it the moment she suddenly appeared with those unbelievable jobs. Seeing Demiurgos' expression worsen, Dick gently offers some advice. My father always said, instead of assuming, try talking. Hearing these soothing words, Demiurgos' lips curl into a slight smirk. He turns away, laughing coldly. We're past that stage now. The dead don't return. I didn't know it, but it seems I have a pretty strong sense of family, too. A cold light flashes in Demiurgos' eyes, his low voice dripping with killing intent. They touched my family. Finishing his sentence, he calls out sharply, "Dick!" Lying in his bed, Dick is startled. Yes? Demiurgos stares off into the distance and says quietly, "I'll be gone for a few days. You will look after the shop." Dick obediently replies, "Yes, sir." But what Demiurgos says next is chilling, and you're going to want to hear this. His blood-red eyes lock onto Dick as he says, "If I don't come back, the shop is yours." With that, he turns and leaves. Dick, stunned by these confusing words, scrambles out of bed to chase him. "Sir, what do you mean by that?" He shouts, "Master Demiurgos." But before he can finish, his eyes fly open in shock. Demiurgos offers a faint smile, raising a hand to stop him from saying more before quickly striding outside. Dick runs after him, but it's already too late. All he can do is shout helplessly, "Master Demiurgos." Demiurgos glides through the silent night, his eyes filled with killing intent. Surveying the scene before him, he lets out a cold, sharp smirk. Memories of the dragon god flash through his mind, innocent children turned into weapons of war, dying tragically. Then, the image of a beautiful girl in a flowing dress, a radiant smile on her face. That's just the way of this world. Do you know how much I've looked forward to this? You're the first in 665 centuries to renounce the title of Demiurgos. Even in her last moments, she was still kindly nagging him. That scarf looks bad on your neck. Cover it up. All those beautiful memories of her burned away along with the coffin holding his friend's body. As he watched the coffin sink into a sea of flames, Demiurgos felt completely empty. Behind him, Alex speaks up. "A clone would surely be powerless. If you take action yourself, my lord, the golden dragon god will have to reveal its true form." Alex bows his head in the face of Demiurgos' deadly silence. "Unleash your power on our enemy." The last image of the dragon god that flashes in his mind is of her blushing cheeks. "That's right, you idiot. Make sure you do it that way." The more he thinks, the more his rage boils over, his flight speed accelerating. "Golden dragon, you damn bastard." Below, a knight flinches as he feels a terrifying wave of power flash over his head. What was that horrifying energy? On the same road, another blood soldier spots it and looks up at the sky. What was that? Then another, and another after that, all of them tracking the red streak across the sky. Countless blood soldiers have now realized something is wrong. Among them, in the divine imperial palace, the only sacred place in the world, shining more brilliantly than the moon itself, The most powerful being on the throne also feels that energy. The divine emperor. Unbelievable. He looks like a noble statue blessed by the gods. This is an immense evil I have never felt before. The Demiurgos, stops in front of an ancient cave. Okay, you and I both know what's about to happen. He steps inside, bit by bit, the cold-blooded killer in him fully awakening. So you're here. You really thought this through, didn't you, Dragon God? A twisted smile curls on his lips. The place looks undetectable at a glance, but Demiurgos' hands are no longer human. He uses his power to tear apart the transparent barrier before him. This camouflage is just a pathetic lizard's trick. Behind the illusion lies a massive, peaceful dragon island. Suddenly, Demiurgos appears before all the dragons with a wicked smile. Found you, you little lizard children. The young dragons begin to panic. Who are you? How could a human break the sacred barrier and get here? His eyes are cold, without a shred of humanity. Go get your mother. This is business for the adults. One overconfident young dragon glares back. Who are you to give orders? It arrogantly spits out a breath of freezing ice. Die. The smoke from the attack slowly clears. The young dragons stare wide-eyed, shocked to see his figure still standing. Half of his body has been eroded away, but his cruel willpower has multiplied tenfold, just as I thought. This human body is useless. Demiurgos' expression has never been more terrifying. If it's here, I suppose I can finally show my true form. After all, this is a different dimension from the world on the surface. Demiurgos raises his remaining arm, and his power begins to activate. I'll show you what real power is, he declares coldly. The Demiurgos' power explodes, and an intense light erupts, washing out everything around them. The dragons are stunned once more. What is that? It feels like my eyes are burning. It's so hot. What is this light? In the dragon's eyes, a wave of power bursts from Demiurgos and completely engulfs them. Demiurgos' tail and hair grow dramatically long as the marks of hell appear all over his body. His arm is now covered in a layer of sharp scales. A completely different being has emerged. The cruel Demiurgos has awakened. Now, kneel. Demiurgos sneers, his face now bearing the distinct marks of hell. Trust me, you are not ready for this. I am the king of death. Anyone who witnesses this form will not survive. The dragon that attacked him can't believe its eyes and launches another icy blast. Die! Demiurgos casually blocks it with his wing. He then raises his thorny arm, a demonic smile plastered across his face. Useless things, he says coldly, then snaps his fingers, creating a nightmarish sound. Become nothing. The bodies of the young dragons begin to disintegrate into dust. Suddenly, a command rings out from behind him. Stop the intruder! Another swarm of dragons, unaware of the slaughter, charges forward. He's the intruder. Stop him. The once peaceful scene erupts into chaos. That's the one who killed our kind. Destroy him. We must protect the border. Demiurgos watches the chaos and just laughs. What's this? You were all hiding here? Fine. It's even better if you all come crawling out at once. All right, let me show you what true despair looks like. He stares up at the thousands of swirling dragons, completely unafraid. Even as an ID, there's no way he could survive this. So he declares, I will slaughter every last one of you. He tilts his head back, inhales deeply, and unleashes a torrent of death at the swarm. Combined with the terrifying gaze of a reaper, every dragon that meets his eyes instantly explodes. His eyes are completely devoid of humanity. One dragon after another falls into his line of sight, meeting the exact same fate. Hurry up and bring your mother to me. A lone dragon, splattered with the blood of its kin, tears across the sky. It roars, a desperate cry for aid, trying to alert the dragons far ahead. An unknown intruder has breached their territory, shattering all their defenses. It races to deliver the urgent news to a colossal, ancient ice dragon. Noble elder, please use your glory to defeat the enemy for the pride of our clan. The elder's majestic wings spread wide, a declaration of war against any who dare trespass. Our sacred border is being ravaged by some unknown nobody? Unacceptable. It rises from its throne, but its arrogance is about to be shattered. The ice dragons of Than Nu Kin, led by their elder, advance without a hint of hesitation. Not a single one turns back. They are ready to fight to protect their territory. Meanwhile, a fire dragon, also drenched in its comrade's blood, rushes towards the Dragon Lord's sanctuary. He can't ignore the chaos unfolding. The same scene calls to the ice dragons, the unyielding warriors of Hatten Gok Kin, guardians of the realm who never bow to any foe. Our domain has been defiled. Now is the time to show them a dragon's wrath. The Dragon Lord's hand opens, a clear warning to the intruder who dared set foot on this holy ground. As that hand clenches into a fist, a magic sword materializes, and from it, a swarm of fire dragons spirals forth. The enemy's filth will be paid for with death. Far away, another dragon flies back to its own nest, calling for aid from the sages of Bak Injok Kin. A noble dragon opens its eyes, ready to join the fray. The intruder, his feet brimming with power, tries to escape, but there is no outrunning this punishment. It takes flight, filled with rage, calling to unlock its mana for more power. But after his little massacre, Demiurgos just stands still as a new threat emerges from behind him. This is disrespect. Now, I know what you're thinking, he's got to be overwhelmed, right? The Dragon Elder and thousands more dragons descend at once, refusing to tolerate this invasion of their sanctuary. These sacred protectors will not let an enemy bring death and blood here. Demiurgos just smirks, full of contempt, but his disrespect won't last long. His eyes lock onto the dragons, challenging them. Enraged, the Dragon Elder lunges forward and swallows Demiurgos whole. The enemy's filthy mouth is silenced instantly as the Elder slams its own head into a cliff face, trying to crush him. In its fury, it glares and realizes Demiurgos was just a high-ranking demon who broke the barrier and acted cocky. This dark filth is no place for a god-forsaken creature like you, the Elder roars. But from inside the Elder's mouth, Demiurgos is still laughing. With a single powerful kick, he shatters both of the dragon's jaws. "Goodbye, my foolish kind neighbor," he says, his deathly eyes glowing. The Elder tries to clamp its jaw shut, but a sinister light shines from its mouth. Its head is buried in the rock while its tail is being obliterated by Demiurgos' brutal power. The remaining dragons are completely frozen, unable to believe what they're seeing. Okay, let that sink in for a second. A demonic face, Demiurgos' face, pushes out from the Elder's corpse. He brutally tears his way out from the inside. A nearby dragon is frozen in shock, but Demiurgos isn't about to ignore it. He raises a hand, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, the dragon's head splits in two. Its body is mercilessly torn apart, and the fire dragons can no longer stand by and watch. They grip their weapons tightly and throw them all at Demiurgos in unison, screaming, "Stop defiling our sacred land!" But Demiurgos uses the corpse of the dragon he just split as a shield, absorbing every single attack. Then, with a cold point of his finger, he flicks his wrist, and the dead Elder Dragon's body suddenly rises from the massive cliff. He gestures again. Its body is chopped into countless pieces. Another dragon stands by, trembling in terror as it witnesses the horrific fate of its kind. It screams, "Demon!" Demiurgos narrows his eyes, a ghastly smile spreading across his face. "No, I am the Demiurgos." And with that, he casually snaps his fingers again. All the dragons surrounding him are brutally ripped to shreds. Demiurgos raises his arm, clenching his fist as if giving a command. Every piece of the dragons he just destroyed gathers below, forming one massive, grotesque clump. The remaining dragons are petrified, completely horrified. Demiurgos calmly looks at his creation. "What do you think? The world's strongest dragon is complete. His face is the very image of a merciless demon. So, am I your god now?" The surviving dragons can only stand there, seething with anger but unable to speak. Then they scatter in a panic, screaming, "He's a monster! Run!" Demiurgos points, and the dead Elder Dragon suddenly moves. Now under his control, the Elder Dragon opens its mouth, charging up an attack. Hundreds of dragon heads from the corpse golem fire off a powerful blast all at once. Suddenly, a silk ribbon from the divine dragon flies in, effortlessly blocking the attack. The divine dragon arrived just in time to save the fleeing dragons from certain doom. After all that destruction, Demiurgos looks satisfied. He's finally found the one he was looking for. The divine dragon's feet appear from beneath her flowing robes. She looks incredibly serious. "You're a real nuisance, so I'll eliminate you now, golden dragon." Demiurgos' face completely transforms as he becomes a true Demiurgos. "Your mother is here." The golden dragon frowns, her face darkening as she takes in the devastation around her. Angrily, she says, "You chased after rot, and now it seems the rot has entered your brain. To think you would turn this place into this." The dragons, who had been bowing their heads in sorrow, immediately look up at the sound of her voice. One of the black dragons extends its long claws, clenching its fist and glaring at her with pure hatred. Its voice, filled with sobs, anger, and resentment, rings out. "Mother, what were you doing out there to let us end up like this? This is all your fault. I hate you. Please, just die quickly for his sake." He stands to the side, listening to these words, the smug smile on his face growing wider. The golden dragon stands silently, absorbing every painful accusation. Suddenly, she raises her hand, and a golden light quickly gathers in her palm. The light shoots straight towards the dragons, incinerating them into ash in an instant. Demiurgos watches the scene unfold, a cold, mocking smile playing on his lips. Oh ho, so you know how to deal death too. The golden dragon's face falls as she bows her head in silence. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a new level of cruel. Caught between his mockery and her tragic choice, she just floats there, her heart shattering as she whispers, "My children, model, your children fought bravely against the Demon King, and they died." Demiurgos just hangs in the sky, his crimson eyes glowing with a cold, mocking smile. Who are you praying to? That god of yours is way too far away. His taunt ignites the golden dragon's rage, her eyes turning frigid as killing intent floods the air. You dare insult my children? You've crossed the line. But her warning only makes Demiurgos laugh. What's wrong? You're the one who started this fight in the first place. His words make the golden dragon's face darken, her brows furrowing in confusion. Demiurgos continues his cold smirk, his voice dripping with challenge. Anyway, if you already know how to handle death, then I'll just have to be direct. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A blood debt must be paid in blood. The rage inside Demiurgos erupts into a crimson blast of power that shoots straight for the golden dragon. Startled, she quickly leans back, dodging the attack. The beam of energy slices past her and slams into the sky, creating a massive explosion that demands her attention. As the purple smoke clears, a huge crack appears in the barrier, catching the eye of every other dragon. The scene leaves the golden dragon stunned. A hole in the barrier. If that attack had hit her, would she have survived? She mutters, realizing the terrifying scale of Demiurgos' power. She turns to face Demiurgos, her eyes filled with pure fury. In that case, her eyes flare with a brilliant golden light, and her voice roars with hatred. Come, we're changing the location. Drown in the light of these eyes. And in that instant, you and I are about to see the entire battlefield get flipped on its head. Demiurgos finds himself in a strange new space. He glances around, a cold smile on his face. Where is this? The golden dragon's deep voice echoes from behind him. We are inside my mind. She glares at him, her tone a clear warning. The damage outside is already too severe. Here, you can do whatever you want. Stop causing more trouble. Only one of us will leave this place alive. Hearing this, Demiurgos' cold smile widens. Excellent! The golden dragon looks at him. Never before has a demon king dared to invade this sanctuary alone. Demiurgos smirks, tilting his head up at her as she floats high above. She looks down as if he were nothing but a speck of dust. I admit, I was too careless, she says. I actually thought we had grown a little closer. After speaking, she raises an eyebrow, her gaze fierce. I thought I had lived long enough, but perhaps I'm still too childish. I'm not qualified to be a god. Her words reach Demiurgos, and he can't help but burst out laughing in contempt. Nonsense, he says, glaring coldly at the golden dragon's phony expression. Don't play the victim with that fake face. Who are you going to be next? Alex Trang? The golden dragon just stares at him, her voice full of suspicion. What have you been talking about this whole time? Her question sends Demiurgos into a fit of insane laughter. He raises his hand, preparing to strike as he bellows, I knew you wouldn't admit it. You can't fool me with that old trick anymore. With that, his cold eyes flash with unconcealed killing intent as he unleashes an attack. Die! Dark Vortex! Seeing the deadly attack rushing toward her, the golden dragon moves slightly, ducking under it with ease. That's right. The demon and dragon clans have always been enemies anyway. And I mean it when I say, you can feel the sheer history behind this clash about to happen. A swath of golden fabric shoots towards Demiurgos like a blade. He coldly raises his hand. His armored gauntlet slices through the cloth, a blood-red light glowing from its raw power, easily tearing the fabric in two. But the moment it's cut, 1,000 more layers rush in, wrapping around him like a giant cocoon. The golden dragon raises her hand, a gleam of light shining from her fingertip as she shouts a single command. Golden Jade Breaker. A massive flame erupts from within the cocoon. The giant construct shudders from the heat before Demiurgos shatters it from the inside. Roaring in pure frustration, "Damn it, this is so annoying!" Seeing Demiurgos in this state of pure rage, the golden dragon's face darkens. A madman, she thinks. How could he break that technique of mine? Demiurgos glares at the golden dragon, his eyes glowing a menacing red as he speaks. This is a pain. I'll end this all in a single blow. With that, he lets out a massive roar. His body explodes with a powerful aura, unleashing a soul-shocking dark form that warps the very space around them. That power rushes toward her. The golden dragon dodges and uses the momentum to charge forward, her eyes blazing as she yells, "Golden Dance!" A brilliant yellow energy clashes with the chilling purple light created by Demiurgos. Two immense powers, one gold, one purple, mixed with streaks of black, collide head-on. For a moment, neither gives an inch. But soon, her radiant golden power is completely swallowed by Demiurgos' dark storm. She's hit by the massive storm, unable to avoid injury. A sharp pain shoots through her leg, and she thinks, what a terrifying storm of dark energy. Her fists clench. Even the golden jade realm is shaking. Her eyes radiate a powerful light as she glares at Demiurgos. Generation 666 is truly strong. Standing inside the violent dark storm, she struggles to stay upright, taking one step at a time towards him. But we are slowly getting closer. The golden dragon's entire body glows. She rushes towards him, her eyes burning with fiery power. Remember this well. Light is always stronger than darkness. She focuses all her power into a single fingertip, raising it towards Demiurgos. Seeing the brilliant light emanating from her finger, Demiurgos lets out a cold, chilling laugh. His whole body shakes with laughter. Try to dodge every single one of the 100 million blades hidden in this darkness. Because if just one touches you, it can rot your soul and take your life. As her finger gets closer and closer, he thinks, to get this close, the dragon god wasn't lying. At this point, you must think you can actually beat me. But as he thinks this, his eyes flash with a deep crimson killing intent, staring her down. His voice drops to a menacing growl. I will show you a true darkness, one that swallows even light itself. With that, he focuses his power and unleashes his ultimate attack, soul-shocking grade, Dark Vortex. The attack, filled with tens of thousands of skulls, rushes towards the golden dragon. This sudden turn of events startles her, her eyes widening in shock. At that exact moment, back in the real world, a massive explosion of power rocks the sky, terrifying the nearby dragons. They let out ferocious roars, staring ahead as the smoke slowly clears, revealing a single, cold foot. And trust me, you and I are about to see this battlefield explode. The dragons stare in horror as Demiurgos steps out from the crack in space, his cold gaze sweeping over them all. Let's dive right in as Demiurgos clutches the cold, lifeless arm of the golden dragon, the entire dragon clan watching in absolute horror. The furious dragons stare at the severed limb. They roar, "Golden divine dragon!" Demiurgos glares back, his voice like ice. "No one touches my family." And with that, he coldly tosses the golden dragon's arm to the ground. The dragons immediately rush forward, reverently lifting the cold limb, chanting its name. Demiurgos completely ignores their furious glares and the arm they hold up in defiance. He simply waves a hand, opening a spatial gate back home. But as he's about to step through, their enraged shouts stop him, and he glances back coldly. "You are no Demiurgos," they roar. "You're nothing but a cursed thing." Their hate-filled eyes are locked on him, their voices dripping with venom. The dragon clan will never forget today. Not in 10,000 years, not in a billion, not until the Creator reclaims this very world. We will pass this humiliation to our descendants through words, text, and spells. You will be cursed for all eternity. Demiurgos sees their rage but couldn't care less. "Go ahead," he replies coldly, before vanishing into the portal, leaving the dragons to stew in their impotent fury. As Demiurgos steps back onto familiar ground, a coat is gently draped over his shoulders. Alex appears, bowing respectfully. "You have returned, my lord." Demiurgos' expression darkens, his brows furrowing. "I have finished avenging Daros." Alex bows his head, his voice low. "I thought you had abandoned the demon world." "I have," Demiurgos replies, stunning Alex completely. He looks up at Demiurgos, who stares at the distant moon. "I've abandoned the demon world and my destiny with it. I just want to live a simple life." Then, Demiurgos looks to the sky, a cold light in his eyes, and yells out to the world and to himself, "I am Demiurgos." Alex can't accept this, gritting his teeth and shouting, "My lord!" Demiurgos turns to him. "Daros was my family. I only avenged my family. That is all." With that, he coldly turns away. Let's go back to Zorik Castle. As he leaves, Alex desperately pleads, "My lord, please!" "You can't go back there," Alex insists, stepping closer with an urgent tone in his voice. Now pay attention, because this is where the stakes get raised. Now that you're enemies with the dragons, this war will be relentless. They'll do anything to exterminate us. Demiurgos just waves his hand. What does that have to do with me? I'm not the Demiurgos anymore. You all can handle it yourselves. He starts to walk off, leaving Alex stunned. But Alex isn't giving up, rushing forward to ask, "Family, didn't you say you'd never forgive those who harm your family?" Demiurgos stops, pointing at Alex, annoyed. Idiot. My family was living peacefully before someone came to kill them. How is avenging their murder the same as rushing headfirst into a war we can't win? Would any of you stop me from facing my own death alone? My lord, Alex tries to explain. Calling it a suicide mission is an exaggeration. This war is the demon world's most ancient dream. Demiurgos finally snaps. It's a disease, a sickness. It's like you're all possessed by some madness. Every 100 years, it resurfaces, causing millions of pointless deaths. But Alex remains stubborn. You can't live in this fake land forever. You achieved the greatest feat in the history of Demiurgos. You invaded the dragon's own domain and brutally slaughtered the golden dragon. You are the savior the demon world has been waiting for. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. But Demiurgos just walks away, muttering, "Now even my VIP client is dead. How will I make money?" Alex watches his retreating back in total disbelief. My lord, do you care about money more than the entire demon world? Demiurgos casually replies, "Of course. Who wants to give away benefits for free?" His words leave Alex absolutely speechless. Alex regains his composure. Then what about Daros's successor? We can't leave the position of the Plague Duke vacant. Demiurgos coldly replies, "The 6 dukes can sort it out themselves." Alex frowns, annoyed. It's not that simple. They're all arrogant fools. Hearing the exhaustion in Alex's voice, Demiurgos sighs. So troublesome. Fine, just give the position to Daros's child. Are we done? I'm leaving. He turns to go, but Alex calls out again. My lord. Demiurgos snaps. What is it now? Alex just bows low. Thank you. Still annoyed, Demiurgos shouts, All right, now get lost. He then leaps high into the air. The moon shines brightly in the quiet night sky, but down below, a storm is brewing. Soaring over the mountains, Demiurgos lands calmly on his familiar roof. His face darkens as he replays the recent events, his brows knitting together, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. So annoying, Demiurgos mutters. Couldn't you have just taken it easy? A golden rift opens behind him as a familiar voice chuckles. Ha ha, so you found me out? The voice has barely faded when a bare foot emerges from midair. The golden dragon steps out of the light, smirking at Demiurgos. And I thought it was the perfect plan. A Demiurgos is a Demiurgos after all. The instant she appears, Demiurgos moves. In a flash, Demiurgos slams the golden dragon against the cold wall behind her, his eyes blazing with pure killing intent, fixed on her arrogant face. The golden dragon meets his furious gaze with a cold smirk. Huh, don't waste your energy here, she taunts him. Otherwise, every hero and executioner in the world will know that Demiurgos is here. Demiurgos scoffs, shoving her harder. Stop this pathetic act. Explain yourself. It was your real body at first, but then you switched to a clone. You set this all up so I would kill you, didn't you? The golden dragon just smirks at his furious face. You're a pretty good actor yourself. Thanks for the show in front of my children. I figured you'd realize. Her words stun him. And this is the final twist. She whispers. We seem to have fallen into a trap. The words hit Demiurgos like a physical blow, his eyes flying wide open. Okay, you're not going to want to miss this reveal. The golden dragon stares him down, her voice ice. I knew from the start, the poison mushrooms on my kind were Daros's work, and I suspected you were pulling his strings. Your plan was to use that poison to start a war between dragons and humanity. Demiurgos' brow furrows. You're speaking in the past tense, he says coldly. She just raises an eyebrow. That's right. You are all so blinded by the idea of revenge. Unless you actually manage to invade our mirrored world and slaughter us all, then nothing has really changed. So who orchestrated all this? Pitting the Demiurgos, ruler of demons, against the golden dragon, god of dragons? Who could set a trap on this massive a scale? Who would dare to make enemies of us both simultaneously? Her words plunge Demiurgos deep into thought. His chilling gaze sweeps over her face before he asks in a low murmur, Fine, then why did you have to fake your own death? She answers calmly, To create a variable. Whoever the mastermind is, I guarantee they never wanted the Demiurgos to actually kill the golden dragon. Things have escalated far beyond their control, Right now, they must be scrambling. An unexpected event has occurred, and soon, their entire plan will be exposed. Their one critical flaw. Demiurgos' expression hardens. He says coldly, if they're already targeting. But the golden dragon's lips just curl into a slight, confident smirk. The final outcome won't change, she declares. Her voice is like steel. If their original goal was my death, they'll have to act decisively now. Their plan only works if I truly disappear from the board. And pay attention here, because her plan is genius. A spark of excitement flashes in her eyes, as if she's anticipating a huge reveal. So, let's just wait and see who stands to gain the most from my death. Demiurgos stares deep into her eyes, his voice low and serious. You still suspect the warmonger faction of dragons, don't you? Did they ally with the demon world behind our backs? A flicker of light dances in her eyes as she gives a slight nod. All of it, including that. Then, a soft laugh escapes her lips, her gaze never leaving his. The hand pressing her against the wall finally relaxes. Demiurgos lets go, a faint, frustrated smile playing on his lips. Damn it. I seriously feel like my head is going to explode. Honestly, I want no part in this mess, but if I just walk away, you'll have to shoulder this entire conspiracy alone. The golden dragon leans back against the wall, a small smirk on her face. Of course we are. We're in the same boat now. Of the three races that govern this world, you, the ruler of the demons, just shattered one of the pillars by killing me, the dragon god. Two beings who can't stand each other, forced to work together. Let's find the bastard behind this and make them pay. Demiurgos gives a cold laugh, his eyes locked on hers. And the Kian? Are those children completely gone? She lets out a dry chuckle. Right now, I have no idea. All I want at this moment is to tear you limb from limb for my children. She glances around, thinking for a moment before adding, besides, you also lost one of your 7 dukes, beings who stood by the Demiurgos for 665 centuries. We will return all this pain to whoever is pulling the strings. Demiurgos scoffs, his eyes frigid. 665 centuries or not, I don't remember any of it. From where I stand, they were just fools who lost. The golden dragon's expression turns grave, though a faint smile touches her lips. But I remember everything. You were the ones who created that living hell. She points a finger right at him, her tone dead serious. Regardless, starting tomorrow, I'm joining your team, as a mage. The proposal leaves Demiurgos completely stunned. What? She just laughs and explains, I'll be living as a human for the time being. If we're going to investigate this, it's more efficient if we stick together, don't you think? Okay, I know what you're thinking. A dragon joining a demon king's party? And yeah, she's thinking, it's also the perfect way to watch you, suspect number 1. Hearing her excuse, Demiurgos scoffs, then suddenly snaps. You absolute fool. Alex has known about you for ages. You really think faking your death for a single day is enough to fool him? The golden dragon just laughs, dismissing his warning as she begins to walk away. Oh, please, who do you think I am? His magic is a child's toy compared to my power. No one will recognize me, not a single soul in this world. Seeing her completely smug and confident expression, Demiurgos sneers internally. So, she wants to watch me 24/7. What a cunning snake. With that thought, he glances at her and says coldly, fine. After all, you and I are both the top suspects. His words catch her off guard for a second, but she quickly recovers. Fine. Demiurgos seems to have it all figured out. He looks at her and says, let's see how we dance together at this party from hell. Seeing him agree so readily, she gives a satisfied, cold smile. My thanks. Elsewhere, in a ruined castle bathed in pale moonlight, the sound of a woman's heartbreaking sobs fills the air. A gruff soldier calls out, My Lady Duchess! A man named Bakich, looking annoyed by her grief, chimes in, Please, don't cry anymore. You must be strong, Lady Emily. Emily's eyes are red-rimmed with sorrow as she stares at a small blue cloth lying in the rubble. I lost my husband, my son, all in one day, and now the entire city is gone. Beyond the castle walls, survivors frantically clear away the wreckage. Move it, you lazy dogs. We need more hands over here. No breaks. Get back to work. The chaos is too much for Solas's wife, Emily. She breaks down sobbing. How can I possibly go on? Bakich steps closer, taking her hand gently. My lady, but his eyes flash with a greedy, predatory light. Now that it has come to this, I, Bakich, will do whatever it takes to rebuild your house. Leave all the hard work to me. Go somewhere with fresh air and rest. I will handle all these troublesome affairs. To the grieving Emily, his words are a lifeline. She looks at him like he's her savior, throwing her arms around him in a grateful hug. You're the only one who truly worries about me, Bakich. Thank you so much. Bakich pats her back, a cold, smug smile spreading across his face. Of course, my lady, he says, his voice dripping with false sympathy. I understand, but as they embrace, a strange voice cuts through the air, shattering the moment. Well, the calm voice comes from behind a nearby table, instantly grabbing their attention. Who's there? Bakich spins around, his face dark with anger, shouting at the shadows. Who is it? Show yourself! A figure draped in a black cloak slowly emerges, startling them both. And just as things get tense, you and I are about to meet a new player. The figure lets out a low chuckle. Aha, so you found me. I suppose I'm interrupting a tender moment? Their chilling gaze lands on Bakich, sending a shiver straight down his spine. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Cardenzia, an investigator from the Holy See. Bakich can only stammer, frozen in place, staring at the newcomer in utter shock. All right, let's dive right in. The man stammers, if you're an investigator for the Holy Tribunal, does that mean you're one of the Saint Emperor's 12 sacred weapons? Only 12 people in this world hold the title Blood of Blood, all belonging to the S-rank organization, Zodiac Nye. At that name, Cardencia's eyes flash with a cold light, causing Pachek to collapse in terror, desperately bowing his head to the ground. It's a true honor, light weapon. Why are you here? Pachek's sudden behavior completely stuns a confused Emily. What is it? Sir Pachek? You're the one with the higher rank here. Cardentia sees Pachek's total submission and cracks a satisfied smile. Now that you know who I am, our conversation will be much easier, won't it? A cold sweat pours down Pachek's face as he keeps his head down, not daring to meet Cardentia's eyes. Cardentia calmly continues, which only makes Pachek more terrified. Let me explain this more clearly. His voice suddenly drops, becoming so cold it makes you shiver. You must know that Akoma Castle, a massive fortress, collapsed in an instant from an unknown source of power. And what a coincidence. From that day on, strange rumors spread about a twisted, masked dragon hunter. Dragons are appearing everywhere, but a single hunter has killed them all. It's hard to believe, and no matter how much we search, we can't identify this hunter. Someone with that much power. Yet the Holy Tribunal has zero reports on him. Strange, isn't it? Cardencia's lips curl into a chilling smile. The power that destroyed the castle and the power that protected it appeared at the exact same time. What is the connection between the two? He pauses with a knowing look. We need to understand just how immense that power really is. Is this person an ally or an enemy? His words put both Patrick and Emily on high alert. And here's where it gets wild. Cardencia reveals he's found high-ranking bloodline clans organizing massive illegal dragon hunts, and the Holis Diosha family is at the very center of it. The moment he says it, all the color drains from Patrick and Emily's faces. Cardencia smiles again, but this time, it's bone-chillingly terrifying. His voice gets even lower, making the two tremble in fear. And right then, the fortress falls into this state. Sweating from sheer terror, Patrick stammers, trying to deny everything. No, it's not true. That. Unmoved by his panic, Cardencia flashes a cold smile and turns to Emily, his voice making her flinch. My lady, he smiles, leaning in to whisper right in her ear. The investigation is ongoing, so nothing's been reported yet. But illegal dragon hunting is a major crime, especially for a prestigious family like Holis Diosha. For you, the crime is even greater. You won't just be expelled from the bloodline ranks. You'll be stripped of all titles, and all your assets, including this castle, will be seized. Emily's eyes go wide with horror, speechless. Seeing her silence, Cardencia sneers again. If that happens, my lady, after a lifetime in this beautiful castle, well, that would be incredibly difficult for you. The cold world outside is only fit for beggars like me, people used to violence. The light fades from Emily's eyes as she despairs. Please, just don't report us to the Holy Tribunal. Hearing her desperate plea, Cardencia coldly extends a hand glittering with jewels, shocking them both. He lets out a cold laugh, his voice sending a chill right down their spines. I hear the Holis Diosha family still has a young son, he orders in a low voice. Make sure you raise the boy to be an excellent warrior. I'll be back for him on his 20th birthday. Our Holy Tribunal always needs trustworthy people willing to dedicate their entire bodies. Their eyes widen in horror at his offer as Cardencia coldly continues. Especially bloodline families who have reached the highest echelons of power, like Holis Diosha, because people like them would never volunteer. This is the only way to recruit them. One more thing. There's a ledger from Cattell somewhere, a book listing every family in on the illegal hunts. I'll come back for it in 5 days, so have it ready. The children of those families must also be quite talented. Seeing their complete and utter submission, he's satisfied and turns to leave with a flick of his robe. Well then. But before he goes, he stops, smiling back at them one last time. Always live a comfortable and happy life. I hear a parent's happiness is very important for a child's mental health, you know. And with that final threat, he walks away, leaving two terrified figures kneeling on the cold floor, watching him disappear into the distance. Okay, next morning, we're inside Demiurgos' small house. Hello, a woman says with a warm, energetic smile. It's nice to meet you. I'm the team's new member and the new weapon shop employee. My name is the mage, Jun Chium. Faced with the sudden appearance of the golden dragon, Alex seems to have no idea who this smiling girl actually is. He says, I never expected the master to have such a close relationship with a woman this beautiful. I knew nothing at all. Then, Alex politely introduces himself. It's an honor to serve you. I am Alex. Demiurgos stands in the back, carefully watching Alex's expression. Seeing that he's acting normal, he turns his attention to Zeke. Facing the golden dragon, Zeke is completely calm. He even seems happy and welcoming. He introduces himself, Hello, I'm the warrior on the team. I handle a lot of jobs, like cleaning, laundry, accounting, cooking, and running errands. I am Zeke Van Hollebich. The golden dragon seems interested. What's your bloodline rank? Zeke smiles and answers, Ah, I'm C rank. Her voice immediately fills with admiration. You're already C rank and you're not even an adult yet. Seeing that Alex and Zeke seem to accept the golden dragon's presence without any resistance, Demiurgos thinks to himself, well, this is good. Maybe there won't be any trouble. With that thought, he turns to leave, tossing out a cold remark. All right then, teach the rookie how the shop works. I'm going to bed. But she quickly calls out, Hey, teammate! Hearing her call, Demiurgos stops, glancing back in surprise. The golden dragon smiles warmly and walks up to him. Could you show me around the village? So we can get to know each other a little better. The two guys in the back hear this, and their eyes immediately light up as they stare intently at them. You can almost see their imaginations running wild, the two of them talking, getting closer, maybe even dating. Generation 667. Under a peaceful blue sky, Demiurgos frowns with suspicion, his eyes glued to the scene in front of him. The golden dragon is sitting cross-legged on the ground. Demiurgos stands beside her. She glances toward a baby dragon resting quietly in a cave, which lets out a soft growl. This must be your first time seeing it, right? It's a hatchling. Demiurgos shows zero interest in the sleeping dragon. Instead, he looks at her, confused. So what? What does a baby dragon have to do with you dragging me all the way out here? And that's the big question you and I are left with. What is she really planning? Huang Ryong smirks back, asking, Aren't you curious? Demiurgos replies with a deadpan voice, Nothing special. Hearing his ice-cold answer, she says gently, Oh, that's a shame. Demiurgos pauses for a moment, then suddenly asks, Hey, Huang Ryong glances over. Yes? Demiurgos scowls, pointing at the golden dragon and snapping. Are you insane or just bored? Annoyed by his sudden rage, she looks up coldly and retorts, What is it now? Okay, stick with me here, because this argument sets up everything. Demiurgos rants. All you had to do was use your power to gather the warriors and extremists, kill them, and clean up. So why are you dragging me to this useless place? She snaps back. Did you forget the peace treaty? If a dragon god acts openly, that's a declaration of war on humanity. Called out, Demiurgos just gets angrier. No, just go in your current human form. If even Alex can't recognize you, no one can. You idiot. The golden dragon shoots back, enraged. Absolutely not. Now Demiurgos is completely baffled, yelling, Why? Her voice drops as she looks at him. Because I cannot become a singularity in this world. Her words make him pause. A singularity? She nods. Yes, as you said. Right now, I am human. No matter how strong, a single mage wiping out entire clans of blood soldiers is impossible. Doing that would attract the attention of the transcendent ones. Demiurgos' eyes narrow. The transcendent ones? You mean the angels and gods? She confirms grimly. That's right. A sudden storm or flood isn't a singularity, but if raindrops suddenly flew upwards to reform a cloud, that would be a singularity. If I act recklessly, even I will be discovered by the transcendent ones. Hearing her explanation, Demiurgos finally gets it. You mean you can't break the rules of this world, right? She nods. Correct. At her confirmation, Demiurgos looks annoyed, so it's related to her again. The golden dragon sounds just as tired. Yes. What else would it be? Demiurgos crosses his arms, a cold smirk on his lips that sends a shiver down her spine. In that case, he says, a dangerous glint in his eye. I wonder if I've been noticed yet, as a human. After all, I've destroyed cities and killed dragons everywhere. She just gives a cold laugh. Trust me, I'm dying of curiosity myself. And just like that, the moment we've been waiting for. A huge explosion erupts from the lake, startling them both. Ah! She gasps, jumping up. It's hatching! Quick, hide! From the massive lake, a ferocious blue dragon bursts through the water's surface, letting out a threatening roar. The woman quickly pulls her companion behind a nearby bush. Her eyes follow the dragon, a thrill of excitement on her face as it lets out another echoing roar. The golden dragon smiles, satisfied, and asks, "What do you think?" The grandeur of nature is truly astounding. But Demiurgos, standing nearby, just frowns, looking uneasy. This is making me anxious. If I attacked now, it would be over in one hit. The golden dragon's tone turns serious. That's precisely why I brought you here. Her words shock Demiurgos, his eyes widening in complete surprise. At that exact moment, the shadow of a black dragon passes over them, making them both look up in shock. The woman is instantly on alert. They're here. The black dragon soars past. She smirks, her eyes filled with excitement. The extremist faction. Black Jade Dragon. Juno. The dragon lets out a massive roar. Its body glows with a purple light and transforms into a woman, who lands gracefully before them. She tilts her head, her beautiful yet sharp features stunning them both. Whoa, Demiurgos breathes. Now that is the face of a true villain. Beside him, the golden dragon just sighs helplessly. Who? As the black jade dragon approaches the hatchling, Demiurgos seems to realize something. And here's where we realize just how twisted this is. So, he says slowly, instead of a divine blessing, you're aiming to infect it with poison at its weakest moment, right after birth? He continues, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I heard your kind gathers in large formations from the moment you're born to fight. You're choosing to poison one of your own? His face darkens, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he lets out a chilling laugh. You're really no different from humans, are you? So unbelievably cruel. The real hell isn't underground. It's right here, a hell of light. The golden dragon watches the scene from afar, her voice low. I used to think so too, until I discovered that fungus belonged to Deros. Demiurgos looks at her, surprised. Used to think so? She replies quietly. No matter how extreme they are, they would never join forces with you people. Her face darkens. There must be someone acting as a bridge, someone behind the curtain. As Demiurgos listens, a spark of interest lights up his eyes. He gives a faint, cold smile and says, Your children seem to have made some progress. Suddenly, the golden dragon warns in a low voice, startling him. More are coming. A powerful gust of wind blows down from above. They both look up to see two more massive dragons diving towards them. They quickly shift into human form, one in blue and one in red, landing before the black jade dragon. The two land with calm expressions, their serious gazes fixed on the small dragon standing behind her. Seeing them, Juno smiles slightly. You're here, Ogun, Julia, she asks. What about the tail? Julia smirks triumphantly. There isn't one, because the golden dragon no longer exists in this world. The moderate faction is a snake without a head. This world is finally ours, Juno. Julia's arrogant words make Juno thoughtful. No, so are we. Until God chooses a new soul, there can only be chaos. If humanity realizes that, it's all over. Ogun, who had been silent, lets out a small laugh. Why don't you try for that position, Juno? Juno's expression immediately darkens. Don't speak of that, Ogun. Everything will be according to God's will. We are merely creations with no right to question his work. As the three talk, Demiurgos watches in silence, a dark light flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, the hatchling's ferocious roar interrupts their conversation. Ogun gives a cold smile and walks towards it. That's right, he says coldly. We must do what we can. Looking at the screaming dragon, he sneers, his voice calculating. No matter how pitifully you scream, take comfort that no more families will have to suffer. With that, he pulls out a vial containing a bizarre creature, looking at the small dragon with a righteous expression. This is all for our people. The golden dragon's face goes pale. Why? Why would they do this? Demiurgos, sitting next to her, lets out a cold sneer. a murderous aura radiating from him. He says each word with chilling intent, apprehend on sight. His sudden change stuns the golden dragon. He gives her a mischievous look. Should I just kill all three of them? Seeing he's ready to fight, the golden dragon quickly stops him. Wait, and that's where we leave it for now. Her cold gaze is fixed on them as she says, we must consider the cause and effect. Why did the children resort to this method? And what consequences will it bring? What if we stop this right now? What does the future hold? You and I have to consider every angle. Demiurgos just raises an eyebrow and scoffs. Huh, and what does any of that have to do with me? You're a real coward. Stop thinking and just act. Hearing those words, the golden dragon's face darkens. His brow furrows in thought. We are all part of a larger order. Sometimes that flow requires sacrifice and loss. But what is this tragedy trying to tell us? Demiurgos tunes out the boring speech. Huh, this is so annoying. Fine, let's just go with Plan B. She looks at him, shocked. Plan B? A cold smile spreads across his face, his eyes flashing with cruel intent. He lists it out excitedly. A little violence, abduction, imprisonment, torture, and an interrogation with all the time in the world. That's all it should take, right? The golden dragon considers it, then quietly says, just be gentle. The little dragon roars loudly. Ojin smirks at the bubbling water glowing with a purple light, saying with satisfaction, all right then, let's begin. With that, he pours the bizarre creature into the water, to the baby dragon's shock. Ojin says quietly, just endure it a moment, it'll be over soon. But before that parasitic creature even hits the water, Ojin's arm is suddenly severed, leaving him in absolute stunned disbelief. The entire group spins around in shock, only to see the calm figure of Demiurgos smiling gently while holding Ojin's severed hand. Ojin clutches his bleeding arm, staring in horror. Who are you? He stammers. In response to Ojin's terrified question, Demiurgos maintains his calm, gentle smile and answers, I am Demiurgos. Juno, standing nearby, feels the immense killing intent pouring from Demiurgos and screams out a warning, everyone, run for your lives. With that, Juno's eyes flash a cold purple, and she spits a blast of black energy straight at Demiurgos. Faced with the attack, he just scoffs and raises a hand. Now watch this. His hand glows with a chilling light as a small black hole appears, aimed right at the attack. In an instant, Juno's body distorts and gets sucked right in. He coldly glances over at the other two survivors. Next, he says, terrified by his overwhelming power, the two immediately launch themselves into the sky to escape. Run. Demiurgos just watches them flee in two different directions, sneering. Trying to survive by splitting up and leaving your partner behind, are we? Then, Demiurgos points a finger to the sky. Just kidding. Now let's guess which one I'll catch. Eeny, meeny, miny, ding. His finger stops, pointing directly at the distant blue light. Demiurgos smirks, thoroughly amused. Congratulations to the blue one. You've won the prize. With that, he rockets off in Ogin's direction. The shockwave from his launch makes the baby dragon behind him let out a massive roar. From afar, the golden dragon watches him leave, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Over on the other side, Ogin is flying as fast as his wings can carry him, not daring to look back. Damn it, that damned thing! He flaps harder, his mind racing. Demiurgos, isn't that the demon who killed the golden dragon? How did he even find this place? Don't tell me there's a traitor among us. Suddenly, a flash of intense red light flares up behind Ogin, startling him. A beam of red energy zips right past his body, forcing him to dodge in pure terror. And just like that, you and I see Demiurgos appear right in front of him, scaring Ogin half to death. His eyes gleam faintly as his lips curl into a smirk. Congratulations, he says coldly. You're the winner. Ogin wastes no time on words. He immediately opens his mouth, gathering all his power for an attack. Boom! But before he can even finish, a single, cold strike from Demiurgos flashes past him. I'm busy, so don't say a word. The attack is too fast for Ogin to react, and his body is instantly torn open. Demiurgos looks on, satisfied. See you in a bit. With that, he vanishes like the wind, heading straight for Julia. Elsewhere, Julia feels a wave of relief when she sees no sign of Demiurgos chasing her. Ha-ha, she chuckles, pushing herself to fly even faster, not daring to look back. Ogin, I'm sorry, she thinks to herself. But at least I have to survive to warn the group that the Demon King is targeting us. When it comes to speed, I'm second to none. All of a sudden, a loud noise from behind makes her jump. A streak of red light is rocketing towards her. When she looks closely, she sees the utterly thrilled face of Demiurgos. "Hello there," he greets her coldly. Julia's eyes go wide, not just from his sudden appearance, but from the familiar blood splattered on his arm. "Is that Ogun's blood?" she screams in rage. "You maniac!" Julia gathers her energy, forming a massive fireball in her mouth and launching it straight at Demiurgos. Fire breath! The giant flame roars toward him, but Demiurgos remains completely calm, effortlessly dodging every single attack. He hovers high above, coldly observing Julia's frantic assault. A moment later, she realizes Demiurgos has vanished. When Julia looks up, her eyes lock with his chilling gaze from high above her. He smiles faintly, his voice low and threatening. Chains of the void. Instantly, two giant black holes tear open the sky, and hundreds of chains shoot out, binding Julia tightly. She struggles in utter desperation while Demiurgos just floats calmly overhead. Wrapped in chains, she loses her balance and plummets from the sky like a falling star. She falls into a coma, but soon, her consciousness slowly returns. When she opens her eyes, she finds herself bound in iron chains, looking at a strange new place. What is this? She screams in panic, waking the unconscious Ogun beside her. He starts to cough, and she worriedly calls out his name, "Ogun!" Just then, the calm voice of Demiurgos echoes out. "Is something wrong?" He steps forward, a cold smile on his face. "From now on, there will be only violence and pain, and it's time for the truth to come out." Julia, filled with rage at his words, screams, "You demon! I'll curse you." Demiurgos just chuckles. "Cursing is my specialty. I got A+s in all my basic courses on curses," he continues excitedly. "Now, let's start with the first question." He pulls out a vial containing a strange creature. "Where did you get this?" Julia's face darkens as she snaps back. "Why are you stealing things from others like a common thief?" Demiurgos laughs coldly. "From others? Weren't you the ones who stole it? You were going to use it to harm humans, right? Extremists. That's what people call you, isn't it? You had better confess everything right now. Who is behind this, and how did you get your hands on this demonic thing?" Julia sneers defiantly. "Do what you want. You'll get nothing from me. Trust me." His response is ice cold. He silently punches Ogun hard in the gut, making him scream in agony. Julia watches the horrific scene from the side, her own face turning pale with fear. "Ogun!" she screams, her voice filled with panic. Demiurgos' blood-soaked hand digs into Ogun's flesh, twisting his face in agony as his body stumbles, teeth clenched against a choked groan. Looking at Ogun's agonized face, Demiurgos lets out a cold, satisfied laugh, his voice dripping with fake pity. "Ah, what a pity for our dear Ogun. He wants to scream, but his throat is blocked." Julia watches, her heart shattering, Demiurgos' mocking words fueling her rage until blood vessels pop in her eyes as she roars, "Stop it! Just torture me instead!" Demiurgos just scoffs at her. "You fool. Do you even know what real torture is? I won't lay a single finger on you." Julia stares back in shock, his eyes burning a blood red, emitting a chilling light. Demiurgos' voice drops low, an echo from the depths of hell. "Instead, until you decide to talk, Ogun will continue to suffer. I will make you watch every last dragon on this world die in agony right before your very eyes." As he finishes, Demiurgos tightens his grip, locking down the mana in Ogun's body, causing him to scream in pure torment. With a brutal squeeze, the pain intensifies, and Ogun can't hold back his cries any longer, each one a knife in Julia's heart. Finally, she breaks, screaming, "There's no one behind us! We're doing this on our own!" Demiurgos sneers, glancing at Julia. "Considering your intelligence and meticulous preparation, there's no way you don't have a leader. So who is it? You must have someone in charge, right?" Julia's face goes pale as she whispers, "It's Juno." Demiurgos' eyebrow raises with amusement. "Ah, the black sword I absorbed earlier? Well, that makes catching your leader much easier. Now I just need to round up the rest of you extremists and wipe you all out." Julia quickly shouts back, "We're different from the other extremists." The most dissatisfied members secretly formed our own group. The others in the faction are innocent, they aren't extremists, just cowards. Demiurgos seems surprised by this, his murderous gaze sweeping over Julia as he asks coldly, "Then which category do you fall into?" After a long pause, Julia answers grimly, "The Four Seasons Society." Demiurgos smirks. "The Four Seasons? Isn't that the little club for all the top extremists? After all, this isn't how normal dragons operate, so what about the rest of them?" He twists his hand brutally, making Ogun cry out in pain again. Panicked by Ogun's screams, Julia blurts out the names. Jen, April, May, Juno, me, and Ogun. Demiurgos listens, then replies in a low voice. September, October, November, December. Right? Julia stares, horrified, her face white with fear. That's right. How did you know? That was a top secret, she stammers. Demiurgos scoffs in disgust. You really are an idiot. The 4 seasons span January to December. Are those code names based on your group's name, or did you all gather by some preordained fate? Julia trembles as she answers, No, they're all our real names. We just thought the similar pronunciations were fun, so we named our group the 4 Seasons. Demiurgos narrows his eyes. Who first suggested that name? Your leader, Juno, wasn't it? Soaked in sweat, Julia shakes her head. No, it wasn't Juno. Who's Juno? We just started calling each other that at some point. Demiurgos bursts out laughing, full of contempt. So, the most idealistic extremists just happen to gather and form a group, and all 12 members coincidentally have names from January to December? You and I both know that makes no sense. It's obvious the 12 of you were selected according to someone's plan. Was it Juno? Was she the one who started it? Julia desperately refutes him. No, our only goal is to free the oppressed dragons. This is a group where every member joined willingly. Demiurgos asks, surprised. Oppressed? Oppressed by who? His question hits a nerve. Julia screams, the world's ideals, the non-aggression pact. Someone is destroying this world, not just us allies, but even themselves. Did you see that newborn dragon earlier? Dragons are only supposed to be born in the hidden realm. That's proof this place was originally part of it. Julia grows more agitated, tears streaming down her face. This world was originally our territory, the domain of dragons. The humans stole our land, exiled us, and oppressed us. Our gods and our creator are ignoring everything. Humans do not deserve to be the masters of this land. Demiurgos cuts her off, tired of the speech. So, someone shows up claiming this land was theirs, and your answer is to destroy it instead? Okay, let's just sit with that logic for a second. He holds the vial with the strange creature in front of Julia. All right, let's say that's true. Then how did you get this from Daros? The moment Julia hears that name, her face twists with rage and she screams, Daros? That demon! What does he have to do with this? Hearing her denial, Demiurgos can't help but laugh. Ha ha, I already know everything. Just spit it out. But as he speaks, his eyes widen, suddenly focusing on the vial in his hand. For the first time, Demiurgos really looks at the liquid, thinking deeply. What is this? Suddenly, a memory flashes through his mind. Back then, Alex had shown him the final pathogen sample. He carefully presented it to Demiurgos. The pathogen found in the dragon's bodies. It's this. The hell fungus that drives them insane. Recalling the parasite's appearance, Demiurgos is stunned. That thing was definitely purple. He stares intently at the creature in his hand. But this is pink. This isn't Daros's pathogen. He glares at Julia again, his voice low. Where did you get this? Julia's brow furrows, her eyes showing an internal struggle as she begins to speak. But before she can finish, the chains binding her suddenly go slack and release her. Unprepared for the sudden freedom, Julia stumbles and falls to the ground, asking in shock, What? But before she can celebrate, a cold iron chain snaps around her neck. With a flick of his wrist, Demiurgos yanks the chain, dragging both of them to a strange new place, leaving them stunned. Ugh, where is this place? Julia's eyes fly open, her face pale with terror as she beholds the bloody scene below. Beneath her feet are thousands of demonic faces, piled on top of each other, letting out inhuman shrieks as they stare up at her with ravenous hunger. Demiurgos' soft voice makes Julia jump in fear. Allow me to introduce you. This is the deepest layer of the demon world. The most wicked souls, those that can't even be classified in hell, are sent here. They wait for a single living morsel to fall every few hundred years. Dragons reincarnate into other dragons when they die, right? But if you fall here, there is no salvation. Ever. I guarantee it. And you and I are left staring into a place so foul, even the gods themselves are forced to look away. Demiurgos' words sent a wave of fresh terror through Julia. You and I both know she still remembers his promise, right? Julia stares at the demonic smile spreading across Demiurgos Mazunze's face as he whispers, You won't be harmed, not even a single hair. Before she can say another word, he drops the cold black chain shackled around Ogun's neck. The one who suffers, he adds, will be him. Ogun's body plummets towards the ravenous demons below, Julia witnesses the horrifying scene unfold, letting out a piercing scream. Ogun! Sobbing, she completely loses her composure and yells out her confession. I bought it from the dwarves of the Buri tribe in the south. Instantly, the nightmare vanishes, and they both fall hard onto the cold ground. Just then, the golden dragon slowly approaches, her voice like ice. Julia, stop lying. Seeing the golden dragon standing beside Demiurgos completely unharmed, Julia stammers in shock. Golden dragon, you're still alive? The dragon glares back, her eyes sharp, shouting, I am certain you children are being used by someone else. In the end, the one harming the dragons was a dragon. Her eyes filled with a mix of fury and disappointment, narrow as she says, I can't believe you joined hands with a demon duke to harm your own kind. No matter how much you hate humans, as dragons, you've crossed the line. Julia, still kneeling, her eyes bloodshot, demands. We collaborated with a demon duke? Do you even know who you're standing next to? Aren't you the one working with a demon? Now, pay attention. Julia's desperate accusation makes the golden dragon snap, roaring. Tell the truth. This poison is Daros's, isn't it? But before Julia can argue, Demiurgos waves his hand, and a large black hole on his palm sucks the two of them in. Watching them vanish, the golden dragon yells, What are you doing? We needed to find out more. Demiurgos coolly takes out a vial containing a bizarre creature. He casually notes, Daros's poison is slightly different from this one. The golden dragon, stunned, takes the vial and inspects it closely. If you look carefully, the color and shape of the eye inside are a bit different. She holds the vial, her mind racing with doubt. Then whose is this? Demiurgos states flatly, the dragons bought it from the dwarves in the south. The golden dragon can't believe it, retorting, That's impossible. The dwarves are experts with stone. This kind of chemical concoction is nonsense. Demiurgos nods slightly in agreement. I agree with what you've just said. She looks at the vial thoughtfully. Does that mean another poison, different from Daros's, is also in circulation? Demiurgos furrows his brow, his gaze locked on the vial, shaking his head. No. In this world, besides Daros, no one else could create a poison like this. His words make the golden dragon pause in agreement. She gives a slight nod. Yes, I thought so too, but Daros is dead. If this isn't his, then where did it come from? Was that child lying? Maybe she was so desperate she just made something up. Hearing this, Demiurgos immediately objects. You saw it yourself. Those were words spoken when she was cornered. That's why it must be the truth. The golden dragon's face darkens, her brows knitting together. Her deep golden eyes stare intently at the vial in her hand. The truth she thought she knew has been turned upside down again, plunging her into deep thought. Her voice trembles slightly. Could there be a second Daros? Impossible. What on earth is going on? I don't know either. The golden dragon falls silent, then finally speaks up. Hey. Her soft call makes Demiurgos glance over in surprise. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, she's about to ask the one question that changes everything. Do you think we misunderstood from the very first step? Daros, are you certain he's really dead? Hearing this, a cold light flashes in Demiurgos' eyes. He thinks for a moment, then quietly replies, You think he faked his death? She frowns, her voice low. The world's greatest poison expert commits suicide with his own poison. Don't you find that odd? Demiurgos just shrugs calmly. Writing novels is your job, but don't expect it to move any readers. I personally attended his funeral. The golden dragon coldly points to the vial in her hand. Then explain all of this, she demands. Demiurgos gives another small shrug, his voice low. I don't know. She seriously contemplates the recent events, her brows furrowed. She wonders aloud, the Four Seasons Society and the demon world, what's their common goal? Demiurgos' cold gaze sweeps over her somber face as he says, the destruction of the human world. She shakes her head. No, the enemy of my enemy is a friend, right? You're right, this is very strange. Recalling recent events, Demiurgos falls into a thoughtful silence. Scarcity. That's what creates value. Just endure a little longer. It will all be over soon. With that thought, he continues. The beneficiary, the perpetrator, and the victim. Each party is different. The golden dragon's eyelashes flutter down as she sinks back into her thoughts. A moment later, an image flashes in her mind and she speaks without thinking. Not to mention the dwarves are now involved. She picks up the vial again, examining it closely. Who benefits from this? The extremists and those who want weapons made from dragons. Standing beside her, Demiurgos adds, "The demon race too. It would be great if the hatred between humans and dragons deepened." She bows her head, her eyes distant. "The perpetrators are my own children. The Four Seasons Society." The golden dragon's words are laced with pain. Demiurgos stands there, looking up at the distant sky. Whether it was his head or his limbs that were the problem was unclear, but his eyes followed the peaceful blue expanse. His voice drops. "Why do I get the feeling that you and I are the only ones not involved in this?" The golden dragon, standing beside him, nods in agreement. She replies softly, "You're right." At this, Demiurgos stretches, a weary look on his face. "All right. At least I've caught the ringleader." From the society's perspective, 3 of their members have vanished, so the rest won't dare to act immediately. Let's use this time to move quickly. The golden dragon looks up, surprised. "Go where?" Demiurgos points a finger to the sky, a cruel smirk on his face. And trust me, his next words are going to send a shiver down your spine. "Didn't you hear? We're going to the southern underground to get the dwarves' poison." In a deep cavern, thousands of cold corpses are piled on top of each other. The surrounding space is grim and chilling. This is the prison of the Buri tribe dwarves in the south. At the entrance, the figures of Demiurgos, the golden dragon, Alex, and Zeke appear, their gazes fixed on the darkness within. Alex carefully surveys the area, saying softly, "From that point on, this is the dwarves' territory." Demiurgos replies flatly, "It's obvious just by looking." The 4 of them carefully venture deeper into the prison. Zeke leads the way with a torch, his eyes scanning their surroundings. "Let's dive in." The air is thick with an awkward silence, putting everyone on edge. We've got Alex, a merchant, a manager, a warrior, and a mage. You gotta admit, our party is looking pretty well-rounded now. Zeke, leading the way, lets out a big laugh of agreement. "That's right, but Demiurgos just raises an eyebrow, skeptical. Is that so?" The golden dragon behind them chuckles, "Oh ho ho, that's definitely because of me." Demiurgos' eyes dart around before he coldly strides up to Alex. "Alex, that poison you gave me before, when exactly did you acquire it?" Alex gives a slight smirk. "Who do you think I am? I took it from the very first dragon we ever fought." Demiurgos looks at him, surprised. "Even the one from recently?" Alex just smiles. "No, there's no need to collect it from every single one, right? Ever since Zurich, I've gathered samples from 4 to 5 of them." Demiurgos' brow furrows. "So that means you haven't been collecting it lately?" Alex smiles back, a little surprised himself. "Yes, why do you ask?" The golden dragon, trailing behind, listens to their conversation, deep in thought. Demiurgos rubs his chin. No reason, I was just asking." Suddenly, Zeg, who was walking beside Demiurgos, speaks up softly. "Lord Demiurgos." Demiurgos jumps slightly and turns to face Zeg, who offers a gentle smile. "Up until now, I've just been silently following your orders, Lord Demiurgos. If you tell me to do something, I'll do it. It's probably a matter that a low-ranking soldier like me shouldn't know about." He raises an eyebrow and speaks. "What is it? If you have something to say, just say it." Zeg just gives a faint smile and asks, "What exactly are we searching for?" Demiurgos glares at Zeg, his eyes cold. Before answering, "I gave a brief explanation when we set out. Fallen dragons are dealing with the demon race, and we're tracking everything related to that. And now, this is a plot point you'll want to remember." Zeg smiles. "The first time I met you, is this related to the dragon that attacked the village?" Demiurgos looks off into the distance, nodding in confirmation. "Yes. That dragon was also tainted by the demon race's poison." Hearing this, Zeke adjusts the luggage on his shoulder and says, "So that's what it was." The movement catches Demiurgos' attention, and he looks at Zeke with surprise. Zeke's face darkens, his brow furrowed in anger. Back then, Uncle Tony from next door, Miss Emma from downstairs. So many people were hurt. Humans and dragons have a peace treaty, so why would they suddenly attack us? I knew something was strange, and of course, it was the demon race. Why can't they just stop plunging the world into suffering? Why don't the gods punish them? They truly are monstrous creatures." Demiurgos just glances at him and replies, You're right." Zeg's tone shifts as he lets out a soft laugh. "This incident involves both dragons and demons. This is a scale so massive it's almost impossible to imagine. Haha, I've been thinking about it constantly. What I need are 3 people? No, maybe 3, including Ionjum, to hide everyone's identity, right? To secretly carry out this massive mission disguised as a low-level team. After speaking, Zeg gives an awkward smile to Demiurgos. My apologies. That was a bit out of line, wasn't it? Demiurgos' voice is low. Listen here. Zeg flinches and turns to look at him. Demiurgos continues, you just live your life. I won't get in your way. Zeg is taken aback. Huh? Get in my way? Demiurgos chuckles. Because one day, maybe in the near future, even if you feel like you've been deceived, just ignore it and live your life. Just like always. These words leave Zeg horrified, his eyes wide, sweat drenching his reddened face. He forces a trembling smile. Of course, how could I dare? For everything Lord Demiurgos has done for me so far, I don't think I could ever repay your kindness in this lifetime. So what I mean is, Demiurgos cocks an eyebrow, then smiles. I'm just saying. You'll understand later. Zeg quietly responds. Ah, yes. The golden dragon, walking behind, silently listens to their words, then slowly turns her head to look at the quiet landscape ahead. A sparkling orb of light appears in her hand. Step by step, she moves forward cautiously with the group. And I think we can all see this coming. The endless walking is taking its toll, draining their strength and weighing their bodies down. Zeg and Alex, the two leading the way, are now also losing their strength. They're panting heavily, each step a massive effort, until suddenly, both of them collapse to the ground, shocking Demiurgos. He yells out, Hey, how much longer do we have to walk? It's been hours and we haven't seen a single ant. Alex, still panting, forces a smile and looks at Demiurgos. I don't know either. The dwarves spend their entire lives digging underground, so even they get lost in their own kingdom. Some say this place is 1,000 times more complex than the Minotaur's labyrinth. Hearing this, Demiurgos furiously grabs Alex by the collar and roars, Why are you only telling me this now? Alex quickly forces a smile. If I had told you earlier, you definitely would have gotten angry and just wanted to burn everything down. Alex's excuse only infuriates Demiurgos more. He yells, You've got a lot of nerve, I'll burn you down along with it. While Demiurgos and Alex are arguing fiercely, the golden dragon quietly looks around, then says in a low voice, This is strange. The dwarven caves are already complex, but this silent path we've just taken makes me even more suspicious. Why isn't there a single dwarf to be seen? Demiurgos hears this and, in a fit of rage, breathes fire. Ha! If I see any dwarves, I'll pluck every single hair from their bodies. Amidst Demiurgos' volcanic rage, Alex breaks out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile as he helps Zeke up. Zeke, it seems you've walked too much. But seeing Zeke's pale face and ragged breath, Alex realizes something is terribly wrong and shouts, Zeke! When Zeke doesn't respond, Alex's face darkens, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He's stunned by the sight before him, piles of corpses lying on top of each other. Alex screams in horror. This is poison! At Alex's words, Demiurgos whips around to see a strange green mist spreading, his own face contorted in horror. What? Aren't dwarves supposed to be immune to poison? The golden dragon's face darkens as she approaches Alex on the ground, reminding him coldly, It's a different story if it's DeRose's poison. Alex's face grows grim at her words, his cold eyes flicking towards the golden dragon. Demiurgos still can't believe it, wondering to himself, what in the world is happening here? The golden dragon directs her power towards Zeke, who is lying unconscious in Alex's arms. First, we have to save Zeke. A shimmering golden light envelops his body, and his consciousness begins to return. The golden dragon smiles at him. You'll be fine in a moment. Zeke stands up straight and bows his head gratefully. Thank you. Alex is quite surprised by her abilities and praises her. With magic that grants immunity to poison like this, even DeRose would know of you. You're no ordinary mage. The golden dragon is delighted by the compliment. Oh my, you're exaggerating. Immediately after, a loud explosion erupts beside them, sending rock and debris flying everywhere. A group, and armed with weapons, charges out from the explosion. The one in the lead yells, It's you! Zeke immediately draws Dumsluin and Dumslagun, taking a defensive stance. Who are you? The leader of the dwarves screams frantically. You're the demons who have been spreading poison throughout the Buri tribe in the south, aren't you? Demiurgos just leans his head on his hand against the wall and asks casually, That's right, and what if I told you we were? And you and I both know what that is, pure fuel on the fire. As the dwarf screams, Then we will kill you, he calmly continues. So, what if I told you? No? The dwarf looks puzzled. If that's the case, then what are you people doing here? Seeing the dwarf's attitude, he replies with certainty, In that case, we didn't do it. A dwarf in the back stammers to his leader, See? I told you it wasn't them. It was. R24. At that, the leader loses all his confidence. He stutters, asking Demiurgos' group, "Is that so? Then, what are you doing in this place?" Demiurgos' interest is piqued. "R24, you say? What's that?" He then asks the dwarf, "If I say I didn't do it, are you going to believe me?" The dwarf in the back timidly says, "I kept insisting it was R24. The leader's head is spinning, completely thrown off by Demiurgos' questions. "What? So you were lying?" He glances back and forth between them. "And what if it was a lie? What in the world is this R24 anyway?" The leader finally snaps, "If you're lying, I'll kill you." But the dwarf behind him quickly answers the question, "There's a divine door called R24. Demiurgos keeps pressing. "And if it's the truth? A door? What does a door have to do with poison?" Both dwarves practically shout in unison, "Then what are you doing here?" The Buri tribe in the south. They touched that door. Seeing the three of them going in circles, Hwang Gyumryung gets fed up, sending them all flying with a punch. "You idiots, explain one thing at a time." The dwarves sit down immediately, and their leader begins to tell the whole story. "We are the West Berry tribe. We heard something happened to the South Berry, so we rushed here. When we arrived, there was poison everywhere. Everyone was dead. We ran into you while investigating the cause." Demiurgos thinks for a moment, then nods. "Seems plausible. We also came here looking for the source of this poison, only to find everyone was already gone." "Damn it!" A smirk crosses his face. "The one behind this. Just when I thought we had him, he slipped away." He then asks the others, "So, where to now?" Rake, who was standing behind him, suddenly speaks up, "And trust me, you're going to want to pay attention to this. What's this door you mentioned? Is it connected to the poison?" The hatted dwarf, who seems knowledgeable, explains, "In the R24 sector of the South Buri Tunnel, an ancient door was discovered 3,000 years ago. It's made of a strange, unknown mineral. It's a mysterious door that can't be opened by any means. No one knows what's inside. It could be a resting god or a sealed demon." He then gives Demiurgos' group another crucial piece of intel. "However, I recently heard the southern tribes started recklessly using a ton of explosives to try and break that door down. Even though the other tribes warned them to stop, they didn't listen. That's why they were cursed. A curse from the divine door itself." As he speaks, he starts losing his cool, his voice getting louder. Actually, workers in the R24 area were already dying off, but they still refused to stop. So the divine door got angry. It annihilated those fools from the South Buri with a poison that can even kill a dwarf. But another dwarf doesn't buy it. "What are you talking about? You believe in that superstitious nonsense? It was him, the man in black, wearing a jewel, who released this poison. We have to catch him." But the hatted dwarf frantically objects, "No human could create a poison like this. This is the curse of the divine door." Catching that critical detail, Hwang Jumryong asks in shock, "A man in black with a jewel?" Demiurgos is almost certain who they're talking about. It's June. Hwang Gyumryong excitedly urges the dwarves, "Tell me more about this person." The dwarf who mentioned him explains everything he knows. Recently, a rumor started about a man in black with a jewel appearing in the R24 area. That place is sacred ground. Not just anyone can enter. For a human to sneak in there, he must be the one who spread the poison. After hearing this, Demiurgos steps forward, making a decision that stuns the Buri tribe. "Let's go." He shoves his hands in his pockets, a look of intrigue on his face as he tells them, "Take me to the R24 area. All the clues." The leader, unwilling to risk his life or the lives of his people, hands over a map instead. He backs away from the mission. "The poison there is the strongest. Even our gas masks can't handle it. I'll give you this map instead." Demiurgos' group of four shows no fear as they venture deeper into the cave, searching for the R24 door. The path is thick with toxic gas. Hwang Gyumryong uses her power to create a small orb of light to guide them. She thinks to herself, "The closer we get to R24, the stronger the poison gets. At this level, not even a dragon could withstand it for long. This is some seriously horrifying poison, as if it's hiding something that must never be revealed." Rake, completely overwhelmed, collapses to his knees, gasping for air as he struggles back up. His face is pale from the fumes. Hwang Geomryong kneels beside him. "Just rest comfortably back here." She thinks, "This must be Daros's poison work. Even my magic can't nullify it, let alone a human body." Knowing he gave it his all, she offers a gentle smile. "You've done well. We'll handle it from here. Rake, go back to where we met the dwarves. It's too dangerous to go on." Rake forces a smile, sweat beading on his face. "Sorry I couldn't be of more help. Seriously, Even these Tier 2 missions are no joke when you tackle them together. Demiurgos looks over at him. Do you know the way back? Rake replies with difficulty. Yes. After leaving Rake behind to recover, the remaining three push even deeper. The poison gas grows thicker, but they press forward without a moment of hesitation. We're here. R24. Demiurgos stares, utterly astonished by the sight before him. What is that thing? It looks like a massive machine, partially buried in the ground. Huang Guillaume looks up in awe. Those dwarves. To think they were hiding something like this. It couldn't have been easy. Demiurgos asks, full of curiosity, what is it? I don't know either, she replies. He gets even more confused. Then why did you say they had trouble? She answers calmly, because they don't know. Suddenly, a strange thought hits him. Wait a second, she doesn't know about the door? The door was only discovered 3,000 years ago. How could a being who has lived for over 66,500 years not know about it? Just as he looks up, he spots a figure lurking nearby. The man, realizing he's been spotted, immediately turns to run. Demiurgos points and yells, "He's getting away!" He barks an order, "Alex, get him!" You and I can see both their eyes flare crimson, ready for the chase. Roger! Alex launches himself into the air, closing the distance in an instant. He turns to Huang Guillaume, only to see her walking towards the giant machine. Was that the mastermind behind all this? Finally, the pieces of the puzzle are starting to come together. She gently rests her hand on it, and trust me, what she's about to see will unravel the entire history of their world. Demiurgos, standing behind her, gets curious. If a being who's lived for 665 centuries doesn't know what it is, it must be ancient. He ventures a guess. Could it be from the Silver Age? I learned as a child that another world existed before this one. The golden dragon just smiles and answers with absolute certainty, even older than that world. His eyes widen, unable to process what he's hearing. You don't mean the Golden Age? Her jewel-like eyes lock directly onto his. Yes. The age before dragons or demons even existed, when humanity alone ruled this world. She can almost picture it, enormous ships soaring through the dark galaxy, using giant sails to journey across a sea of stars. They were the first civilization to ever challenge the gods. She saw this entire tragic history the moment she touched the ship's hull. The Golden Age. Combining her own knowledge with the ship's visions, the Golden Dragon begins to tell the tale. Once upon a time, in the first world, God created the heavens and the earth. Then, he created humans to live there, and he was pleased. Humanity, the masters of the world. Humans began to multiply, just like other creatures, but they were different. They built a mighty empire, advancing science and technology to cement their position. But their own ambition became their downfall during their most prosperous era, the Golden Age. Without any magic, they could communicate across the entire globe. Their city towers stretched endlessly into the sky. They reached the heavens, gaining the power to leave their world and cross an ocean of stars. But ultimately, they destroyed themselves with the very weapons they had created. The world twisted into a living hell. Fire scorched the land until it boiled, and the seas evaporated. The war plunged the world into darkness, as the oceans blotted out the sky, falling as toxic rain for 1,000 days straight. All living things, humanity included, were completely wiped out in the cataclysm. The Supreme Being wept at the destruction of such a brilliant era. Because of that loss, all life ended, and God was heartbroken. The Golden Dragon recounts the entire history as if she had personally lived through it. She continues the story of the world's rebirth. God created humanity a second time, but this time, he took away their science and technology. He took the very things that destroyed them, and, in their place, gifted them magic. Humans wielding this power quickly built a dazzling magical civilization. This was the second world, the Silver Age. With a small staff, they could control the elements, create matter from nothing, and fly. They turned silver to gold, summoned storms, and revived the dead. But of course, that beautiful civilization also collapsed as greedy humans fought each other for ultimate power, all for the possession of the magic stone, the very source of all magic. A war broke out that lasted 500 years, driving them to extinction once again. And once again, God was filled with sorrow. She pauses for a moment, then her steady voice continues. And finally, the current world, the chaotic age, where we of the demon and dragon races were born. She recalls this era's creation. God made the world again, but this time he gave humanity just a single, harsh continent. The world was divided between three great races. Deep underground, The dwarves dug their halls and claimed their territory. Your demon race made its nest in the abyss. And on the other side of the boundary, between the Age of Magic and the Shadow War, is where I was born, the domain of the Dragon Clan. Demiurgos looks at her and nods. That's right. Before I was sealed in my egg, I learned all this as a child. I barely paid attention then. But now, it's an unbelievable story. He smirks mockingly. They say the Golden Age lasted only 80 centuries before collapsing. The Silver Age was even shorter, destroyed after just 20. In the end, the current chaotic age, the most dangerous for humanity, is ironically the one where they've survived the longest. His gaze softens. Instead, even though they can no longer cross the ocean of stars or control everything with magic, the Golden Dragon finishes his thought. Perhaps it's for the best. Humans are fools, and God has shed countless tears for them. Then, she says something strange that leaves Demiurgos completely confused. Star ceramics. She looks from the ship back to him with a smile. That's what this is. They called this star ceramics. She tilts her head up, analyzing its properties. The hardness of this smooth metal is 3 times that of a diamond. A layer just a few millimeters thick can block all physical and chemical damage. With this colossal ship, humanity left their world and crossed the ocean of stars to conquer other systems. Her eyes are fixed on the ship, her pupils shimmering, filled with a storm of complex emotions. This is a relic, the absolute pinnacle of technology that humanity created in its golden age. Now, only God and the angels can handle this. For beings like us, it's a forbidden zone we can't touch. The moment she finishes speaking, Demiurgos rushes past her. And yeah, you and I both know he's about to do something monumentally stupid. He slams his fist into the hull with a deafening bang, the shockwave launching the Golden Dragon backward with a scream. She rolls across the ground, wincing from the pain. Her body is covered in scratches. She pushes herself up, absolutely furious, and screams at Demiurgos. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? But the ship's hull doesn't have a single scratch. He turns to her, amazed, so it really won't break. This is so frustrating. The Golden Dragon is so mad her hair is practically standing on end. If it had actually broken, what would you have done, you absolute moron? Her words just make Demiurgos laugh in annoyance. Stop bugging me. Can you move? I'm going to open it. The Golden Dragon shoves him aside, refusing to yield. You don't know anything about this, so get out of the way. I'll open it. She presses her face to the hull. Found it. I knew it was here. Demiurgos, however, is completely baffled. I don't see anything. She places a finger on a specific spot on the hull, and instantly a hidden panel slides open, revealing a small, active screen. Her fingers fly across the panel as streams of data flash by. Demiurgos watches, stunned, his curiosity piqued by this bizarre device he's never seen before. Are those lights on the stone? Magic? What are you doing? The Golden Dragon, still focused, answers bluntly, restoring the program. Demiurgos still doesn't get it. What program? She has no choice but to explain. This is technology from the Golden Age. Behind this panel, massive lightning cables are linked together, creating an effect that looks like magic. She continues swiping, decoding the data. This technology is now completely lost to time. Seeing how skilled she is, he has to ask, "You know all of this?" The Golden Dragon replies, "I only know the gist. I don't get the principles, but I learned how to solve it." And that question hangs heavy in the air. Learned? Who did you learn from? Don't tell me you've met someone from the Golden Age. The Golden Dragon falls silent, clearly choosing her next words very carefully. Model. With a serious look, she explains that the Golden and Silver Ages, though long extinct, left legacies behind that never truly vanished. And in her opinion, his people inherited the legacy of that Golden Age. Her eyes stay locked on the screen in front of her as she calmly continues. To worship fire and rule the world with absolute power, that was their entire ideology. Demiurgos still can't get his head around it, star-forged pottery or some program. Why does he know nothing about this stuff? She calmly replies that maybe one day he'll create it himself. Demiurgos glances up at the entire ship, deep in thought. Suddenly, a piece of the puzzle clicks, and he asks a suspicious question. So your dragon tribe inherited the legacy of the Silver Age, didn't you? The Golden Dragon confirms it instantly. That's right, we dragons live and breathe magic. Without magic, we probably couldn't even fly. Her words make him explode in shock. What? You don't fly with your wings? The Golden Dragon isn't the least bit surprised by his reaction. She calmly replies, "Have you ever seen a bird this big? Besides, some dragons don't even have wings." Demiurgos is stunned again, his voice filled with fascination. No way. The screen suddenly flashes with ancient text. The golden dragon shouts in triumph. It's deciphered! A door immediately slides open, and the two of them cautiously peek inside. And you're not going to believe what they find inside. A vast space filled with advanced tech from the world's very first era. Demiurgos is completely floored by the sight. What is all this? This is one seriously strange ship. Seeing him lingering at the door, the golden dragon pushes past him. If you're not coming in, move. A flustered Demiurgos tries to warn her. Hey, that's a golden age relic. Aren't we going to be in deep trouble for just barging in like this? She doesn't pay a single bit of attention to him. She says with total confidence, "It's fine. It's probably nothing important." He can't help but yell as she strides to the ship's center, mocking him. There's an inscription on the floor. "It's a dry food storage. What are you afraid of, you coward?" Hearing that, Demiurgos finally musters the courage to step inside. He stomps his foot and shouts, "Food stored for 1,000 centuries? What kind of monsters would be in here? Come on out. Dita will wipe you all out." Meanwhile, the golden dragon presses her hand to a nearby screen. Instantly, a strange schematic pops up, leaving her utterly shocked. Her eyes trace the diagram as she reads the names aloud. Keter, Bina, Chokma, Gavura. From this, she learns the ship's name. This is the Mankot. Demiurgos approaches her, intrigued. "What's that now?" She calmly answers, "The last ship of the Golden Age." Looking at the schematic, she explains that it's an arc humanity created to escape this star during their decline Project Sephiroth's tree. She ventures a guess. This section seems to be a food storage unit from one of those ships. They were probably in too much of a hurry. They never got to take off and were just left here. She mutters to herself, not noticing the way Demiurgos is now looking at her has changed. This place has nothing to do with the poison. This must be a place you've always treasured. So few people visit. They probably thought no one would come here, so they chose it as a spot to trade those mushrooms. He asks her coldly, "Who exactly are you?" She lets out a loud, mysterious laugh. "Someone in my position usually has a lot of secrets." He scoffs, his voice dripping with contempt. "As a demon lord, I thought you were a powerful being, but honestly, there's so much I don't know. It's clear your body is nothing more than a disposable pawn for war." The golden dragon glances back at him. A flashback? He turns away, refusing to argue. "Fine, that meaningless stuff is worthless. If even the demon lords gave up, what does anything else matter? I need to find Alex, catch the guy who ran off, and punish him immediately." Just then, a laser beam zaps down from above, landing right at his feet and forcing him to leap back. He stares at the hole burned through his hand in disbelief. "My hand was pierced?" His eyes glow a fierce red as he scans his surroundings. "Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yes, the real fight is about to go down. A monster in full armor is hanging from the ceiling. What is that?" I couldn't feel a single trace of its presence. Behind him, the golden dragon explains, "It's not a living creature, and it has no magic." She eyes the creature on the ceiling. "That is a robot, a golem from the Golden Age." Demiurgos lights up. "A robot?" The golden dragon sternly corrects him. "A Golden Age golem. It appears to be the guardian here." Suddenly, she senses an incoming attack. The golden dragon instantly dashes in front of Demiurgos to protect him. "Careful!" The robot fires a blast from afar, but she summons a shield just in time. Still, the power gap is immense, and the force sends both of them flying backward. He furiously fires back with his own eye lasers. "You're not the only one who can shoot beams." The robot activates its weapons, then unleashes a volley of crimson lasers. Deafening explosions rock the crumbling interior. But seeing this only makes Demiurgos more hyped to fight. "Whatever, I'll just hit it with something stronger." But the golden dragon lunges, clamping a hand over his mouth in a panic. "Don't shoot." He doesn't understand why. She quickly explains, "Weren't you listening? This is a Golden Age relic. Are you trying to blow the whole place up?" But Demiurgos is as stubborn as ever. "If you're scared, hide behind me. I'll make sure you survive." She tries again to make him see reason. That's not it. This starship flies using nuclear energy. Now he's even more confused. Nuclear energy? What's that? The golden dragon screams, "Just listen. There's no time to explain. Are you trying to destroy the entire world?" Suddenly, the robot leaps into the air. The next second, it slams down right in front of them and draws a long blade. It launches a furious assault, forcing them to scramble backward. Demiurgos yells, "Damn it, this piece of junk is fighting for real." Enraged, he throws a punch, roaring, "Die!" Demiurgos slams his fist straight into the robot, causing a huge impact. But as the smoke clears, he's horrified to see his punch was stopped cold by the robot's shield. For a split second, Demiurgos freezes, then gives a nervous laugh. It can take a hit like that? This spaceship too. Just what are these things? A second later, it brings a weapon crashing down, but he manages to leap high into the air. Next, Demiurgos unleashes his power, Chains of the Void. Instantly, magical chains erupt and bind the robot tightly. Its three-pronged hand stops moving, but a moment later, it materializes a blade. The robot uses its own weapon to slice through every chain. Demiurgos is stunned. That didn't work either? The robot then aims both of its pincers. Demiurgos roars in frustration. What am I supposed to do now? This is getting on my nerves. He curses, taking a deep breath. I've had enough of this. He opens his mouth to scream, just die already, when a golden ribbon suddenly appears. And just when you think it can't get any wilder, trust me, it does. The ribbon flies over and wraps itself around his mouth, sealing it shut. It's from the golden dragon, who yells, "Hey, are you insane? If you misfire, this whole place will blow up." But Demiurgos doesn't care. So what? Let it all explode. As long as this thing dies, I'm good. She's furious now, screaming at him. Are you crazy? Alex and the others are still somewhere in this vault. Are you trying to kill everyone? He rips the ribbon aside to argue. Yeah, that's right. Those weaklings are totally useless. The golden dragon sighs, thinking, wow, check out this guy's personality. He says it's not him, it's this thing that's going to wreck everything. She fires back that they have to stop it, and Demiurgos is getting antsy as they argue. Trust me, you and I are both wondering, what's the plan here? I don't know. I'm still thinking. Suddenly, the robot unleashes a volley of grenades, the projectiles streaking straight towards them. Demiurgos stands his ground, a perfect wall of offense and defense. Meanwhile, the golden dragon is just panicking, holding her head in the chaos. As Demiurgos fights, a memory of a past battle flashes through his mind, jolting him. He urgently asks the golden dragon, "Last time, didn't you block my combined attack with that fabric of yours?" She's not following. Why are you suddenly bringing that up now? He gestures frantically. Use your power. Wrap this entire area with that fabric. Create a wall to protect everyone outside, trapping just us inside your space. Seal this area off completely. Finally getting it, she replies with a sharp, okay. She then unleashes countless ribbons of fabric that fly out everywhere, spreading and enveloping the entire battlefield. Demiurgos then yells at the robot, "Hey, tin can! You should probably put up a barrier too." Then he opens his mouth wide and unleashes a torrent of magic. Take this! Demiurgos' breath. In an instant, the robot's protective shield shatters into pieces. Outside, bodies are strewn everywhere, but inside their arena, the fight is over. The robot is now just a pile of smoldering ash. Demiurgos lets out a breath. Done. Suddenly, Alex sends a telepathic message. Master, I've captured him. Demiurgos turns to the golden dragon. Alex got him. Let's go. But she just calmly replies, you go ahead. I'll interrogate him and follow after. I feel like I need to clean this place up before I leave. There are a few things I need to confirm. He looks at her silently for a moment before urging, just hurry up and get over there. Meanwhile, Alex is using his own entrails to restrain the man before him. Whoever you are, just give up. Otherwise, you're in for a very painful death. Someone new arrives on the scene. Alex says, hello, you finally made it. Demiurgos grimaces, stepping over piles of guts. Geez. He walks up to the captured figure and smirks. And here it is, folks. We're finally about to see the real face of the person pulling all the strings. With that, he reaches out and yanks back the hood covering the man's face. The moment the crimson gold Viscount's face is revealed, he blurts out in a panic, I'm sorry, your majesty. Demiurgos' eyes narrow. A shape-shifting mage? Crimson gold Viscount? What are you doing here instead of in the demon realm? The man bows his head and confesses, Sir, I was just following the orders of the third prince. The third prince ordered me to keep this a secret from everyone. Demiurgos' voice drops. Orders? What orders? Tell me everything, or you won't be leaving here alive. The crimson gold Viscount spills it all. To slander the heroes, spark a rebellion, and shatter the alliance during the 666th war. It was a grand plan. So, on my mission, I transformed into a dwarf to trade Sir Daros's mycelium poison with some extremist dragons. But the dwarves found me out, so I had to detonate the poison and go into hiding, waiting for my next set of orders. Demiurgos is baffled. I gave an order like that? Don't tell me Daros planned all this himself. The Viscount anxiously explains. Because the Demiurgos had left the demon realm, and you said to do whatever was necessary to achieve your goals. But for some reason, no matter how many reports I sent, he never replied. I've been waiting here indefinitely. Demiurgos delivers the crushing blow. Of course he didn't. Daros is dead. He killed himself. The Crimson Gold Viscount is horrified. How is that possible? Sir Daros would never do that. Your Majesty, you must have been tricked by someone. Demiurgos puts a hand on his hip, bored. That's why we're here, to find out the truth. I thought you'd have answers, but you know even less than we do. Suddenly, the Viscount's voice trembles. If that's the case, then it can only be him. Actually, besides Sir Daros, one other person was involved in this plan. I always suspected him. He shouts. The one who first proposed this plan was the only dragon who ever met Sir Daros face to face. The leader of the extremists. It has to be him. He must have done something shady. Demiurgos' expression darkens. If you mean the leader of the extremists, that would be Jun, and he's already been captured. Not him, Your Majesty. The Viscount quickly corrects. The true leader of the hardliners lives in hiding. Not even his own followers know his identity. It's the White Dragon. Let that sink in for a second, because that name changes absolutely everything. In a flashback, a trembling crimson gold Viscount asks, "You are the White Dragon?" The figure, completely hidden in a cloak, responds with pure arrogance. A mere dragon dares to request a meeting with me? What is it you want? The voice sounded female. The figure leaned in close, whispering, "Listen carefully. I have a brilliant idea to annihilate those disgusting humans. The dragons and the demon realm will team up for the 666th war and wipe humanity off the face of this planet. So, arrange a meeting with Daros." Back in the present, Demiurgos asks, and then? The Viscount continues, "I reported it to Sir Daros, and soon after, he secretly met with the White Dragon alone. I don't know what they discussed, but when he returned, Sir Daros ordered me to become a dwarf and deliver the mycelium poison to the members of the Four Seasons Society. He explicitly warned me that besides the White Dragon, no one, not even the Society's members, could know the demon realm was involved in this plan." After hearing all this, Demiurgos asks a sharp question. "What about the other mycelium poisons?" He presses. "We recently captured a Society member, and their poison was different from Daros's version. Where did it come from?" The Viscount immediately gets flustered. That's impossible. Although, they definitely haven't come for more poison recently. But a different type of mycelium is impossible. It's the pinnacle of the demon realm's poison crafting. No one can replicate it. Just then, the golden dragon appears out of nowhere. So, the conclusion is, you don't really know anything. The mastermind is their anonymous leader, a person so hidden even the extremists can't find them. What about the other members of the society? How are we supposed to find them? Demiurgos starts to speak, Seeing the newcomer, the Crimson Gold Viscount stammers. "Who is this?" "Don't worry about it," Demiurgos says. "She's with me." The man is stunned. "A member of Your Majesty's group? My apologies." Then, he speaks up urgently. "I know their hideout. Early on, they struggled to control the mycelium poison. I went to their hideout to help them once. Agayata Canyon. That's their base of operations." "Agayata Canyon?" Demiurgos asks quickly. "Where is that?" The Golden Dragon answers. "The tomb of the first dragon clans. It's sacred ground for our kind. Not just anyone is allowed in or out. Damn it, it's a trap. It's on the other side of Zurich." Hearing that, Demiurgos turns to leave. "Well then, let's head home for now." She's shocked. "What about Agayata Canyon?" He just shrugs. "It's in the same direction anyway. Let's go home, rest, prepare properly, and then we'll set out. When we get home, I'm getting a bowl of noodles before bed." Hearing his casual tone, Golden Dragon snaps back. "Rest? What rest? We're going now." He turns and reminds her. "Did you forget? We almost died back there from a poison we didn't even know existed. Their main base will be far more dangerous. From now on, no more high-level adventures for him. Zeke needs to rest." For a second, Golden Dragon is speechless. Then she just blurts out, "What's this? Have you become his mother now?" He scolds her lightly. "Are you trying to die?" Alex then calls out, "Master, what about the 3 Crimson Griffins?" He tells them, "You have worked hard. You may return now. Go and live your own lives. From this day forward, you are free." 7 hours later, in Zurich Village, and trust me, you and I are walking right into an afterparty that's already gotten wild. Her voice slurs from the ale. "Today was rough. Zeke, another drink," but he just shakes his head. "You've had enough. You're drunk, and any more is bad for you." "I'm fine," she argues. Those brats just got on my nerves. Zeke, you wouldn't understand a mother's feelings. He hesitates. I didn't know you had a child. Realizing her slip-up, she stammers, That's not what I meant. Demiurgos, sitting nearby, glances at her and says to Zeke, Just give it to her. Who cares? She's only ruining her own body. Besides, you're selling more ale, right? If she passes out, just add a little extra to her bill. Zeke just laughs. Sir Demiurgos, you're unbelievable. Alex leans in, whispering conspiratorially, Just do what he says. If this goes well, we might see a little Demiurgos by tonight. Zeke just stares, shocked. Huh? Demiurgos immediately uses a bit of magic to distort Alex's face. Stop talking nonsense. Sobered up, Alex quickly begs for forgiveness. I apologize. Demiurgos changes the subject, asking Zeke, By the way, how was the tour for your siblings? He replies, Thanks to you, Sir Demiurgos. They departed safely. Thank you, sir. Demiurgos asks casually, How old are those kids anyway? Zeke answers, My sister is 15 and my brother is 9. Demiurgos hesitates. 9 years old and already in a dormitory? Zeke smiles and explains, Yes, children from prestigious families live in dorms for specialized education starting from elementary school. That's rough, Demiurgos says. Next time something like this happens, just tell me. Don't keep it inside and suffer. Zeke nods. Yes, sir. Overhearing this, Golden Dragon gets jealous. Why are you so generous with Zeke? But you charge me for every single plate of food. He replies bluntly, Because I want to. Then she asks boldly, Hey, you don't have a thing for Zeke, do you? Are you insane? Demiurgos snaps. Stop talking nonsense just because you're drunk. Suddenly, she collapses onto the table, mumbling, No way, not allowed. You can't like each other. You can't get any closer. A figure approaches their table. Hello. Now, pay attention. This man is an investigator from the Holy Court, and his name is Cardencia. Zeke is stunned. The Holy Court? He stammers a hello. Cardencia smiles. I know. You're Zeke Bethid. I came here specifically to see you. You recently achieved C rank, correct? I'm here because there are a few things I need to look into. Zeke gets nervous. Is there a problem? Cardencia explains calmly. Nothing major, it's just a special case. I heard the Bethid family couldn't even afford the 5 gold coin fee. Yet, during the evaluation, you suddenly achieved C rank, which is quite impressive. I have a reasonable suspicion that a scandal might be involved here. No, there's no scandal, Zeke insists. Cardencia replies. That's for an investigation to decide. Even if it isn't a scandal, something doesn't add up. Demiurgos cuts in. Hey, investigator or whatever. Cardencia acknowledges him. Yes, Mr. Demiurgos. Demiurgos seems surprised. You know who I am? The man smiles. Of course. The mysterious merchant who appeared using the name of an ancient god. The unconscious woman is Golden Dragon, and the gentleman over there is the butler, Alex. Demiurgos' tone turns hostile. Good. You know who we are. Now get lost. Don't interfere with my business. But Cardencia persists. Then may I be a customer? I need a dagger for my travels. I lost my weapon a few days ago, when dragons were released in the Holy Stewardia territory. Demiurgos asks cautiously, You were there at the time? The man replies, Yes. And I have been in many other places as well. So, I have a question. What is Zeke's pure blood percentage? Demiurgos says nonchalantly. There should be a report filed. Just go read that. Cardencia presses. Yes, it was filed. That's why I'm asking what the percentage is. But Demiurgos just replies flatly, I don't know. I don't remember. He then turns to Zeke. Zeke, you don't remember either? Zeke stammers, I. Cardencia prompts him. Tell the truth. The 4.2% in the report is hard to believe. Zeke parrots the number back. That's right. It's 4.2%. And with that, Cardencia's trap springs shut. I think we all saw that coming. A lie. So it was a fake report after all. The official document says 3.62%. Demiurgos finally steps in. He's a 17-year-old orphan from a low-tier warrior family. He has no power or money. If his pure blood lineage is too high, his life will be difficult. So I lowered it a little. If you have a problem, go ask the person who filed the report. Cardencia looks surprised. Is that so? Demiurgos simply says, believe it or not. Now if you understand, get out. He smiles warmly. There's no need to be so hostile. I'm here to help Zeke. Demiurgos scoffs in return. I've never seen people like you actually help anyone. If you really want to help, do it secretly. Send about 10 gold coins anonymously every month, and maybe then Zeke's life will change. Suddenly, Golden Dragon stirs. That's enough. As an investigator from the Holy Court, your authority is immense. You could revoke Zek's warrior status immediately. Not even the General of Zurich would be treated so carelessly here. Cardentia states plainly, regardless, I am only here today to ensure Zeke receives what he deserves. According to my investigations, Zeke appears to be at least a G-rank warrior, possibly even D-rank. A case like this is quite rare. Especially for a 17-year-old who is still in his growth phase, it's truly remarkable. Demiurgos is unbothered. What a pain. It's all thanks to the weapon I spent a fortune to create. This kid's body can't handle it. Cardencia exclaims, how strange. And here's where we get the twist. Most guardians want their warrior's rank to increase, but you want the opposite. Demiurgos replies coolly, if his rank gets too high, it'll be difficult for me to take advantage of him. The investigator is stunned. What? That? All right, let's break down this absolute power play. Demiurgos lays it out cold. Zeke is a warrior with no backing, no money, nothing. Without help, he can't even get his rank evaluated. You get one free shot after high school, right? But Zeke never finished, so he'd be stuck with a garbage rank for life. Demiurgos, on the other hand, has plenty of cash but no official status. So the easiest path for him? Teaming up with a registered warrior. He just needs someone with a bit of a name, but if they get too famous, he'll be thrust into the spotlight, and he hates that idea. Hearing this, Cardencia just scoffs, calling it a selfish mentality. Demiurgos doesn't miss a beat. Zeke needs money. I need the legal status of a warrior's teammate. It's a win-win, so stay out of it. But the rich kid refuses to back down, claiming it's a terrible deal for Zeke. A C or D rank warrior holds a status equal to high-ranking nobility, after all. He goes on about the massive support from the royal palace, the chance to do great things for the world and the gods. He spits, you're just using him. Then, Demiurgos hits him with a question that shuts him right up. What are you going to do if Zeke's rank doesn't meet your expectations? Cardencia scoffs, insisting that won't happen. He looks right at Zeke and declares, according to my investigation, you're the masked warrior, aren't you? Demiurgos immediately calls him out. Your investigation? You have no proof, which means you have no certainty. It's just a guess, isn't it? And now pay attention, because this is where Demiurgos completely dismantles the kid's entire argument. What if he's not S rank or D rank? What if his last performance was just a fluke? Or worse, what if his results come back lower, F rank even? What's your plan then? Are you still going to treat him like a G or D ranker? Cardencia replies that if that happens, Zeke will just have to live according to his rank, but insists it won't. Demiurgos slams his chopsticks down. Why? Because you investigated? You're going to bet Zeke's entire future, his whole life, on your little research project? You're a rich kid, aren't you? Cardencia just asks what that has to do with anything. Demiurgos explains the rich kid mindset perfectly. You think you can do anything as long as you try hard, right? That no matter how many times you fail, if you just don't give up, you'll eventually succeed. You probably think stories like that are just common sense, and that's exactly why your generation will never make it. Cardencia's voice drops. Are you mocking the concept of effort? No. Demiurgos shoots back. I'm not mocking effort. It's fine for you to fail over and over again. What's ridiculous is refusing help from others that could have prevented the struggle in the first place. He unleashes. Effort? Failure being the mother of success? Zeke has lived a life where one single failure means it's all over. But no, he did the opposite. He chose to fail for the sake of his siblings, and he lived in constant fear that even that choice to fail would somehow fail. I know, right? It's an absolutely brutal reality check. Zeke lived a life of constant fear, taking slow, careful steps. Everyone told him not to live that way, and each time, he could only apologize and keep going, ignoring those who couldn't understand. So are you trying to say all this happened because Zeke didn't put in enough effort, that he didn't take enough chances? Are you looking down on the life he's built? This is the failure Zeke earned. This is the failure he had to trade everything for. And you're telling him to take a chance? Just to prove your great little research project? And what if it doesn't work out? Demiurgos picks his chopsticks back up and delivers the final blow. I will provide for Zeke. So don't you worry. Just order 2 bowls of noodles, eat, and leave. That's the only way you can actually help him. Cardencia makes one last appeal. High-ranking warriors are precious assets to humanity. Demiurgos doesn't even care. Then you should have managed them properly from the start. Why is a potential D-ranker forced to do manual labor and cleanup so much that he can't even go to school? Cardencia just smiles. Your resistance is stronger than I expected. I'll be back later. Zeke, you think about it carefully too. But Demiurgos isn't having it. I told you not to come back. Zeke can only stutter. Yes, yes. Finally, Cardencia turns to leave. Well then, goodbye. But Demiurgos calls out one last time. Hey, he points up. You need to take care of this before you go. Cardencia glances around, and suddenly, shimmering, transparent threads appear out of nowhere. More threads begin to materialize around Demiurgos himself. Zeke has no idea what's happening. Sir, what are you talking about? There's nothing there. The kid says they've been working non-stop until now. All around them, everyone is still eating and drinking, lost in their own world. But now we see it transparent, silk-like threads connecting everyone, all originating from Cardencia's hand. The kid raises his hand, covered in jewels, which seems to be the source of the threads. He gives a faint smile. My apologies, I forgot. In an instant, the threads writhe and release themselves from everyone. He starts reeling them back in, coiling the threads around his hand. He gives a polite bow. Well then, I'll be on my way. Zeke just responds courteously. Thank you for coming. Have a safe trip. As Cardencia walks away, his expression darkens. He thinks to himself that even normal D-rank hunters can't see those threads, yet this man noticed. He realizes he needs to investigate these people much more carefully. Zeke turns back to his new benefactor, Sir Demiurgos. He says with a sincere smile, Thank you. With his mouth full of food, Demiurgos replies bluntly, You idiot. I'm just using you too. Later at the inn, Demiurgos kicks open a door, carrying the completely passed out golden dragon. Oh, for God's sake. I told you to drink, but you actually drank yourself into a coma. He remembers how the other two conveniently bailed on him. I have something to do, so I'll go first. I still have to clean the shop. He curses under his breath. Damn it, I'm killing them all tomorrow. Furious, Demiurgos carries her to her room and unceremoniously dumps her on the bed. Damn, you're heavy. The golden dragon is sleeping peacefully. For a moment, he just waits, and that's when you and I are left hanging on her previous words. He remembers her saying, You know, I'm actually really looking forward to this. You're the first to ever abandon the title of Demiurgos. He thinks to himself, Honestly, I let my guard down. I thought we'd gotten a little closer. Don't waste your strength here. The moment you move, every hunter on the planet, every enforcer, will know the Demiurgos is here. Demiurgos, just stay like that. It'll be more comfortable for you. Demiurgos stands there silently beside her bed, and then suddenly, he strikes. But just as his sharp claws are about to touch her face, he freezes. Turning away, he scolds himself. Demiurgos, letting your guard down so completely in front of the Demiurgos? He paces the room before finally collapsing onto a sofa near the bed. Just for tonight, he'll sleep here. He opens his eyes and stares up at the ceiling, where a single, unlit crystal chandelier hangs. Demiurgos curses under his breath. Damn it, what are you two planning to do? Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. That's right. What exactly are your true intentions, my lord? Lugofi and Chethina are sitting on the opposite chairs. Even at the funeral, you left without a single word. We were so hurt. When we were young, you always came to us. Have you forgotten all about that? He's stunned. Why are you two here? She asks. How long do you plan on keeping this up? He's confused. Keeping what up? Now here's where it gets wild. Lugofi and Chethina continue. This little hero game of yours only has 20 years left. Demiurgos cuts them off, annoyed. Stop dragging this out and get to the point. I'm tired. Then, she drops a bombshell. Please, don't interfere with Daros's affairs anymore. He's taken aback. Don't interfere? They reply, Soka didn't dare say it herself. She just asked us to deliver the message. He narrows his eyes. What is this about? Convince me. Suddenly, they both stand up. Convincing you is our specialty. The two of them begin to remove their hats. Next, one drapes an arm over his shoulder, while the other's hand snakes toward his abs. Lugofi and Chethina press against Demiurgos. It's been a while since we've had some fun, hasn't it, master? He laughs softly. What do you think you're doing? They whisper back sweetly. We're convincing you. With a burst of anger, Demiurgos shoves them away. I was a fool to try and have a serious conversation with you two. Why are all of the 7 dukes so completely useless? No wonder you always lose to those cheap blood soldiers. He raises his voice. Stop beating around the bush and speak clearly. What happened to Daros? She answers bluntly. You already know, don't you? Why are you pretending? She leans in. Alex is the one who killed Daros. Her answer leaves him completely stunned. What? And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Demiurgos can't process it. Alex killed Daros. Is that just speculation, or do you have proof? She replies, It's close to speculation, but all the other dukes think so. He narrows his eyes and asks, "What's the reason?" She counters, "We actually wanted to ask you, my lord, why you stopped Deros." Demiurgos scoffs as if he's heard the most ridiculous thing ever. "Stopped him? Me? Why would I do that?" The other one adds, "We know everything. The dragons driven mad by Deros's poison were dealt with by you and Alex." The two of them relentlessly question him. "Why did you stop Deros from using the dragons to attack the humans? Why did you give orders to Alex? Isn't leaving the demon world enough? Why are you now siding with humanity?" Demiurgos is flustered by the chaotic situation. He looks back and forth, explaining, "First off, capturing the dragons is too complicated to explain, so let's skip that. And what makes you think I gave Alex any orders?" Lugafi and Chithina shoot back, "Based on the facts. The last person to see Deros alive was Alex. To be precise, the moment Deros met Alex was the moment he was killed. The story about Deros committing suicide is just Alex's word. No one knows how he really died. And right now, Alex is your most loyal servant." He retorts, "Servant? He's just sticking to me on his own." She presses, "So that means it wasn't your order, correct?" He crosses his arms, certain. "Of course not." Suddenly, she gasps. "This is getting complicated." Demiurgos is shocked. "Wait, so you've been spying on me and Alex this whole time?" Lugofi confirms, "That's right. But honestly, from what I've observed, it seems you've been living without any particular plan at all, my lord." His voice wavers slightly. "Well, you're not wrong about that." Chithina adds, "I came here to find out for sure whether Alex did all this on his own." He asks, "So, Alex betrayed the demon race?" She smiles and confirms, "Indeed." Hearing this, Demiurgos lets out a cynical laugh. "The Seven Dukes have such a great relationship, don't they? One dies, and the rest immediately start suspecting and spying on each other," she replies. "Because this is a rebellion against the Demiurgos," he continues. "How about we use this chance to close the gates of the demon world? We abandon everything, and the demon race adapts to live in the human world. What do you think?" She doesn't answer, instead asking, "Is that what you want, my lord?" Demiurgos tries to act casual. "I'm just talking. It doesn't mean anything." But her tone suddenly becomes serious. "Please, come back. Stop fighting your destiny and return to us. You are the master of tens of billions of us demons." He rejects her plea with cold finality. "I'm sick of hearing that from Alex. Now that you're done talking, get out. Go investigate or fight or whatever you want. Do as you please." She picks up her hat from the floor and puts it back on. Lugofi and Chithina step back, phasing through the wall as they bid him farewell. "Then I will see you again later." They sink into the wall and vanish without a trace. Demiurgos sits in silence for a moment. Then, he suddenly stands up with a curse. "Damn it!" Spreading his wings, he launches himself into the night sky. The scene shifts. Demiurgos flies to a castle surrounded by floating chunks of volcanic rock. He opens the door out of habit, and Alex is surprised to see him enter. "My lord, what brings you to my office?" But Demiurgos doesn't answer. Instead, he says, "I've been thinking about this very carefully." He voices his conclusion. "It was you who killed Deros, wasn't it?" Alex's expression darkens. "What are you saying, my lord? How could I possibly kill Deros?" He lays out his argument directly. "No matter how I think about it, Deros had no reason to kill himself, and you were the only one with him when he died. If it wasn't suicide, then you're the killer." His hand begins to transform, his elegant aura vanishing. "It's time for the truth, Alex. Now, speak. For the sake of our long history together, I'll grant you a painless death." Suddenly, Alex drops to his knees. He confesses, "I was born in the demon world, and I live only for the demon world. For that cause, I have always been prepared to die. While I don't love the other dukes, I would never harm them and weaken the demon world's forces. If even you, my lord, who has always been by my side, cannot trust me, then as painful as it is, there is nothing I can do. But if I also disappear in this 666th war, with both Deros and you gone, the demon world's defeat is inevitable. I absolutely cannot die here, no matter what tricks I have to pull." And hearing this, Demiurgos is stunned. His entire demeanor shifts as he lets out a long sigh and says one word: "Pass." He crosses his arms, casually remarking that's exactly how someone who's passed a test would respond. Nothing but war on the brain. "Did you really come here at night just to test me? If you're that bored, maybe learn some new magic instead." Then he drops the bomb. "You idiot. Chithina just came to see me. She said you're the one who killed Deros." Alex is floored, but Demiurgos calmly analyzes that, given their past actions, he can see why the other dukes would think that. In any case, It'll all be cleared up tomorrow once they catch the real mastermind behind the Four Seasons Society. But Alex presses him. The mastermind? Didn't you already deal with the Golden Dragon? Aren't you just catching the stragglers now? Hearing this, he has to admit that's a good point. Demiurgos starts rambling, saying maybe it was just a simple mix-up. Alex is confused, so he clarifies, it was just a small error, a simple mistake. Alex explodes. You killed a god of this world and you're just gonna call it a mistake and let it go? Demiurgos just mutters weakly, well, what else can I do? He finally warns him. Anyway, the other dukes all suspect you now. No one knows what will happen from here on out, so hide carefully until I call for you. Alex is silent for a moment before agreeing. Then Demiurgos changes the subject, asking if he's checked the mycelium toxin from before, revealing he gave him a different sample. Walking over to his desk, Alex replies, I was just studying it. I'm certain it's different from the one Daros had. Demiurgos' eyes narrow with suspicion. So that means someone else impersonated Daros, or perhaps while he was alive, Daros intentionally created a different version. Alex offers his own theory. I'm betting on the first possibility. Based on my 665 centuries of observation, he wasn't the type to pursue drastic changes. Demiurgos retorts that anything can happen if the situation calls for it. Even the demon lord of 665 centuries vanished this time, didn't he? Alex corrects him. He hasn't vanished yet, my lord. He reminds him that whoever orchestrated this, the mycelium toxin, is from the demon realm. This is definitely a plan by one of our comrades. I don't want to dig any deeper. The further we go, the messier it gets. So let's just stop here. Why don't you restore everything to how it was? Demiurgos lets out a small laugh. Restore it? Go back to being the demon lord? Follow the script you all prepared? Now, pay attention here, because this is where his true feelings come out. He scoffs at the idea of fighting heroes again in 20 years. That's the demon lord's destiny, Alex insists. Demiurgos' eyes narrow. Even if the outcome of that battle has already been decided, Alex gets emotional. My lord, you're not like the last 665 times. This time the demon realm will definitely win, so please, prepare with us for the war. But Demiurgos is unmoved. So you think me wandering around like this is a terrible waste of time, don't you? He says, listen, Alex. His tone finally softens a little. Yes, my lord. Demiurgos lays it out plain and simple. I'm not going back. One of you, 6 dukes, will become the new demon lord, or all the demon clans can gather and elect a new one. It's your choice. Leave me out of it and handle it yourselves. But Alex objects, saying it's impossible because the demonic essence of all the past demon lords resides within his body. You want me to give it back? He asks. Alex protests. Without it, you'll just be an ordinary demon. To which he casually replies, then I'll give it back. Alex is adamant. My lord, you are the most powerful entity in this world. Everyone fears your power and strength. You can have anything you desire. I truly don't understand. He shouts, why would you want to throw away the power you hold in your hands? Why would you expend all your energy just to fall from such great heights? But Demiurgos clearly doesn't care. He stretches and yawns. Just hearing about it is boring and makes me sleepy. The demon lord is such a tedious existence. Alex is left helpless. Demiurgos warns him, everything you're saying is meaningless. If you don't intend to receive the demonic essence, then stop nagging me. Compared to the story of a failed demon lord that hasn't changed in 100 years, this investigation is at least more interesting. Seeing his firm resolve, Alex finally falls silent. Demiurgos turns to leave. Anyway, when we catch all the members of the Four Seasons Society tomorrow, everything will become clear. I'm leaving. He gives one last serious warning. Hide yourself well during this time. From now on, you're suspect number 1. After handling his business, Demiurgos returns to the Golden Dragon's room and props his feet up on the sofa. Demiurgos lies there, deep in thought. The Four Seasons Society, demons, heroes. The true leader is behind all this. But does it really end just like that? Something still feels off. As Demiurgos ponders, a shocking thought suddenly makes him sit bolt upright. He's a bit startled by his own hypothesis. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but what if they were all the culprits? That's right, there's no rule saying they can't all be the perpetrators. He starts breaking it down. Daros provided the toxin to create division. The Four Seasons Society spread it to their kin. Following Daros's lead, when the dragons attacked first, the heroes eagerly hunted them to amass wealth and weapons. What if no one person set all this up? What if it was just the self-serving interests of each party, fitting together perfectly like the gears of a machine? He frowns. But if that's the case, There's no central figure, no single clue to grab onto. What if the so-called mastermind is just as vague? He pauses for a moment, the contradictory clues making him clutch his head in frustration. Then why did Darrows have to die? No matter how I look at it, this part makes absolutely no sense. Why would that guy die and make my head spin like this? He gets off the couch. Damn it. Demiurgos approaches the golden dragon and calls her name. Still drunk, she mumbles. I was sleeping so well. What is it? He doesn't answer, simply raising a hand to open a portal and ordering, let's go. The scene changes to the sound of desperate screams. Help me! Let me out! It hurts! The golden dragon stares, frozen at the sight before her. Please, release me! Just kill me instead! Scratched and battered humans are locked up, screaming as if they're living in hell itself. Let me out! Please save me! Please! Please! Just a little food! Anything! The prisoners and monsters inside this jail are in a constant state of chaos. A new one, huh? Come over here! When will you let me out? I've been in here for so long. The golden dragon asks quietly, is this the prison inside your body? You don't seem to care much for the prisoners' human rights, do you? He calmly replies, I am taking good care of them. They're still alive, aren't they? Besides, even if they wanted to die, they can't without my permission. Where are we going? She asks. He walks forward, answering, you'll see when we get there, and trust me, right before attacking the Four Seasons Society, he has one final thing he wants to check. Demiurgos reaches for a closed door in front of them. In here. I've locked that person in a special, private cell. The golden dragon wonders, who on earth could it be? Let's jump right back into this madness as Demiurgos opens the door and asks with a grin, how are you? Still breathing? The golden dragon's eyes go wide with shock. Before her stands a woman bound in iron chains, only scraps of her skin visible. She hears Demiurgos call the prisoner's name, Dune. Dune looks up, defiant. Just kill me already. Suddenly, her eyes fly open. Demiurgos casually explains, I'd love to kill you right now, but things aren't finished yet. Most importantly, my friend here strongly objects. Dune stares in disbelief. You're not dead. Golden dragon? In an instant, her mind snaps and she starts screaming. It's true! The Demiurgos knew about our plan. Did you really abandon us? How could you make us suffer by siding with the demon race? This is unbelievable. The golden dragon fires back with equal force. Even if I stood with humanity, you poisoned the children of our own kind out of hatred for the dragons. Then you pushed those kids into a human city. For that alone, you deserve to be destroyed. You are no longer one of the dragon race. Dune, as if possessed, just mutters, I did everything for the dragons, even if it meant staining my own hands. She raises her voice. Humans. Just a few centuries ago, they fought alongside us against the demons. I thought we could be good allies. But what was the result? Every chance they got, they slaughtered our parents, our brothers, our children, and wore them like jewelry. You are our mother and our God, yet you just told us to endure it? Just how much have we rotted away all this time? Now, pay attention to Demiurgos' question. So, you sacrificed your own people to achieve your goals? She screams her justification. It wasn't just us. Everyone wanted this. They just needed an event big enough to make the decision. The first flame incident. We saw them make it happen. We succeeded. Soon, countless enraged allies will start the war. Her voice suddenly softens. Dune, I understand the sorrow deep in your heart. I know you lost your beloved husband and child to humans. Your husband's claws became their spears. Your child's eyes became a noble's earrings. I didn't even stop you when you protested the peace treaty with mankind. Even when you gathered a larger group to beg me, I just listened in silence. But it's clear Dune doesn't want to hear it. Just listening was not enough. She howls like a madwoman. Oh, mother of us all. Oh, divine being, golden dragon, noble dragon, God. Why did you sign a treaty with humans? They are so greedy. Right now, somewhere, they are still targeting the bodies of our dragon race. Today, they'll use my flesh for a shield. And tomorrow, they'll use the bones of our right arms to forge a sword. And the day after that, with those very weapons, they'll find a way to harm our other children until not a single one is left. They are nothing but devils. Why would you make a pact with them, O Divine One? Suddenly, the golden dragon turns away, cutting her off. Let's go back. As Demiurgos and the golden dragon finally step out of the room, he looks back at the screaming prisoner and says quietly, just as you said, when we gaze into the abyss of monsters, the abyss gazes back. Save me. Is this what you meant? He asks her. Your children. Have they become the very embodiment of wrath? But now, tears start streaming down her beautiful face. Demiurgos continues, they probably just want revenge on humanity. No other purpose, right? It's nothing grand. The Holy Order has its ways, the demon race has its ways, and the heroes have theirs. Perhaps everyone is just doing what they want, not following anyone's grand plan, just living in their own positions. And slowly, I guess you and I can see how we all became monsters. The Golden Dragon suddenly speaks up. Humans. So hateful. What about you? Do you hate humans? He stays silent, not answering. He just walks ahead, dismissing the topic. Stop talking nonsense and get some sleep. He reminds her, you idiot, if you want to win, we have to leave early tomorrow morning. I'm sure it will all end tomorrow. And so the day ends. Dek, Alex, the Golden Dragon, and Demiurgos, each lost in their own heavy thoughts, sink into the dark night. Beneath a sky glittering like a galaxy, the entire village sleeps peacefully. The scene shifts to the next morning in a different place. A man steps forward, his reflection clear in the water below. A servant bows respectfully. It has been a while, Lord Cardensia. Was your journey a pleasant one? He recounts. The motion sickness was no joke. A night flight is definitely not easy. This is the only underground sanctuary, the Holy Imperial Palace. The servant reports, he is waiting. Please enter. A moment later, Cardensia bows his head in greeting. May the Holy Imperial Palace flourish. May the 12 archangels bless you. The figure on the golden throne responds, I have heard the story. Report the details. He begins his report. The Manhwa Libich epidemic is at 10.825%. We have obtained a confession from the one who measured it directly, Your Holiness, the man says quietly. In the end, this is something that has never happened before. Cardensia offers his opinion. We must bring that person to the Holy Imperial Palace. If we let him lead the cavalry and prepare for this 666th war, I believe we can finally destroy the demon world completely. The figure replies coldly. I have heard about the Duke's ideas for a long time. Cardensia presses on. Your Holiness, I can still fight for another 20 years. All the D-rank and G-rank heroes share the same resolve. In the past, we always stopped at the gates of the demon world, even with strength to spare. We cannot let history repeat itself. The person listens in silence. An image appears, a hand rising from a pile of ashes. The last hero always dies in the final battle with the Demiurgos. But Cardensia is certain. This time will be different. If he can lead the cavalry into battle, a different outcome is possible. If, for the next 20 years, I teach him combat tactics and magic, he will become a talent nearly equal to the last hero himself. 20 years from now, when he combines forces with the last hero of the 5th generation, we will destroy the demon world with the power of 2 last heroes. In a grand hallway, a priest starts the conversation. No matter how busy you are, I always feel humbled by your efforts for the world and for justice. Cardensia laughs in response. Haha, you praise me too much. Since my mind isn't the sharpest, I at least have to try and make up for it with my body. The priest politely replies, You completed all your courses with honors. Why are you so humble? Haha. Just then, Cardensia's attention is drawn to a group of people talking excitedly nearby. The priest sees this and quickly explains, This is a group of future warriors and saintesses of the next generation, here on a tour. For these children, seeing a sacred place like this firsthand is great for inspiring faith, pride, and loyalty. He continues slowly, They are the 5th generation. Who knows what will happen? Among the children here today, trust me, we might be looking at the next last hero. Over in that group, they notice Cardensia too. A saintess sees him and exclaims with joy, Oh my gosh, it's Lord Cardensia of the Zodiac Glide. While the saintess tries to keep things formal, the warriors can't contain themselves and just swarm Cardensia. Let's get a proper intro, shall we? This is Cardensia of the Zodiac Knight, the man with the strongest bloodline on the planet and the sword of the Holy Emperor himself. All this sudden attention makes him a little shy, and he can only offer a polite smile. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Hello. So cool. Just then, a warrior steps out from the crowd to introduce himself. Greetings, sir. I am Kaios von Holeros from the Holeros family. My grandfather was also in the Zodiac Knight, so I've heard countless stories about you, senior. But before he can finish, a girl shoves his arm aside without a second thought. Hello, I am from the Holeros Cypress family, the very same clan that produced the first ever female final warrior. My name is Alara von Holeros Cypress. Cardensia just offers a polite smile. Ah, hello, a pleasure to meet you. Then another kid, a blonde boy, shouts even louder. My mother says our family produced 3 final saintesses. Cardensia, sweating and completely overwhelmed, just replies, Oh, is that so? That's amazing. And just like that, the warriors erupt into a bragging match. The final hero is way cooler. A saintess can't do anything without a hero. If it weren't for our Holelian family, the 320th Demiurgos would have destroyed the world. Well, our ancestor was a final hero too. Cardencia is completely lost in the chaos, trying to be polite. Wow, everyone here is just so incredible. Suddenly, a brown-haired kid turns to two others and asks, "Hey, does your family have anything to be proud of?" The two kids look visibly flustered as the rest of the group starts to laugh at them. The greatest family of this era is Sir Sidney von Hollowbitch. "Oh, right, the Hollowbitch family is here too. Haha, hey, you knew they had nothing. Why'd you ask so cruelly?" Zeke's younger sister, Sidney von Hollowbitch, forces a laugh and speaks up. Well, our family doesn't have anything, haha." The second she finishes, the jeers get louder. "Of course not, what a stupid question." But Zeke's younger brother, Regin von Hollowbitch, doesn't take it lying down and immediately retorts. "My brother is a C-rank warrior. He just achieved it." Sydney is shocked by her brother's outburst, crying out, "Regine!" The other kids turn to look, but it doesn't stop them from mocking the two siblings. In fact, their laughter only grows louder. We're talking about final heroes and saintesses here. A C-ranker dares to join the conversation? How amazing. That's right. For an F-rank family, a C-rank warrior is probably a huge achievement. Riding the wave, they push even harder. A white-haired girl sneers. "I heard your brother joined the Nameless Retainers and just bought his title with money, right?" And of course, the others pile on. "Wow, that's just pathetic. People like that should have their warrior titles stripped away. They give prestigious families like ours a bad name." Heh, don't worry. It's not like anyone knows who he is anyway. Just then, a girl with pigtails slings her arm around Sydney. Hey, don't tease them too much now. After all, whenever I'm feeling down, I just have to look at Sydney and Regin and my mood instantly gets better. They're great for a little emotional pick-me-up. Everything has its role, you know? Someone else chimes in. "Yeah, that's right. Ha ha ha, the poor girl can only stammer. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Well, that's good then." But then Cardencia walks right up to Sydney and her brother, leaving the entire crowd stunned and speechless. "You two must be Zeke's siblings." Sydney, in disbelief, has to ask again. You know our brother?" He smiles warmly. "Of course. Didn't he tell you we're close friends? Sydney and Regine, right?" Sydney politely replies, "Yes, sir." Cardencia's smile widens. "Zeke has bragged about you to me more times than I can count. I'm a regular at his shop." Sydney blushes with embarrassment. "Ah, so that's how you know him. I see. I'm just so surprised that someone as great as you would call my brother a friend." Regine, however, puffs out his chest with pride. "My brother is a business genius. He earns tons of money and uses it to send me and my sister to the dorms here. He's not just good at carrying heavy things, he's good at washing dishes and driving carriages. There's nothing my brother can't do." Suddenly, Cardencia kneels down on one knee, bringing himself to eye level with Regin. "You must really admire your brother, huh?" The boy's response is instant. "Yes, he's the greatest person in the world." And Cardencia doesn't hold back his own praise for Zeke, stating it as a simple fact. "Sydney, Regine, Zeke is an incredibly strong warrior. So strong that he'll become a massive source of power for us. For the Zodiac Knight. So always, always be proud of your brother." He narrows his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "And you and I both know he's talking to every single bully in this room. Who knows? He might just become more famous than any family here." The Saintess, sensing the tension, steps forward. "Sir, perhaps you could offer a word of blessing for these children today?" Cardencia stands up, his voice ringing out with authority. Heroes are not the main characters. The real main characters are the people who live in the world after the Zero era. Warriors are merely supporting characters, a stepping stone for them. But a thought flashes through his mind. Because Cardencia knows that what he says is true, but it is the most noble stepping stone in this world. He gives them a bright smile and a reminder. You must never forget that. The young warriors are left completely stunned, not a single one of them saying a word. Cardencia scratches his head awkwardly. Did I make things a little too serious? Ha ha ha. All right. Goodbye, everyone. As he's leaving, a priest says quietly, "You've worked hard, sir. Thank you very much." But Cardencia just wants to get out of there as fast as possible. Haha, I'm feeling a bit embarrassed now. Back with the group, the Saintess addresses the young warriors. As Sir Cardencia of the Zodiac Knight said, "We must never forget the spirit of sacrifice for the world." They listen intently and answer in unison. "Yes." The scene shifts over to Zeke, who is rowing a boat down a river, carrying Demiurgos and the Golden Dragon. Demiurgos speaks up. You're pretty good with that, or? Zeke just laughs. When I was 9, I used to work catching small fish. Demiurgos seems a bit surprised. Is that so? That's impressive. Hearing the praise, Zeke is clearly happy. You're too kind, sir. But the man's gaze isn't on him. It's somewhere else entirely. After a moment, Demiurgos asks thoughtfully, come to think of it, dragons are stronger than humans. So why didn't they conquer the horse continent sooner? The golden dragon chimes in to explain. Because the dragon tribe is different from the demon tribe. We are not greedy. We live peacefully, in harmony with nature, enjoying a quiet life. Demiurgos presses on. Then what is the boundary realm? The golden dragon explains again. The boundary realm is a zone that connects the dragon realm to the horse continent. It's a type of magic gate. Still not satisfied, he asks another question. But ultimately, it's still a gate to the human world, isn't it? Don't they want to take over the surface? Not just dragons, but dwarves don't come to the surface either. Why is that? Wouldn't conquering the surface be more profitable than the hard labor of mining underground? The golden dragon sounds completely exasperated. Hey, don't you think a mindset that sees war as the better option is strange? And hearing that, Zeke can't help but let out a laugh. Makes you think, doesn't it? Demiurgos presses on with a serious look. And the demon race? Why are they trying to reach the surface? This time, she can't hold back a yell. Hey, only the demons would know that. He acts as if nothing happened, calmly saying, it's probably not for any good reason, is it? Someone mentioned they long for the sun. But haven't they lived just fine for 666 centuries without it? Dwarves underground, elves in the forest, dragons in the skies, humans on the Who's continent, and demons below. Isn't that perfectly normal? The golden dragon, furious, snaps back. You need to get moving. All this sitting around thinking is going to make a moron like you go insane. What part of this is weird, you absolute lunatic? Demiurgos just continues with his own theory. 666 centuries. How is it possible that for over 60,000 years, the territories of each race haven't mixed and have stayed exactly the same? Even if there were some shifts, that's more than enough time for things to have changed drastically, right? Zeke, who's been rowing the boat, chimes in. Come to think of it, the human continent has been the same for 666 centuries too. National borders have barely changed. There are occasional wars for the throne, but nothing significant ever really shifts. The golden dragon agrees. That's right. Now that I think about it, the mountains, rivers, and all of nature haven't changed much either. Hearing this, Demiurgos exclaims in surprise. Really? Zeke adds. Well, aren't those things slow to change anyway? She then says, still, after 60,000 years, something should be different. But I really don't know. Suddenly, the golden dragon has a revelation. Ah, maybe that's proof that the balance of the world created by God is perfect, right? Zeke smiles and replies, yes, that's probably the most accurate answer. Demiurgos falls silent, pondering their words. Balance, perfection? And with that, stick with me, because the conversation is about to take a sharp turn. Zeke suddenly asks, but Demiurgos, where did Alex go? The golden dragon realizes it too. Yeah, where's that servant of yours? Demiurgos says flatly, I killed him. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, he quickly reassures them, just kidding. He quickly explains, he left for personal reasons. I was going to tell you when we got back to post a flyer in front of the shop to find a new manager. The golden dragon asks suspiciously, how could that guy just leave you? Are you two plotting something again? Demiurgos scoffs back, mind your own business. But then Zeke speaks up, surprising him. I really do hope he comes back. He scratches his head shyly. Maybe because this is the first time I've been in a team, I just kind of thought we'd all be together forever. I guess I was the only one thinking that, huh? The golden dragon's eyes widen as if she's just realized something. The others look her way as she slowly closes her book. All right, let's stop the small talk here and start preparing. The golden dragon calmly announces their arrival. We're here. This is the safe zone, the tomb of the ancient dragon, a Gaiata canyon. The golden dragon starts searching through her dimensional space. Zeke, take this. Called out of nowhere, Zeke is completely bewildered. She pulls out a suit of armor and explains, last time, inside the shell, I found a bit of leftover titanium, so I tried forging it with some magic. You can't enter a dragon's lair in plain clothes, can you? Hearing this, Demiurgos quietly thinks to himself, titanium? The golden dragon says with conviction, it's very strong. Okay, watch closely here, because things get weird. Zeke stares at the armor and thinks, cosmic technology? Suddenly, the world around him completely changes. He's seemingly transported to a modern dimension, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, wondering where on earth he is. A flash of red light erupts right in front of him. The armor materializes along with a strange string of numbers. It suddenly unleashes a fierce energy, and Zeke cries out as he feels its power. Just as quickly, he's back in reality, but still completely stunned. That was energy from another world. Demiurgos, losing his patience, urges him on. Hurry up and put it on. Zeke quickly complies. Yes, yes, sir. After putting it on, he turns around to show off his new gear. How is it? The design is a little strange, but do you two think it suits me? The golden dragon responds excitedly. It looks amazing. Demiurgos, however, seems unimpressed and just gives a half-hearted, it's all right. Zeke is ecstatic. Now that I'm all armored up, I feel like I wouldn't even be scared of a dragon. Haha. The moment he says that, the lake's surface begins to change ominously. Something whips its tail violently in the water, rocking their boat. A colossal dragon slowly reveals itself before the three of them. The black dragon issues a warning. This is not a place for humans. If you don't want to die, turn your boat around immediately. Demiurgos simply points at the black dragon, surprising everyone. He slowly gives an order. Zeke, attack. Startled by the sudden command, Zeke yelps, Huh? Demiurgos remains perfectly calm, just lying there directing the battle. Hero, go defeat him. Zeke's face drains of all color. Haha, you're joking, right? The golden dragon, now furious, shouts, Hey, are you trying to get him killed? Without flinching, he replies, He's seen this many times. It's time he fought for himself. She yells back angrily, Do you think dragons are the same as slimes? Even an entire army of heroes couldn't capture one. Demiurgos turns away dismissively. An army? What a bunch of fools. The golden dragon doesn't hesitate to fire back. You're the fool. He smirks. If you don't want Zeke to do it, you go catch it yourself. She questions him again. Don't you think it's weird for me, a dragon, to be catching another dragon? Demiurgos starts to taunt her. Fine, I'll catch it. That dragon is so weak, if I can't control my power properly, its death won't be my fault. His words infuriate the golden dragon so much she grinds her teeth. Seeing them do nothing, the black dragon nearby shouts, What are you doing? Get out of here, now! The golden dragon decides to take matters into her own hands. Fine, I don't care anymore. Zeke, catch. A massive surge of power flows directly into him. What is this incredible power? She looks at him intensely and continues. All highest level buffs have been activated. In this state, you have enough power to destroy a small castle. The golden dragon adds one more thing. Zeke, please. Don't kill that child. Zeke gives a nervous laugh. That's a child? I think I'm more likely to die than he is. Then, out of nowhere, Demiurgos grabs him and hurls him toward the dragon. He yells at the top of his lungs, Super buffed Zeke, launch! Zeke, completely unprepared, lets out a terrified scream as he flies through the air. He soars straight towards the black dragon, who unleashes a powerful blast of ice breath to meet him head-on. Zeke quickly brings up his shield, shattering the dragon's attack and flying right into its face. The dragon is hit so unexpectedly that one of its fangs breaks off, and it roars in pain. But the surprise isn't over yet. Zeke rises higher, drawing his sword to prepare an attack. Moonlight Slash, third form. He grips his sword tightly, putting all his strength into a direct charge, piercing the Demiurgos. But the black dragon whips its massive tail. Zeke can't block in time and is sent flying, screaming in agony. The dragon taunts him with a smirk. Did you really think a direct attack like that would work on me? His shield goes flying, and his sword is knocked right out of his other hand. It looks like he's given up, but suddenly, several grappling hooks shoot out. He quickly wraps them around the horns of the other dragon, then glares back at his attacker. And who else could it be but Zeke, still fighting with everything he's got? The black dragon's eyes blaze with fury as it starts dragging Zeke, smashing him into the nearby cliff walls. Despite the excruciating pain, Zeke refuses to let go. He glances at his own arm, now drenched in blood. Even though he's wounded, Zeke is dead set on taking Zep down. He thinks, Demiurgos and Alex both fought with their lives on the line for everyone. I absolutely will not give up. Zeke starts fumbling for something, thinking to himself, I must have dropped Akaluan. I need something, anything to use as a weapon. Then, his hand finds something and his face lights up. What's this? He pulls it out only to realize he's grabbed a frying pan. Zeke doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, a pan? If only this was a knife. The moment the words leave his lips, the pan in his hand begins to morph, And you've got to see this. In just a second, it transforms into an incredibly sharp blade. Watching from afar, even Demiurgos is stunned by what he's seeing. But before Zeg can even attack, he's yanked away by Zep once again. This time, he's flung high into the air, letting out a scream. Then, the black dragon dives deep into the water at breakneck speed, dragging Zeg down from above at a dizzying velocity. In an instant, both man and dragon are submerged. He's pulled under, totally unable to resist. Zeg thrashes wildly, his mind screaming in helpless panic. I can't breathe! Exep shows no mercy, diving faster and deeper. All Zeg can do is grit his teeth as his consciousness starts to fade away. Just as they near the bottom, Zep abruptly changes direction. Zeg's momentum carries him straight into a rock wall. The dragon then soars back into the sky, moving faster and faster, showing zero courtesy to his opponent. Zeg is tossed around like a rag doll, but even with injuries all over his body, he continues to fight back fiercely. Seeing Zeg cling on like a leech, the black dragon gathers its power for a final strike. You humans, just die already. A powerful blast of energy shoots directly towards him. Down below, the golden dragon and Demiurgos are beside themselves with worry. She screams out, Zeg! But a second later, her expression changes completely. It turns out the titanium armor has created a solid defensive layer, protecting Zeg. The armor starts emitting a strange sequence of signals without pause. A moment later, the bag on his back is ejected. A function on the back of the armor activates rapidly. In a flash, a volley of missiles launches from Zeg's back, heading straight for Zep. The dragon sees this and is instantly horrified. Before it can even react, it takes the full brunt of the missiles Zeg fired. But it doesn't stop there. The armor launches another assault. With the black dragon unable to react, the armor unleashes another powerful volley. The energy blast caused the water's surface to churn violently, nearly flipping their boat. The golden dragon watches in total shock as Zep gets pummeled by the relentless chain combo attack. A moment later, the dragon loses all its strength and crashes into the water. The golden dragon follows its descent with her eyes. However, even at the end, it refuses to accept defeat and struggles to get back up to fight. The black dragon rises once more, taking aim at Zeg. Zeg himself is badly injured but still clenches his jaw, ready for round 2. He uses all his remaining strength to roar out one word. Ruin. Instantly, a sword glowing with red light shoots up from beneath the water. It effortlessly pierces through the black dragon, causing it to scream in agony. The sword, pulsing with killing intent, flies upward, landing perfectly in Zeke's hand. He slowly speaks again. Moonlight Annihilation, third form. Immediately, the armor on his back launches another barrage of missiles. Wielding the sword, Zeke thrusts it deep into the black dragon's body, followed by the continuous explosions from the missiles. The creature's strength finally gives out, and it collapses against the nearby cliffside. The golden dragon is floored by the sight. It's impossible for those weapons and the hero's skills to be completely separate. I don't know why, but Zeke seems to have gotten much stronger, hasn't he? Demiurgos replies with satisfaction. Getting stronger is a good thing, isn't it? Now hurry up and heal him, because we have another dragon to catch. She looks over at him, thinking, for this guy, nothing matters but strength. A true Demiurgos indeed. Sometime later, the black dragon Zeke defeated reverts back to its human form. The man slowly opens his eyes as someone calls out, Hey, are you awake? Zep, now tied up securely, panics and shouts, What's going on? Demiurgos replies with a cheerful grin, What's going on? You were just defeated by our hero. But he refuses to believe it, arguing back, Lies. A dragon that can decide the prosperity or ruin of an empire lose to a commoner? How is that possible? Without another word, Demiurgos opens a vial. The substance inside immediately makes Zep's blood run cold. Demiurgos continues his threat. Answer my questions. If you don't, I'll pour this mycelium poison you people love so much right into your eyes. Exep starts to panic. How? How did you get that? Demiurgos calmly replies, I know everything you've done. Using your own comrades to attack humans with this stuff. So tell me, why are you doing all this? Zep screams, We will rebuild our kingdom on this blessed land. Then we will overthrow humanity, and dragons will rule this world. Demiurgos looks at him with utter contempt. You're just repeating those words like a parrot. You've barely established a tiny kingdom, and you already want to rule the world? Is your brain the size of a bird's? You're all just a bunch of megalomaniacs. Ha ha ha, was it you? Zep's anger flares at his words. How could 3 of the 9 have just vanished without a trace? You're the culprit. What did you do to June, Julia, and Ogun? But then a sudden thought seems to strike him. Could it be? Exep asks with a hint of suspicion. Could you be? Celestials? Are you trying to stop us from above? But we have no intention of violating your regulations. Please understand. We only wish to receive the blessing and the choice of the Creator. But Demiurgos' next words catch him completely off guard. Sorry, but it's the opposite. The smile on his face turns utterly sinister. I am the nightmare for everyone in this world. I am the Demiurgos. And trust me, you and I are now realizing the sheer scale of the problem here. Demiurgos has lost all patience for talking with Zep and decides to finish him off. Just a fool with meaningless delusions. Now, go be with your friends. He slowly walks over to the golden dragon, who's been treating Zeke's wounds. You heard him, right? They all say the same thing. In conclusion, I've resolved an unprecedented event. Since these vicious dragons were trying to crawl onto the surface, even if I didn't do a perfect job, I should still receive 10 times the previous payment, dear customer. When he's met with silence, he becomes suspicious. Demiurgos sees the golden dragon still quietly focusing on healing Zeke, and he seems to understand. Seeing that she won't say a word, he turns to leave with one last instruction. Just wake Zeke up. Okay, let's dive right in. We have to catch the remaining 8 and finish this quickly. The golden dragon says little else. Hours have passed, evening is already setting in. Demiurgos is just staring at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Taking in the view, he can't help but sigh. Beautiful. This is what they call a sunset, right? Zeke approaches, each step heavy with exhaustion. I never thought I'd see the day Lord Demiurgos got so sentimental. He carries Demiurgos on his back without complaint. The only person in the world who isn't worried about walking into a dragon's den is probably you, my lord. He then asks, so, can we rest for a bit? Haha, hearing this, Demiurgos just starts teasing him. Hey, mage, our hero over here is getting tired. How about a little buff? The golden dragon can't stop herself from scolding. Hey, you lunatic, walk on your own 2 feet. But Demiurgos just lies there, completely relaxed. Want to bet on how many are coming for us next? The golden dragon coldly replies, 3. He immediately asks, any basis for that? She thinks for a moment. Dragons are always like that. If one isn't enough, they send 3. She herself is completely exhausted. Crap, she thinks. I forgot this body is human. I used up all my mana on buffs and healing Zeke. Demiurgos then asks another question. So there are 12 of them in total? She explains seriously. The number 12 has a lot of meaning. There are 12 archangels, and a year has 12 months. Demiurgos calmly continues. All right, the mage bets 1 gold coin on 3 dragons. And Zeke, how many are you betting on? The golden dragon immediately protests. What? Since when did I bet money? While Zeke just stammers me, after thinking for a moment, Zeke states his own guess. Then, I'll bet on 2. Demiurgos boldly declares, Zeke bets 1 gold coin on 2 dragons. Zeke weakly protests, hey, I don't have that kind of money. Demiurgos casually replies, I'll front you the cash. You can pay me back slowly. The golden dragon can't take it anymore. Are you some kind of gangster? Zeke finally just has to go along with it. Ah, yes. What about you, master? Now here's where it gets wild. Demiurgos confidently answers. 7. Zeke asks, totally confused. Why? Demiurgos just slowly points up at the sky. He calmly explains. Aren't they right up there? Though, it seems one is missing. The golden dragon instantly panics. I'm too tired. I can't see clearly. A large red dragon roars down at them. How did you get here? Zep, weren't you guarding the gate? Where did you go? Demiurgos just smirks back. Don't worry, you'll be seeing him soon enough. He confidently gives the order, Zeke, attack. But this time, Zeke hesitates. Lord Demiurgos. His face pales, full of fear. 7 of them is a bit too much for me. I'll be torn to shreds without a trace. Demiurgos hops off his back and says, yeah, it is a bit much, isn't it? Then he looks at the dragons. This is a little annoying, but I guess I'll have to step in. Demiurgos even tries to shoo him away. Zeke, I don't want you to see me while I'm fighting, so please step back a bit. But surprisingly, Zeke draws his sword and stands in front of him. I always obey your orders, Lord Demiurgos, but this time I must refuse. Even for you, master, facing 7 dragons alone is too much. He continues with determination. I, Zeke, may only be a grunt and can't help much, but at the very least, before he can finish, Demiurgos grabs him by the collar. Hey, and in the next second, Zeke is thrown far into the distance. Go guard the ship, I'll be down in a minute. The golden dragon also rushes to open a portal. Damn it, I have no mana. I have to use my life force just to open a single gate. Before leaving, she warns him, I'm going to find the last child. Don't overdo it, just enough. Demiurgos gives a small smile. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on going all out. I just want to show them the difference in our levels. His face scrunches up. I'm feeling a little irritated that someone dared to attempt what even my team failed to do 606 times. The golden dragon just shakes her head at his arrogance before entering the portal. Such an arrogant bastard. Demiurgos just chuckles. Tungium, I'll be right behind you. Okay, watch this. He glances up at the dragons and throws down a challenge. You've been waiting long enough, haven't you? Let's begin. But the moment he finishes speaking, he vanishes. In an instant, he's right next to one of the dragons. Demiurgos leaps into the air and closes the distance in just half a second. What follows is a relentless barrage of attacks. 6 eyes explode. Demiurgos calmly summons his ultimate skill, Chains of the Void. Without breaking a sweat, he neutralizes them in the next half second. 4 dragons are instantly bound. Demiurgos smiles and snaps his fingers lightly. A storm of swords materializes, plunging straight into the dragons' bodies. In the next 0.8 seconds, their bodies are torn apart with ease. A green dragon speaks up, begging for its life. I will retreat quietly with my kin, so please, stop this massacre. Demiurgos sounds pleased. An immediate retreat? It seems you at least have a brain. But another dragon, May, fiercely objects. No, get back to the gate quickly and bring the hardliners here to kill him. Our kingdom, our new world, is right in front of us. The green dragon says angrily, That's enough, May. We stop here. We barely made it this far, but do you really think the Lord will forgive this? It keeps questioning her. June and April said they received orders from the Lord. But if that's true, why did we end up like this? May is so angry she can't speak. Demiurgos overhears this and thinks to himself, Orders from the Lord? The green dragon continues. Among us, only Tongbuan received the prophecy. If their story isn't true, then what have we been doing? Suddenly, it freezes, a look of pure shock on its face. May has driven her claws straight through its stomach. You dare doubt the Lord's messenger? A traitor like you must die. Demiurgos, watching this, is furious. You fool, you just destroyed your only path to survival. He fires a single shot that instantly blows May's head clean off. And just like that, the 2 giant dragons fall, tangled together. The green one coughs a few times. Then it speaks. I heard someone was hunting dragons, and that a few days ago, that person single-handedly took on and even defeated the golden dragon. It was all you, wasn't it? Demiurgos? Or are you a messenger of the Lord? No. Perhaps even the Lord himself is angry at our foolishness. Demiurgos says nothing, listening in silence. The green dragon continues. Humans casually destroy the world just because they were chosen by God. They cut down trees for cultivation and drive countless creatures to extinction. But I've never once heard them apologize to the squirrels that lived in those trees. Demiurgos asks curiously, Are you planning to pass judgment on behalf of the squirrels? The green dragon doesn't care and keeps talking. Even today they're probably out there somewhere, hunting our dragon race, the blood, and the tears from the torture of our jade dragons. I heard they use it to make perfume. At this point, weapons or whatever else no longer matter. Demiurgos calmly asks, What about the peace treaty? The dragon scoffs. The treaty is a meaningless piece of paper. Who will protect it? Who dares say you can kill dragons that attack humans? It's just a fake pretext. All they have to do is provoke the dragon tribe into attacking, and they're done. And so, every year, dozens of humans die. Demiurgos asks bluntly, That's what you're really upset about, isn't it? And that's the heavy question you and I are left with. The green dragon screams out that humanity must prepare for war with the demon king, and that weapons made from the dragon clan's bodies aren't a choice, they're a necessity. He says they can be lent, but not given entirely. What happens when they demand their hearts, too? His eyes narrow with rage. Do you want to kill the one who's using the mycelium poison? I believe that was the gold dragon's intention. Demiurgos is taken aback, but the green dragon doesn't stop, calling it an offering from humans to win the war that happens every 100 years. But Demiurgos remains confident, replying, I don't think she is that kind of person. The dragon continues, She is the god of the dragon clan and a co-creator of this world. She's seen too much. So she probably decided this was the only path to maintain peace. Demiurgos, now filled with suspicion, connects the dots. So, someone indirectly communicated this to you through the dwarves, and that someone was the gold dragon. The green dragon shares his own theory. Someone among us must have cooperated and received the poison. If I'm right, then the culprit is. It has to be April, the white dragon that wizard next to you said he was looking for. April is the gold dragon's own daughter. Demiurgos' brow furrows as he presses him. Where is April right now? The dragon immediately gives the answer. On the mountain peak. Just as Demiurgos turns to leave, he says, because you told me, I'll let you live. Get out of here. But before he can go, the dragon stops him. No. The green dragon speaks with grim finality. We have failed. We have lost the gold dragon. It's all our fault. If I return like this, I'll just be captured by those humans, and my tears will become nothing more than perfume for their nobles. He then asks Demiurgos, as a proud dragon, could you possibly endure that? A second later, his eyes erupt with a blinding light that spreads instantly. The green dragon has self-destructed, triggering a massive explosion visible for miles. Cocytus cries out in worry, Lord Demiurgos. The white dust cloud surrounding Demiurgos finally clears, revealing the ashes of the two dragons who are now completely gone. After witnessing the dragon's final act, Demiurgos travels to a new location. He quietly looks up at the silhouette of the gold dragon, and then he slowly approaches her. April, lying in the gold dragon's arms, speaks her final words. We needed a reason to deal with those troublemakers. With this, things should be peaceful for a while. What do you think? Wasn't I a pretty perfect villain? Tears stream down her face as she asks, did I do a good job? Humans have become too corrupt and weak. Maybe. We really will lose this war. We've had to sacrifice so much. You've done nothing wrong. The gold dragon's voice trembles. I never wanted any of this. April weakly raises a hand to her mother's face. Oh, my deity. Oh, my mother. The mother I love most. My poor, pitiful mother. She musters her strength to say what's in her heart. I understand everything. You carry that enormous cross, pretending to be strong, but in reality, you're the one who's hurting the most. April's voice grows fainter. I have one wish, that you, just for once, could find peace. The one I love most in this world, my golden light. And with that, she breathes her last. April passes away forever in the arms of the mother she cherished most. Demiurgos asks gently, suicide? The gold dragon nods. Yes. He asks another question. April. She was the one behind all of this, wasn't she? She doesn't deny it. Yes. He hesitates for a moment, then asks, so, is it all over now? To his surprise, she answers very softly, yes, it's over. Demiurgos reports, the ones below all committed suicide too. The gold dragon speaks slowly. They chose their pride. Thank you for telling me. Demiurgos replies, ever the stickler, just words won't be enough. She nods faintly. I know. He then asks for her opinion. How do you want this to end? The gold dragon is silent for a moment before answering. The conclusion? In the end, everyone lives happily ever after. Demiurgos challenges her. You think if you just let go and respect the extremists, everything will have a happy ending? She admits, I'm not sure. Maybe. Demiurgos says nothing more for a moment. Then, he quietly continues. The one who killed himself earlier said that for humans, weapons made from dragons are indispensable. You're turning a blind eye to the death of your own species, aren't you? And you're suppressing that rage with something called a peace treaty, he adds. I admit, it sounds reasonable enough. However, the anger among the dragons grew and grew, until even you, their god, could no longer control it. The gold dragon says nothing, letting him finish. This child gathered the key figures of the extremist faction and formed the Four Seasons Society. She created a legitimate reason for you to dispose of them, correct? Don't tell me you didn't know about this. He doesn't hesitate to expose the truth. And you didn't know the facts, either. You thought I was the one who ordered the disease to be spread, so you asked for my help in capturing the maddened dragons. In the end, that was all just part of the process. Now watch this. Demiurgos lays out the entire master plan. With this, humanity once again receives a stockpile of dragon-made weapons for the war in 20 years. The key extremists have all been eliminated. It's as if everything was pre-arranged. For you, this was the best-case scenario. The gold dragon's voice is filled with helplessness. Think what you will. To live as the gold dragon, it's a position you can't bear if you're constantly worrying about a good or bad reputation or personal feelings. He presses on. Are you the protector of world order? She lets out a hollow laugh. That sounds so grand, doesn't it? Demiurgos is stunned by her reaction and just stands there, silent. He continues, his own voice cracking slightly. While you yourself are crying, the gold dragon finally breaks, sobbing. Just give me a moment. Just a little while, please. I've lived for 1,000 years. Demiurgos listens intently as she confesses, but for me, that's too short a time to forget the children I have lost. After a moment, Demiurgos speaks with a cold tone. It's time to go. The gold dragon nods in agreement. She then raises her hand, and a surge of golden energy appears instantly. The gold dragon casts a spell on April's body, and the light flows directly into her. April's body begins to dissolve at a rapid pace, ultimately merging with nature itself. The gold dragon watches, hot tears of sorrow falling from her eyes. She gazes at the golden lights ascending into the sky and says, "When we meet again, please be a good child." With everything settled, she slowly stands up. Without a moment's hesitation, she turns away decisively. "All right, let's go down." Demiurgos looks at her, puzzled. "It's all taken care of, but you don't seem very happy." The gold dragon replies, exhausted, "How can I be happy when things turned out like this?" Demiurgos doesn't say another word. Instead, he just spreads his massive wings and gently offers her his hand. Demiurgos extends an invitation. "Your mood is, well, how about you try this, just once?" The gold dragon doesn't agree right away, silently looking up at him. And trust me, after a long moment of hesitation, she makes her decision. All right. He begins to flex his wings, then plants his feet firmly to get a running start. And with that, he pulls the golden dragon high into the air, making her cry out in surprise as they soar into the stunning sunset. You and I are about to see one of the most stunningly romantic scenes in this whole story. And then, Demiurgos makes a strange suggestion. Try screaming. Seeing her confusion, he explains, just scream as loud as you can until you feel lighter. No one up here can hear you. She just gives a weak smile. That's not true. God is everywhere and hears everything. Demiurgos just smirks and says, "Watch and learn, you fool." Then, without hesitation, he screams to show her how it's done. "This world is garbage. There's nothing holy about it. I think the demon world is way better. This whole rotten planet can just die." The golden dragon immediately asks, "You want to kill everyone?" Coming from the mouth of the Demiurgos, those words sound incredibly serious, but Demiurgos just yells again, completely unbothered. "Demiurgos? What's that? King of the demon realm? So what? A dragon's body? What does any of it matter? This whole world is a pre-designed machine, and we're just meaningless cogs inside it. Where's the fun in that?" Finally, his words get to her, and she lets out a scream of her own. "Yeah, you idiots. Why did you act on your own like that? I never asked you to do that." Tears stream down her face as she yells, "I didn't want this. I just wanted to kill all the humans so we could live happily together. I didn't want even one of you to die like that. Did you want your hands stained with blood? Let that sink in for a second. This is thousands of years of pent-up rage finally breaking loose." Demiurgos joins in, yelling right alongside her. "That's right, you blockheads. You are all so disloyal, so stupid and reckless. Just do as you're told. If you're told to die, then just die, you dumb lizards." The golden dragon turns to him. "Hey, that's a little too much." Demiurgos just gives a sheepish smile. "Oh, was it?" She ignores him and keeps screaming, letting out all her feelings. "I've blessed you for thousands, tens of thousands of years. I sacrificed so much for you. I gave everything to protect you." Demiurgos chimes in again. "You bastards. Can't you see your mother is crying? You ungrateful brats. You're breaking your mom's heart." His teasing finally gets to her and she snaps. "It's not that serious." Demiurgos just laughs back. "Oh, sorry. I got a little carried away." Then, suddenly, he goes quiet, staring off into the sky. And then he starts screaming at the heavens. "Is God some kind of peeping Tom? Why don't you come down here instead of just watching from above?" The golden dragon is completely horrified. "You blasphemer! You'll go to hell for that." But Demiurgos doesn't care one bit. "My life is already in hell," he yells back. "No, that's not right. I was born the king of hell." "If you're so mad, then stop hiding and come down here and fight me." The golden dragon scoffs. "You want to fight me?" But Demiurgos shows no fear. "You're laughing at me?" If the Demiurgos heard that, he'd be pretty annoyed. She confidently declares, "I'm not called omnipotent for nothing. Not even God's angels could defeat me." Demiurgos looks skeptical. "Angels and spirits are just things from old stories." The golden dragon starts to correct him. "No, those people, well, you're right. They might as well not exist, since they never show up anyway." Her answer leaves him completely speechless and confused. Noticing her expression, Demiurgos looks at her with concern. "You don't look so good." The golden dragon forces a smile. It seems this level of strain is a bit much for a human body. Frustrated, he curses. You idiot. As they dive back to the ground, he yells, if you're tired, just say so. A moment later, they land safely on the ground. She immediately lets go of his hand and turns to leave without a second thought. But then, unexpectedly, the golden dragon speaks up. Thank you. Demiurgos is so surprised he didn't hear her clearly. What did you say? She patiently repeats herself. I said, thank you, Demiurgos. Okay, I know what you're thinking. A touching moment, right? Well, Demiurgos immediately ruins it by saying, then pay me in cash. The golden dragon bursts out laughing. But I don't have a single coin on me right now. Seeing her laugh so freely, Demiurgos just blushes, completely flustered. The golden dragon doesn't notice his reaction and just quietly turns to leave. But suddenly, a question pops into his head. Then why did Daros die? Time flashes forward a few days, to the weapon shop. Everyone's eyes are filled with worry. Someone can't help but exclaim, oh God. Demiurgos just sits there, lost in thought, ignoring the whispers around him. What's with him? He looks so scary, his face looks so dumb. Right now, he's completely focused, thinking about one thing, a single dragon facing off against an entire party of heroes. He figures she could probably handle 1,000 dragons as easily as eating a meal. But then why did we lose when fighting the hero? He can't stop asking himself, just how strong is the hero, really? Zeke is desperately trying to explain to the customers, please don't mind him, he may look like that, but he's actually a very respectable person. I'm telling the truth, but the people just keep gossiping. He's probably been brainwashed by Hoppy. How terrifying. Suddenly, a noise from behind catches his attention. The golden dragon is slowly walking towards him. Demiurgos is a bit surprised. You, she quickly replies, yes. Our joint business concerning the poison is now over. I actually feel a bit bad that I made you lose the title of Golden Dragon Slayer. Demiurgos calmly replies, I didn't need it anyway. What about your kids? How are you going to explain things to them? The golden dragon says without hesitation, there's no other way. I'll have to gather them all and persuade them one by one. The 4 marquises broke the peace treaty and tried to start a war. Everyone misunderstood, thinking it was a plot by the demon race. That's what caused the chaos. To resolve it, I had to fake my death and do things in secret. Demiurgos lets out a long sigh. Just hearing about it gives me a headache. If it were me, I'd stay here. I wouldn't go back, even if it killed me. She can't help but tease him. Why? Are you sad? Well, if you ask me to stay, I'll stick around a little longer. Demiurgos gets flustered and snaps. You're so shameless, a 60,000-year-old hag bullying an 80-year-old kid. The golden dragon glares back. Oh, 60,000? Do you have any proof I was born during the chaotic era? Demiurgos gasps. Don't tell me you were born in the silver era. She just gives a knowing smile, neither confirming nor denying. Some things in this world are better left unknown. A little boy. Then, she opens a space portal. Before she leaves, she says, dying once every 100 years. Perhaps God loves you more than me. And trust me, that line hits different when you know what she's been through. And with a final goodbye, she's gone. Zeke rushes over to Demiurgos. Is Miss Zungium gone? I didn't even get to say a proper farewell. Sir Alex is gone too. Everyone is suddenly leaving. Does this mean Miss Zungium is never coming back? Demiurgos stays silent, saying nothing. After a long moment, he finally says, who knows? She's the impulsive type. The camera pans out over the clear blue sky above the demon's weapon shop. A flyer is shoved in front of Demiurgos. Excuse me, are you Lord Demiurgos? The paper lists a job for a butler, with duties including helping the master clean and do laundry. And you have to hear this list. Cooking, managing a shop, marketing, security, guarding an armory, night watch, and more. The only condition? Applicants must be very, very strong. Salary is negotiable. Demiurgos just stares silently at the man holding the paper, waiting. With a huge grin, Skatoon Eltora speaks up, I'm here to apply for the butler position. Without even glancing at him, Demiurgos scowls and flatly announces, Elf, rejected. The words leave Skatoon Eltora completely stunned. The reason Demiurgos gives is simple. It's written right there on the paper. We only hire the strong. Elves are weak, aren't they? Skatoon Eltora keeps his friendly smile and asks, and why does a butler need to be so strong? Demiurgos replies, to make coffee during a chaotic dragon attack. The applicant then turns the question back on him. Speaking of which, the Master of the Crown is nowhere to be seen, is he? Has the job been handled so he's already left? Now it's Demiurgos' turn to be confused. The master of the crown? Skatoon Eltora's eyes glow blue as he explains cryptically. It seems you don't know yet. In this world, he's called the Golden Dragon, and he'll be back soon. Because the strong always attract one another. The fact that you're here is the greatest proof, since you came from deep beneath the earth. Demiurgos isn't one to be outdone. His own eyes flash a menacing red as he threatens the elf. Now, pay attention here, because this is where it gets good. You seem to know something, Demiurgos presses. Tell me, why are you really here? Skatoon just smiles. Didn't I say I came for the job? Demiurgos' patience is wearing thin as he snaps. And you think I believe that? Skatoon grins back, his eyes crinkling. Well, yes, but now it's the truth. He questions him further. So you know about my identity and the Golden Dragon, but you can't explain how, and you still want me to hire you? Skatoon's face lights up, finally being understood. Exactly. Demiurgos just continues to stare, his gaze a mixture of threat and utter confusion. I don't even know if you're an ally or an enemy, a dragon or some powerful sorcerer. You're saying you want me to hire you, no matter what? Skatoon explains, adding a very tempting promise about his own abilities. That's right, and my skills are extremely good, you know. The fact that you can't figure out who I am is all the proof you need. And yes, I think my skills are more than enough to make coffee during a dragon attack. Demiurgos furrows his brow, now a little intrigued. Interesting. What's your name? He asks. Please, call me Skatoon Eltora. Demiurgos points a finger right in his face and declares, Fine. From now on, you are my butler. I don't care who or what you are. But once you're hired, do not defy me. Skatoon retorts with just as much force, threatening the new hire on the very first day, my lord. Demiurgos scoffs, giving him a sideways glare. If you don't like it, leave. Besides, you obviously have some hidden agenda for approaching me, don't you? For now, I'm only keeping you around because you're interesting. A dangerous glint appears in Skatoon Eltora's eyes as he replies, Let me be clear. As long as I am your butler, I will be absolutely loyal to this job. However, the moment I quit, that promise becomes worthless. Hearing this, Demiurgos' mind immediately goes to the worst-case scenario. So, you're saying one day you'll betray me. Skatoon keeps that smile fixed in his eyes as he admits to the charge. I will not lie to you. But this honest defiance only makes Demiurgos more interested. Good. That's very interesting. I like you. Salary is 3 gold coins. You start today. Skatoon Eltora enthusiastically accepts. Yes, master. Demiurgos then turns to a knight in the house. Jake, take care of the new butler. He seems a bit dim, so teach him everything from A to Z. Jake's face lights up at the mention of a new employee. Oh, really? Skatoon Eltora smiles, extending a friendly hand. You must be Jake. Hello, Jake replies with an even brighter smile. Yes, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. And just like that, the scene shifts. You and I are about to see that someone else's night is just beginning. As evening sets in, people all over are enjoying their meals with bright, happy faces. Demiurgos himself is focused entirely on his food. The sun has completely set, and street lanterns are now lit. He waves goodbye as a shop owner closes up. He slowly heads home, stopping at a small thatched hut on a mountain, and picks up a massive weapon. Jake begins to train. In his mind, he recalls the movements of monsters from muscle-bound sharks to bizarre humanoids, all the way to a fire-breathing salamander. A technique name escapes his lips. Morning gaze. He shouts while swinging his sword with all his might. 8th form, Demiurgos' carnage. This young man trains with a fiery passion. The harsh but true words of Demiurgos echo in his mind as he pushes himself. Being a low-level warrior wasn't forced on you, it was your choice. He remembers his own helplessness and uselessness, apologizing, I'm sorry, even D-rank quests are too hard for me, I can't go with everyone. He recalls the doubt in others' voices. Do you even know the way out? He remembers his journey with Demiurgos. Stay here and guard the boat. I'll be right back. All these memories fuel him, adding more power and determination to every single strike. He moves, thinking, even if I can't be like Lord Demiurgos, at least I can carry his luggage. At least I won't be a burden anymore. I have to get stronger. He grits his teeth, his eyes blazing, when suddenly a voice cuts through the night with a surprising observation. A sword aura filled with rage. A man in a robe approaches him as he speaks, working all day, and then training late into the night. It truly is a beautiful sight. Jake whips around, startled, and exclaims, Lord Cardensia. He then smiles. What brings you here? Without a single word of explanation, Cardencia draws his blade and lunges. "Nothing important," he says mid-strike. "I just wanted to challenge you. Show me your true strength." Jake struggles to block the attack, letting out a pained grunt. He loses his balance and is knocked to the ground, crying out again as he falls. In a panic, Jake questions him. "Lord Cardencia, why are you suddenly doing this?" Cardencia raises his short sword, a twisted smile on his face. "Battles always happen without warning. If you're a hero, then prove it." And with that, Cardencia relentlessly attacks Jake, his cries of pain echoing as he's pushed further and further back. Jake grits his teeth, and with a grunt, unleashes an all-out strike, desperate to end the fight. "Stop this!" He turns the tables, charging forward with his weapon held high, determination burning in his eyes. His gaze is burning with passion, but it's quickly extinguished. He stares at his weapon in utter shock, thinking to himself, "I can't move it." Cardencia gives him a friendly reminder to relax, warning that if he struggles too hard, his arms will be torn right off, as he binds Zeke and his weapon with colorless threads. He nonchalantly explains his philosophy, his own spear held loosely, revealing the dagger was just a distraction. A real weapon is one your enemy never sees coming. Looking down on Zeke, he laughs triumphantly and declares without a hint of humility, "This is the difference in the gifts bestowed upon us by the gods." Cardencia then questions him about the crescent moon blade, asking if it's the sword art passed down from the Holybeak family, a question Zeke answers without hesitation. "Yes, I learned it from my father as a child," but all he gets in return is a brutal lecture from Cardencia about the style's many flaws, unnecessary movements, poor balance, and terrible footwork. "You have a lot of training to do. Right now, you're just playing with a sword, not using any formidable techniques. You're nothing more than an imaginary product of someone with zero combat experience," he continues. "Zeke, you're a flower named Holybeak that bloomed from mud. This place isn't for you. You need real hero training. And here it comes, the life-changing offer. Come with me to the Holy Palace and become a Zodiac Knight, just like me. Let's fulfill the sacred mission of the gods together, protecting the final hero in the 666th Great War and killing the Demiurgos." Cardencia's words leave Zeke completely stunned, trying to process the impossible offer. Finally, he just says, "That's impossible." Cardencia raises an eyebrow, assuming Zeke's hesitation is about money. "Are you worried about your siblings' tuition? The Holy Palace can cover that any time." This news only stuns Zeke even more. The Holy Palace would pay for it? But why? Cardencia's patience starts to wear thin as he explains, "Because of your high purity level." "Do you know the purity level of the final hero? It's 9%, lower than yours. So come with me. I will personally forge you into the greatest paladin, one worthy of your bloodline." Despite the incredible proposition, Zeke's stubborn refusal surprises Cardencia. "Thank you for your words, your grace, but I will stay here. The Holy Palace, a Zodiac Knight. Those are things straight out of a beautiful dream. Just receiving this offer is more than enough honor and happiness for me. But that's not the right stage for me. I know my own level," Zeke explains with a bittersweet smile, recalling the image of Demiurgos waving to him. His eyes soften with admiration as he continues, "And right now, I have someone by my side who is willing to trust and accompany me, even with all my shortcomings." Cardencia's brow furrows as he snaps back. "That person is just using you." But Zeke immediately defends Demiurgos. "Even knowing I was an F rank, Lord Demiurgos still took me in. When I was at my lowest, he was the only one who extended a hand to help me. Lord Cardencia. My mission is to follow him. He can cast me aside if he no longer needs me, but I can never do the same to him," he declares with the unwavering will of a true warrior. At that, Cardencia's hand moves, and the threads binding Zeke suddenly loosen, much to his own surprise. Cardencia lands gently on the ground, saying, "Well, there's nothing to be done. I admit I was unlucky to have found you too late. I'll back off for now. But this doesn't mean I've given up, Zeke. A little improvement isn't enough. Only mold grows in the shadows. A flower without sunlight," Cardencia adds as a parting warning, "will eventually wither and die." Zeke just stares after him as Cardencia turns and walks away, leaving him with a short farewell. As his figure shrinks in the distance, Zeke is left standing there, rooted to the spot. The next day at Demiurgos' place, Zeke is cleaning weapons, but his mind is clearly a million miles away. Demiurgos notices his dazed state. Hey, what happened yesterday? You look like you've seen a ghost." Zeke forces a smile. "Ah, Lord Demiurgos." He then recounts the events honestly. "Actually, while I was training in the front yard last night, I met Lord Cardencia. Demiurgos frowns. Cardencia? Who's that? Zeke explains he was the investigator from the Holy Palace who visited before. Demiurgos vaguely recalls. Ah, I think I remember him. Zeke gets to the point. Lord Cardencia offered me a spot in the Holy Knights. Skatoon, Golden Dragon, overhearing from behind, chimes in excitedly. The Holy Knights? You mean the Zodiac Knights? Whoa! He continues with an admiring smile. That's amazing, Zeke. Zeke blushes, trying to downplay it. It's not like that. Skatoon just keeps probing with a grin. What are you worried about? I mean, what would you do? Being a Zodiac Knight is the highest position, serving the Holy Emperor directly. You should quit this shop and join immediately. Annoyed, Demiurgos cuts him off. You have no idea which place is the real hell. Zeke's gaze shifts to him as Demiurgos continues. Ah, well, go if you want. Warriors like you are a dime a dozen in this world. I'll just find another one, put them in your spot, and control them like a puppet. Demiurgos' blunt words hit Zeke like a punch to the gut. Zeke's face falls, and he agrees reluctantly. You're right. Demiurgos crosses his arms, finally revealing the real point of his speech. But it's more convenient having you here. Just that one sentence is enough to lift Zeke's spirits instantly. Really? Zeke asks eagerly. Demiurgos lists off his reasons. You cook well, and you're obedient. Hearing this, Zeke's face turns red. Are you serious? He pushes his luck, asking excitedly. Are you saying that you, like me? But Demiurgos isn't about to let him get carried away. You're too noisy. There are customers. He glances at Zeke, observing. Looking at you, it seems you have no intention of going anywhere, do you? Zeke's eyes soften as he explains. I've received so much from you. How could I possibly leave? It's not that I can't leave, it's that I don't want to. And Demiurgos, closing his eyes, listens intently with his arms crossed. Zeke continues, When I talked with Lord Cardencia, I felt like my parents, my grandparents, and the entire Holybeak lineage were being negated. My grandfather, my father. Even though they were both F ranks, they trained relentlessly to one day join the Great War and pass down the Holybeak sword art to me. Last night, in the match against Lord Cardencia, I couldn't even land a single blow and was utterly defeated, he recounts. Remembering Cardencia's lesson, Zeke feels both shame and gratitude. After that, he said something about my family, and I couldn't refute it. Demiurgos turns to leave, tossing an order over his shoulder. Hey, close up the shop, we're going. Zeke asks in confusion. Where are we going? An turns his head to explain. I have to see for myself what's so wrong with your family's sword style. Now they stand together in the empty lot where Zeke usually trains, both taking their stances, and Zeke, still filled with doubt, asks, Can I really do this? Demiurgos asks who should really be worried, as Skatoon Golden Dragon cheers Zeg on. Then, Zeg speaks, his hand gripping his sword tightly. He unleashes his signature move, the Moonlight Flash, the 8th demon-slaying style, but Demiurgos dodges it effortlessly without even raising a hand. Even Skatoon Golden Dragon watches intently as Zeg attacks with everything he has, launching the 6th style, Pierce. He follows it up with the 1st style, leaping high and roaring as he brings down his ultimate demon-breaking sword. But the only thing he hits is the green, grassy ground. Demiurgos appears right behind him, his demonic king's aura so overwhelming Zeg's eyes widen in absolute terror. He just lightly taps the back of Zeg's neck with his hand. From the side, Skatoon El Tora smiles and declares, Stop. You see the problem now, don't you? It's impossible, Demiurgos states. Your family's swordsmanship is useless. Even if you trained your whole life, it wouldn't work. His words are so blunt they leave Zeg speechless. The young man just smiles, accepting the feedback. It's true. This flawed sword style has been passed down for generations. What have I even been doing until now? Demiurgos remarks that his ancestors must have been incredibly stubborn. That sword style was created to fight a single person, the Demiurgos. He points out its core design. This swordsmanship was crafted to land one decisive blow against the Demiurgos himself. Weak demons or other riffraff were ignored from the start, which is why it's impossible to evaluate with normal tests. He then turns to Skatoon El Tora. Hey, butler, you know swordsmanship, right? He happily replies, Of course. So Demiurgos gives him a direct order. From now on, you'll be Zeg's swordmaster. Train him every night. Got it? The butler agrees immediately without a single question or complaint. Yes, I will follow your command. Zeg suddenly speaks up, making Demiurgos glance over. Overcome with emotion, Zeg says. So, I'm not useless after all. Demiurgos observes his relieved expression. As he walks away, he reminds him, it's useless anywhere else. From now on, learn diligently from the butler. Yes, sir. But Demiurgos notices something. The man's hands are actually trembling, slick with sweat. Demiurgos thinks to himself, he definitely remembers. Watch closely, you can see him remembering the moment he faced that sword style and how close he came to death. If he hadn't worn the Demiurgos' armor, that sword would have pierced him for sure. The armor's weak point was pierced by that attack, he murmurs in awe, observing the determined look in the man's eyes. Demiurgos quickly heads home. The moment he steps inside, he's greeted by two pairs of slender legs and a chorus of voices. You have returned. We were waiting for you. Two identical girls speak in unison. Please, lean into our arms. Your soul must be in need of comfort. He looks back, confused, his expression turning serious and annoyed. What are you two playing at? One of them continues, don't be shy. Does your soul truly not need comforting? He doesn't say another word, simply turning to leave. Yeah, so stop talking nonsense and get lost, okay? The girls reply in sing-song. Well, that's great. Now I can give you this without any awkwardness. They hold up an envelope. It's an invitation to Alex's funeral tomorrow. Demiurgos' expression changes instantly, his shock impossible to hide. The two girls just smirk, asking him one more time. So, does your soul need comforting now? Elsewhere, a young woman is buried in paperwork. The golden dragon looks exhausted as she sifts through the massive pile of documents, her mind replaying Demiurgos' words. This world has been twisted. He had spread his arms, declaring, enjoy this life by dancing and singing like me. In this world, not even the Demiurgos of the previous life will ever appear again. And right after that, an annoyed Demiurgos had proclaimed, rules and order? You just throw them out and force others to obey, unconditionally. How tyrannical. Now, let's pause here, because this is where the story takes another turn. Someone rushes in from outside. Your Majesty, the Golden Dragon, an intruder has crossed the border and is looking for you. She immediately looks up, demanding to know, who? The messenger replies with disdain. It's him, the one whose name is an act of disrespect to even mention. Her jaw drops, pure excitement on her face. In a single fluid motion, she bolts from her seat and dashes for the door, leaving the young man stunned. Outside, a familiar figure is waiting for her. Demiurgos, the golden dragon calls out his name. He turns to face her with a smile. So you've come. She grabs him by the collar, excitedly demanding, you idiot. Why did you come looking for me first today? He just chuckles, explaining, I want you to come somewhere with me. Her eyes widen in anticipation of what he'll say next. Did you do something stupid again and need me to clean up your mess? Or, is this a date invitation? He looks at her, a wicked grin on his face. Well, if hiding my identity, sneaking into the demon realm, and slaughtering a bunch of robbers counts as a date, then yes. His words make the golden dragon raise an eyebrow. What? Meanwhile, in a dark space, their voices echo as they travel. Huh? The #1 henchman is dead? Yep. The other dukes think Alex killed Daros, so I told him to lay low for a while. And then what? Then a basic question popped into my head. He asks with a blank look, what exactly are the 7 dukes? She's stunned by his lack of knowledge. You, the Demiurgos, are asking me about the 7 dukes? You've lived for over 6 million years. She continues, the Demiurgos, trapped in an egg, awakens for 100 years, learns only dark magic, and then dies the moment war breaks out. That cycle repeats forever. If you think about it, for the past 665 centuries, the ones who truly ruled the demon world were the 7 dukes, weren't they? She agrees, that's right, but only the one who inherits the name Demiurgos can wield the Demiurgos' weapons. For that reason alone, the 7 dukes of the demon world have no choice but to serve the Demiurgos as their master. The 7 dukes, as their name implies, represent the great families of the demon world. He furrows his brow. I keep thinking about it, but I still don't get what the Demiurgos really is. What authority does a king who dies every 100 years even have? The golden dragon asks, but why did you come to the demon world? He replies, there's someone I need to find. Who? He continues, Daros and Alex. I'd bet 1,000 gold coins that they're not dead yet. You and I are about to see just how deep this rabbit hole goes. They continue their descent, soon surrounded by floating, burning rocks. This is the abyss of the world, Eidos, the city of 10,000 black spires. The golden dragon pinches her nose. The smell of sulfur is horrible. I missed the surface already. Demiurgos speeds up, urging her on. Hurry up and get over here, she pouts, grumbling. Hey, how could you leave me alone in a place like this? Let's go together. She rushes to catch up. So where are we even going? Demiurgos answers simply, we're almost there. The golden dragon's jaw drops. Before them is a space filled with bright light. This is outside the demon world, she gasps. The land of musk grass. She looks at it with despair. It's impossible to cross this. Demiurgos calmly replies, I know. We're here. Look down. The golden dragon follows his gaze and is stunned to see strange blue pools below her. He smirks, explaining with a hint of pride, this is the golden land of the demon race. Do you know why it's called that? Demiurgos explains it's where the morning star first fell. After a moment of observation, the golden dragon says a name, Lucifer. He nods, satisfied. So you do know, she replies. Of course. He was the first Demiurgos. Let's go down, Demiurgos says, already moving as they quickly descend to the ground. He gestures toward a green expanse below them. This is the cauldron of monsters. Demiurgos recounts how the first demon lord used this very cauldron to create the demon world. For 100 years, he gathered monsters, demons, and beastmen to invade the human world. But ultimately, it ended in failure. He devastated half the human world, but the demon lord was killed by a hero. The golden dragon sympathizes, indeed. The story continues, and 100 years later, the second Demiurgos once again challenged the human world. But this time, humanity was prepared and defeated him, slaughtering half the demon race in the process. The golden dragon adds, Lucifer was a brilliant angel, beloved by God. But he had a thought, why can't I become a god? She continues her story. That single thought became a great sin, and he was cast out. Demiurgos is genuinely surprised by her knowledge. Even if it's an old story, it happened 665 centuries ago. Does that mean you were alive back then? She admits. And here's where the questions get personal, he presses. Was there something between you and Lucifer? She refuses to explain further. I'll continue pretending I know nothing of this old tale. Now, why did you come to this golden land? Demiurgos grins, explaining. To the dwarves, it's later 24. To the dragons, Agata Gorge. But to us, this is the one place the demon race dares not enter. With that, he leaps down, shocking the golden dragon. She yells after him, damn it, where are you going? Is this a trap? But with no other choice, she dives in right after him. Below, a strange new space opens up to greet them. We're here, Demiurgos announces, looking at a black object in the center of the area. The singularity of the fallen angel. The golden dragon and Demiurgos slowly approach, and she gasps in awe. This is my first time here. What is this thing that's been maintained for over 665 centuries? Demiurgos explains, it's called Kamavotek, the vortex of karma. The golden dragon observes the object and offers her analysis. Karma is the picture of the relationship formed between an existence and the world. Just like gravity forms where there is matter, or a magnetic field appears around a magnet, beings that are too powerful become a central point, pulling everything toward them. A colossal energy is flowing, so strong it hasn't been disturbed in 665 centuries. He replies, I don't understand any of that, but it sounds like you know a lot of strange things. You even know our demon race's history inside and out, she explains with a faint smile. That's because I've been in this war for a very long time. Demiurgos cuts in. Not just that, you also know about the Silver Age, an era before the demon race even existed. What's more, you even know the technology of the Golden Age. Her eyes remain fixed on the object as a small smile plays on her lips. Choosing her words carefully, she continues. Dragons are creatures created in the Silver Age, and humans once lived here, in this demon world. Demiurgos is so shocked by this new information he has to ask again, humans? Lived here? Really? She cuts him off with a declaration. Don't ask any more questions. You only need to know one thing. The continent of Haas was created in the Age of Chaos. What? Demiurgos is floored. Does that mean before that, the continent of Host didn't exist? I know what you're thinking, and yeah, this innocent question makes the golden dragon burst out laughing. How could a demon lord like you be born? Is this God's will? He shrugs off the question, asking why the demon race always loses to humans. The golden dragon gives an immediate, blunt answer. It's obvious. Because the demon race is weaker than humans. Demiurgos' eyes widen as he snaps back. You fool, think about it. It's been 665 centuries. If you lose once or twice, you try a different way. But we lose the same way every single time. The The demon race trains a powerful army, invades the three nations on the surface, and at the last second, a hero awakens and successfully counterattacks. The demon lord and the hero both die, and the world returns to peace. This cycle has repeated 665 times, he continues, his words growing more urgent with every sentence. The golden dragon just smirks and asks, "So, are you planning to run away?" "I'm not running away," he corrects her, annoyed. "I'm just not an idiot." From the very beginning, the premise of this war is flawed. Why do we have to conquer the human world? To claim the surface, she answers simply. But Demiurgos immediately rejects that. We don't need it. We've lived underground for over 60,000 years and have adapted. With the plants and animals in the demon world, we can take care of ourselves. His declaration makes her tease him. Oh my, a pacifist demon lord? He defends his reasoning. The human world isn't essential territory for the demon race. There must be another reason we're forced to invade, and then get defeated every time. What if we change tactics in this 80th year and suddenly launch a massive invasion? Do those bloodbags really think they can stop us? Those so-called holy knights? If I just pour my demonic energy into their ranks, nothing will be left but dust, you know? Even after his long rant, the golden dragon frowns, insisting, "It won't work. If the demon lord appears, the angels will bless the hero." He retorts, frustrated, "I'm not officially the demon lord yet. Right now, this is just the body. The soul of my predecessor has not yet been received." Ah, she realizes, so you receive it in the 100th year. Demiurgos continues with that same urgency. So, I'm not quite the demon lord yet. I can do as I please. If we truly want to destroy the human world, we must stir things up from behind to attack from the front, and cause chaos on the right to strike from the left. Why must the demon lord publicly announce the birth of the next generation and only attack in such a straightforward way? In response to his long-winded speech, the golden dragon just laughs. "Indeed," she remarks, "you are not a being suited for the position of demon lord. I wonder what expression God would have, looking at you right now." The golden dragon presses him. "So, what exactly are you doing here?" And this is the part that changes everything. Demiurgos smiles and explains, "First, I'm going to smash this thing." She growls, impatiently asking again, "What?" She follows him, saying, "I explained it briefly earlier. It's a massive block of energy." Demiurgos simply replies, "Yep, what's in the demon world is mine. Who's gonna complain if I break my own stuff?" The golden dragon rushes to stop him. "Hey, if you destroy the Kamavotech, who knows what will happen," she warns. Not just the demon world, but the entire continent of Haas above could be destroyed. He just grins, his eyes crinkling. "That's fine, isn't it? If the lid comes off, the light will finally shine down here." The golden dragon's aura shifts as she speaks, her voice filled with anger. If a child acts out of line, it's the adult's job to teach them properly, isn't it? Her eyes narrow into a glare as she continues. "Consider this a warning. Stop right there." Demiurgos is completely unfazed, gathering power in his palm with a smirk. "You know me. When I say I'll do something, I do it. Move, or I'm going right through you." The golden dragon, already holding a sphere of energy, just smiles. Truly a date, Demon King style. He shoots back without missing a beat. "You mean a date? Our style?" Demiurgos strikes first, swinging his arm back before unleashing a dark shadow spiral attack toward the golden dragon. She counters with Dream Moon Butterfly, activating her Mirror Moon Ring in defense. The sheer scale of their attacks is worlds apart. His is like an ant compared to hers. She just stares at him, completely baffled. Demiurgos turns his head with a cheeky grin. "Whoops, that was a bust. I thought for sure Alex would jump in to stop us, but I guess not." The golden dragon asks, clearly annoyed, "Wait a minute, this was just an act?" "Yep," he explains. "I figured if I pretended to destroy the most important thing in the demon world, they'd panic and finally show themselves." His words successfully make the girl even more furious. "Hey, you psycho!" she yells. "You could have at least given me a heads up before jumping in like that." He just explains, "If you knew beforehand, the acting wouldn't have been realistic. You know how sharp Alex is." She screams right in his face, not holding anything back. "Wow, you lunatic. I was seriously about to kill you for real." "Okay, now watch this." He arrogantly asks back, "You think I die that easily? Anyway, my idea's a bust. Let's go eat." She just sighs. "I just got back. And you're already going to be the death of me." As he walks off, he mutters, "Just how long are you planning to live, old hag?" From behind, the golden dragon calls out to him, As the scene shifts to a grotesque buffet of writhing monster parts, Demiurgos is chowing down, asking the golden dragon, "Why aren't you eating? This is the best restaurant in the entire demon world." Tears are streaming down her face as she replies, "I would eat if any of this was actually edible." He keeps pushing. "Try this. We have happy sautéed mushrooms and angry eye hamburgers. Or how about some weeping worm noodles and demon eye coffee?" The golden dragon cuts him off flatly. "That's enough. The more I hear, the more I lose my appetite. Just consider me full." Her gaze drifts outside to a landscape bathed in a crimson glow, red sky, red scenery. Demiurgos looks at her, confused. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" He continues his little tour. "This is Demon Mountain. It's 13,000 kilometers high, the tallest peak in the center of hell, and the largest volcano in the demon world." The golden dragon's eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. "Wait, is that?" A creature writhes within the molten lava below, and she cries out, "An ancient dragon? You know about that species?" The golden dragon explains, "They're the distant ancestors of all dragons. It's like how humans were once apes without any real intelligence. This is the form dragons had before they became sentient. So, ancient dragons still exist here in the demon world, huh?" He looks back, genuinely confused. Why is that so surprising? She looks at him completely unfazed by his clueless expression. Well, when you think about it, it's only natural. This place was once the homeland of humanity. Now it's Demiurgos' turn to stare out at the crimson landscape. He asks, bewildered, "So you're saying humans used to live here, in the demon world?" The golden dragon doesn't deny it, but she doesn't confirm it either, perhaps. "A very, very long time ago." Demiurgos points upwards, asking hesitantly, "Then, the horse continent up there, is it like a new continent that was formed much later?" He finishes his thought, looking for an answer, and she nods, agreeing with his assessment. "You could think of it that way." Then she quickly changes the subject. "Anyway, about Daros and Alex, you're saying they both faked their deaths, right?" Demiurgos lays it out. "The Mycelium Poison Guild has been completely wiped out. The whole thing was just the result of 3 different races chasing their own selfish interests. The story should end there. But no matter how I think about it, I just can't figure out why Daros would commit suicide. It was just too sudden. You and I both know something smells fishy here." He continues, "The mycelium poison incident. A gear was definitely knocked out of place. Something is secretly operating behind the scenes, like a parasite." His expression turns dark as he puts forward his theory. Only Alex witnessed Daros' death firsthand. And then, right after, Alex dies too? He's not someone who goes down that easily. This whole thing stinks, and it's not the damp smell of poison, it's the smell of a schemer plotting something big. The golden dragon picks up his train of thought. "So what in the world are those two planning?" Demiurgos grins. "Before we ask what they're planning, we have to figure out who they're faking their deaths for." The golden dragon asks immediately, "Who? You?" She's stunned. "The 2 dukes are deceiving the Demiurgos to act in secret? Are they planning to betray you? That's impossible. If the dukes were rebelling, they'd be siding with humans. But they're already in the human world." Demiurgos just scoffs. "Those sneaky little brats. What the hell are they hiding from me?" She then offers a suggestion. "There's only one way to set things right. You have to go home, take your place as the Demiurgos, and accept your destiny." He immediately asks back, "So you're saying all this chaos is because I ran away from home?" "What else could it be?" she confirms. And he fires back with another question. "So this is all my fault?" The golden dragon agrees without a second of hesitation. "That's right." She presses on. "So, what are you going to do now?" Demiurgos replies, looking bored. "Find them and put them in their coffins properly. What else? So, hurry up and go find them for me." She exclaims in disbelief. "Me?" He explains. "Yep, I've already played all my cards. Now it's your turn." The golden dragon slams the table and leaps to her feet. Her words become completely unhinged as she yells at him, "Hey, you moron! First, just go back home. Staying here any longer isn't going to solve a single thing. If Alex and Daros are actively hiding, then even the Demiurgos or I would have a hard time finding them right away. You get it?" Meanwhile, back with Zeke, Skatoon El Tora smiles at the boy, who's panting from exhaustion. "Took a break. Shall we continue?" Zeke, barely able to speak, replies respectfully, "Yes, Skatoon-sensei." Skatoon El Tora raises his weapon. In an instant, the 2 of them are clashing. As they fight, he guides Zeke. "This is Holy Boden's piercing windblade, and this is Holy Koya's great earth slash. This is Holy Pie's reversing strike." Zeke is in awe, even as he's beaten so hard his nose starts bleeding. His sword style changes constantly. It's completely unpredictable. Skatoon El Tora reminds him, his attacks still coming in a relentless barrage, all aimed at vital points. Focus. Open your eyes and observe the subtle movements within my attacks. Skatoon El Tora leaps high into the air, executing a move called Holy Botch's Twin Ring Sword. Zeke moves in for a counter thrust, but it completely misses its mark. Instead, it leaves him wide open for Skatoon El Tora to strike from below. He sweeps Zeke's legs out from under him, reminding him, you have to be careful of what's below you too. Zeke slams onto the ground, utterly defeated. Skatoon El Tora sticks his sword in the ground and offers his critique. Not bad, no. Your rate of improvement is much faster than I ever expected. And you and I both know this is just the beginning of Zeke's true potential. Let's kick things off with a story about a kid whose loyalty is so strong, it's basically a superpower. Skatoon starts. That trial was tough, but you held on. You deserve praise for that. Zeke humbly replies, it was all thanks to the weapon Lord Demiurgos Goss gave me. But Skatoon El Tora isn't buying it. I'm not just saying that. I happen to know you even defeated a dragon. Not just anyone can face one of those things, even with a sword and shield. Maybe it was the Holy Bic sword style, a technique that seems like it was created just to fight colossal enemies. After practicing it every single night, when the time came to fight, he found himself unconsciously dodging and parrying attacks from those massive creatures. If he couldn't do that, his body would have been crushed for sure. The more Zeke listens, the more stunned he looks. He stammers back at Skatoon Golden Dragon, thank you, but really, it was all thanks to Lord Demiurgos Goss. For some reason, just looking into his eyes, I feel this surge of courage inside me. It's a feeling that no matter how strong the opponent is, I'll be able to win, he says, with pure, undisguised admiration. Skatoon Golden Dragon laughs. That's not so hard to understand. He then changes the topic. Zeke, do you want to know his real identity? Zeke is completely confused by the question, repeating, his identity? What do you mean? Now here's where it gets interesting. Skatoon explains, think about it. Someone who can fly freely, defeat a dragon in a single blow without a scratch, and even walk through a dragon's breath unharmed. Does a human like that really exist? Zeke's eyes widen as he processes those words, muttering, Lord Demiurgos isn't human? His hand clenches tightly on the grass. Zeke looks at Skatoon and says, I don't want to hear it. If he wants to keep it a secret, then I'll pretend I don't know. Skatoon just lets out an oh. That's some fierce loyalty. Zeke smiles and continues, to me, a nobody, and to my siblings, he was the one who granted a miracle to our Holy Beast family. Like a savior. Whatever his past was, whatever he truly is, that fact will never change. Skatoon remarks that it sounds like a form of worship. Zeke quickly clarifies, I wouldn't dare say he is greater than a god, but unless a god himself ordered me, I would never do anything to disappoint Lord Demiurgos. The more he hears, the more Skatoon comments, Zeke, you're a good person. Ah, no I'm not. I'm just trying to. Zeke's sentence is cut off by Skatoon's sudden question, making him utter a simple, huh? The man grins and says it again. If you can, you should become a magic swordsman. You'll learn it fast. Let's start with a simple spell. And just like that, the lesson begins. I want you to imagine a burning flame inside your head. Got it? Then, focus that image into the palms of your hands. Zeke nervously follows his instructions. Okay, Fireball. The next morning, outside the city of Joris, guards are on their usual patrol atop the city walls. But hold on, a dark shadow suddenly falls over them. A colossal weapon appears out of thin air, then comes crashing down on the city wall, shattering it to pieces. The citizens descend into chaos, scrambling and shouting, Ugh, run! One small child freezes like a statue, staring at the scene in front of him. On the other side, red-eyed giants are advancing weapons at the ready. Inside, a man states with a bitter expression, to be honest, this situation is far beyond my abilities. This is Canadian von Holyoke, Alexia's father. The man he's speaking to isn't surprised. Of course it is. You're an A-rank hero, but that monster is a G-rank giant. This is Mondoniel, the Lord of Joris. The other generals immediately start questioning the royal representative. What in the world is the royal palace doing? It was a dragon just the other day, and now it's giants. When monsters like this appear, shouldn't they have some kind of countermeasure? But the Pope-like figure just dismisses the accusation. This country has surely fallen on hard times. My lord, please offer a sacrifice to the giants to soothe their rage. The general retorts with disgust. Those things are monsters that only know how to destroy and kill. A hand raises to silence them. Enough. Canadian explains with a grave expression. I've already sent word to the royal palace. They will dispatch the army at once. In the meantime, I will lead my men to hold them back by any means necessary. Everyone else, evacuate. With that, he turns to leave, ordering his subordinate, assemble all troops. But someone calls out, stopping him, Canadian. Canadian doesn't give him a chance to speak, instead making one final request. Back when I was active, A rank was my limit. Now I'm even older. But either way, I'm still a hero. Mondaniel, I'm asking you this not as a lord, but as one former hero to another. If something happens to me, please take care of my daughter, Alexia. Outside, the people are fleeing and screaming. The giants have attacked Joris. If the city falls, our village is next. Run. Skatoon Golden Dragon watches the chaos, wondering, giants are supposed to be at the end of the world. Why would they suddenly attack Joris? He turns back inside, asking his friend, Zeke, don't you think this is weird? But when he sees Zeke fully armed for battle, he can only ask, are you going out there? You're up against a G-rank monster. Zeke scowls and replies, I know. But I'm a hero too. While Lord Demiurgos isn't here, I at least have to step onto the battlefield. If I can save one person, if I can stop one of them, it'll be worth it. Just as he says that, the door to his room flies open and a figure rushes in, their voice filled with utter shock. Zeke, the giants are attacking. You need to run. What, you're going to the battlefield? He dashes right past her, leaving a single reply. That's right. Of the two hero families of Joris, I am the representative of Holybix. Lady Alexia, please leave this place. The girl can only call out his name as he vanishes around a corner. Zeke. And right behind him is Skatoon Golden Dragon. If the warrior is going to battle, then his support has to follow. Left behind, Alexia can't help but feel a flash of angry frustration. She mutters a curse. Damn it, a C rank trying to act all cool? I'm going too. I'm a Holyoke. Meanwhile, Zeke is running, his mind racing. Skatoon was right. Giants are supposed to be at the edge of the world. How could they have passed all those other strongholds and villages just to arrive here in the middle of the continent at Joris? He finds it hard to believe, but quickly pushes the thoughts aside. Is that even possible? No, this isn't the time. Right now, I have to focus on the battle. Let's get into the city, Skatoon Eltora yells, running beside him. Zeke, let's stick together. Giants always move in packs. They're not like dragons. Zeke can only cry out in surprise, Mr. Skatoon! Then, another voice from behind makes Zeke turn his head. Hey, I'm coming with you. It's Alexia, running right behind them. Stop acting like you're the main character. Just support me, like your rank demands. All Zeke can do is yell, Lady Alexia! Just then, a giant's fist slams down, forcing the three of them to scatter. And you and I both know this is where the real fight begins. Skatoon calls out, I heard they were inside the city. Did one already split from the pack? But the girl, Alexia, is frozen, stiff, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying monster before her. Tears stream down her face, her mind paralyzed by fear. A giant. This huge? How could they possibly defeat something like this? She thinks to herself, damn it, I have to run. Right now. But to her complete shock, Zeke charges straight ahead. Zeke aims for the giant, landing a piercing blow right in its eye. The beast roars in pain and stumbles back as Zeke hits the ground. Zeg, Skatoon, and Eltora provide support from a distance with a massive fire spell. The giant's life force is steadily draining. It reaches out for Zeg, and as it grabs him, Skatoon and Eltora cry out his name in terror. But Zeg isn't about to be taken down by some hideous monster. He unleashes a flurry of sword strikes, dicing the creature's hand into tiny pieces. He activates his third lunar-style technique. With extreme focus in his eyes, he lands a fatal blow, and the giant begins to fall. Meanwhile, the water below is still flowing gently, until the creature's massive body crashes down into it. Zeke stands firm on his feet. He, along with Skatoon and Eltora, have successfully taken down the giant. Zeke extends a hand to her, a smile on his face. Lady Alexia, are you okay? In that moment, Alexia's heart definitely skips a beat. Flustered, she takes his hand. Meanwhile, the observers up above are smiling to themselves. Skatoon Eltora thinks, Zeke activated G rank without any external factors? If I don't get stronger soon, I'm gonna lose my spot on the team. As Alexia is talking with Zeke, a voice calls out from the distance, Zeke, it really is you! Help me! They both turn to see Old Lady Zero. Zeke calls out, Mrs. Zero, what's wrong? My grandson went to help build the Joris Wall, and now giants are attacking the fortress. Please, save him. You're a hero, aren't you? Tears stream down the old woman's cheeks. Zeke, alarmed, tries to comfort her. I'm already on my way to the fortress. I will definitely find him, so please don't worry. Find a safe place to hide for now. Skatoon Altora suddenly jumps in, saying, Then let's head to the fortress now. The number of soldiers there won't be enough to hold them off. Right, Zeke replies. But before the three can leave, a voice from the crowd of farmers gets their attention. That giant isn't completely dead yet. We need to tie it down before it wakes up. Zeke smiles warmly at them. Please help us handle the giants in the city. I'll be back soon with reinforcements. I need you all to hold on until then. The people are a bit surprised by his gentle request, but they quickly agree. Ah, understood. Zeke turns to Alexia. Senior Alexia, let's go. Startled, she stammers. Ah, okay. Her eyes dart to the side, still processing everything. What on earth just happened? The second I saw that thing, I froze in fear, unable to even run. She looks back at Zeke suspiciously. Is this really the same idiot I know? Zeke, the bottom-of-the-barrel loser? Meanwhile, Zeke is still panting, trying to catch his breath. Alexia grits her teeth, storms off, and shouts, Damn it! Stop whining! I get it already! Zeke and Skatoon Altora hurry after her. Let's go together, Senior Alexia. And now for the part you and I need to watch carefully, the chaos at the fortress. The remaining townspeople are dividing up the work. All who have strength. Follow me and tie up that monster. Now, Roger. The rest of you. Go home and grab any rope or cloth you can find. Bring it here, Roger. Suddenly, a giant axe comes crashing down on the castle walls. The force is so immense it cracks the stone and sends debris flying everywhere. And this is just the beginning of the giant's destructive rampage. Watching the people below scatter and scream in terror only excites the monsters more. Inside the kingdom, the knights draw their bows, aiming at the giants, waiting for a single command from their leader, fire. Thousands of arrows fly like rain, but when they hit the giant's skin, they're nothing more than tiny thorns, completely ineffective. It's not just arrows. Down below, catapults are launching massive stones at the giant. The constant barrage starts to mangle its form. The command for the archers rings out once again. Ready again. Yes, sir. But an axe appears out of nowhere, smashing right through the wall and stunning the knights. Countless soldiers are injured as the screams begin. Ah! One of the knights is trapped under a rock. It hurts my leg. He writhes in agony. Another giant appears, its eyes glowing red, a twisted smile on its face. It smashes its weapon against the wall again, and the sounds of terrified screams fill the air. The first giant starts to get back on its feet. It begins stomping towards the panicking crowds. Ah, run! Run for your lives! Its massive foot comes down on the rubble as it lets out a guttural roar. On another wall, thousands of ropes with hooks are launched toward the creature. They're small, but there are so many they completely cover it. The knights shout, Pull! The catapults resume their assault. Fire! Under the relentless attack, it finally falls. The people see this and erupt in a massive cheer. We got one. Elsewhere, a group of mages are channeling their power, unleashing it on another giant. It roars in agony, and before long, it collapses just like its brethren. But Brew isn't taking any chances and stays behind. He uses his technique, Monster Cleave, striking the fallen giant. But suddenly, it wakes up, its furious eyes locking onto him. With a single swipe of its hand, the force sends Bruo flying straight into the fortress wall. Demiurgos, who just returned to the kingdom, witnesses this scene unfold. What is this? He asks in shock. I just got back and it's already this chaotic? Why are there giants here? Huang Qimlong is also stunned by this unannounced invasion. The two of them are caught in the middle of a hopelessly outmatched battle. Just as Brew struggles to his feet, the giant prepares to attack again. But thankfully, a strike from an unknown source appears just in time, saving his life. The blow is so powerful it completely deforms the giant's face, and it was none other than Zeke. The monster crashes to the ground, groaning, as Alexia shouts, Father! She quickly runs to Brew's side. Father, are you all right? Why are you here? I told you to evacuate, he demands. Ignoring her question, she looks her father straight in the eye and says firmly, Go where? I'm a hero too. I have to stay and fight with everyone. Okay, let that sink in for a second. She's finally stepping up. Before he can reply, another voice catches his attention. Wow, we got it. The soldiers are cheering as another giant falls. We got another one! Woo! Zeke stands on top of the giant's body. Look, a knight says, pointing up to the sky. They all look toward where Brew is standing. It's Sir Brew and Lady Alexia. The Holyoke family destroyed the giant. They roar in unison. Bruo's eyes widen in amazement, and he rallies the knights. I'm here now. Don't worry. Let's finish off the remaining giants. Until the royal capital's army arrives, we will protect our city. The entire army roars in unison. But Alessia is the only one who sees Zeke running from the giant. She frowns, then sprints after him. Zeke, I told you to stay with me. Dennis watches them from a distance. Alessia, my daughter, where are you going? He's still worried sick. Suddenly, the golden dragon speaks up. Level 6 without my buff? So, it seems the blood soldier has truly awakened, she says with a chilling coolness. What a shame, Zeke. If you were born in the Zero era, you might have become the final hero. Zeke dashes off. His hand slams a door open as his feet pound up the stairs. Every single step he takes is filled with an unconcealed, desperate urgency. Reaching the top, Zeke throws open the hatch above. He runs out onto the roof, charging straight towards the horde of monsters. Without wasting a single second, Zeke leaps high into the air, building momentum for a devastating attack. He aims for the two snarling giants below, unleashing his signature move, Piercing Light Spear, third form. The Tyrant King's spear hits the giant square in the face. Down below, Alessia is moving at top speed. Her eyes are fixed on the sky, her heart silently calling his name. Zeke. A memory flashes through her mind, a small boy pushed to the ground. The bigger kid looked up in shock while the crowd cheered for the winner. A bruised Alessia had just taught that bully a serious lesson. She stood there, surrounded by praise. Wow, Alessia won again. She even beat a Centaur-class student. That's our Alessia. At the time, she was only Alessia von Holodoc, just 11 years old. She looked down at the stunned boy and spoke. Hey, if you ever touch Zeke again, you'll pay for it, Alessia warned. She turned to leave, then paused in front of a room. She shoves the door open violently, revealing a skinny, frail boy inside with a bucket over his head. Zeke, get out here, Alessia yells. He gently refuses. I can't. If I act on my own, Bao will scold me. Alessia snaps back, annoyed. You idiot, all you ever do is take it. You have to fight back. Zeke stubbornly refuses again. I can't. If I do that, I might lose my cleaning job at Bao's house. I'm fine, Senior. You should go. Her patience finally shatters. Alessia slams the door and storms off, leaving one last insult behind. You idiot. Stay in there forever for all I care. After that day, Alessia completely ignored Zeke whenever he was bullied, but she still found herself wondering, Zeke, why are you always the butt of the joke? Why do you always try to carry everyone else's burdens? Alessia watches him from a distance, her eyes full of judgment. There's a smile on his face, and it just makes her more confused. Is smiling all you know how to do? Before long, it was graduation day. Congratulations to all graduates. Alessia was running, faster and faster. She called out, Zeke. Looking up at him on the ship, she demands an answer. Zeke, why didn't you come to graduation? I heard you aren't going to middle school, right? This is your graduation certificate. But a sudden gust of wind snatches the paper from her hand. It lands right in the water. No, it's getting wet, Alessia cries out. Zeke's voice calls down from the ship. It's all right, Senior Alessia. I'm going to make some money. We'll see each other again in 3 months, he says, waving goodbye. Zeke doesn't forget a final piece of advice. Please take care of yourself until then, Senior. Furious, Alessia throws the bouquet she was holding onto the ground. She screams back, You idiot! Stop forcing a smile because you can't cry anymore. Just get angry. Back in the present, she watches the boy fighting fearlessly and thinks, the foolish Zeke from back then. When did he become so strong? Her jaw drops as she stares. Zeke still has that smile, but now it's a smile of pure excitement. She wonders, are you actually enjoying this? He slashes the giant, drawing blood. The beast swings its fist, but Zeke parries with his sword. He doesn't die, but the force knocks him off the wall. The impact makes Zeke cry out in pain. The giant raises its hand for a finishing blow, but is suddenly pelted in the face with huge rocks, stunning Zeke. It's the army providing cover fire. On command, they keep launching projectiles. Fire, reload, fire! Meanwhile, Skatoon El Tora finds a safe spot and begins to chant. O Adronis, divine protector of balance, I ask for the power to shatter the chaotic heart before me. O Great One, by the ancient pact, please hear my call and descend with your great power, he continues, finishing the spell with the words, Seal the enemy before me. A grotesque hand materializes from thin air. Then another appears beside it. The magical hands wrap around the giant, binding it completely. Skatoon El Tora chants on, Breath of the gods, light of the sky, horn of Eldranis. Instantly, another hand holding a massive weapon appears and stabs the giant. The monster is trapped like a fish on a cutting board. Skatoon El Tora gives the signal. Zeke, now! He finally snaps back to reality. Ah, right. Quickly grabbing his sword, Zeke leaps up to deliver the final blow. But the giant snatches him out of the air with its free hand, and he screams in agony. Zeke! Alessia shouts. She rushes in to help, her sword slicing clean through the hand that holds him. You idiot, Zeke! Don't stop now! Go! He immediately obeys. Right, with one single strike, he obliterates the beast. Below, Skatoon El Tora just stares, speechless. At that very moment, dozens of other giants begin to converge on their position. They unleash pure destruction as screams fill the air. Alessia is sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Ah! Zeke is thrown back right after her. Only Skatoon El Tora remains standing. He begins another spell, Eldranis. Destroy them. But before he can finish, he's sent flying too. Zeke slams hard against the city wall, struggling to push himself up. He looks up at the giants and realizes they've all just noticed him. Their eyes are glowing blood red, their teeth razor sharp. He remembers Skatoon El Tora once said they travel in packs, completely unlike dragons. I can handle one or two, but how are we supposed to win against this many? He thinks in despair. You monsters! Brock roars with all his might. He attacks while shouting, Get out of our land! Zeke sees it and panics. Lord Canada! But before he can move, the man is caught. The grip is so intense that he screams in agony. Then suddenly, he falls silent. The giant is trying to shove him into its mouth. Zeke is horrified. Ah, no! The entire kingdom is descending into chaos. Then, once again, a last-second attack saves the man's life. Zeke stares in utter shock, having no idea what just happened. It's the kingdom's air force, and they finally arrived. Leading them is Cardentia. Lord Cardentia! Zeke cries out with relief. The knights below begin to cheer. The royal capital's army is here. Reinforcements have arrived. We're saved, model. Cadencia ignores all that. His eyes are sharp as he gives the order. Fire. You and I are watching as the AI soldiers unleash the Imperial Prison of Destruction, aiming all their power directly at the giant. At the same time, cavalry troops leap from the airships above, combining their attacks with sword strikes as they land on the giant's corpse. They give their lives to take the beast down, a final, piercing attack that triggers a massive, sky-shaking explosion, kicking up dust and debris everywhere. The giants can't even fight back, only scream in agony. Watching this all-out assault, Zeke can only wonder to himself, is this the true power of the Imperial Palace? From a distance, Demiurgos and the Golden Dragon are also watching. Well, looks like that's a wrap for now, she remarks. Zeke is definitely not C rank anymore. He's growing in a way that's completely abnormal. I don't really get it, she mutters, confused, but Demiurgos just throws his head back and laughs. How interesting. What is this feeling? His heart feels like it's on fire. A sudden thrill washes over him. He looks at Zeke and declares, I want to fight him, just once. With the last giant finally destroyed, the knights cheer in victory. It's finally over. The airships only begin their descent after they confirm not a single giant remains in the kingdom. Cadencia steps down. He orders his knights. There might still be enemies on the other side of the mountain. Send a squadron to search thoroughly. The rest of you, help dispose of the giant corpses. Yes, sir, the troops reply in unison. Just then he hears Bruo approaching. Zodiac Knight, thank you for coming. He introduces himself formally. I am Canadian Holyoke. Until the Imperial Palace sent aid, my clan did everything in our power to hold them off. A massive giant attack like this is rare. You've all worked hard, Cadencia says, offering encouragement. Then, he turns his gaze, smiling at Bruo. I heard that besides the Holyoke clan, there's another family in Jorix that joined the fight. How did it go? How were that warrior's contributions? The question seems to catch Bru by surprise. He remembers the state Zeke was in earlier, and then answers, how could a C rank possibly fight a G rank? On the contrary, he was just a hindrance, he scoffs. They're a fallen family, don't worry about them. More importantly, would you like to meet my daughter? It's only because of her that we were able to stop the giants in this battle. A true born genius, Your Highness. I'm certain she would be a great asset to the Imperial Palace. And yeah, you can see right through this guy, he's completely sidelining Zeke to push his daughter forward. But Cadencia's reply is flat, indifferent. Is that so? Yes, Bru continues. This isn't just a father's opinion, but the honest assessment of a fellow warrior. Zeke, meanwhile, pays them no mind. He's standing in a pile of rubble, staring in absolute shock at a face on the ground that looks exactly like his own. While Cadencia is talking with Bruo, a subordinate runs up with a message. Sir Canadian, a message from the Lord. He wishes to personally thank the Zodiac Knight at the Victory Feast for defeating the giants. Please invite him to attend. Sir Zodiac Knight, please don't refuse. Join us, Brew requests. Cadence doesn't hesitate. In fact, he agrees instantly. Of course, the honor is mine. Then let's go, Bruo says, gesturing for him to follow. As they walk away, Zeg is left behind completely. That night, a grand festival kicks off in Jorix. The main streets are lit up with festive lanterns hanging from every building. Every restaurant in the city is packed to the brim as people try to wash away the fear that had frozen their hearts. They laugh, drink, and share their joy together. In stark contrast to the bustling festival, a small group inspects the giant corpses. Seeing it up close, "It's much bigger than I imagined," the Lord exclaims. "To face a monster like this, you are truly incredible. You flatter me," Brew replies humbly. Suddenly, the Lord's eyes fix on the giant's head. He points and asks, "That cross-shaped slash. It doesn't look like it was made by your sword. Could it be the work of your daughter, Alessia?" He speculates, not even waiting for an answer. "Alessia fought as well, didn't she? Truly praiseworthy. It seems she has already surpassed you. Perhaps I should assign my personal guard duties to Alessia instead of you," the Lord teases. Hearing this, Brew's heart practically blooms with pride as he says, "I'll have to train her even more seriously to earn your favor." But before their laughter can fade, Cadencia speaks up. "I don't think so. Trust me, this is the moment we've all been waiting for." The Lord quickly steps in. "Ahem, Sir Cadencia. Even for a Zodiac Knight, it's hard to believe an underage kid could fight a giant, isn't it? But Alessia earned her A-rank title in middle school. She's the first in Jorix with the potential to become a G-rank hero. Yet Cadencia doesn't reply. He just stares intently at the gash. Then, he finally speaks. With the greatsword that Lady Canadian uses, it would be impossible to create a cut this sharp and precise. Sir Canadian, you are a swordsman yourself. Surely you know this," he says, turning to Bruo, waiting for a response. The Lord is even more shocked now. Then besides the Hollyoaks, who else in Jorix could possibly face a giant? From what I know, there is still one other family, Cadencia pointedly reminds them. "Surely you don't mean the Hollybeaks," the Lord scoffs. "Sir Cadencia, you seem to be misinformed. The Hollybeaks are F-rank. Forget a giant, they couldn't even handle a forest slime." Hearing this, Cadencia just smiles. "Sometimes," he begins, "the gods play the most ironic jokes. They have quite the sense of humor, after all." Back at the festival, everyone is still buzzing about the epic battle against the giants. That monster was so huge, one swing of its club sent wind blowing the roofs off houses. "Don't make things up. Weren't you hiding in the cellar? Hey, no fighting. Have another drink." The golden dragon slams her mug on the table. Already tipsy, she starts chewing Zeg out. "I told you to go get your 3 silver coins. All the heroes and soldiers who fought get a reward. Why didn't you take it, Zeg?" she demands. He just laughs it off. "Haha, I don't need it. I earned what I earned today. Just stopping the giant was enough for me," he says honestly. But Demiurgos calls him out. "You idiot. You're the type who counts every last coin, aren't you? You're the one who actually brought it down. You should be demanding 30 gold pieces." "I'm really okay, and besides," Zeg trails off, refusing the idea. He looks directly at Demiurgos and says, "If I stand out too much, it'll cause you trouble, Lord Demiurgos." And right there, that tells you everything you need to know about our main character's heart. More than any of that, I'm just so glad you two came back. You both disappeared so suddenly. I was worried I'd lost someone else, just like with Alex, he says, changing the subject. Demiurgos doesn't know what to say. After a moment, he decides, "From now on, I'll tell you before I go anywhere." "Really?" Zeg asks, his face lighting up. "What's gotten into you?" the golden dragon asks, stunned. Embarrassed by Zeg's overjoyed reaction, Demiurgos snaps, "Shut up!" And just like that, Alexia appears behind Demiurgos and the golden dragon. "Zeke, who are you? Are you really the Zeke I thought I knew?" "He's still a G-rank hero, no matter how you look at it," she says. Her sudden arrival startles Zeke. "Senior Alexia, why are you here? Aren't you always glued to the Lord's side?" Demiurgos asks, turning around. His words hit a nerve. "I just wanted to see if Zeke was okay. Is it a crime for me to be here?" Zeke immediately steps in to play peacemaker. "That's not it. Please, have a seat. You just fought for your life, and now you're being put to work. You're a real devil, you know that?" She looks at Zeke behind the counter, full of indignation for him. "How did you know?" he asks, genuinely curious. "Don't worry, Lord Dungium already used a healing spell on me," Zeke explains, trying to calm them both down. Alexia is stunned. The golden dragon is still gulping down her food, and Demiurgos is just enjoying his meal. A healing spell? You used high-tier holy magic like that? He replies nonchalantly. Can you stop being so surprised? From the start, I've been wearing armor made of dragon scales. Isn't it obvious we're not just some ordinary hero party? Yes, but it's Zeke, she stresses, trying to make her point. Demiurgos rests his chin on his hand, staring at her intently. What about Zeke? He has to be a G-rank hero forever? Wait, that's… She stammers, unable to form a complete sentence. I just had a fight with my father about this, so just drop it, she says, cutting the topic short. What? I didn't tell you to sit down, Demiurgos scoffs. Only Zeke maintains his gentle demeanor, asking, For my sake? She answers honestly, Yeah. Because you killed the giant, my father said he wants to sponsor your formal training, but when I told him to stop talking like that, he wouldn't even listen. Zeke is completely shocked to hear this, but he quickly forces a gentle smile and tries to soothe her. Lady Alexia, really, why would you say something like that? You always have to be number one, so why react so strongly? His words make her cheeks flush bright red with embarrassment, but suddenly, she gets angry and slams the table. Shut up, it's not for you, it's for Juris. Don't get cocky just because you killed one giant. I helped too, you know? Ah, yes, I'm sorry. Zeke quickly apologizes, trying not to draw attention from the people around them. Anyway, I'll prove to my father that just with me and Zeke, we can still complete G-rank missions. If we do that, he'll have no choice but to acknowledge you, she says proudly, crossing her arms. Whether I'm acknowledged or not doesn't really matter, Zeke says, speaking his mind. But she cuts him off before he can finish. I said shut up. Whether we do it or not is my decision. You just need to listen to me, got it? Yes. He agrees to everything just to keep the peace. The golden dragon, who's been listening in, makes a comment. Still can't be honest with yourself, can you? So cute. Youth truly is the best entertainment. Huh? What do you mean? Alexia slams the table again, glaring at her. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. It's just seeing you and Zeke so tangled up together. It's just so adorable, the golden dragon says, hiding a smirk. What? Tangled up? Please, don't you dare ship me with that guy Zeke, okay? It's absolutely disgusting, Alexia says, her reaction especially harsh. Ah, sorry. My apologies. I guess I was mistaken, the golden dragon says, realizing things were getting heated. I'll get you a bowl of noodles on the house. Please don't be angry. Zeke, standing behind the counter, tries to mediate again. Zeke, say something, Alexia demands, pulling him into it. But Demiurgos snaps. Hey, it's too noisy. Can you please just disappear? Zeke. A voice calls his name, grabbing his attention. It's Mrs. Jiro, and trust me, you can feel the entire mood shift right here. My grandson, Zeke. He hasn't come back. What happened? Zeke, I asked you to find him. Mrs. Jiro. He immediately turns to face her. Hearing her question, he suddenly remembers the image he saw that afternoon. He bows his head, his voice low. I'm sorry, Mrs. Jiro. When I found Zeke, he was all ready. Why? Mrs. Jiro can't believe what she's hearing. She starts crying as she confronts him. Why? You were there, so why is Zez still dead? You're a hero. He doesn't argue. Instead, he accepts all the blame. It's my fault. I wasn't strong enough, but that does nothing to ease her pain. In fact, she gets even angrier. You. She unleashes a torrent of curses. You damn bastard. So you just let my grandson die while you're here laughing and having a good time? Happy just because you sold a few bowls of noodles? All the other soldiers are injured, but you don't have a single scratch on you. I get it now. You were definitely hiding somewhere, weren't you? I felt sorry for you since you were a child. I gave you a job, and this is how you repay me? She yells, her voice getting louder, causing every eye in the place to turn towards them. She doesn't care about right or wrong, she just dumps all the blame on him. I was a fool to trust a hero from a bottom-tier clan. This is all your fault, Zeke. My Zeke is dead because of you. Hearing this, Alexia decides she has to speak up. No, ma'am, it was Zeke who took down all the giant monsters. But Zeke stops her from saying any more. He accepts the blame. That's right, ma'am. It's all my fault. I am so sorry. Zeke, she whispers, stunned by his actions, as Mrs. Jiro's anger only grows. She turns to leave, shouting back at him, I don't want to see your face ever again. Don't you dare call yourself a hero. The air turns heavy and silent, and just then, a voice cuts through the tension. How interesting. Cadenza is walking towards them. Zeke speaks first. Lord Cadenza, shouldn't you be in the castle? Why are you here? Being around those boring old men with beards doesn't suit me. Cadenza replies honestly. Seeing this new guest only infuriates Demiurgos more. Ugh, what is with today? Why am I surrounded by so many dislikable people? Where's that long curly-haired gentleman who's always with you? He asks politely, but the reply he gets is ice cold. He's dead. Don't worry about it. Zeke goes back into the kitchen and makes an offer. I don't know if it's to your taste, but please, let me treat you to a bowl of noodles. Cadenza doesn't answer. Instead, he asks a question of his own. Zeke, are you satisfied with this? Pardon? Zeke has no idea what he's talking about. He continues. An incompetent fool gets to stand by the Lord's side and enjoy all the praise, while you, the one who deserves it more than anyone, just sit here. Are you truly content with that? His words leave Zeke speechless. I saw the giant's corpse with my own eyes. Those sharp, fatal sword strikes. You, and you alone, took down a G-rank monster. If it weren't for you, at least half the people here would be dead. He glances at Alexia with a mocking tone, including those A-rank clans acting all high and mighty, but Zeke quickly tries to explain. No, everyone helped me. Cadenza's voice drops. So, you're okay with this? He won't let it go. I told the Lord it was your achievement, but he absolutely refused to accept it. And here it is, the cold hard truth of their world. How could the Lord of a city and those A-rank families ever admit they owe their lives to someone from an F-rank clan? That's why they intentionally didn't invite you. If you were G-rank, no, even if you were just D-rank, the Lord would be scrambling to get on your good side right now, even if your actual strength hadn't changed at all. Zeke, this world. Strength is important, but sometimes your background is even more so. Can you truly accept things as they are? He asks, gesturing toward Zeke. Then he answers his own question. No, not at all. It's not okay in the slightest. Despite Cardentia's passionate plea, Zeke remains firm in his decision. Thank you for your advice, sir, but my answer hasn't changed. This makes Cardentia's eyes narrow. He makes an offer. You should think carefully. There are many other heroes in this world. What you need isn't just money, and I can give you that. Demiurgos, who was eating, finally speaks up. Only if he reaches the night level. Cardencia shoots him a sharp look. You can't hide true strength forever. The time will come when you can't bear it anymore, the Golden Dragon says as Cardentia leaves. The lively atmosphere returns to the room, but Cardencia is gone. Zeke looks down, saying nothing. Suddenly, Demiurgos asks, why do you want to be a hero? Zeke, caught off guard, asks, Before replying, what do you mean by that, sir? I am from the Holobikma family. I heard you could just throw that name away, Demiurgos retorts. A low-class family isn't just unrecognized, it's looked down on. You can't even make decent money. There's no honor, no glory. Even when you do achieve something, you're met with suspicion and hatred, aren't you? Demiurgos says while savoring his noodles. He continues chewing. So why do you still want this? Because your ancestors did it? Is it the family dream? Or just because you were born into it? The Golden Dragon sits quietly, just watching Demiurgos. Zeke answers honestly, I've never thought about it that deeply, so please allow me to speak my current feelings. I believe everything in this world exists thanks to the sacrifices of heroes. He looks up at the sky. People can smile and chat under a clear night sky like this. Isn't it all because of the countless heroes who sacrificed themselves in the past? Even today was the same, because everyone fought their hardest and won. We can sit here and enjoy this moment. He's lost in his own thoughts, even as Alexia watches him silently. Zeke continues. Even if it's just a little, if my sacrifice can make this world a better place, wouldn't that be incredibly meaningful? That's why, if there's something behind me that needs protecting, I want to become a hero, one who never falls, no matter who the enemy is. Demiurgos immediately cuts him off. Never fall, One hit from the Demiurgos and you'd probably be out cold. The comment makes Zeke blush and scratch his head. Is that so? He continues voicing his thoughts. It's the kind of fantasy every hero has had at least once, but if I were the last hero standing, facing the Demiurgos, I absolutely would not fall. Even in death, I would rise again and keep fighting. But for someone like me, that'll probably never happen. But what if? Demiurgos asks again, and Zeke immediately snaps his gaze towards him. Demiurgos continues, his expression terrifyingly serious. If the Demiurgos appeared right in front of you, could you fight immediately, without hesitation? Even knowing you can't win and that you'll die alone for this worthless world? This world that despises you? Zeke smiles brightly and instantly replies, yes. Demiurgos stares at him as Zeke adds, I would fight without hesitation. His words leave Demiurgos stunned. I don't understand. What has this world ever done for you? And what about your siblings? Didn't you say they were important to you? He replies honestly, my siblings are heroes too. They would understand. In fact, they would be more proud of me for that than for an older brother who only does odd jobs in the village. Because that is the most glorious death for a hero, Zeke proudly proclaims. His words make Alexia, standing beside him, stare with wide-eyed shock. And Demiurgos speaks again. I truly cannot understand you, not even a little bit. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking, the people of the bloodline I've met so far? No. All the humans out there are nothing like you. So if some trash like that appeared claiming to be the final hero, if I were the Demiurgos, I wouldn't think twice about slaughtering them all. All right, I admit it, Demiurgos says, his voice taking on a different tone. The final hero I've always imagined is someone exactly like you. Zeke can only gape in astonishment. Demiurgos' gaze bores into him as he continues. Thinking it over, it would have to be some idiot with a foolishly insane belief. That's why, in the end, the Demiurgos could never truly win. Those who have always crave more. But those with nothing, like you, crave to give everything, he remarks. He finishes with words that only confuse young Zeke more. Going with him is fine, Demiurgos explains. If you want to follow him to the royal capital, I won't stop you. I think you're being wasted here. Consider our contract null and void. I'm setting you free. If you want to leave, then go. Zeke's hand, which was hanging loosely, suddenly clenches tight upon hearing those words. With a determined face and unwavering eyes, he looks at Demiurgos and says, No, sir. Please, keep me. You absolutely must keep me. I'm begging you, please, don't ever throw me away. His words are so earnest they make Demiurgos raise an eyebrow in shock. Zeke explains, Ever since you appeared in my life, I've felt like I'm finally the main character of my own story. So please, don't send me away. Demiurgos suddenly slams his chopsticks on the table, then points at Zeke and declares loudly, his expression almost comically childish, That's it. I'm not giving you another chance. You're the one who asked for this, so I'm not taking responsibility. Don't come crying to me later. Zeke smiles brightly and replies simply, Yes, sir. Demiurgos continues to scold him. You just threw away your only chance to escape. If you're not an idiot, what are you? You really are an idiot. Zeke just takes all the comments with a smile. Yes, I suppose I am an idiot. The golden dragon, annoyed, cuts in. Both of you are idiots. Demiurgos concedes. That's right, he says with a grin. Someday, when you've become incredibly strong, let's have a fight. Zeke quickly waves his hands, refusing the tempting offer. No, I couldn't possibly. How could I dare to fight you, Sir Demiurgos? Demiurgos rests his chin on his hand, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. How could I ever treat you badly? The golden dragon just watches them in silence. The lively atmosphere continues, though each of them is lost in their own thoughts. The Demiurgos always dies at the hands of the hero, a law of nature that seems impossible to change. For 665 centuries, that rule has never been broken. The battle against the giants seemed to be the end, but it was merely the small beginning of a massive upheaval yet to come. The next morning, the Lord summons Zeke and speaks. You are Zeke von Holibikma, correct? Zeke stammers in reply, yes, that's right. The Lord continues, It's a pleasure to meet you. You must be surprised to be called here so early in the morning, right? Zeke loudly denies it. Not at all, sir, the Lord explains. It's nothing serious. I just heard you performed great deeds in yesterday's battle against the giants. Even the investigator from the royal capital mentioned your contribution. Zeke humbly replies, You're too kind, my lord. I was only fulfilling my duty as a warrior of the Jorix wind lineage. Mondoneo repeats his words. He reflects on every word Zeke spoke. As a warrior of the Jorix wind lineage, you say? Yes, for a warrior. That's only natural, the Lord explains. I've summoned you to assign a mission. As your lord, I am entrusting this task to you at the northwestern edge of the world. Beyond the Horsbin Mountains, in the village of Phobesby, it seems a lich has appeared. The entire village has. I want you to handle that monster. Zeke's jaw drops in shock as he quickly asks, My apologies, but the Horsbin Mountains? Isn't that the territory of giants? And a lich is a lord-class monster. My lord, I'm only a D-rank warrior. Mondoneo coolly dismisses his argument. Yesterday, an investigator from the Imperial Palace told me you single-handedly defeated a giant monster. If that's true, your rank should be even higher than our pride of Jorix, Kanata himself. This is a mission only you can accomplish. He asks with a clear threat in his voice, Or are you saying the investigator from the Imperial Palace lied to me? Zeke quickly corrects himself. Ah, no, That's not what I meant. The Lord then drops a bag full of money in front of Zeke with a final instruction. Just reaching the Horsebin range will take at least 7 days. I've prepared some extra provisions for you. The man beside the Lord raises his voice. The Lord himself trusts you with this vital mission. Show some gratitude. Zeke is stunned, thinking, the Lord trusts me? He beams with excitement. Yes, I will definitely defeat the Lich and live up to your faith in me. Zeke departs, his heart still soaring. Wow, the Lord. He finally recognizes our Holy Beast clan. But the moment he's gone, the Lord slams his hand on the chair. And just like that, his true, ugly nature is revealed. If rumors spread that our Jorik's territory was saved by a kid like him, what would the other domains think? Kanata, are you sure he's the one who defeated that giant monster? Could it be that the Imperial Knights or you did all the work, and that kid just stumbled in and took the credit? Kanata admits, I was flustered at the time, so I'm not certain. But the truth doesn't matter. If a Knight of Jorik says it, everyone will believe it. If it gets out that our territory relied on an F-rank clan, we'd become a laughingstock. No, other clans might even start eyeing our city, the Lord adds. He then declares with conviction, a matter like this must be handled decisively. Lord Mondoneo continues in a low voice. Ah, I almost forgot to mention. He smirks wickedly as he explains. The thing in Phobesby isn't just a regular lich, it's an archlich. If that kid is truly G-rank, he might just survive. And if he actually manages to defeat it, we could give him a decent title and keep him as a city knight. Not a bad deal. Even so, I'll make sure his rank always stays low. Don't worry, that's what good friends are for, right? He continues. He looks at Kanata and explains, people now believe you and Alexia defeated the giant monster together. If we ignore an A-rank clan to say an F-rank clan did it, your family's name would be ruined. Mondoneo mutters sinisterly. And if he disappears, all the better. He's from a clan no one cares about anyway, in a world that never changes. Isn't that what peace is all about? He asks, while Zeke faithfully carries out his mission. For an F-rank clan, 5 gold coins is more than enough for a funeral. Meanwhile, Zeke's group, including Demiurgos, is on the road. Demiurgos props his head on his hand and scoffs. A whole lord and he only gives you 5 gold coins? What a cheapskate. The golden dragon reminds him, money isn't the issue. The fact that the Lord personally assigned the mission means he's been recognized to some extent. He shoots back. Recognition should be shown with money. This verbal recognition stuff? He can keep it for himself. She asks, then how much do you recognize Zeke, giving him such a measly salary? Demiurgos is speechless. Wow, you're cold. Why do you have to measure a person's worth in money? But Zeke is lost in his own world, thinking, I can do this. I'll definitely succeed. As the 6-wheeled carriage rumbles on, Demiurgos speaks up. Oh, that reminds me. I heard your siblings went to the Imperial City. Zeke replies cheerfully. Yes, they're on a study trip. They're so excited to meet the Holy Emperor and see all the amazing sights. Demiurgos asks, what are your siblings' names? Zeke answers with enthusiasm. My sister is Sydney, and the youngest is Regin. Someone remarks. You found that out quick, to which Demiurgos retorts. Their lives have nothing to do with me, Zeke happily adds. They both see you as a benefactor, Sir Demiurgos. They said they'll study hard to become great warriors and help you. Demiurgos replies dismissively, my exploitation stops with you. Whatever you do with the money you earn is your own business. Don't drag me into it. The golden dragon chimes in, so you do have a conscience, and he coolly replies, of course. He then turns back to Zeke. Someone sacrificed their whole life to raise them. They better become even greater warriors. Hearing this, Zeke becomes a bit contemplative, as Demiurgos watches him closely. And here's where Demiurgos asks a question that hits a little too close to home. Zeke, what do you think a warrior is? Zeke is taken aback. Huh? He explains. Warriors are those blessed by the gods who defeated the Demiurgos in the war 665 centuries ago. Demiurgos cuts him off. Don't give me that textbook answer. This catches Zeke by surprise. Demiurgos clarifies what he really wants to know. I'm talking about that title of warrior that your ancestors and your siblings are risking their lives for. Surely you have your own definition of a warrior, right? What you, Zeke, truly believe. At this, Zeke is completely stunned. He looks up at the sky, lost in thought. Then, a smile spreads across his face. I think it's bottomless courage. The answer surprises Demiurgos. Zeke lowers his eyes sadly and explains, because the Demiurgos is terrifying. No, forget the Demiurgos. This world is filled with monsters and demons. There isn't a single creature weaker than humans. Compared to them, we are incredibly weak. But the moment a warrior appears, hope is rekindled. He continues, as long as the warrior doesn't fall and stand strong at the front, everyone will think the same thing, right? Someone answers, the warrior hasn't fallen, so let's just hold on a little longer. Zeke's eyes burn with determination. When 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people join forces, I believe humans can overcome anything, even if the opponent is the Demiurgos. Demiurgos cuts in, why are you being so long-winded? Basically, if you're not afraid, you can't fail, right? Zeke hesitates. I guess that's right. Demiurgos presses on. Then what's the point of dividing ranks into F and D? And what's this whole pure blood business about? You and I can see the brutal logic here. In the end, if all you need is willpower, anyone can be a warrior, right? So why are some people rich because of their rank, while others are despised and forced to live in misery? Zeke replies. But the Demiurgos is still incredibly strong. Willpower alone isn't enough. To face the Demiurgos, shouldn't we choose heroes with exceptional fighting skills? Let's unpack that thought for a second. Demiurgos ponders this. Combat ability, magic, grades from every school level, wealth, sponsors, pure bloodlines, so many factors. Then, he speaks softly, catching everyone's attention. Actually, he shares his own idea of a hero. I thought heroes were chosen by the heavens, bathed in divine light beings you'd instantly recognize as the chosen one. With a sad look, he continues, a destiny you can see at first glance. Honestly, it scares me a little. How ridiculous. The golden dragon, though reading, shifts her attention to Demiurgos. Zeke speaks up, offering his view. If we go by your criteria, then I have nothing. No education, no money, no sponsors, and certainly no special bloodline. I don't meet a single condition. He laughs wryly. Looks like I'm a complete and utter failure. Demiurgos thinks to himself, that's precisely why I chose you, kid. His eyes sharpen as he continues his inner monologue. And as for me, beheaded and leading fools like you for years, I must be the greatest loser of all. The golden dragon beside him calls out, hey, Demiurgos, how did you end up meeting that new servant of yours? His mind flashes back to their meeting. I just put up a job posting, he replies. And he showed up, insisting I hire him. Something like that. She smirks. How interesting. She then whispers something in his ear that makes him a little uneasy, and trust me, you'll want to hear this. Be careful of him. Demiurgos looks surprised. You know him? She replies quietly. I have a theory, but I can't say it out loud. Hearing this, Demiurgos just bursts out laughing. Have you forgotten who I am? He says cryptically. To me, everything in this world is just a game. There's nothing I need to be careful about. The golden dragon simply says, suit yourself. I've given my warning. He just keeps on laughing. Don't worry, he says. I'm being as reckless as I possibly can. Skatoon Golden Dragon seems to realize something and lets out a dangerous smirk. The group picks up the pace and moves forward. As evening falls, they stop to rest and cook. Everyone enjoys a simple bowl of noodles, and Demiurgos keeps a watchful eye on their surroundings. Soon after, they all drift off to sleep. Only Skatoon Golden Dragon remains awake, standing vigil on a large rock. His eyes suddenly gleam, and he leaps down into the darkness. He returns with a whole wild boar, much to everyone's delight. By morning, they're back on the road, with the sun high in the sky. By afternoon, they stop again for a routine break. Night falls, and they sleep. Morning comes, and they walk. They stop to eat, then walk some more. The cycle repeats, sleep by night, travel by day. They journey down one road after another, traveling from the bright morning sun, through the fading light of dusk, and into the deep of night. The next morning, as they continue their journey, Zeke suddenly points ahead. That's the Husband Mountain Range. On the other side is the land of giants, a place where humans can't survive. Demiurgos follows his gaze. Skatoon Golden Dragon points toward a crack in a distant wall. Look over there. That's the Wall of Woe. Someone else chimes in. I've read about that in textbooks. They explain that the Wall of Woe was hastily built as a last line of defense against the giants. During the Great War between humans and giants 500 years ago, they say the bodies of fallen heroes were piled even higher than the wall itself. Zeke smiles, excited. I never thought I'd get to see this monument to the hero's sacrifice with my own eyes. We just need to go around these mountains, Skatoon Golden Dragon announces. It'll take about 2 more days to reach Phobesby Village. Let's get moving. Zeke nods in agreement as the cart moves on, the desolate scenery leaving him speechless. This This has to be the place. As he's taking in the shocking sight, a lazy voice from behind him snaps him out of it. Zeke. Demiurgos points forward with a smirk and gives an order. Go on ahead, Lich Hunter. Zeke's face turns pale. Alone? He stammers. In response, everyone else on the cart just nods. He turns green with fear, his hands gripping his face as he trembles. I'm so scared. A few moments later, amidst the ruins, Zeke is taking hesitant steps forward. And just like that, he's walking alone through this absolute wasteland. Let's see how our boy handles the pressure. The smell is horrible, he mutters. Everything's been dead for a long time. He glances around nervously, wondering, where is the Lich's tomb? I just want to find it quickly and get out of here. Just as Zeke reaches a fork in the road, his eyes are drawn to something in the distance. Looming before him is a gloomy cathedral, hidden behind countless gravestones. The grim, unnerving sight makes Zeke's face go pale with fear. I've fought giants and dragons before. Get a grip, Zeke! After a quick pep talk, he finally musters the courage to step inside the cathedral. Excuse my intrusion, he says with a nervous laugh, trying to calm himself down. As he panics, he suddenly hears a strange humming from deeper inside the church. 5 silver coins in my hand. Traveler, please lend a hand. Offer 7 silver coins, and heaven draws nearer. Zeke turns his head to see a strange man muttering to himself. I only need 7 more. If you wish to pass this way, then offer 7 pieces of silver. The man holds out his hand, a bizarre, twisted smile on his face. If not, then let me personally ferry you to the other side. The man's freakish gesture sends a jolt of shock through Zeke, leaving him gaping. After a moment, he snaps out of it. Zeke laughs awkwardly and tries to explain, Sorry, but I don't have that kind of money. Besides, shouldn't I be the one giving you a ride? How can you give me one? Oh, and you really shouldn't be here alone, he adds. Sir, there's a lich here. After everything he's been through with Demiurgos, Zeke isn't fazed by weirdos anymore. Hearing this, the man furrows his brow. A lich? He lowers his head. Young man, you came here looking for a lich? Why? What for? Without a hint of suspicion, Zeke grins innocently and states his purpose. To destroy it, of course. I'm a hero, after all. The second the words leave his mouth, the man's eyes, hidden under his hood, flash with a strange light. A hero? He asks in a raspy voice. Could you be a pureblood? Caught off guard, Zeke forces a laugh. Well, yes, but not a full pureblood. At that moment, the man's voice turns dark, making Zeke clutch his weapon in alarm. Finally, you've fallen into my trap. He stares intently at Zeke. What? The man points his staff at Zeke and screams in a transformed voice. I don't need your silver anymore, Nagus Rung. To open the gates to the underworld, I need your blood. On pure instinct, Zeke throws up his shield to block the wave of dark energy just before it hits him. But the man's dark power is too strong, and Zeke is thrown backward. Enraged, he tosses his shield aside and summons his own power. So you're the Lich, Fireball. However, the moment his fireball hits the spot where the man was standing, he's gone, vanished. This freaky development leaves Zeke stunned. He disappeared? Just then, the old man reappears right above him with a taunting smile, clearly enjoying these little mind games. He lets out a roar, hacking down with his scepter. After dodging, Dick grits his teeth in pure rage and lunges at him again. But just as his sword connects, the man vanishes like smoke, and then he's behind him. A critical blow slams right into Dick's waist. Spurred by the constant provocations, Dick instinctively swings back, but his sword cuts through empty air. Damn it. Watching him struggle and flail, the man just laughs mockingly. So easy to trick, you foolish little hero. You think you can keep up? With a final laugh, he fires a blast of pure dark energy right at him. Die! Overwhelmed by countless shadow attacks, Dick can do nothing but let out a piercing scream. But through that suffocating darkness, you can still see the unbreakable will in his eyes. As the afterimages circle him, Dick clenches his jaw, thinking, he's too fast. I can't track him. Right then, the voice of Skatoon El Tora rings in his head. Calm down, open your eyes. Observe even the smallest changes. Using every last bit of his strength, Dick finally spots the man's true form. Found you. Without a second's hesitation, he thrusts his sword straight for him. However, the moment the blade is about to hit, the man dissolves again, leaving only his taunting voice behind. I told you, you can never keep up with me. Just then, Kandanshia's voice echoes. The dagger was just a feint, and in that split second, the real Dick lands a clean strike right across the man's neck. Don't worry, that was just a fake-out. Within seconds, the man's head is sent flying to the ground by a single slash. But Dick doesn't stop, unleashing his next skill, Moonlight Annihilation, 6th form. He follows up by thrusting his blade straight through the man's torso. But the second the sword makes contact, something bizarre happens. The body begins to convulse, making Dick hesitate, and in a flash, a torrent of black liquid erupts outwards, blasting Dick away. He hits the ground hard, yelling, "What is this stuff? The smell is horrible!" Looking at the limp body, he collapses in relief, screaming, "I destroyed him! I got the lich!" But you and I both know it's never that easy, is it? Just as he's celebrating, the corpses hanging from the ceiling suddenly begin to applaud, making Dick stare up in complete confusion. The sight is absolutely nightmarish. Faceless bodies, suspended in midair, are all clapping their hands. Suddenly, the corpse behind him moves, catching his eye. The man's severed head, lying on the floor, cracks a sinister smile and mutters, "It is complete." Delicious guts, meat, brain, and bones. Truly the chosen bloodline. The head continues its horrifying speech. Offer the blood of Holyoke to resurrect the great Lord Sedemus. As if summoned, the trail of blood running down Dick's cheek begins to glow. In an instant, a single drop falls to the stone floor, the sound echoing in the dead silence. From that one drop of blood, the entire floor erupts with a thick web of crimson veins. They all snake their way towards the coffin, resting on the high platform. The veins quickly crawl up the side of the coffin, and in the blink of an eye, they slither up and over the edge, disappearing inside. A moment later, a hoarse voice croaks from within the coffin. "More. Give me more." As the words fade, countless grotesque veins burst out from the coffin. At the same time, the hanging corpses all open their blood-red eyes. While Zeke is stunned by this hellish scene, the dead man's bony arm points straight at him. He lets out a horrifying laugh and gives the order, "Seize him!" Instantly, the dormant ghouls roar to life and charge straight for Dick. They're completely feral, eyes glowing red, mouths wide open, with rotting muscle and torn flesh. They leap down from the ceiling in a frenzy. Their glowing red eyes and unnatural jumping power, it seems they were once normal townspeople, now completely mindless. At the same time, other demons claw their way out of the ground, strong enough to shatter solid rock. They may be soulless puppets, but they are unnaturally fast and strong. I mean, look at this. How is anyone supposed to fight back against a horde like that? They rush him like the wind. It feels like if they even touch a single hair on his head, they'll devour him whole or shred him to pieces in less than a second. He uses all his strength to fight them off, but it's a desperate struggle. Fighting one was tiring enough, this is an entire swarm. He raises his shield, but they claw at it, trying to rip it away, and from the pained look on his face, he can't hold on for long. One arm and one shield against dozens of grasping hands. He has no room to even think about a counterattack. Suddenly, the shield is ripped from his grasp. With only the sword in his other hand, he screams in panic, "My shield!" A ghoul grabs the sword and laughs manically. Dick is terrified he has no weapons left. They're just too strong. Seeing their chance, the ghouls swarm in, grabbing his arms to tear him apart on the spot. He's terrified, but he's completely surrounded and restrained. One of them sinks its teeth into his arm. A drop of blood begins to form, then falls. At that exact moment, the coffin in the center of the cavern shakes violently, erupting in a blinding red light. The demon lord inside blasts the lid off the coffin and emerges. It lets out a primal scream as its body transforms, tearing its clothes to shreds. Its hands are covered in bloody veins, sprouting razor-sharp claws. Before, they were ghouls in human form, craving flesh. Now, they've become true bloodthirsty demons with long horns and vicious fangs. Dick trembles in absolute fear, drenched in a cold sweat. He thinks, "Every time I bleed, they level up? I can't bleed anymore." The demon roars, its eyes bulging with blood vessels and an eerie white glow. The demon. Noah backs away in terror, activating his tail, which unleashes a bright pink light towards the demonic horde. It seems the light is working. Any demon caught in its path is instantly burned and sliced in two, sending flesh and gore flying in a horrific display. But there are just too many of them. Noah gets caught and can't break free. One by one, they swarm him, gnawing at his body. He screams in agony, praying for some powerful hero to appear and save him. He struggles with all his might to keep from being eaten alive. As his blood falls, the veins connected to the coffin glow brighter. Suddenly, the coffin explodes, and something is shot out. A new presence makes him look up. The ghouls have stopped attacking him. They're all lined up, kneeling before something, or someone. He watches as one ghoul on the other side offers its own head in tribute. The severed head whispers, "Our king," the Lord of Leashes, I offer you my devotion. Please, be resurrected. Dick looks up in shock. A white-haired figure, the true demon lord, now stands there. He looks ancient, and he radiates a demonic energy so powerful it's bone-chilling. This was the thing inside the coffin, unsealed by Dick's blood. He speaks, his voice low, like an echo from the grave itself. I, Sadamus. From this moment on, humans, elves, dwarves, and even demons, every living being will kneel before me. Tremble, world, for true evil has arrived, and all Dick can do is stare, utterly failing to grasp the horror he has just unleashed. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. His defiant glare stands out among the demons, groveling before the Lich King, and you can bet that look gets him noticed instantly. The king is intrigued. You're not afraid of me? Zeke scoffs and replies, honestly, I'm not. You call yourself true evil, but to be real, you're just a little. The king explodes with rage, shouting, I am the ruler of liches. Just facing me should fill any beating heart with primal fear. So why not you? Zeke wonders to himself, yeah, why? Suddenly, an image of someone flashes in his mind. He just smiles, inwardly cursing himself for thinking of that person right now. Seeing that disrespectful look, the king roars, you're smiling? You dare smile in my presence? You must have a death wish. Suddenly, backup arrives. Skatoon, Eltora, Demiurgos, and the Golden Dragon. Demiurgos strides in with pure arrogance. Do I really have to step in for a single lich? What took you guys so long? Let's wrap this up. I'm starving. Seeing his saviors arrive, Zeke is overjoyed. He calls out, Lord Demiurgos. But when Demiurgos spots the Lich King by a distant coffin, he's a little surprised. Not with fear, but with a question. What is that? That dried-up, gloomy husk looks like it's been rotting for 10,000 years. Who is he? The insult almost makes the old Lich's head explode. He starts to yell, how dare then suddenly powers down. He switches tactics, playing weak. To say such rude things to me. Then he roars an order to his minions to charge. O ye dead, kill them now. Grant them the most gruesome end. But the heroes just stand there, completely unguarded. Only Zeke is on high alert. The demons are about to hit, but the three are totally calm, even smiling and yawning. With a single wave of his hand, Demiurgos sends the demons flying dozens of meters away, a display of power that leaves Zeke speechless. The Lich King sees this and knows Demiurgos is no ordinary foe. He asks, you defeated my magic-infused minions with one hand? Who are you? Demiurgos just throws the question right back at him. And who are you? The Lich screams, I am Sadamus, the strongest being to ever transcend the human, demon, and hell realms. If the Zodiac Knights hadn't sealed my heart, this world would already be mine. Demiurgos just gives him another look of contempt. Rule the world? The Demiurgos couldn't even manage that, and you think you can? Sadamus just laughs maniacally. The magic flowing through me surpasses even the Demiurgos. Once I have my true power, no one can stop me. Demiurgos just grins. Sounds fun. All right, I'll remove that seal for you. Go ahead, give it your best shot. But if you fail, you have to do one thing for me. Deal? Sadamus loves this, roaring. This seal is something that even I, Sadamus, cannot break. In a single flash, Demiurgos is right in front of him and shatters the lock sealing Sadamus, leaving him in total shock. But the Golden Dragon knows how impulsive Demiurgos is. That idiot is causing trouble again. She flies up, trying to stop him, but Demiurgos is just getting hyped up. He taunts the Lich, breaking the rest of the chains on him. Come on, try it, he says, but then he hesitates, hearing the Lich's chilling laughter. He realizes he just might have freed an actual monster. As the seals break, Sadamus erupts with terrifying power. The explosion sends rock and debris flying everywhere. The Golden Dragon's group watches from the side, completely horrified. In the middle of the storm, he lets out a dark, raspy laugh. His eyes glow red, filled with fury. A new demon king has descended upon this world. All who breathe, kneel before me. But Demiurgos still maintains his arrogant posture, unfazed. I don't know how you did it, but thank you very much, ruler of death, Sadamus says ominously. Now, die. But nothing happens. The air becomes weirdly silent. Demiurgos asks bluntly, hey, what are you doing? Sadamus stammers in confusion, why isn't this working? Okay, I know what you're thinking. Game over, right? Well, watch this. Sadamus tries again. Oh, darkness, show me your power! Everything will return to dust! Soul extinction. A fist slams into his face mid-chant. Demiurgos powerfully smashes Sadamus into a wall. He clutches his face in pain. Me, the great Sadamus. He staggers back, his red eyes now filled with terror. Demiurgos aggressively rushes forward to attack. The punch closes in as Sadamus stands there, stunned. He's been sealed for 1,000 years, and only now does he realize how outmatched he is. The Golden Dragon, and Zeke can only laugh. They know that getting hit by Demiurgos would hurt even a corpse. Demiurgos smiles. Had enough? Sadamus meekly replies. Yes. He dares to ask, who in the world are you? Demiurgos replies nonchalantly, you don't need to know, just call me Lord Demiurgos. With a flick of his wrist, a magic screen appears, displaying a contract. Sadamus, bruised and battered, doesn't understand what's happening. The contract appears with clear terms between Party A, Demiurgos, and Party B, Sadamus. 1. Party B becomes a member of Party A's team. 2. Party B will obey all of Party A's commands absolutely. 3. This relationship will last indefinitely until Party A wishes to end it, and only Party A has the right to void the contract. 4. Glory and wealth from adventures will be distributed to Party B at a time and amount that Party A desires. 5. Party B is not allowed to raise any objections to the above terms. He stammers, what is this? Demiurgos says cheerfully, I told you, didn't I? If you couldn't conquer the world after I broke the seal, you had to follow one condition I set. Besides, I need a new employee for the shop. Sign it. With his one eye that isn't swollen shut, he stares at the contract. Sadamus can't help but say, this contract seems incredibly unfair. Demiurgos isn't surprised, I know. On a horse-drawn carriage rattling down a dirt road, Sadamus watches Demiurgos enjoying the ride. He then turns away, lost in thought, his gaze deep and heavy. As the carriage passes through a forest, he speaks up without thinking. I am Sadamus, a great mage. 1,000 years ago, during the 655th Great War, I fought alongside the last knight against the Demon King. He was once a mage like that. Zeke immediately responds, you were a comrade of the last one in that battle? Let that sink in for a second. The villain we just saw get humiliated was once a hero. That's right, he replies. Zeke hesitates, wanting to say something, but stops. Sadamus continues, as if reliving the bloody battle. In the final fight, I was cursed. I was hit by the evil energy of the sloth demon, causing my flesh to slowly rot away, Sadamus recounts, his voice numb, as if his emotions have long since died. After the Great War ended, the last knight also passed away. In that entire party, I was the only one lucky enough to survive. Tears he can't hold back stream down his cheeks as he smiles bitterly. Back then, I actually thought I was lucky. After the war, he alone had to endure endless pain. Every day there were parties hailing him as a hero who survived the apocalypse. But when night fell, the pain from the curse would take over his body. His trembling hand reached for demonic magic. The demon lord's curse is something no one can break. Through the pain, I became a monster and finally touched forbidden magic. Rach, terrified, asks, dark magic? Sadamus calmly admits, yes, I made a pact with the darkness and gained eternal life. He continues, explaining that the Holy Imperial Palace eventually discovered the truth, and one fateful night, the Zodiac Knights attacked, sealing him away in an ancient tomb, hidden deep within these mountains. A dark energy still radiates from it, marking him as something that should never have existed. He laughs bitterly. A hero who sided with darkness, who became a necromancer, how could they possibly tell the world a story like that? Rach, who's been listening intently, can't help but sigh, calling it a truly sad tale. Sadamus looks a bit surprised as the boy speaks his mind, his eyes full of sorrow. Sir Sadamus, your story isn't in any of the hero textbooks. You fought to save the world, but in the end, you were cursed, forgotten, and locked away alone in this dark crypt. He replies as if he's accepted it all. Isn't that the destiny of a hero, after all? It would have been better if I had died on that final day, he says. At least then, my name would have been written in the history books. Sadamus's eyes are heavy with fatigue. He changes the subject. You must be from the 5th generation. You've probably never thought about the lives of us 4th generation folks. Rach's expression suddenly turns serious. Sadamus doesn't say more, just stares ahead at the familiar road. 1,000 years ago, when I was locked in that coffin and brought here, I traveled this very path. Strange. A millennium has passed, and nothing's changed. Demiurgos finally chimes in. What? 1,000 years and everything's still the same? Sadamus recalls those final moments. Yes, I remember it perfectly. It was the last thing I saw before I closed my eyes. The gloomy coffin, bound tightly with iron chains. Through a tiny crack, a single red eye sheds a stream of pained tears as a procession with a horse-drawn carriage moves slowly down this road. Demiurgos asks again, "You mean it's looked exactly like this since the 600th century?" The golden dragon just looks at him blankly. Is there a problem? If there's no reason to change, it stays the same. He doesn't say it out loud, but he's thinking it. Everything operates in perfect order, within a flawless system, a land of overlapping mountains shrouded in a soft mist, a world where nothing ever changes. No matter how much you struggle, it's meaningless. Everything is simply the will of heaven. Demiurgos' gaze shifts to the side, sharp and piercing, but then he lets out a tired sigh. Anyway, this other world is definitely distorted. The golden dragon retorts, "When you've got nothing else to say, you call it distorted? Looks perfectly straight to me." He calls out, "Hey, contractor, you're a mage, so you must know more than just dark magic, right? From now on, you're Zeke's magic teacher." He then cheerfully reminds Zeke, "Study hard, because sooner or later, you'll have to face me in a real fight." Then he gives the order, "Let's head back to Jorix. This is starting to feel like a drag. Now, stick with me here, because night falls, and the real training is about to begin." A grotesque zombie appears, and Zeke faces off against the ferocious horde. He swings his sword with all his might, but his attacks do nothing. The zombies just get more excited, roaring, until a blast of light shoots down from the sky. The light slams into the monsters, and they shriek in pure agony. From behind, Sadamus calmly instructs him, "Physical attacks are meaningless against the undead. You must purify them with holy fire." Under the moonlight, he looks up and commands, "Awaken the holy fire within you, Zeke. Believe in the presence of the holy God. Feel that infinite entity, that limitless source of power." Zeke decides, "I'll try again." The other three watch the fight unfold. Demiurgos suddenly asks, "So, what's your take on Zeke? As a human, is he any good? Or is he too average to even judge?" Golden Dragon grins, "He's excellent." "Really?" Demiurgos asks, surprised. Golden Dragon replies seriously, "Yes. He's 23. With steady progress, he could fully blossom in about 20 more years." Demiurgos raises an eyebrow. "And after he blossoms?" Golden Dragon says with excitement, "D+ rank." He smiles as he says it. "Reaching D+ won't be a distant dream anymore." Demiurgos turns to look at him, then says flatly, "D+, huh? Not bad at all." Golden Dragon draws his sword. "Well then, I should go teach him some swordsmanship." The Golden Dragon looks at Demiurgos and asks, "Aren't you going back to your headquarters? Your family is in trouble." He answers calmly, "Just forget it. It's probably just another one of their schemes. I'm planning to just let those 7 rot and die off anyway." Her voice remains flat, emotionless. Let's say, hypothetically, if there were no Demiurgos, what would the demons do? Demiurgos seems a bit confused. The Golden Dragon continues, "The war will happen in 20 years. The demon world has to attack humanity. But without a Demiurgos, who will face the hero?" He replies, "Without a Demiurgos, they probably wouldn't attack." Demiurgos then explains, "The energy source they need, the demonic spirit Chi, takes 80 years to generate. It's that power that allows them to ravage the land. If that core weapon is gone, what do they have to fight with?" The Golden Dragon gets it. "So there's a chance the Great War in 20 years won't happen." Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, this was his checkmate move all along. But he adds, "It can be done." She smiles, a genuine, happy smile. "I see, so that's how you're going to bring Alex and Daros back. If you return and announce you'll continue as the Demiurgos, they'll automatically come back. Without you, their entire reason for existing is gone." Demiurgos smiles back. "So I just need to pretend to return." For the first time, emotion fills her eyes. "Don't just pretend. Go back for real, you insect." He asks, "Is my presence here disrupting the order of things? Even the Great War?" She replies, "For now, yes." Demiurgos closes his eyes and accepts it. "All right, I'll go back." The Golden Dragon is so shocked she gasps, "Really?" But then he adds a condition. "If I die," she just clicks her tongue in annoyance. We cut to a different sky, to a castle shrouded in gloom. A shadowy figure stands silently before an empty coffin. Another cloaked person stands motionless in the desolate room. Suddenly, a soft sound from behind catches their attention. Their hand clenches a shard, veins bulging, as a cold voice speaks. A new sacrifice has willingly stepped into the coffin. That same hand grabs a grotesque, writhing head. "Oh, spirit of the dead, awaken and seize this new flesh. Devour this new soul." From the ground, pale hands erupt like the roots of a dead tree. Vicious, undead rise up, swarming and surrounding the cloaked figure. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from a doorway behind them. A clean, sharp slash cuts a zombie clean in two as blades of light flash wildly around the demonic room. It lunges forward, and the undead horde panics, unable to react. A moment later, like a boomerang, the blade flies back toward the cloaked figure, where a massive hand snatches it from the air. A calm, yet taunting voice rings out. "When I saw the sword Antares flying by, I knew you must have arrived first. All right, let's jump right back in." "Long time no see," Sir Oridon, a robed figure, says, slowly lowering his hood to reveal Cardencia Panholy, a noble from the Zodiac Nye. Oridon cheerfully throws an arm over his shoulder. "What's with Sir Oridon? We're friends, no need to be so formal." "Just call me Oridon," he insists, but Cardencia shoves him back a step. "We are comrades, not friends." "And another thing," Cardencia continues, "you work fast. I thought you just got here." But Oridon shakes his head. "Wasn't me. Someone else beat us to it." Cardencia rests his chin on his hand. According to the records, the being sealed here is Sadamus. He then lays out everything he knows. Sadamus was the great archmage who fought with the last heroes 1,000 years ago, but he willingly made a pact with darkness to become the Lich King. Cardencia's eyes gleam. And not just any Lich. If it's not someone on our level, like a Zodiac Knight, nobody stands a chance. Yet someone already took him down? Strange. Cardencia explains that weird things have been happening, dragons breaking peace treaties, and just days ago, giants attacked an entire city. Oridon looks shocked. Giants attacked a city? He gets a nod. Our intel says they fled their mountain range in a huge hurry. Oridon presses. Fled from what? No idea, Cardencia replies flatly. That's why I'm here at this mountain range to find out. His eyes turn cold. Lately things have been happening that defy all common sense. He suddenly recalls Zeke's face. And that includes them. Oridon lights up. Them? You mean Zeke and his crew? He playfully taps Cardencia's shoulder. I heard you're obsessed with some kid. The whole holy temple is talking. What's so special about him that he caught the eye of a psycho who only cares about gods? Now, here's where things get really interesting. Cardencia admits, I think his power has already surpassed G rank. To be generous, I'd say he's top of D rank, and he's only 17. Oridon shouts, What? Then drag him to the holy temple now. Why keep him a secret? Are you trying to keep him all to yourself? Cardencia's gaze turns ice cold. He refused, he says grimly, but he will come, eventually. The gods never waste a useful tool. He then turns to leave. Enough small talk. Let's move. Investigating this giant situation won't be easy, but Oridon just slings an arm right back around his shoulder. He grins, ignoring Cardencia's annoyed look. With the two of us, what's to fear? This is our first time on the same team since we were rookies. Thrilling, Cardencia deadpans. We failed miserably that time, which is why we've never been teamed up again. So why did the temple send you here after I specifically objected? Oridon just keeps walking, beaming. I'll just assume that means you're happy to see me. Cardencia just looks confused. As they walk off, Oridon complains, Hey, the temple gave you a private airship? How come I didn't get one? Obviously, Cardencia replies. It's because you've already destroyed 3 of them. Oridon blinks. I did that? Meanwhile, back with our crew, everyone is training hard while Demiurgos and the Golden Dragon are fast asleep. Sadamus watches Zeke intently. This is the origin of magic. Zeke holds white magic in one hand and black in the other, looking panicked. Mana. Sadamus calmly explains. It's divided into black and white magic, depending on whether you're attacking or defending. Countless other types exist based on the world's natural elements, but they all come from the same source, he adds. The sacred energy gifted by the gods. El Toro looks on, completely serious. Even apprentice mages need a year just to form a single mana crystal, yet you did it instantly. Zeke's growth is shockingly unnatural. Okay, let that sink in. His gaze sharpens. It's like something is coming. Fast. And he's being artificially powered up to prepare for it. Zeke just stares at the mana in his hands. Elsewhere, a city of 1,000 black towers burns under the moonlight. Ifrit walks into a room, only to stop dead, his eyes wide with shock. Alex and Daros are waiting for him, as if they knew he was coming. Ifrit screams in pure terror. You're still alive? The two just stare back, their eyes filled with pure hatred. Ifrit is still reeling. What's going on? We held a funeral for you. We thought you were dead. A cold voice cuts through the air. Now, it's your turn, Yifrit. You are the final piece. Behind a door, Alex's eyes glow like molten lava. A volcano erupts, spewing lava right at him. Ifrit screams, "If you do this, we're all dead. The human world, the demon world, everything will be annihilated." Alex just cracks a cold, chilling smile. That's exactly what I want. Back in the forest, the sun rises on Demiurgos' sleeping group. Flowers are blooming in a scene of perfect peace, and then the ground cracks wide open as a searing red light explodes from below. The tremor jolts everyone awake as bizarre, overlapping circles fill the sky. The entire forest begins to shake violently. The mountain splits into 4 pieces, bleeding red light. From its core, another mountain begins to rise, topped with a single, massive black horn. The horn stretches higher and higher, its tip nearly touching the circle in the sky. Then, boiling lava erupts from the peak, shooting high before raining down everywhere. A nearby castle is instantly swallowed by fire. Lava pours down like rain, sending people fleeing in panic. Tiny sandcastles built by little creatures are washed away in an instant. Oridan and Cardencia's airship happens to be flying by, and they can only watch the unfolding apocalypse in absolute horror. The eruption only gets stronger. Cardencia stares in disbelief at the mountain's peak cracked open like a starfish, with a glowing circle of lava at its center, like a giant, watching eye. A thick red haze chokes the sky, and black smoke blots out the sun as ash begins to fall like snow. The volcano looks like it's burning the heavens themselves. It is a terrifying, world-ending sight. From the forest, Demiurgos and his friends are frozen, staring at the destruction. Zeke stammers in sheer terror. How? How is this happening? Demiurgos just laughs without any humor, forcing out 2 words. Alex, that maniac. And that's where we leave it. The golden dragon sighs, so that day has come, 20 years early. You and I both know this is just the beginning of the end.